The morning sunlight gently filtered down. On the training ground, young men clad in knightly armor and bucket helmets were shouting commands. Each of their faces showed extreme determination, with sweat pouring down continuously. Yet no one slacked off, for they were the young eagles of Count Dressrosa and needed to prove their worth before reaching adulthood. Failing to do so might mean they wouldn't even attain the lowest rank of knighthood. Without the status of a knight, they would be treated like common freemen, unprotected by the kingdom's laws and favor, and the blessings of the goddess of life would no longer shine upon them. This was an unacceptable fate for anyone. However, despite this pressure, some would inevitably fail to become knights. After all, condensing a life seed and becoming a qualified apprentice knight before the age of 18 was no easier than getting into Tsinghua or Peking University in the previous life. At least Jiang Chen, no, he should now be called Thor Dressrosa, felt he had little hope. As a transmigrator, Thor never imagined that upon waking up, he would find himself in a Western fantasy world as the son of the Count of Dressrosa Castle. At first, he was undoubtedly delighted. Though his awakening was not to the gentle call of a maid, but to the rather unsettling presence of a male servant, the luxurious 3-meter-wide bed, exquisite food, and fine clothing made him feel this transmigration was not in vain. The luxurious feudal lifestyle was indeed quite delightful. However, his excitement didn't last long. Thor soon discovered that his good days might not last. The Dressrosa family had a long-standing rule. If a child did not condense a life seed and become an apprentice knight by the age of 18, they would lose the family's protection, be stripped of their knightly status, and be expelled from the family. Only by becoming an apprentice knight could they continue to enjoy the family's privileges. Knights represented the extraordinary power of this world. Noble offspring could consume life potions and, with extensive training, condense their own life seed, thereby gaining superhuman abilities. Stop, rest. While Thor's thoughts were swirling, the firm voice of Knight Commander Michael echoed. Clang, thud, the young eagles of Dressrosa Castle collapsed to the ground, struggling to remove their helmets. Thor was no exception. He gasped for air, feeling as if his lungs might burst. Everyone else was in a similar state, trying to calm the sensation of their chests ready to explode from the intense training. Some sat cross-legged, trying to make the most of every moment to see if they could condense their life seed. Thor glanced at his brothers, calmed himself, and then sat down, concentrating on sensing the source of life within him. Time passed minute by minute. In a little over half an hour, Thor exhaled a deep breath and opened his eyes, a hint of helplessness in his expression. As before, he hadn't managed to condense a life seed. Though he felt more of the life force within him, it was still not enough. At this rate, it would take him at least another year to condense a life seed. But clearly, time would not give him another year. In 3 days, he would come of age. If he couldn't condense a life seed by then, he would become a wandering knight, losing the Dressrosa name unless he could earn a noble title from the kingdom, which was almost impossible without the status of a knight. Knights were true nobility. Damn it, why didn't I get a cheat ability when I transmigrated? Thor muttered to himself, his tone full of frustration. He was also feeling quite down. The prospect of becoming a wandering knight just as his good days were starting wasn't pleasant. Sighing, he was about to get up. The sticky feeling all over his body was uncomfortable, and he needed a good wash. But just as he was about to stand, a mechanical voice suddenly echoed in his mind. World matching in progress. Matching successful. Character matching in progress. Matching successful. Congratulations, you have acquired the daily information system. Would you like to activate it? The mechanical voice was unexpected, and as streams of information flooded into his mind, Thor, who had been sighing, suddenly widened his eyes, a look of surprise spreading across his face. A cheat ability. He hadn't expected it, but he had actually gotten a cheat ability. Activate, he almost shouted, unable to contain his excitement. As soon as he spoke, a ripple spread out. Lines of text appeared. Daily information updated. 1 today at noon, Calvin Dressrosa will awaken his life seed, becoming a qualified apprentice knight. 2 the maid Rollies and the servant Angry at Dressrosa Castle have developed feelings for each other. 3 a pig beast at Dressrosa Castle is about to give birth, expected to have 10 piglets in the afternoon. 4 Ryan, wandering around Lucerne Town's market today, will accidentally purchase a life fruit from the Miguel fruit shop, which upon consumption will help him condense his life seed. 5 Michael's favorite horse in the stable seems to be in a bad mood and needs the company of a mare for 2.5 years. 6 Angel Dressrosa seems troubled by his own limitations in strength. 7 10 Golden characters flashed, followed by lines of text. Seeing the information and the details in his mind, Thor couldn't suppress his joy any longer, not just because of the cheat ability's arrival, but because of its nature. The Daily Information System, as the name suggests, provided him with daily relevant information. After midnight each day, the system could refresh the day's information, offering him up to 10 pieces of information related to his surroundings. Such an ability was practically overpowered. Information was always the most valuable asset in any world for anyone. Like now, the information revealed something directly related to his current predicament and even a potential solution. His eyes locked onto the fourth entry, and Thor couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. For Thor, the most crucial task now was to condense his life seed and become an apprentice knight. Originally, this seemed nearly impossible at his current pace. It would take at least a year. But in 3 days, he would come of age, and if he hadn't become an apprentice knight by then, he would be exiled. 3 days were simply not enough. Unless he could obtain a high-grade life elixir rich in life energy, there was little hope. However, obtaining such a high-grade elixir was nearly impossible, even for his father, Angel Dressrosa. Otherwise, his father wouldn't have been stuck at the peak of the Earth Knight level. Thor had even less chance, but now he had a possibility. The life fruit was a product of high-level magical plants and the main ingredient in high-grade life elixirs. Even consuming it alone was equivalent to half the effect of a high-grade life elixir, which was more than enough to help him condense his life seed. Just like in the information report, where a person named Ryan had condensed his life seed after consuming it. With this in mind, Thor could hardly contain his excitement. He quickly got up and headed back to his room. Young Master Thor, young Master Thor, servants greeted him respectfully along the way. Among the chorus of greetings, he returned to his room. With the servant's assistance, he quickly took off his armor, washed up, and changed into noble attire. Then, without delay, he left Dressrosa Castle. 3 knights followed him. Though they were just squire knights, these 3 days were the last time he would be able to enjoy such service. Once 3 days passed and he hadn't condensed his life seed, he would lose not only these knights but also the privileges of being served, at best receiving some money but not much. However, Thor had no time to dwell on this. He rode his white horse quickly toward his destination. Angel Dressrosa, as a count, ruled not only Dressrosa Castle but also 10 surrounding towns, roughly the size of a small county in his previous life. Lucerne Town was one of these 10 towns, located about 30 to 40 kilometers away from Dressrosa Castle. Riding a horse, it took about an hour to reach Lucerne Town. When Thor arrived, the town's steward was startled and hurriedly came out to greet him. Young Master Thor, the steward spoke nervously. I'm just here to have a look around. You can go about your business. Thor waved his hand, dismissing the steward. Yes, yes, the steward nodded quickly and retreated. Thor dismounted and began searching. Initially, he worried about how to find the Miguel fruit shop, considering the town wasn't too big but not small either. It wouldn't be easy to find a specific shop, but this concern quickly vanished. Upon exploring, he discovered that there was only one fruit shop in the entire town. Clearly, this was the place. Thor walked into the fruit shop. His entrance made the shopkeeper, Miguel, tense up immediately. Sir, what can I get for you? Miguel asked nervously. Thor didn't answer, instead carefully sensing his surroundings. Seeing Thor's silence, Miguel didn't dare disturb him and just followed closely behind. The life fruit's aura was very subtle, but as someone who had learned the knight's breathing technique, Thor could feel the faint unusualness if he concentrated. Soon, Thor sensed a difference among a pile of pear-like fruits. Excited, he walked over. He quickly reached the pile of fruit. Pack these for me, I'll take them all, Thor instructed Miguel. Yes, sir. Miguel responded, though somewhat bitterly, and began packing. Give him a silver coin. Thor took the package and signaled to one of the knights behind him. Yes, young master. The knight hesitated briefly but then nodded, handing over a silver coin. Sir, this. Miguel hesitated as he reached for the coin, unsure if he should accept it. Take it. The Dressrosa family doesn't rob from commoners. Thor suppressed his excitement and spoke calmly before leaving with the 3 knights. Thank you, sir. Miguel hurriedly expressed his gratitude, but Thor had already disappeared. Returning to Dressrosa Castle, Thor rushed back to his room. After dismissing all the servants, he focused on the life fruit. The other sour fruits were casually tossed aside. Staring at the ordinary-looking fruit, Thor felt a surge of emotion, a mix of excitement and anticipation. The life fruit. It was the life fruit. Even his father, Angel Dressrosa, would be tempted by this. With this fruit, he could almost certainly exchange it for a high-grade life elixir. Such a treasure would make even Earth Knights covetous, let alone anyone else. In the outside world, it would spark deadly battles among Earth Knights. If he handed it over to his father, there was no doubt his father would keep him at Dressrosa Castle, even if only as a parasite. Rules become flexible when the stakes are high enough, or so Thor believed. Thoughts swirled in Thor's mind. Various ideas intertwined, and finally he let out a light chuckle. Without any hesitation, he directly stuffed the life fruit into his mouth. As soon as he bit down, the fruit's flesh turned into a warm stream, spreading throughout his entire body. The next moment, Thor felt an intense heat envelop him. Simultaneously, the previously faint life energy within him started to surge rapidly. The life energy contained within the life fruit was immense. As a primary ingredient for high-level life potions, it could potentially help an Earth Knight advance to Sky Knight. Such a vast amount of life energy was like an ocean for someone who hadn't even reached the level of an apprentice knight. Fortunately, the life energy in the life fruit was very gentle and wouldn't cause the body to explode. The excess life energy, even if not absorbed, quickly merged into Thor's flesh, laying a solid foundation for him. Despite this, the overwhelming heat was unbearable. Large beads of sweat dripped down from him. Thor felt as if his body was being inflated with air, the discomfort growing increasingly intense. Clenching his teeth, Thor swallowed the rest of the fruit in a few quick bites. Then he sat cross-legged, forcing himself to calm down, and began practicing the knight's breathing technique. The Dressrosa family's breathing technique, called the eagle's breath, was one of the most advanced methods, highly effective in harnessing life energy. As soon as Thor began using it, he felt an emptiness before him. Tiny particles of life energy started gathering at his chest. Time ticked by. Thor's clothes were soaked with sweat and then gradually dried. As the crimson moonlight began to decorate the sky and night fell, Thor suddenly opened his eyes. At that moment, he noticed a change in the entire world. He could clearly see tiny dust particles in the air and hear the sounds of insects outside the window that were inaudible before. He could even hear the footsteps of servants in the hallway. The whole world seemed different now. No, it wasn't the world that had changed, but his perception of it had undergone a tremendous transformation. His senses had significantly sharpened, and his body was changing accordingly. If one could see inside his body, they would notice a tiny green speck of light, the size of a grain of rice, suspended in the center of his heart, emitting a faint glow. The blood in his heart was continuously being infused with this green light, spreading to his entire body. This green light, the life seed, was the source of the extraordinary power known as night in this world. Only those who had condensed a life seed could be called apprentice knights, as the life seed endowed them with incredible strength, agility, reflexes, and sensory perception. Every apprentice knight possessed strength far beyond that of ordinary people. Even if they sought the patronage of a noble, they would receive considerable benefits. In Thor's memory, each apprentice knight in his father's knightly order earned 10 silver coins a month, an amount that a typical 3-person household would need a year to spend. This was why Thor chose to consume the life fruit. Perhaps if he had handed the fruit to his father, he could have remained a parasite, living comfortably without contributing. But Thor wasn't sure about that. The Dressrosa family's rules were stringent, and he couldn't be certain his father would allow him to stay idle. Moreover, would he really want to be a parasite after transmigrating to this world? The allure of extraordinary power and a fascinating world was undeniable to any transmigrator, and Thor was no exception. Given these circumstances, his choice was obvious. As for his father, Thor believed that with the daily information system, he would still have opportunities in the future. A smile appeared on Thor's face. He clenched his fist instinctively. "Now it's time to meet father," he murmured, standing up and calling a servant to assist him with washing and changing. When he emerged from his room, he looked immaculate, his demeanor noticeably different. Walking through the castle, he caught the eyes of several maids, who murmured among themselves after he passed. "Master Thor seems different today," one maid noted. "Yes, he looks more radiant," another agreed. "Master Thor seems much more handsome today," another observed. Thor's sharpened hearing as an apprentice knight allowed him to catch their comments even after he'd walked away. This didn't surprise him. Condensing the life seed naturally brought about significant changes, noticeable even to ordinary people. If he reached the level of official knight, these changes would be even more pronounced, unless he could reach a higher level and conceal them. As an apprentice knight, however, he couldn't do that yet, but there was no need for him to hide. With just over 2 days left until his coming of age, he needed to demonstrate his strength to his father, Engel Dressrosa, the lord of Dressrosa Castle. Thor made his way to the 3rd floor of the castle, the highest point in the Dressrosa Castle, where Engel Dressrosa the Count often spent his time. As usual at this hour, Engel was in the study, reading. Engel Dressrosa was leafing through a book titled, A Comprehensive History of the Continent. However, his thoughts were not on the book. 90 years have passed, he sighed, his voice tinged with worry and melancholy. The room fell silent again until, knock, 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 the door was gently rapped and the butler, Charlie, announced, "My lord, young Master Thor requests to see you." Engel Dressrosa snapped out of his reverie. Thor, he furrowed his brows slightly. He hadn't paid much attention to his 9th son, whose talent was mediocre at best, ranking near the bottom among his children. Still, he decided to see him. "Let him in," Engel responded after a moment's thought. The wooden door creaked open, and Thor walked into the room. His eyes quickly fell upon the middle-aged man standing by the bookshelf. This was the first time since his transmigration that Thor had seen his nominal father, Engel Dressrosa, the 4th of his lineage. Unlike other noble families with a long history, the Dressrosa family had only been around for about 300 years. They rose to prominence during the Kingdom Wars and quickly established themselves as a notable count family within the Tulip Kingdom, a remarkable feat considering many noble families with over 1,000 years of history only reached the rank of count. However, none of this mattered to Thor at the moment. His focus was on the man before him. Angel Dressrosa exuded a sense of stability and pressure, with his imposing stature, slightly graying temples, and piercing eyes. The aura around him spoke of his status as a pinnacle Earth Knight, one of the most prominent figures in the Frost Moon province. Thor took a deep breath, steadying his racing heart, and bowed respectfully. "Greetings, father." Angel looked mildly surprised but quickly resumed his composed demeanor. "You've broken through," he noted, his tone neutral. "It seems you won't become the 29th expelled child of the family." Thor's heart skipped a beat, but he quickly responded, "It's all thanks to your guidance, father." "I never guided you," Angel replied dismissively. "And I never expected you to break through to become an apprentice knight. You needn't thank me." After a brief pause, Angel continued, "Thor, I had already prepared a parting gift for you, assuming you'd never become a knight. But now that you've made it, you have two choices." Thor straightened up, listening intently. "Our family, the Dressrosa, gained its lands through the Kingdom Wars. Since our founding, every child has been given a choice when they come of age. You can either stay with the family as a guardian knight, earning a gold coin per month, or become a pioneering knight. 20 years ago, the kingdom established the northern province. The family will support you if you choose to venture there as a pioneering knight." Thor contemplated these two paths. The first option promised stability but limited growth, as he could never inherit the title and could only aspire to be a head knight, a position that, while respected, did not confer true noble status. The second option, while fraught with danger, offered the chance to earn a noble title of baron if successful in claiming and maintaining new lands. Angel waited patiently as Thor deliberated. Finally, Thor made up his mind. "Father, I choose to be the eagle of the Dressrosa family, to build new achievements for our lineage." A smile spread across Angel's face. "Thor, you are truly an eaglet of the Dressrosa family. As your father, I am proud of you. You may stay in the castle for a month to prepare. I will provide you with ample gifts to aid your journey." "Thank you, father." Thor bowed and exited the room. After Thor left, Angel returned to his book, only to be interrupted shortly by the arrival of the butler, Charlie. "Charlie," Angel said, "bring Michael here. Also, go to the treasury and retrieve the third chest on the second row." Charlie, slightly surprised, nodded and left. Soon Michael arrived. "Count," he greeted respectfully. "Sit," Angel gestured. "Michael, how many official knights do we currently have in the Blazing Knights?" 234, my lord," Michael replied after a moment's thought. Angel nodded. "All right. Select 30 from the Blazing Knights and 300 from the Eaglet Knights. My son, the Dressrosa Eaglet, is about to spread his wings, and I intend to give him a fitting send-off." Michael was visibly moved but quickly acknowledged the orders. "Yes, my lord." At this moment, Thor is unaware of the preparations his father has made for him. He returns to his room, his mind still in turmoil. Pioneering knight. Even he did not anticipate such a choice, and yet he has chosen it. Of course, the reason lies in his golden finger. Without the golden finger, Thor would never have considered the second option. The second option has high rewards but equally high risks. Without sufficient strength, a pioneering knight is essentially a food delivery service. But with the golden finger, everything changes, especially with his golden finger. The daily information system, which refreshes surrounding information daily, is invaluable for a pioneering knight. If he could obtain a life fruit in a small town, then in the entire northern province he could acquire even more. With status, strength, and position, he would easily obtain these compared to staying in the Dressrosa castle. As for the risks to others, the daily information system would also help him avoid them. Thus, the choice becomes clear. Despite this, Thor still feels some anxiety. A pioneering knight is not like a castle, the dangers are significant. After a brief contemplation, Thor calls for his personal attendant. "Peter, bring me some books about the northern province and pioneering knights from the library." Thor instructs his personal attendant. "Yes, Master Thor, I'll go right away." Peter, though surprised, quickly agrees and leaves. About half an hour later, a stack of thick books appears before Thor. Perhaps due to the influence of supernatural forces, this world resembles the medieval period of his previous life, though somewhat. Paper is widely used in this world, and although the Dressrosa family has only been around for 300 years, they have collected quite a few books. Even those about the northern province and pioneering knights are numerous. Thor takes a deep breath and begins to read with focused attention. Although he is prepared and understands that his golden finger will be very useful, it is still necessary to learn as much as possible. As night falls and stars twinkle before his bed, Peter delivers food. After eating, Thor resumes his reading. He does not stop until the moon is high in the sky, finally putting down the last book. Northern Province. Thor mutters to himself, deep in thought. After reading the books, he has gained some understanding of the Northern Province and pioneering knights. The Northern Province. It is a province established by the Tulip Kingdom in the Northern Wilderness, less than 20 years old, making it one of the newest provinces. It is rife with monsters and requires many knights and people to explore and develop, which is why pioneering knights exist. The kingdom showers the Northern Province with the grace of the goddess of life, giving all pioneering knights the opportunity to gain noble status. As long as one can develop a town in the northern province with no fewer than 5,000 people, they can be granted the title of baron and become a new noble. As a result, countless knights have flocked to the northern province over the past 20 years. However, the outcomes have not been very promising. In the vast northern province, only 56 barons have been granted titles in 20 years. To compare, there are likely no fewer than 300 viscounts in the Frost Moon province and possibly up to 1,000 barons, while the northern province has only 56 barons over the past 2 decades, with only 36 currently surviving. The remaining 20's fate is predictable. This is for those who have been granted titles. Those who have not been granted titles have suffered even more losses. Chaos, disorder, and danger are the best and most accurate descriptions of the northern province. Even just reading about it makes Thor frown deeply. He even feels some regret for his choice. The danger level seems too high. He is just an apprentice knight with limited strength. Can he really survive in such an environment? Just as he is frowning, the mechanical voice in his mind sounds again. Ding, the information system has been updated. Do you wish to open it? The mechanical voice asks. Open. Thor's eyes brighten, disregarding his regret, and he eagerly opens it. The first opening of the information system brought him a huge reward, and he has been eagerly awaiting the second. Finally, it arrives. As he speaks, the voice responds. Buzz, daily information updated. 1 maid Rollies and male servant Angry at Dressrosa Castle have developed feelings for each other. 2 A male servant at Dressrosa Castle buried a coin pouch under the locust tree on the right side of the training ground, containing 10 silver coins. 3 Dressrosa Castle. 4 Ryan did not obtain a life seat in the town yesterday. His fate remains unchanged, and the future Sky Knight will be killed by his drunken father, Hunter. 5 In Michael's stable, his most cherished horse seems to be experiencing some minor issues and needs the companionship of a mare for 2.5 years. 6 Angel Dressrosa seems to be facing some difficulties due to limitations in his own strength. 7-10 In Rosentown, villager Philia seems to have made an unexpected discovery. He found that manure helps crops grow faster and is carefully hiding it to avoid detection. The golden text presents today's information. Like yesterday, there are 10 items. Thor's attention is focused as he scans through them. Many are the same as yesterday, with only a few different. His gaze lingers on these unique pieces of information. Manure, Thor murmurs, shaking his head at the 10th item. Information in this world is extremely restricted, especially at the lower levels. This scene is quite normal. He continues to look at the others. However, as he reads, his calm anticipation turns to shock and his pupils widen. Damn, Sky Knight! For a moment he exclaims in surprise, unable to contain himself. His gaze fixes firmly on the 4th piece of information. His eyes are wide, and he even rubs them to make sure he isn't mistaken. Despite rubbing his eyes several times, the text remains unchanged. At this moment, Thor feels his throat go dry. Sky Knight, what did he just see? The future Sky Knight. The bold text almost makes his heart stop. On this continent, extraordinary power is embodied by knights who are categorized into strict ranks. These ranks include Apprentice Knight, Knight, Grand Knight, Earth Knight, Sky Knight, and Holy Knight. Reaching the level of Earth Knight signifies the pinnacle of combat strength within the kingdom. For example, his father, Angel Dressrosa, is an Earth Peak Knight. Sky Knights, on the other hand, are the kingdom's supreme forces. Each Sky Knight represents the kingdom's true core and the foundation for its survival. Thor could never have imagined that today's daily information would include a Sky Knight, especially one who might have been destined to gain the life fruit. It seems that due to Thor intercepting the life fruit meant for someone else, that person's fate has now deviated from its original path. Maybe I should go and give it a try, Thor muttered to himself, his eyes brimming with excitement. He even had an impulse to leave immediately. However, after some consideration, he decided to suppress the urge and called for his servant to assist with his morning routine. As night turned to dawn, Thor awoke from his large bed. Today, unlike usual, he did not train. As an apprentice knight, there was no further need for training. He glanced at the daily information and then with 3 of his knights set off once again. Their destination was the town of Lucerne. An hour later, Thor arrived in Lucerne. Facing the return of young Master Thor, the town's clerk felt a sense of unease but welcomed him nonetheless. Clerk, I need to find a boy named Ryan. His father is named Hunter. Thor spoke calmly from his horse. Yes, young Master Thor, I will find him immediately. The clerk, although puzzled, quickly nodded and left. About half an hour later, the clerk returned with a document. Master Thor, Hunter lives in the village of Falling Leaves on the west side of the town. Please follow me, all right. Thor nodded and set off with the clerk towards their destination. Meanwhile, in Falling Leaves village, in a rundown house. Bang, you're useless, even failing to get any alcohol. An angry voice echoed as something heavy was thrown. Inside the room, a middle-aged man with a disheveled appearance was berating a cowering boy huddled in the corner who remained silent. Speak, why are you silent? The man's rage continued as he hurled a bottle at the boy. Bang, crash, the bottle shattered against the boy's head, causing a groan of pain and blood to flow. Despite this, the man paid no attention. Useless, all useless. Ryan, without me, you'd be dead from hunger. Go, get me some alcohol. The man's voice grew more furious as the boy, still huddled, was unresponsive. The man's anger escalated. Don't want to go? If you don't, I'll sell you off. They say the noble lords like such things. Move. Just as the man was about to throw another bottle, a flash of white light appeared and the bottle shattered in midair. A cold voice then rang out, "Stop." The middle-aged man froze, then grew even angrier. "What? You've brought outsiders into my home. Ryan, it seems you really don't care about me." The man was about to reach for the bottle again when a colder voice commanded. I said stop. Didn't you hear? The room was suddenly filled with several figures. The man, now sobered from his drunken state, fell to the floor with a crash. Master. The middle-aged man trembled and prostrated himself, his heart sinking into deep fear. Thor, however, ignored him and approached the corner where the boy was. Are you all right? Thor asked gently. The boy looked up in shock but quickly tried to kneel. However, weakness from hunger and the recent beating caused him to fall. Thor quickly caught the boy and checked him over. With his life source energy flowing, Thor sighed in relief. The boy was not in mortal danger, just unconscious. Thor handed the boy to one of his knights. After a brief thought, he spoke to another knight. Give him a gold coin. From now on, Ryan has nothing to do with him. Yes, the knight nodded and tossed a gold coin on the ground. Master, Ryan's fortune is to follow you. The middle-aged man, seeing the gold coin, scrambled to grab it, showering Thor with gratitude. Thor paid him no mind. The gold coin was given out of respect for the boy, nothing more. Thor and his knights swiftly left with the boy. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man continued to marvel at the gold coin, even biting it to check its authenticity. He was completely unaware of the value he was losing, a Sky Knight, a person who stood at the peak of the kingdom. Of course, he could never imagine that his seemingly worthless son would one day become a Sky Knight. To him, exchanging a troublesome existence for a gold coin was already a great deal. He had initially hoped to trade the boy for some alcohol money, and a gold coin was beyond his wildest dreams. Back at the castle, Ryan was handed over to servants, who promptly began his treatment. An hour later, Ryan slowly awakened from his sleep. The luxurious bed beneath him felt strangely uncomfortable, and the aroma in the room made his throat involuntarily gulp. Gulp. Instinctively, his throat moved, but when he fully took in his surroundings, he was startled and quickly jumped up, his expression one of confusion. He found himself in a lavish room, filled with items beyond his imagination. Even a single item could not be afforded by selling everything he owned. What startled him even more was that he was dressed in splendid attire, clothes he had only seen on nobles from a distance. Each item was said to be purchasable only with silver coins. In his entire life, he had only seen iron coins, and even copper coins had been a rarity 3 years ago. The thought of silver coins was beyond his wildest dreams. In his state of panic, a soft creak announced the entrance of a servant. Ryan stammered, unsure of what to say. Please don't be nervous. Young Master Thor wishes for you to eat before meeting him, the servant said kindly. Hearing the servant's respectful words, Ryan felt as though he were dreaming. He then noticed the table beside him, laden with a feast of food, far surpassing the inedible black bread he was used to. This meal was exquisite, including various meats. Gulp, his throat moved again instinctively. Driven by hunger, Ryan hesitated only briefly before starting to eat. The food was delicious. Tears welled up in his eyes, which he struggled to suppress. He ate quickly, not savoring the rich fare as he might have otherwise, spurred by the servant's words. After finishing, he followed the servant to meet Thor. In the training ground, Thor practiced his knightly skills. Becoming an apprentice knight did not mean the end of his training. Continued exercise and accumulation of life source energy were crucial to advancing further, even though Thor had an inherent advantage. Next to him was Knight Commander Michael. Observing Thor's practice, Michael was somewhat surprised. He knew Thor well from previous years, where his talent had seemed average. To see him advance so rapidly to an apprentice knight was unexpected. Seems like young Master Thor has really grown up, Michael remarked. As Michael observed, his gaze shifted toward the approaching figures of Ryan and the servant. However, Michael paid little attention after a quick glance. Thor noticed Ryan too, but he continued his practice without interruption. Young Master Thor, your knightly skills are now highly proficient. With continued practice, you should have a chance to advance to official knight within 10 years, Michael said with a smile. Thank you, Uncle Michael, for your guidance. Thor replied, acknowledging Michael's words without much concern. He was aware of his own abilities. Thor then turned his attention to Ryan and the servant. Master Thor, sir, the servant and Ryan addressed him. Good, it seems you're recovering well, Thor said with a smile, pleased with Ryan's current appearance. Ryan, dressed in noble attire with golden curls and lively eyes, looked refined, a far cry from his previous disheveled state. Sir, Ryan instinctively spoke but struggled to find the right words. Would you like to become my guardian knight? Thor asked directly, offering to teach Ryan the ways of a knight. In this near-medieval era, there was no need for elaborate schemes to win loyalty. The fact that Thor was a noble and Ryan was a commoner already conveyed much. Michael was also somewhat surprised by this development. Ryan's head shot up, eyes wide with shock and delight at Thor's offer. Sir, Ryan's heart raced with excitement. Although he was a commoner, he was well aware of what being a knight entailed. That's if you're willing. Thor's smile remained as he addressed Ryan, noting his astonishment. Yes, I am willing, sir. I swear by the life goddess to be a loyal guardian knight to you. Ryan pledged, and a green light enveloped the room. A diamond-shaped mark appeared on his forehead, signifying his vow to the life goddess. In this world, the light of the life goddess's blessing responded to such oaths, and Ryan's vow marked his genuine acceptance of the role. Thor, surprised but pleased, smiled. Everything was going more smoothly than he had anticipated. At that moment, Ryan truly became his guardian knight. The guardian contract, witnessed by life and loyalty, could only be formed by those with sincere devotion. It was voluntary and could not be coerced. Once established, it meant that Ryan had become Thor's most faithful knight. Ha ha ha, excellent. From today onward, you are my guardian knight and my first guardian knight. Uncle Michael, could you please take some time in the coming days to teach Ryan? Thor smiled and turned to Michael, making a request. Of course. Michael hesitated only briefly before agreeing after a glance at Ryan. Having handed Ryan over to Michael, Thor did not give it another thought. He had complete trust in Michael, his father's right-hand man. As an Earth Knight, Michael was the top fighter in the Dressrosa castle, second only to Thor's father. More importantly, Michael was highly skilled in teaching. Thor's older brothers, after being tutored by Michael, included a pinnacle Grand Knight among them. Under Michael's guidance, the number of knights in the entire order had grown significantly. Entrusting Ryan to Michael for training was bound to lay a solid foundation for him. However, even Thor did not anticipate the extent of Ryan's talent. It was even more terrifying than he imagined. In less than half a month, while Thor was busy preparing for nightly expansions and gathering useful information, Michael summoned him. What? Ryan is about to break through to an apprentice knight? Thor was astonished by Michael's words, unable to contain his surprise. Yes, young Master Thor, I can hardly believe it myself, but it's the truth. Ryan's life source energy is now abundant enough. He should break through to an apprentice knight within 3 days at the latest. I plan to request a bottle of low-grade life elixir from the Count. Michael was equally stunned. Even though he had witnessed Ryan's talent firsthand, he was still deeply shocked by this development. Even as an Earth Knight, he found it hard to fathom Ryan's progress. He was certain that Ryan had never practiced the knightly techniques before. Yet in just half a month, Ryan was about to reach the apprentice knight level. This kind of talent was almost beyond belief. For reference, Michael himself, a powerful figure of the kingdom, had taken 3 years to cultivate the life seed. Even the Count had taken an entire year to achieve the same feat. To condense the life seed in just half a month was unimaginable. Thank you, Michael. I understand. Please keep this matter confidential, only informing Father. Don't tell anyone else. Thor took a deep breath, expressing his gratitude. He asked Michael to keep Ryan's progress a secret to avoid any unforeseen complications. Understood. Michael pondered briefly, then nodded in agreement. Thank you, Michael. Thor nodded appreciatively. No need to thank me. Michael gave Thor a lingering look, his mind stirred. He knew Ryan was brought out of poverty by young Master Thor. However, as the most loyal knight of the Dressrosa family, he knew better than to pry into certain matters. After a few more words, Michael departed towards the castle to request the low-grade life elixir without delay. Thor did not follow, but instead went to check on Ryan and resumed his own tasks. Meanwhile, in the study, Michael had arrived at Count Angel Dressrosa's study and reported the situation. What? You say that Thor's guardian knight is about to break through to an apprentice knight? Count Angel Dressrosa was taken aback by Michael's report. The Count was aware of his son's guardian knight and had even investigated him, but he had not paid much attention. A mere guardian knight and a commoner's son at that, how useful could he be? To his surprise, Michael brought such news in just half a month. The Count knew that Ryan had no prior experience with knightly training, yet in merely half a month, he was on the verge of breaking through to an apprentice knight. After the initial shock, Count Angel Dressrosa found himself catching his breath. Yes, I have confirmed it. His life source energy is now at a level with about a 70–80% chance of breakthrough. Michael confirmed again. Upon hearing Michael's words, Count Angel Dressrosa began to pace back and forth, his eyes flashing with intrigue. Michael remained quiet, waiting patiently. After a moment, the Count stopped abruptly. Charlie, the butler Charlie, entered the room swiftly. Fetch a bottle of low-grade life elixir from the first cabinet, the 7th from the first row. No, wait, the 3rd from the first row and the 5th from the second cabinet. Yes, Charlie, though surprised, quickly acknowledged the request. Michael, I understand the situation now. I will have Thor deliver the low-grade life elixirs. You may return. After issuing the instructions, Count Angel Dressrosa addressed Michael. Yes, sir. Michael nodded and left, not overly surprised by the Count's decision. After Michael's departure, Count Angel Dressrosa summoned Thor. Thor, who had been busy, rushed to the study upon receiving his father's call. When Thor arrived, Charlie had already returned with the items. Father, Thor addressed the Count respectfully. The Count did not immediately respond but scrutinized his son intently. Thor, hesitant, kept his head lowered. Eventually, Count Angel Dressrosa spoke. Thor, you've done well. Here is a set of silver armor and a bottle of mid-grade life elixir. You can give them to your guardian knight. Thor was taken aback. Silver armor and a mid-grade life elixir were incredibly valuable. The silver armor alone was worth over 100 gold coins, and the mid-grade life elixir, which could aid even a Grand Knight's breakthrough to Earth Knight, was worth at least 1,000 gold coins and was often unavailable. Thor never expected his father to be so generous. Father, Thor instinctively spoke, looking at his father, Count Angel Dressrosa, with a mixture of hesitation and shock. Thor, you must understand that although Ryan has become your guardian knight, being a guardian knight only means he will not betray you. It does not imply other qualities. As a capable lord, you need to show your grace, your tolerance, and your authority. Count Angel Dressrosa's words resonated with a profound meaning. Thor was momentarily taken aback, then his expression grew solemn. It was clear that his father, Count Angel Dressrosa, was imparting a lesson to him. Thor had no resistance to this. As a count, Angel Dressrosa's wisdom and experience far surpassed his own, even though he was a transmigrator. Seeing Thor's expression, Count Angel Dressrosa showed a satisfied smile. After a brief pause, he continued, Thor, the path of becoming a pioneering knight is not easy. To truly become a competent pioneering knight, you first need to learn how to win people's hearts. Now, you are the young master of Dressrosa Castle, sheltered by the prestige of the Dressrosa family. Once you become a pioneering knight, that prestige will no longer be with you. You will need to rely on your own wisdom to build your own territory and lead your own people. Ryan is exceptional. His talent is the strongest I have seen so far. If you can truly win him over, he will become your greatest asset. I originally had little hope for you, given your own talent, but my child, you seem to have given me quite a surprise. Count Angel Dressrosa's words began solemnly but ended with a smile. Thor was taken aback by his father's words and instinctively opened his mouth to respond, but was interrupted by Count Angel Dressrosa. Everyone has their secrets. I don't need to probe into yours after all, you are my child. Now and in the future, work hard. I hope my child will become the eagle of the Dressrosa family. With a light laugh, Count Angel Dressrosa did not dwell on his son's issues but signaled for him to leave. Yes, father, I will not let you down. Thor nodded seriously, then allowed the servants to assist him with donning the silver armor and carrying the life elixirs. As Thor left, Count Angel Dressrosa's eyes sparkled with a smile. It seems I was wrong in my initial judgment. What a pleasant surprise. Charlie, he murmured, then called out again. Yes, sir. Butler Charlie entered, his voice respectful. Bring me the second box from the first storage room. Count Angel Dressrosa returned to his thoughts with a smile. Yes, sir. Charlie nodded and quickly left. Thor, I hope you won't disappoint me. Count Angel Dressrosa's voice was soft as he turned his attention back to his book. Thor, unaware of his father's plan to increase his investment due to Ryan's appearance, would have been thrilled if he knew. For now, he was already quite pleased. With his servants, Thor arrived at the training grounds. Ryan was still training. Compared to half a month ago, Ryan's body had visibly strengthened and was no longer as emaciated as before. His overall vitality had improved significantly. Thor was very satisfied with this progress. After a brief wait, Ryan paused to catch his breath, quickly jogging over without bothering to wipe the sweat from his brow. Young Master Thor, Ryan greeted Thor respectfully, performing a knight's salute. Good job, it seems you've been working hard these days. This is a reward for you. Thor smiled and waved his hand. Two servants swiftly came forward, placing a large and a small box in front of Ryan. Young Master Thor, this. Ryan instinctively wanted to refuse but was stopped by Thor. You are my guardian knight, you cannot remain so impoverished. Take a look. Thor stopped Ryan, smiling. Thank you, young master. Ryan, though still a bit hesitant and anxious, accepted the words and carefully opened the first large box. As the box opened, a gleam of silver appeared, immediately captivating his eyes. This is a set of silver armor. Even when you become a grand knight, you can still use it. Thor smiled again. Thank you, young master. Ryan quickly expressed his gratitude, his hands trembling slightly. At this moment, Ryan was not naive. Having trained with Michael, he knew the value of silver armor. Receiving such a gift left him deeply moved and grateful. Now check the other one. It's even more suited for you right now. Thor waved his hand, indicating the smaller box. Yes, hearing Thor's words, Ryan, though nervous, carefully opened the smaller wooden box. Inside was a small glass vial filled with green liquid. Seeing the green liquid, Ryan was initially puzzled, but then his breath grew heavier and disbelief appeared on his face. The green liquid was even more valuable than the silver armor. It immediately reminded him of a particular item, though he found it hard to believe. This item was so precious that it was beyond his imagination. While he had hoped for silver armor when he began his training, this item was something he had never even dreamed of. This is a life elixir. Ryan's voice trembled as he looked at Thor, his breathing quickening. Yes, it's a mid-grade life elixir, worth about 10 times more than a low-grade life elixir. With this, you will be guaranteed to reach the apprentice knight level. Thor spoke with a sense of wonder. Honestly, if not for the daily information system, he might have considered keeping the life elixir for himself. The Dressrosa family's direct descendants received a bottle of life elixir every year, but it was a low-grade one, not nearly as valuable as this mid-grade elixir. With this, Ryan could be confident in advancing to the mid-level of apprentice knight. In the study, the door was knocked on. "Master," the butler Charlie spoke respectfully. "How is it?" The voice of Count Angel Dressrosa came from behind the book he was reading. "Lord Thor has already given the life potion to Ryan." Charlie's respectful voice rang out. "I see. You may leave." Count Angel Dressrosa nodded, and Charlie immediately withdrew. Thor had not anticipated that this conversation would be both a lesson from his father and a test. The value of a medium-grade life potion was undeniably significant. Even as a fledgling of the Dressrosa family, Thor had never encountered such a thing. Whether he would choose to keep it for himself was uncertain. Keeping it could indeed advance his knightly training, but as a lord, the more important aspect was managing resources and securing the future. If he could not handle this, his father might reconsider the investment. However, such a test was redundant for Thor, who had the daily information system. For him, he didn't need to worry about these matters. The daily information system provided too much value. A single medium-grade life potion was important but not crucial for him. Though the daily information system had not provided additional support recently, it was because he was in the Dressrosa castle. Once he left for the northern province, he believed the system would offer more. Time passed slowly. In the following 10 days, Thor was fully immersed in preparations. He also waited for the daily information updates, but like before, the daily information system did not provide anything of high value. It only identified items worth a few or several hundred gold coins. Things like life fruits or top-tier talents like Ryan did not appear again. This was quite normal. The small towns under Dressrosa Castle had a population of only a few tens of thousands. Finding life fruits or talents like Ryan was already a miracle. Miracles could not happen continuously. Thor was not disappointed. As he had anticipated, the true stage would be the northern province. An undeveloped world would offer unimaginable resources and opportunities, which would likely be revealed in his daily information. Night passed. As his final day at Dressrosa Castle arrived, early in the morning, Thor was summoned to the study by his father. "Look, see if there is anything else you need. If it can be fulfilled, I will do my best to meet your needs." Count Angel Dressrosa's voice was gentle as he looked at his son. As he spoke, butler Charlie handed Thor a list. "Yes." Thor felt both nervous and excited. He knew this was his father and the Dressrosa family's support for him as a pioneering knight. These resources were crucial for his development in the future, so he took it very seriously. Even with the daily information system, how much the family could provide was fundamental to his rapid development. His gaze focused. Words appeared before his eyes. 10 gold coins. 50 low-grade life potions. 3 medium-grade life potions. 34 knights, 100 apprentice knights, 300 trainee knights. 1 set of golden armor, 34 sets of silver armor, 100 sets of bronze armor, 300 sets of black iron armor. As he read the list, Thor's breathing grew heavy. It was overwhelming. Even a rough estimate showed the value exceeded 10,000 gold coins. For reference, the annual fiscal revenue of the entire Dressrosa family territory was less than 10,000 gold coins. The value here had already surpassed that, not to mention the value of 34 knights, 100 apprentice knights, and 300 trainee knights, which was nearly 1/10 of the Dressrosa family's knightly force. He looked up with heavy breaths at his father. "I said that the fledglings of the Dressrosa family would soon spread their wings. As the patriarch of the Dressrosa family and your father, I should give you a gift. Are you satisfied?" Count Angel Dressrosa spoke with a warm tone, appearing calm despite the substantial wealth. "Thank you, father. I am very satisfied." Thor took a deep breath and spoke respectfully. At this moment, he was truly sincere. He had anticipated a generous farewell gift from Count Angel Dressrosa, but he did not expect it to be this substantial. This wealth was more than enough to serve as initial funding. "Glad to hear it. Let's go and see your future subordinates. Today, under the witness of the goddess of life, they will become your most loyal knights." Count Angel Dressrosa smiled and rose. "Yes, father." Thor nodded and quickly moved aside to make way. Count Angel Dressrosa led the way and they left the castle, heading to the training ground. At this moment, the 34 knights, 100 apprentice knights, and 300 trainee knights were already waiting on the training ground. When Count Angel Dressrosa and Thor arrived, the entire group knelt on the ground in unison. "Go ahead. that is your stage. Count Angel Dressrosa smiled, gesturing to his son. Yes, father. Thor nodded, his heart stirring. He stepped forward. As he did, a leading young man drew his sword. Swear the oath, a deep and solemn voice echoed. Next, the voices of the crowd filled the training ground. As the voices merged, a golden scroll appeared above their heads. The power of the contract began to connect. Compared to Ryan's Guardian contract, this was a loyalty contract. Formed based on the contract book, its binding force was much weaker. However, it was almost impossible to make over 100 people fully loyal to Thor, even if he had already shown them his kindness. But for now, this was already sufficient. As the contract was completed, Thor waved his hand, distributing the armor, weapons, and all the gifts from his father, including 34 bottles of low-grade life potions out of the 50. Not bad. It seems I have nothing more to teach you. From today onwards, you are the eagle spreading its wings for the Dressrosa family. I will wait for the day you become a baron in the family. On that day, I will celebrate your success with the family. In front of the castle, Count Angel Dressrosa gave his final instructions to his son. He was increasingly satisfied with his son. The distribution of the life potions was beyond his expectations. However, it was undoubtedly the right move. At this moment, the hearts of the 400 knights were fully captured by his son, which would undoubtedly help him through the toughest initial period more easily. Yes, father. Thor nodded respectfully, his heart also swelling with excitement. The next phase was a new world, his own stage. He had been preparing for this day for an entire month and was filled with anticipation. Go, and I await your good news, Count Angel Dressrosa said with a smile. Yes, father. Thor nodded, this time without adding sir to his address. After speaking, he turned and pulled the reins and his horse neighed. The 400 knights followed closely behind. The procession set off in grand fashion. Behind them, Count Angel Dressrosa and Michael watched them go. They continued until the figures in the distance gradually disappeared from view. Let's go, the young eagle must eventually soar to the blue sky. With a gentle voice, Count Angel Dressrosa turned and returned to the castle. Yes, my lord, I believe young Master Thor will surely become an eagle, Michael said with a smile. Their figures vanished. Meanwhile, Thor led the 400 knights away from the Dressrosa castle and headed towards the northern province. Dressrosa castle was located in the Frostmoon province, while the northern province was situated further north. There was no need to cross other provinces, but since the Frostmoon province was vast and the journey would take a month, Thor was not in a hurry. After all, his father, Count Angel Dressrosa, had prepared not only weapons, equipment, and gold, but also a large amount of supplies. A month was nothing, even 6 months would be enough to sustain them. As for safety concerns, there was no need to worry. At least within the Frostmoon province, there would not be major issues. As for entering the northern province with 400 knights, he had a considerable force that would ensure his safety. However, Thor was somewhat disappointed. Even after leaving the Dressrosa family's territory, his daily information system did not yield significant rewards. It was inevitable. On the one hand, he was traveling and could not delve into other noble territories. On the other hand, while the Frostmoon province was also a new province, it had been developed for several hundred years. It had already been thoroughly explored, making it difficult to find hidden treasures. In a month, he only found items worth around 1,000 gold coins. Although it was quite a lot, it clearly was not as substantial as he had hoped initially. This phenomenon changed completely upon entering the northern province. On the first day of entering the northern province, the daily information update made his eyes light up. Ding, the information system has been updated. Would you like to open it? The mechanical voice sounded as usual. Open, Thor responded, not expecting much. As soon as he spoke, the system updated. Ding, the daily information has been updated. 150 miles ahead, in 3 days, 2 wild boars will fight each other. They will be engaged in combat, and 4 days later, you will obtain 2 fresh wild boar carcasses. 2. In 3 days, a group of needlefish will swim through a small river 30 miles ahead. Capturing them may slightly improve your aptitude. 3. In 7 days, a mysterious elderly man will be injured 70 miles ahead. Saving him will bring unexpected rewards, but it will also bring some danger in 30 years. 4. 1 day later, a star moon fruit will mature 1,000 miles to the right. 5. Empty. 6. Empty. 7. Empty. The golden characters displayed, completely different from before. Thor's attention was immediately captured. He had expected the information to be the same as usual, with no significant rewards, but just a quick glance showed several entries that caught his eye. A smile of delight spread across his face. Indeed, as he scanned through the information, a smile could no longer be suppressed. As he had imagined, once he entered the northern province, the rewards from the information system were indeed incomparable. Even though many items were currently unattainable, the few that were accessible made his heart race. For example, the 2 wild boars 3,000 meters away. If he remembered correctly, wild boars were peak tier first-grade magical beasts. Each one was worth over 100 gold coins, and more importantly, their meat could enhance life force and was very mild. Obtaining two would fully supply his food needs for the journey to Lauren City in the northern province. Moreover, the second item, needlefish. During the month of preparation, he had not wasted his time. He remembered that needlefish were a unique magical beast in the northern province, and each was extremely valuable, not easily measured by price. If the wild boar meat could accelerate the accumulation of life force, then the needlefish's meat could enhance knightly aptitude. Clearly, the latter was far more precious than the former. Aptitude is always the limit of a knight's potential. Improving aptitude was priceless. In addition, other options were equally tempting, especially the star moon fruit, whose value might even surpass the needlefish. It was a high-grade life potion's main ingredient, only slightly inferior to the life fruit. In the kingdom, it could also trigger fierce competition among Earth Knights. In internal auctions, it was worth a fortune. Even just the thought made Thor's throat tighten. Unfortunately, he sighed lightly and ultimately shook his head. 1,000 miles in a day was beyond his reach. Even if he were a sky knight, it would be impossible. By the time he got there, he would probably be eating dirt. In a narrow stream which had been completely blocked off at this moment, all the official knights had their eyes shining with excitement. After a moment, a voice of surprise rang out. "Sir, we've caught some. Indeed, it's needlefish." With excitement in his voice, Thor, who had been resting, immediately stood up and walked over quickly. In the stream, a knight was holding a peculiar fish, light blue all over and about the size of a palm. "Sir, I've caught one too." As Thor approached, other knights also called out with joy, "Sir." Sir, soon 7 or 8 knights had excitedly shouted out their discoveries. However, there were only these 7 or 8 fish in the stream. Still, this was enough to bring immense joy. Needlefish were valuable, fetching between 5,000 to 10,000 gold coins at the kingdom's top auctions. More importantly, they had a tremendous effect. Even a slight improvement in a knight's aptitude was permanent. Everyone looked at the needlefish with a gulp in their throats. Seeing Thor's gaze, they could only feel admiration. They didn't know how their lord knew there were needlefish here. All they knew was that their lord had brought them here, indicating that needlefish were present, and indeed they were. This was their lord's first trip to the northern province. Thinking of this, they couldn't help but feel a sense of shock and anticipation. Originally, there was some apprehension about heading to the northern province, but now that anxiety had quietly vanished. Of course, Thor was not focused on these thoughts. With a wave of his hand, he instructed the knights to handle the needlefish and prepare for a meal. Thor did not plan to keep the needlefish, but intended to distribute them. On one hand, only the first fish was useful. On the other hand, as they entered the northern province, Thor sensed the knights' unease. The presence of needlefish would undoubtedly alleviate their anxiety. More importantly, these knights were his future foundation, and rewarding them was naturally important. Although there were only 7 fish in total, distributing them meant that each person would likely only get a taste, but having it was already a significant benefit. Indeed, when Thor decided to distribute the needlefish, the 400 knights erupted in cheers. If loyalty and morale could be seen, the values would be rapidly increasing. Even without such measurements, the difference in the knights was clearly noticeable. Thor smiled as he enjoyed his own share of the fish. The needlefish meat was tender, melting in the mouth. As he swallowed, a warm sensation spread through his body, and a refreshing feeling quickly filled his mind. The life force within him spread uncontrollably. Thor did not dare to be careless and quickly sat down, practicing the nightly breathing method. Time passed slowly. About half an hour later, Thor's eyes suddenly opened, his expression filled with surprise. His life seed had grown stronger, bringing him one step closer to the mid-level of an apprentice knight. Given the current situation, he might even break through to the mid-level by the time he reached Lauren City. However, this moment of joy was abruptly interrupted. Suddenly, a burst of life force emanated from nearby. Thor's surprise was cut off as he looked over, his mouth twitching slightly. At this moment, Ryan also opened his eyes, surrounded by a green glow that signified the spread of life force. This indicated that Ryan had officially reached the late stage of an apprentice knight. Yes, the late stage of an apprentice knight. With the aid of the intermediate life potion before departure, he had broken through to the apprentice knight rank. On the 10th day of their journey, he had advanced from the early stage to the mid-level. Now, in less than 20 days, he had again advanced from the mid-level to the late stage. At this rate, by the time he reached the mid-level, Ryan might even reach the peak of the apprentice knight rank. This speed of advancement was almost speechless. The saying, "people compete and goods are compared," was vividly demonstrated here. Taking a deep breath, Thor shook his head. "Sir," Ryan, just having broken through, also showed surprise. Seeing Thor's gaze, he quickly saluted. "Well done. Keep working hard and aim to reach the peak of the knight rank by the time we reach the territory." Thor collected his thoughts and spoke in a gentle tone. "Yes, sir." Ryan, filled with excitement, responded respectfully. At this moment, his respect for Thor was absolute. If loyalty could be seen, his would be at full value. Thor gave a few words of encouragement before directing everyone to move forward. Along the way, Thor collected the 2 wild boars mentioned in the information. This further elicited cheers from the knights and allowed them to enjoy another hearty meal. What had initially been anticipated as harsh and cold days did not materialize. Instead, the first day in the northern province was filled with harvest. This made the 400 knights no longer anxious about the future, but rather full of anticipation. At this moment, everyone seemed to feel that a bright future was beckoning them. Anticipation, yearning. These feelings replaced the previous anxiety, nervousness, and confusion about the future. This was exactly what Thor needed. Building a territory meant starting from scratch. The difficulties encountered were unimaginable. The first challenge was the determination of the vassal knights. Vassal knights, being human, were not guardians under the witness of the goddess of life. They signed contracts and would never betray, but that only meant they would not betray, not necessarily more. Whether or not they could mobilize their enthusiasm was undoubtedly the first issue every pioneering knight needed to resolve. Thor, having reviewed extensive materials, understood this well. Fortunately, with the daily information system, resolving this issue was much simpler for him than for other pioneering knights. As night fell, the first day in the northern province gradually ended, and the second day arrived. Like the first day, the second day brought considerable rewards. Although not as directly beneficial as the needlefish in improving knightly aptitude, the gains were substantial, and everyone received their share. The first day passed in anticipation, and the second was the same. The following days continued in this manner. Time gradually reached the 6th day. During these 6 days, under the daily information system, everyone had undoubtedly reaped great rewards, not only in terms of money but also in their cultivation. Among the 100 apprentice knights, one had even officially advanced to the rank of knight, increasing Thor's number of official knights to 35. Even those who hadn't advanced, including other apprentice knights and official knights, had made significant progress. This was something unimaginable when they were in the Dressrosa castle. Yet less than 2 months after leaving the Dressrosa family, their lord had provided them with all this. Such results made them continuously filled with anticipation for the future, and Thor felt the same way. A single needlefish had slightly improved his talent, and with the gains over these days, his knightly progress was also rapid. He was now getting closer to reaching the mid-level of an apprentice knight. At this rate, he might even break through to the mid-level before reaching Lauren City, faster than initially anticipated and much quicker compared to before leaving Dressrosa Castle. However, what made him twitch his lips was that Ryan was progressing even faster, likely reaching the peak of an apprentice knight within a few days. It was estimated that by the time they reached their territory, Ryan might even be an official knight. This disparity in talent was almost speechless. It was a completely different concept, proving Ryan's future potential as a Sky Knight. As nightfall approached, Thor, having completed his breathing exercises, suddenly opened his eyes. The new information system appeared once again. Ding, the information system has been updated. Would you like to open it? The mechanical voice sounded as it did every day. Open it, Thor's soft voice responded. The moment his words fell, whoosh, a ripple spread out. Daily information has been updated. 1. A group of earth dragons will pass through within 100 miles ahead. 2 in 3 days. 3. Tomorrow, a mysterious old man will be gravely injured 3 miles ahead. Rescuing him will bring unexpected rewards, but 30 years later, it may bring certain dangers. 4. In 1 day, 1,000 miles to the right, the hell dragon from the underground caves is rampaging. 5. 1,000 miles from Lauren City, in the Fallen Leaf Valley, there is a small iron mine guarded by goblins. 6. In 3 days, a herd of unicorns will pass by the Rhine River, staying for 3 hours before leaving. 7 days later. As usual, Thor quickly noticed the various rewards. However, it seemed that with their proximity to Lauren City, the rewards were noticeably fewer. Of course, even so, they were still far more than those from the Frost Moon province. Thor scanned the information and quickly focused on 2 particular items. After noting these 2, his gaze fell on a consistent entry in the information. Tomorrow, muttering to himself, Thor hesitated as his gaze fixed on the 3rd item. An injured old man would bring unexpected rewards, but there could be dangers 30 years later. With the time approaching, he was uncertain about whether to rescue the old man or not. Mystery, severe injury, unexpected rewards, disaster. Even thinking about it, one could tell the old man was important, yet the potential disaster made Thor unsure whether to help or not. Not rescuing him might mean missing a significant opportunity, but if there truly was a disaster, he might not be able to handle it with his current limited strength. As he pondered, Thor glanced at Ryan and then at the 30-year mark, pausing for a moment before ultimately making a decision. As night fell, the blood moon set, and a new day dawned. The group set out once again. At this moment, compared to the original trajectory, there was a clear change in their goal. They were heading towards the location of the mysterious old man mentioned in the information. Thor's final decision was to rescue the old man. The reason was simple. He had a golden finger. If there were indeed problems, the golden finger would provide warnings. If it was truly unmanageable, they could retreat. Moreover, who knew how long the future was? What might be a disaster now could potentially not be a disaster in the future. Thor was confident in this. In comparison, the current gains were the most important. The group moved forward at a slow pace. The 3-mile distance quickly passed. They gradually approached their destination. Meanwhile, in the distance, a figure was staggering. Thud, a light sound, and his body fell to the ground. Damn Hedgel. Neil Morton felt a sinking feeling in his heart, clearly sensing the toxins spreading throughout his body. If these toxins had struck during his prime, they wouldn't have been a problem, as a Sky Knight's life force could dispel everything. However, that was in his prime. Now his life seed was almost depleted and his life force nearly exhausted. These toxins were extremely deadly. Is this how I'm going to die? Damn it, Sophia, forgive me, Neil Morton muttered, his face showing a bitter smile. To think that he, a distinguished Sky Knight of the Empire, who could potentially break through to the Holy Knight rank, had been set up and ended up in such a predicament. His heart was filled with unwillingness amid the bitter smile. Yet unwillingness was futile. He could feel the toxins spreading towards his heart and lungs. In less than 20 breaths, he would be completely dead. Even gods couldn't save him then. At this moment, only returning to the Empire and receiving the best treatment from a priest might have a chance of recovery. But that was impossible. This was a wild land far from the Empire. His consciousness was gradually fading, filled with unwillingness. But no matter how much unwillingness he felt, his consciousness grew dimmer. Until just before his consciousness was about to dissipate entirely, figures seemed to appear in the distance. The appearance of these figures made his final thought be that he was probably done for, because those appearing here were likely only the temple's pursuit squad. But that was the only thought left. The toxins were not only spreading to his heart and lungs, but also to his brain. His consciousness fell into complete silence. "Sir, there's someone ahead." A cry of alarm rang out, and the entire Knight squad immediately prepared for battle. Hearing the Knight's words and seeing the figure lying on the ground ahead, Thor's heart stirred as he instantly realized that the figure was likely the gravely injured, mysterious old man. "Don't be alarmed. Go and see what happened." Thor waved his hand and spoke solemnly. "Yes, sir." A knight nodded and quickly advanced with a few others. Soon they returned. "Sir, the person ahead seems to be poisoned and is in critical condition." The knight reported respectfully to Thor. "Bring him over here." Thor pondered for a moment and then instructed the knight captain beside him. "Yes, sir." Steve nodded and quickly gathered a team to move forward. Soon the old man was brought to Thor. Thor finally got a good look at the mysterious old man. The old man was dressed in dark armor, his hair already white and his face withered. A tinge of brown was spreading across his face. Seeing this, Thor's brow furrowed. It was clear that the old man was probably suffering from severe poisoning. Whether he could be saved was uncertain. Thor hesitated slightly but then looked towards Ryan. "Ryan." "Yes, sir." Ryan responded respectfully. "Place him in the rear wagon and give him that fruit I obtained a few days ago." Thor made his decision, even pulling out another extremely valuable item he had recently acquired. It was a divine wood fruit he had found in the jungle 3 days ago. Although its value wasn't as high as the life fruit, it was comparable to the moonlight fruit. The only difference was that the moonlight fruit grew in clusters on a single tree, while the divine wood fruit only grew individually. It could only be produced by trees over 1,000 years old, each containing a substantial amount of life force. It was a primary ingredient for intermediate life potions and an auxiliary material for high-level life potions. Under normal circumstances, a divine wood fruit could heal even severe injuries unless limbs were severed. However, given the old man's current condition, Thor couldn't be sure the divine wood fruit would be enough. But since he had chosen to save the old man, Thor was willing to give it a try. After all, losing one divine wood fruit wasn't a significant loss, so there was no need to worry too much. "Yes, sir." Ryan nodded without hesitation and quickly made arrangements. "Hope he doesn't die. Otherwise, it will be all for nothing." Thor muttered to himself and took one last look before turning his gaze away. That was all he could do for now. As for using high-level life potions, he didn't have any, and even if he did, he probably wouldn't gamble on it. After all, it was still uncertain how much benefit the old man could bring. High-level potions were difficult to imagine in their effect even for Thor. Naturally, they shouldn't be used recklessly. This was just an interlude. The group set off again. At this point, they were getting closer to Loren City in the northern province. With their current speed, they would reach it in at most 10 days. Given this, Thor chose to speed up. There was no need to search further. As they approached Loren City, the rewards in their surroundings had noticeably decreased. They were no longer as appealing. In this situation, the journey of 10 days took only 7, and Loren City was already in sight. 7 days passed. The group continued their journey. Fortunately, everyone was at least a trainee knight, so there was no fatigue. The reduced rewards were no longer a concern. After all, it was understood that rewards couldn't always be expected. The previous gains had already been surprising. Thor didn't mind too much. The previous achievements proved the daily information system's significant impact in the northern province. Since they weren't even in a pioneering area yet, the rewards would be even greater in a frontier area. They were not even at the starting point, so there was no need to be overly concerned. The only thing he was concerned about was the mysterious old man. 7 days later, the old man's condition remained weak, with no signs of awakening. If it weren't for the faint life force still detectable, Thor would have doubted whether the old man had already passed away. The toxins, even just sensing them, made Thor's scalp tingle. He suspected that even an official knight might not withstand such toxins. No, not suspected, definitely. In this situation, whether the old man would awaken now seemed increasingly uncertain. If he didn't wake up, Thor's investment and risk would have been in vain. Fortunately, recent information hadn't indicated any danger. Otherwise, he might have considered abandoning the old man. After all, it didn't seem worth it. But since no danger had been indicated and the old man hadn't died yet, Thor decided to stay for now. After all, he had already tried to save him in his past life. On the 8th day, as the group could finally see the appearance of Lauren City in the distance, Ryan's aura suddenly surged, and green light spread around him, accompanied by waves of life force. His aura rapidly increased. Breakthrough. Thor opened his eyes and looked at Ryan not far away, unable to suppress a twitch of his lips. At this moment, Thor had just felt he was nearing the mid-level of an apprentice knight and estimated it would take another day to break through. Yet now, Ryan had directly reached the peak of an apprentice knight. If earlier it was just a guess, Thor was almost certain Ryan would break through to an official knight before reaching their territory. An official knight, that was an official knight. With his current cultivation speed, Thor might have hope in 10 years. This was after enhancing his talent before it would have taken several decades. Shaking his head, Thor sighed. At this moment, the entire knight squad was also astonished. Even Steve, the knight captain, looked at Ryan in shock. Throughout the journey, Steve had already recognized Ryan's talent, but Ryan's repeated breakthroughs still deeply impressed him. He knew that Ryan had only been practicing the knight's training methods for less than 3 months. Comparing himself, it seemed he had barely grasped the correct knight breathing method in 3 months. He hadn't even reached the apprentice peak knight, let alone seen the door to it. 20 years ago, the northern province was opened up. Despite the passage of 2 decades, the entire province remains a wilderness, with only the provincial capital, Lauren City, showing traces of civilization. However, these are just traces. Compared to the Frostmoon province, which is under the rule of nobles, Lauren City still appears chaotic, savage, and filthy. Indeed, it is filthy. The roads are littered with heaps of dung, and a pervasive stench fills the air. If the Frostmoon province visibly shows a better side of the kingdom, then Lauren City undoubtedly represents the kingdom's most dilapidated side, with foul waters flowing freely and streets populated by emaciated free people who are as destitute as the slaves of Frostmoon province. It is clear that life here is extremely harsh, even for the so-called free people. As the newest province of the kingdom, there is no protection from the kingdom's laws here. Local lords are the absolute rulers. Oppression, exploitation, and chaos are the main themes here. Under such circumstances, even Lauren City, as the provincial capital, has an exceedingly tough life. It has now been the 9th day since Thor and his companions entered the northern province. After a 40-day journey, they finally reached Lauren City. However, upon entering the city, the entire group felt a certain gloom. Even Ryan was affected. His own life had been very difficult, but it seemed to be significantly better compared to the lives of the free people here. He could clearly see that the people here appeared to have lost all spark in their eyes. When their group arrived, the people merely moved aside in a dazed manner. "Sir," Ryan spoke in a subdued tone, his youthful face showing a trace of melancholy. "Let's go. We need to register at the municipal center first." Thor, too, was silent. Even though he had read about the northern province in books, the direct impact of seeing it was still overwhelming. However, it was clearly beyond his control. Not only him, even his father wouldn't have the authority to manage the northern province's affairs. There was a marquis in charge here. "Yes, sir," Ryan nodded. After arranging for his knights to be stationed, Thor, along with Ryan and Steve, headed towards the heart of Lauren City. Lauren City was not large, and the municipal center was very prominent. The municipal building, constructed entirely of gray stone, exuded both grandeur and solemnity. As the three approached, they were quickly stopped by 2 sentinel knights. "Gentlemen, I am Thor Dressrosa, here to register as a pioneering knight." Thor spoke, revealing his family's crest. To avoid any complications, he had not worn it during the journey, but he needed to present his identity upon arriving in Lauren City. The eagle emblem was striking in the sunlight. The 2 knights were taken aback and quickly performed a knightly salute. "Sir Thor Dressrosa, please forgive my rudeness. Please come in." One of the knights spoke respectfully, clearly anxious. The Dressrosa family had a prominent reputation throughout the kingdom, and he dared not offend them. Thank you. Thor nodded. No trouble at all. Please, this way. The knight promptly led the three into the municipal center. The municipal center was immense. Its size was comparable to that of the Dressrosa castle. Inside the grand hall, people were moving about. There were staff members and knights present. As Thor entered, the family crest on his chest immediately attracted many gazes. Some people even stopped and performed knightly salutes towards Thor. Though the Dressrosa family was only a count, their reputation was nearly as notable as that of some marquee families. Even one of their pioneering knights was treated with utmost respect. Thor returned each salute. Under the guidance of the knight, they arrived at a counter. Hello, esteemed Knight Dressrosa. You may choose an unclaimed target for your development in the northern province. At the counter, a golden-haired young woman spoke cautiously and with humility. Thank you. Thor nodded, then took the map offered by the golden-haired girl. As a pioneering knight, one could not simply develop any land. The kingdom had established comprehensive rules. Any pioneering knight must register at Loren City and select a target for development. This would become the core of the future domain. Only after fully developing the selected area would the pioneering knight's task be considered complete. Thor was very familiar with this process. Taking the map, he focused his gaze on it. The map was large, much clearer than he had imagined. The northern province was marked with green and red circles. The red circles represented already chosen areas, while the green circles represented unchosen ones. At present, the eastern and southern parts of the northern province were almost entirely covered in red circles, with only the western and northern parts still having many green circles. This was quite normal. Although only a few dozen people had received titles in the northern province, this did not reflect the number of pioneering knights. Despite the high casualty rate among pioneering knights, the number was still steadily increasing due to continuous replenishment. Thor estimated that there were likely over 1,000 pioneering knights in the northern province. The northern province was vast, nearly twice the size of the northern frontier in his previous life. Such a vast territory could not be occupied by just a few dozen or a few hundred people. Even with over 1,000 people, they had only developed less than a tenth of the land. Of course, this was irrelevant to Thor. He sifted through the information in his mind. In the past few days, the information he had gathered intertwined, and his gaze scanned the green circles on the map. Unlike others who could only make a random choice, he had certain reference directions due to his information system. Now it was just a matter of selecting. Time passed slowly. The golden-haired girl waited, not daring to rush. After Thor reviewed all the red circles, he made his decision. Let's choose the main river valley. Thor spoke softly and handed the map back to the golden-haired girl. Certainly, esteemed Knight Dressrosa, I will process this for you immediately. The golden-haired girl quickly nodded and began her tasks. Sir Thor Dressrosa, your registration is complete. For the next 20 years, as long as you are here, the main river valley will be your domain. After 20 years, the kingdom will review your domain. If it meets the standards, you will be granted a title. Of course, you may apply for it earlier if you meet the requirements. The golden-haired girl respectfully handed over a parchment scroll. As the initial choice of land for pioneering knights, the process was straightforward, and this parchment served as the contract. Thank you. Thor expressed his gratitude and took the scroll. The main river valley was the result of his careful selection through daily information reports. On one hand, the main river valley is sufficiently large. Although there are 3 noble lords and a dozen pioneering lords to the left, the area extending north is quite open. The river's impact has created a vast bay with flat terrain and good soil, ideal for large-scale agriculture. The only issue is the risk of flooding, but this is not a problem for Thor, who has experience dealing with such challenges. Moreover, another key reason for choosing this location was the presence of the starfruit, and in the eastern goblin tribe, a rich iron mine. The starfruit was valuable, and an iron mine would entice even a count, let alone him. Under these conditions, his choice was clear. You flatter me. We look forward to your return. The golden-haired girl quickly responded. Thor nodded with a smile. He then left the municipal center with Ryan and Steve. On the way, many knights saluted Thor again. Thor returned their salutes. Leaving the municipal center, they soon arrived at their knight's quarters. Sir. Upon Thor's return, the knights quickly saluted. Thor waved in acknowledgement. They then entered the camp. The knights began preparing meals. As Thor ate his first meal in Loren City, he fell into deep thought. With the pioneering knight registration complete, he was now officially recognized as a pioneering knight by the kingdom's laws. For the next 20 years, he would enjoy certain noble privileges. If he could develop the domain within 20 years and pass the kingdom's review, he would become a true baron of the kingdom. This also meant that his tenure as a lord was imminent. How to develop his domain was a matter he needed to consider for a long time. He had already made many preparations in Dressrosa Castle. However, upon reaching this point, he was preparing to reassess everything. He also planned to stay in Loren City for a day to see if the daily information system could offer any more surprises. As night fell, Loren City did not have suitable accommodations for them. However, with a certain amount of gold, it could be arranged. Especially since Thor was a member of the Dressrosa family, it was even easier. But the environment was still far from the Dressrosa castle. Nevertheless, it was much better than being in the wild. Time passed slowly. Soon, it was midnight. With a hint of anticipation, Thor waited for the daily information system to update. Buzz, daily information updated. 1. A group of Earth dragons will pass by 150 miles ahead. 2. In 3 days. 3. Tomorrow. 4. 1 day from now, a celestial dragon has left its nest 0 miles to the right. It cannot return, and its collection of treasures and a dragon egg are with it. 5. 10 miles from Lauren City on the western side of the main river valley, there is a large iron mine guarded by goblins. 6. Tomorrow, a group of unicorns will pass by the Rhine River and stay for 3 hours. 7. In 2 days, in Lauren City's slave market, there will be a group of slaves for sale. The third female slave in the third batch is a half-elf girl with rare mage talent and high potential. Thor's eyes lit up as he read the 7th entry. He was genuinely surprised. It wasn't the half-elf aspect. For some nobles, a half-elf girl could be a significant allure, but for Thor, it was not the main concern. What thrilled him was the rare mage talent of this half-elf girl. In the kingdom and indeed across the continent, knights were the mainstream, but this did not mean that other forms of cultivation were non-existent. Witches and mages were also forms of cultivation. They represented extraordinary power. However, compared to knights, mages and witches were exceedingly rare. In the kingdom, mages were almost unseen, yet every mage was an extremely valuable resource for nobles in the kingdom, as only mages could craft magic and life potions. Given this context, mages were very precious. Thor never expected to encounter such a high-talent mage in Lauren City. This was truly a pleasant surprise. If he could acquire this half-elf girl, his future development would be hard to imagine. A mage is a mage. The mere thought of having a mage in his domain made Thor excited. 2 days, he murmured and then made his decision. With 2 days to spare, he could easily reach his domain a bit later. No need to rush. With the decision made, Thor prepared to wait in Lauren City. 2 days passed quickly. Thor also took the opportunity to experience life in Lauren City. To be honest, Lauren City was indeed far inferior to Frostmoon Province. This was not just in the demeanor of the free people, but also in the living conditions. It was evident that Lauren City did not have an abundance of resources. After 20 years of development, it was clear that the Marquis here might not have invested much effort, but this was understandable. A Marquis sent to such a place would likely not be very motivated. On the right side of the municipal center, there was a slightly smaller building that, in comparison to the opulence of the municipal center, was undoubtedly much more modest. However, the foot traffic here was much higher. A large number of knights, many bearing noble crests, filled the area. Even someone like Thor from the Dressrosa family didn't stand out much here. Of course, that didn't mean he wasn't being noticed. As soon as Thor and his companions stepped inside, a servant quickly approached to greet them. "Welcome, esteemed knight. How may I assist you today?" The servant spoke with respectful tones, showing no sign of laxity. "I heard you have various slaves available for purchase. I need to buy a batch of agricultural slaves." Thor spoke in a calm manner, not immediately inquiring about the half-elf girl but instead addressing another matter, purchasing agricultural slaves. Development of a domain required more than just knights. Knights ensured safety and provided the necessary combat strength for pioneering. However, a large number of agricultural slaves were also needed for development. Construction and development naturally required labor, and without agricultural slaves, this was impossible. Certainly, our market is the largest slave market in the northern province. We have the strongest agricultural slaves, surely able to meet your needs. Please follow me. The servant smiled and led Thor forward. Thor nodded and followed with Ryan and Steve. Soon, under the servant's guidance, the three arrived at the basement. Magical crystals illuminated the space, revealing a series of iron cages containing figures bound by ropes. The slaves inside were small and emaciated, their faces pale and their eyes lifeless. Each face was filled with a numb expression, clearly not matching the servant's description of strong. However, Thor wasn't too concerned. The claims of slave traders were often exaggerated. Given the state of Lauren City's freemen, the slaves were unlikely to be in much better condition. As long as they were somewhat acceptable, that was enough. "Respected sir, our agricultural slaves are priced at 10 silver coins each for those over here, and 1 silver coin each for these. How many would you need?" The servant, showing no sign of embarrassment, continued respectfully, indicating the different groups of slaves. Thor sighed as he heard the prices. Even though he had anticipated high prices, he was still taken aback. In Frostmoon Province, an agricultural slave cost around 1 silver coin. Here, the price was 10 times that amount. Though there were also slaves priced the same as in Frostmoon Province, when Thor saw the 1 silver coin slaves, he couldn't help but twitch his mouth. The slaves in the lower price section were in even worse condition, emaciated and some even missing limbs. Thor shook his head. I'll take these, I need 500. After a brief contemplation, Thor specified his desired number. With over 400 knights at his command, he could theoretically manage thousands of agricultural slaves. However, considering his available funds and the undeveloped state of his domain, he had to be cautious. Funds were not unlimited. Although his father had supported him financially and he had accumulated some wealth on the journey, he only had a bit over 10,000 gold coins. While this was a considerable amount, it was not sufficient for extensive domain development. He needed to reserve funds for future developments and could not afford to spend excessively on agricultural slaves. As for the domain's condition, it was still untamed wilderness. Large numbers of people would face survival issues. All these factors had to be considered. Nevertheless, such a large transaction excited the servant immediately. Respected sir, I will process this for you right away. 500 agricultural slaves, totaling 5,000 silver coins, which is 50 gold coins. The servant's demeanor became even more respectful. 50 gold coins was indeed a significant transaction, and it might even promote him in his position, making him understandably thrilled. By the way, aside from these agricultural slaves, do you have any other slaves available? Thor asked casually, as if suddenly recalling something. Other slaves. Servant looked puzzled, but quickly his eyes brightened, realizing what was being asked. Of course, we have a new batch of high-quality female slaves arriving today. Would you like to see them? The servant responded with a smile. Female slaves, let's take a look. Thor pretended to ponder and then nodded in agreement. Please wait a moment. The servant hurriedly responded and left quickly. Thor waited with anticipation. After a short while, the servant returned. This time, he brought in a new batch of slaves. Compared to the previous batch, these slaves were indeed more presentable. They were tattered, but still managed to look somewhat appealing. Gulp, Ryan behind Thor couldn't help but swallow. Thor glanced over but didn't pay much attention. He had seen much more in his previous life. These female slaves were nothing special. Moreover, his goal wasn't these slaves. Let's see another batch. Thor spoke calmly. Of course, the servant quickly nodded and signaled for the change. Soon, a new batch was brought in. Respected sir, this batch is top quality, with many selected from within the kingdom, and the prices are very reasonable. The servant spoke respectfully. Next batch. Thor briefly scanned the new batch, shook his head, and requested more. The servant had no choice but to call for another change. After waiting a while, a new batch arrived. This batch was smaller, only about 20 or so compared to the previous batches. Thor's gaze swept over them and soon fixed on the third girl from the right. She was a girl in a gray cloth dress, her complexion quite ordinary, not standing out much among the group. As Thor's gaze fell on her, the girl, like the others, instinctively lowered her head. Respected sir, this is the final batch. If you are still not satisfied, a batch of orc female slaves will arrive in 7 days. The servant spoke in a low voice, showing nervousness. Female slaves were indeed priced higher than male slaves, and with 2 consecutive batches not meeting Thor's expectations, he wasn't hopeful. I'll take this one, and the first row, 5th and 7th from the right of the first batch, and the 3rd and 1st from the second row of the first batch, and the 3rd, 6th, and 12th from the left of the first row of the second batch. How much in total? Amidst his anxiety, Thor suddenly spoke. Hello, esteemed guest. You have spent a total of 120 gold coins. Since you have spent over 100 coins, you will become a distinguished guest of the Habsburg Chamber of Commerce. Please keep this, you can show it next time to enjoy a 10% discount. The attendant spoke with increasing respect. 100 gold coins was a substantial amount, and he could not afford to be negligent. Thank you. Thor nodded, then left with Ryan and the others. As for the farm slaves and female slaves, the knights would handle them next. After all, with hundreds of them, the 3 of them could not manage it alone. The reason the expenses exceeded 100 gold coins was due to the higher value of the 20 female slaves he selected. He had chosen the most beautiful ones from the 3 batches. The most expensive one cost as much as 5 gold coins, while the rest were worth at least 50 silver coins, such as the half-elf girl. Compared to the other female slaves, the half-elf girl was quite ordinary, with wounds on her body which naturally lowered her value. However, Thor was not overly concerned. The magical talent of the half-elf girl was worth more than any mere appearance. If not for the need for some attendance upon arriving at the territory, and the fact that having beautiful ones was also a pleasant sight, he would not have purchased any other female slaves. His primary goal was only the half-elf girl. Returning to the residence, Steve and Ryan soon brought back the knights with the farm slaves and female slaves. Despite leaving the slave market, most of the slaves were still blank-eyed. The female slaves were somewhat better, but only marginally. Unnoticed among the 20 female slaves was one with a very ordinary appearance whose eyes glinted with a glimmer of hope. This won't do, I have to find a way to escape, but the slave contract is still in that guy's hands. What should I do? Anna's thoughts raced anxiously. An accident had led to her capture by slave traders. To avoid being discovered, she used magic to conceal her appearance. However, this concealment would only last for 7 days, and after that it would automatically lift. If her half-elf identity was exposed, the consequences would be dire. Escape from the slave market seemed almost impossible. She had hoped someone would buy her so she could find a chance to flee. But the person who bought her turned out to be accompanied by hundreds of knights. Escape was simply a joke. If she did not escape, her magic would only last for 3 days at most. After that, her half-elf identity would be revealed. Thinking about the special preferences of the nobles, Anna shivered. She certainly did not want to face such a fate. Just as she was in panic, a figure entered the room. Sophia, Anna, Karen, Ryan called out. Anna's heart skipped a beat and she quickly stood up with the other 2 girls. Master needs you 3 to serve him. Follow me. Ryan spoke with unflinching eyes. Yes, the other 2 girls responded with joy while Anna stared wide-eyed, even instinctively considering using a spell to check if her disguise had failed. However, there was no time for her to think further. Ryan led them to where Thor was. Master, Ryan greeted respectfully. Let them in, Toll instructed. Yes. Ryan nodded and gestured for the 3 girls to enter. Anna entered with nervous anticipation, while the other 2 girls walked in with happy expressions. Master, the 2 girls greeted eagerly. Master, Anna, still anxious, hurriedly greeted as well. Rise, from today on you will be my personal maids. Thor spoke, glancing at Anna and then speaking gently. Yes, Master. The 3 girls quickly responded, with the other 2 showing even greater delight. The difference between maids and slaves was night and day. Slaves were merely playthings, while maids were something else entirely. Becoming a maid to such an important person was an excellent future for them. Anna, who had been nervous, felt a flicker of hope. She realized that becoming a personal maid might provide a way to get hold of the slave contract. A personal maid, after some time, she might really find a way. As for the concealment magic, becoming a personal maid of this noble, acquiring some materials for casting concealment magic should not be an issue. If necessary, she could delay it a bit longer. Serve me while I wash up. Oh, Anna, prepare the bath. I need a bath today. Thought instructed, then seemed to remember something and turned his gaze toward Anna. Upon hearing Thor's words, Anna instinctively did not respond immediately. What's wrong? Is there a problem? Thor asked with a faint smile. Now that he knew a bit about half-elves, he was aware that their appearances were generally very beautiful. The half-elf in front of him looked quite ordinary, suggesting that she was using concealment magic. Thor, familiar with this spell, couldn't help but tease her. No problem. Anna's face turned bright red and she quickly lowered her head. Then come along, Thor said and walked towards the bathroom. Anna's face flushed crimson and she struggled to follow him. Feeling the envious glances from the other 2 girls, Anna felt as if her face was on fire. In the bathroom, heavy armor was removed, revealing a bronzed, strong physique, making the inexperienced girl's face flush red almost to her neck, and her hand holding the towel trembled. Thor, however, paid no attention to this. His thoughts were swirling. He was contemplating how to win over the girl before him. Unlike the Guardian Knights, although the girl was his slave, it did not mean she had submitted to him. Gaining her submission would not be easy. Forcing her was clearly not an option. On one hand, as a transmigrator, he found such actions difficult to accept. On the other hand, such methods would have significant repercussions. He needed a better approach. Splash! The water flowed as the young girl moved clumsily, her trembling hands barely brushing over the surface. Her cheeks were flushed red and the color had spread to her neck. Meanwhile, the 18-year-old boy was deep in thought. Ideas flashed through his mind. After a while, the boy's face broke into a smile. At this moment, he had come up with a plan. It would be absurd for a modern person to impose himself on a medieval girl. His mind was now filled with countless ideas. Noticing that the girl was struggling, Thor chuckled softly. All right, you can go now, Thor spoke. The sudden words stunned the girl and she instinctively responded. Splash! The water moved as Thor abruptly stood up. The girl gasped in surprise and fled outside immediately. Sophia, Karen, come in, Thor called out, and the other 2 personal maids quickly entered the room. Thor dressed with their help and then walked out. At this moment, Anna couldn't help but feel her face redden as she avoided looking at Thor. Thor smiled but did not comment. Instead, he went straight to his study. Tomorrow, he planned to head to the territory, and today he needed to make thorough preparations. He also hoped to see if the daily information update at dawn would bring new details. As night fell, Thor prepared for the tasks ahead in his study. The 3 maids attended to him. Anna, from time to time, glanced at Thor. Her mind was constantly buzzing until after a while she managed to calm herself. However, her face still flushed as her thoughts drifted back to the earlier scene, the strong physique, the bronze skin, and the masculine aura. The thought of it made her cheeks redden again. Anna, you can't think like this. You still need to escape. Yes, Anna, you need to escape, she encouraged herself internally. The girl's emotions were stirred up, although she herself had not fully realized it. Of course, Thor was unaware of this. As time passed, dawn arrived. The daily information system refreshed as expected. Buzz, a ripple spread, and text appeared before his eyes. Thor scanned through the content until he had reviewed everything and then returned to his room to sleep. The night passed slowly. The new day dawned. Early in the morning, Thor instructed Steve to purchase supplies. Building a territory required more than just people. Seeds, tools, food, and various other items were needed. However, in the entire northern province, both the prices of slaves and other supplies were significantly higher. The price differences were almost tenfold for slaves and over 3 times for other goods. To be honest, if it weren't for the kingdom's laws, Thor would have considered returning to the Frostmoon province to buy supplies and bring them back. Unfortunately, this was just a thought. The Count of Engel and Rosabar hadn't chosen to do this, indicating it was nearly impossible. With such high prices, he had no choice but to accept it. As dusk approached, the group set off. Their destination was the main river valley. Compared to the scene upon arriving in Lauren City, the scale had now doubled. The addition of 500 slaves increased their numbers to nearly 1,000, and with the substantial supplies, the entire convoy stretched nearly 1,000 meters. It was a striking sight, but with hundreds of fully armored knights, no one dared entertain any thoughts. The journey was quite smooth. Even when encountering some ferocious beasts, they quickly retreated upon sensing the group. The only beast that charged, a wild boar, was swiftly dealt with by the knights. After traveling for about 10 days, they finally reached their destination. The main river valley lay at the northernmost part of the northern province. Compared to the cold north, this area, influenced by the main river, had a more suitable climate. The constant impact of the river had made the soil fertile and covered with aquatic plants. In the morning light, the gentle breeze against everyone's faces felt extremely pleasant. As the group arrived, seeing the vast and boundless plain, Thor's face showed satisfaction. Such a massive plain, if fully developed, could sustain hundreds of thousands of people. It was an ideal place. Thor had been a bit anxious initially. After all, it was just a rough map nobody knew for sure. Now it was evident that the choice was extremely correct. "Steve," Thor called out. "My lord." Steve quickly approached. "Gather all the slaves together," Thor instructed, his thoughts now more firmly set. "Yes, my lord." Steve nodded and promptly went to take care of it. "Let's go, Ryan, let's take a walk around the main river valley." After instructing Steve, Thor called Rain and began to walk through the valley. "Yes," Ryan nodded quickly. At this moment, his aura was that of an official knight. As expected, Ryan had officially become a knight just the day before, proving his exceptional talent. Thor had already grown accustomed to it. After all, the stronger Ryan was, the better it was for him. Under the sunlight, the two walked through the valley. It took about an hour for Thor to thoroughly inspect the area. The situation was even better than he had imagined. At this point, he didn't need to immediately build water management facilities, because the area affected by the river was only near the main river, and there was still a vast plain unaffected by flooding. It was sufficient for initial development. Moreover, the soil was dark brown and obviously fertile. It could be anticipated that even with preliminary farming, there would be a good harvest the following year. "My lord, the slaves have been gathered." As Thor was thinking, Steve approached with a respectful voice. "Good, let them start. First, fence off this area." Thor nodded, indicating the surrounding area. "Yes," Steve nodded quickly. Under Thor's command, the slaves began their work swiftly. Thor gathered the knights. With over 400 members, the knights represented a significant labor force that Thor would not overlook. While other nobles might see knights merely as a military force, Thor saw them as a valuable resource for construction. The speed at which 400 knights could work would surpass what even thousands of slaves could achieve. Thor had a plan for how to utilize them. As the knights assembled, they were astonished by Thor's announcement. Even Steve, his trusted right-hand man, could hardly believe his ears. "Lord, are you serious?" Steve stammered in disbelief. "You're offering to teach us the fierce eagle breathing method and giving other knights the opportunity to train. In this world, knights wield extraordinary power, and the breathing methods are keys to unlocking this power." While the fierce eagle breathing method may not be as prestigious as the majestic eagle breathing method, it was still an elite technique that could greatly increase one's chances of becoming a powerful Earth Knight. Steve's lips felt dry at the thought. "Of course it's true," Thor said calmly. "Steve, I have sword, and I want you to have a future as vast as mine. Knights, grand knights, and beyond. I hope you all become beings who traverse the land and soar through the skies." Thor's voice was warm and serious. He was not joking. For most, such a high-level breathing method would be a treasure to be guarded, but for Thor, it was just another resource. He planned to create a merit system. Those who earned enough merit could learn the fierce eagle breathing method, provided they kept it confidential. Steve and Ryan were the first chosen. Rain had just become official knight the day before, and Thor saw potential in him. Upon hearing Thor's words, Steve could finally believe it was not a dream. "Yes, my lord," Steve said, kneeling. "I swear to follow you to the death. Where your sword points, I will follow. By the goddess of life, I pledge my loyalty." Thor accepted the pledge without objection. The news quickly spread through the knights. Even though initially only Steve and Ryan were promised the fierce eagle breathing method, the opportunity extended to official knights and those who became knights as long as they made sufficient merit. The announcement was like a bombshell, sending waves of excitement and fervor through the entire knightly order. Even as Thor issued a series of orders for territory construction, there were no complaints. The knights eagerly joined the construction efforts. With the addition of 400 knights, especially the 36 official knights, construction progressed rapidly. Within just 3 days, the camp began to take shape, with wooden houses rising and the area enclosed by the slaves. At the center stood the foundation of a castle. If construction continued at this pace, the castle would be completed in less than half a month, along with the surrounding buildings. This was the result of having knights contribute to the work. Otherwise, relying solely on the slaves, it might have taken months or even half a year to reach this stage. Other pioneers often spent the first year or even the second without significant harvests, relying heavily on supplies from Lauren City, keeping prices high. However, Thor had prepared meticulously before leaving Dressrosa Castle. He had studied extensively and organized his memories, ensuring that he would have a harvest this year. The plan was to execute it step by step according to his preparations. As night fell and another day passed, Thor reviewed a simple map on a parchment, outlining his plans for the territory's development. The map featured a large castle at the center and a grid layout for the slaves and planting areas, exactly 500 plots. "It's time to act," Thor murmured, his eyes gleaming with determination. "Anna, oh yes, my lord." Anna hurried over, her habit of addressing him as master now becoming more natural. "Prepare my bath," Thor instructed calmly. "Yes, of course, my lord," Anna replied, lowering her head. At dawn, when the morning sun cast its light, the cleared area saw a gathering of enslaved laborers. Compared to when they were first purchased, these laborers now had a healthier appearance due to the regular food supply over the past 10 days, though this improvement was only physical. Most still showed a blank expression, their eyes lacking any light. The moment they became slaves, they had lost everything, with no hope or future in sight. Their existence was reduced to merely following orders. Today was no different. In the midst of this crowd, Thor appeared before the laborers. Despite his presence, the laborers showed no significant change in demeanor. However, as Thor raised his hand, several knights brought forward a fire pit and a wooden box. The box was opened to reveal parchment scrolls, slave contracts. Seeing these contracts, the laborers' expressions finally shifted, stirring a commotion among the 500 of them. Thor remained indifferent and gestured again. A knight stepped forward and presented some of the scrolls. Sabina, Born, Linus, Somalit, Saraid, Sabifia. As Thor called out each name, the crowd became increasingly agitated, especially those whose names were mentioned. "Step forward if your name was called," Steve instructed. Amidst the panic, those names stepped forward, falling to their knees with expressions of astonishment and fear. "Do not be anxious," Thor reassured them. "Because of your outstanding performance, I have decided that from today, you will no longer be slaves, but free citizens under the blessing of the Goddess of Life. May the Goddess of Life be with you." Thor's declaration was loud enough for everyone to hear, causing disbelief among the crowd, particularly those whose names were called. They wondered if they were dreaming. "Is it true, my lord?" one laborer asked, trembling, looking up at Thor. "Indeed it is," Thor affirmed solemnly, tossing the contracts into the fire. The fire blazed, consuming the contracts instantly. As the flames roared, the laborers who had stepped forward felt a sudden lightness as the oppressive force of the contracts dissipated. Their astonishment was palpable, and their thoughts seemed momentarily disoriented. Only after a few moments did the crowd erupt into chaos. "Oh my God, what is he doing? My goddess, this is unbelievable. The contracts, they're being burned." Voices of shock and amazement filled the air. The laborers who had previously been numb and devoid of hope were now overwhelmed with surprise and disbelief. Those who were freed felt a wave of exhilaration and joy. "Thank you, my lord," one of them said, prostrating on the ground. "May the Goddess of Life be with you. Your radiance shines as brightly as the sun." Others quickly joined in, expressing their gratitude and devotion. Thor watched with a smile, pleased with the outcome. His goal was to inspire and motivate the laborers, a stark contrast to the behavior of most nobles who would exploit slaves for their own benefit. To Thor, liberating the laborers was an investment in their productivity. For an initial expense of 50 gold coins, the return in productivity was well worth it. Without releasing all at once, Thor had created motivation among the laborers. The result was evident in their enthusiastic responses. As the crowd settled, Thor raised his hand to silence them. "May the Goddess of Life be with you all. From today, you are the people of the Eagle's Ridge. You will be given land, and for the next 6 months, I will provide you with food, seeds, and tools and teach you how to cultivate them. You will only need to pay a regular tax to the territory. Everything else will belong to you, my people. To those not yet freed, you will also receive land. However, it will temporarily belong to me. I promise that if you perform outstandingly in this year's cultivation, Each of you will have the chance to become a free citizen of the Eagle's Ridge, with land of your own. I look forward to the day you all become my subjects." Thor signaled and knights distributed wooden tokens. Each token was marked with values corresponding to land parcels. While the freed individuals received their land, the rest of the laborers still had their land under Thor's ownership. However, Thor's promise of future freedom and rewards was a significant incentive. The reaction among the laborers was one of immense excitement and anticipation. Even those who only received tokens were thrilled by the prospect of future opportunities. The scene was one of disbelief and elation, a stark contrast to their previous despair. With the liberation of the slaves complete, the next step was the grand construction plan. Unlike the initial somber mood, everyone was now visibly excited and hopeful for the future. Even though they were still slaves, the fact that some had been freed was a clear message. With enough effort, they too could achieve freedom and become citizens of the Eagle's Ridge. Such a temptation was greater than anything else. Under this motivation, Thor's policies were swiftly implemented. Thor's approach to construction differed greatly from that of most lords of the time. Drawing from memories of his past life, he meticulously planned and organized the development. In contrast to the chaotic layout of other territories, Eagle's Ridge was exceptionally well structured. He also set up numerous latrines, mandating that everyone use them for their needs, vastly improving the cleanliness of Eagle's Ridge. This wasn't just for tidiness, it was crucial for collecting manure, which was excellent organic fertilizer. As someone who had experienced rural life in his past life, Thor understood the value of this resource and wasn't going to miss the opportunity. Despite some confusion among the people, Thor's authority was absolute. No one dared to question him, not even the newly freed citizens. The knights were even less likely to voice dissent. With this organization, the construction of the territory progressed rapidly. Farmland was cleared, and numerous houses sprang up around the area. By the end of the first month, the outer areas were already completed, leaving only the interior construction, which Thor estimated would take another 3 months. By then, Eagle's Ridge would truly take shape. Building a castle was the key to completing the initial development of a territory. It typically took 3 to 5 years for pioneering knights to reach this stage, and sometimes even 10 years for some. Constructing a castle was no small feat, requiring thousands of workers, which was not easily attainable for pioneering knights. The cost of employing thousands of workers could run into hundreds or even thousands of gold coins, along with various other expenses. Such expenditure was beyond the reach of most knights, who were often merely baronial knights or wandering knights, not high-ranking nobles with substantial resources. Thor was different. He had his father's strong support, and had promised all knights the opportunity to learn the fierce eagle-breathing technique, which significantly boosted their enthusiasm. Even without further details, this promise motivated the knights immensely. The presence of knights was far superior to ordinary slaves, and the construction speed increased dramatically. This was crucial for Thor, whose goal was not just to develop the territory, but to complete the pioneering task and become a noble. The kingdom assessed territories every 10 years, and with only 3 years left until the next assessment, Thor aimed to complete the task and secure his status as a noble. As night fell, another day passed. The next morning, as the sun rose, Eagle's Ridge was once again immersed in intense construction. Thor, while inspecting his territory, was deep in thought about future developments. However, his contemplation was interrupted when Ryan rushed over. "My lord," Ryan called out, looking anxious. "What's wrong?" Thor asked, curious as he stopped in his tracks. "My lord, the elderly person you brought. He seems to be getting worse," Ryan spoke quickly. "Worse?" Thor's expression changed. "Let's go see," Thor said urgently, heading towards the room where the elderly man was being kept. Thor had invested a divine fruit and recently added a bottle of intermediate life potion to treat him. If the elderly man died now, Thor's investment would be wasted. The two of them moved quickly and soon arrived at the elderly man's room. Upon seeing him, Thor's face changed. The brown discoloration on the old man's face, which had previously receded, was spreading again. "Ryan, quickly get another bottle of life potion." "No, bring both bottles," Thor ordered, hesitating only briefly before deciding to use all his remaining intermediate life potions. "Yes, my lord." Ryan was shocked but quickly complied. Moments later, he returned with a wooden box containing the potions. "Administer these 2 bottles to him," Thor said, feeling a pang of regret. These were his last 2 intermediate life potions, originally meant for himself or his subordinates. However, given the urgency, he had no choice but to use them. Ryan nodded and promptly opened the box, administering the potions to the elderly man. After taking the intermediate life potions, the old man's toxin levels stabilized and began to recede. There was even a noticeable resurgence of life energy in him. Thor exhaled in relief. This was the last of his intermediate life potions. He had hoped to use one for himself to advance to a knight and the remaining 2 for his subordinates. Now all 3 had been used up. If the elderly man didn't recover, Thor would suffer a significant loss. Ensure he is well cared for. If anything happens, contact me immediately. Thor instructed, then prepared to leave. Yes, my lord. Ryan responded quickly. The 2 bottles of intermediate life potions had made Thor quite anxious. Over the next few days, he closely monitored the elderly man's condition. Fortunately, the old man's condition did not continue to deteriorate, but rather began to improve noticeably, with an increasing amount of life energy emanating from him. It was clear that he was likely to survive. Thor finally felt a sense of relief. As mentioned earlier, he had invested a significant amount in the old man. If he had died, it would have been a huge loss, which was something Thor did not want to see. Ryan, make sure he's well taken care of, Thor instructed after confirming the old man's improved condition. Yes, my lord, Ryan quickly agreed. Having checked on the elderly man, Thor refocused his attention on the construction of his territory. His primary concern was the development of Eagle's Nest. Under his meticulous planning, the pace of construction accelerated. The liberation of a few more slaves had invigorated the remaining ones, driving them to work with newfound enthusiasm. The month passed quickly. During this time, Eagle's Nest underwent significant changes. Farmlands were cleared, buildings sprang up, and even the crucial Eagle's castle began to take shape. It wouldn't be long before the castle was fully constructed. More importantly, the crops in the fields were thriving. Despite being planted later than usual, the wheat grew exceptionally well, surpassing expectations. In just a month, the wheat stalks had already reached an inch in height. The smiles of the people working in the fields grew more vibrant. They were filled with hope for the future. There was no need for supervision, as many of the slaves took the initiative to work the land early each morning. My lord is truly remarkable. Applying manure has made the wheat grow faster, one worker commented. Indeed, back in my homeland, it would take at least 2 months for wheat to grow this tall. It's only been a month, and it's already this healthy, another worker agreed. Such an incredible lord. Of course, our lord is favored by the goddess of life. By the way, have you heard? Heard what? I heard from one of the knights that our lord will free another batch of slaves in 3 months based on their performance. Really? Absolutely, I heard it too. Wow, our lord is so benevolent. May the goddess of life be with him. May the goddess of life be with our lord. On the land, conversations were filled with hope and excitement about the future. The previous numbness and despair had been replaced by a renewed sense of anticipation. At this moment, Eagle's Nest had transformed significantly compared to other pioneering knight territories, and this transformation was just the beginning. The upcoming changes were expected to be even more substantial. With his knowledge from a previous life, Thor's planning and construction for his territory far surpassed that of many nobles of this era. Even the highest-ranking nobles and the kingdom's elite could not match the knowledge Thor had as a time traveler. Moreover, each daily update provided Thor with valuable information on resource points that supported his actions. The potential changes and benefits from these resources were substantial. As morning passed and dawn approached, the familiar mechanical voice of the information system sounded. Ding, the information system has been updated. Would you like to open it? Thor responded with a soft voice. Open. Buzz. Daily information updated. 1. Within 50 miles of your territory, there is a group of timid goblins that controls a large iron mine. 2. In 3 days, a group of unicorns will pass through the upper valley of the main river. The unicorn leader has reached the peak of 2nd rank. 3. 3 miles to the left of Eagle's Ridge, there is a colony of moles. 4. 100 miles to the right, a spectral dragon has left its nest and is now occupied by a group of earth dragons, which have gathered treasures. 5. 1,000 miles from Lauren City in the Fallen Leaf Valley, there is a small iron mine guarded by goblins. 6. In 3 days. 7. In 7 days. The text revealed a wealth of resource points. Among the 10 options, most were valuable resources. Several, like the large iron mine controlled by timid goblins, were particularly enticing. Iron mines, especially large ones, were highly valuable in this era. Large iron mines often contained mithril, a magical material used to forge silver weapons. Even a count would be interested in such a resource. Thor was no exception. Securing the large iron mine would provide his territory with a stable and long-term economic foundation, which was invaluable. Besides the goblin-controlled iron mine, there were also the spectral dragon's lair and the unicorns. Each of these held significant value. However, achieving these goals would require time and careful planning. Most of the resource points were beyond Thor's current reach. For example, the spectral dragon's lair was occupied by earth dragons, which were formidable opponents. Earth dragons of adulthood were at least 3rd rank, with the dragon leader possibly reaching the 4th rank. Even Thor's father would have to tread carefully in such a situation. Dragons, even if only a fraction of their bloodline, were incredibly powerful and far beyond the capability of ordinary magical beasts. Only high-ranking Sky Knights stood a chance against them. Of course, there are resources beyond his current reach, but there are also those he can acquire right now. Among these are the 3rd, 5th, 7th, and 8th points, which are within his grasp. Even the 1st and 2nd points are potentially attainable. Thor's gaze swept over the 2nd and 1st points, ultimately settling on the 1st. Compared to unicorns, iron mines are undeniably more beneficial for the development of his territory. The only problem is the large goblin tribe. Typically, a large goblin tribe consists of at least 1,000 goblins, possibly even several thousand. Given his current strength, conquering such a tribe would be challenging. However, it is just a challenge. The immense value of the iron mine makes this challenge worth it. Apart from its use as currency, iron is crucial for territory construction and farmland development. As previously mentioned, it can also become a major economic pillar for Eagle. This is extremely important. Currently, Eagle Ridge is still struggling financially. Relying solely on agriculture may not be sufficient for territorial development. For the territory to have a prosperous future, establishing its own industry is paramount. This is the best option. Even if it requires some sacrifice, it is best to secure it as soon as possible. Night deepened. Thor finally made up his mind. As the morning sunlight poured in, Thor summoned Steve as soon as he got up. "My lord." Steve greeted respectfully. "Gather some men and scout the area 50 miles east of my territory. There seems to be a tribe of timid goblins there. I want to know exactly how many there are." Thor issued his order. "Yes, my lord." Steve was a bit surprised but quickly nodded in agreement. Having witnessed his lord's extraordinary decisions before, he had no objections this time either. As Steve left, Thor began to wait. If he wanted to seize the iron mine, he needed to be fully prepared. The first step was to understand the number of timid goblins in that tribe. If there were only 1,000 or so, the 400 knights could easily handle them. But if there were thousands, other methods would need to be considered. "Hopefully there aren't too many," Thor muttered, his expression contemplative. Meanwhile, Steve quickly led a team to scout the area 50 miles east. The scouting took about 3 days. 3 days later, Steve hurried back with astonishing news. The number of goblins in the eastern tribe far exceeded his expectations. Even from the initial scouting, Steve confirmed that there were over 3,000 to 4,000 goblins, possibly 5,000 to 6,000. This number was shocking even to Thor. Goblins are among the weakest of the beastmen, the lowest tier of any beastman tribe. Timid goblins are even weaker within goblin tribes. However, numbers matter. With thousands, even timid goblins become formidable. With just over 100 apprentice knights and less than 40 official knights, Thor knew that conquering them would be costly, if even possible. More importantly, it would be almost impossible for 400 men to completely eliminate several thousand goblins. Any survivors would continually harass the iron mine, potentially attracting other goblins or beastmen. That would be disastrous. Eagle Ridge could not currently withstand attacks from other beastmen. In his room, Thor furrowed his brow. Steve stood quietly by, not interrupting. "Steve, do you have any ideas on how to deal with those goblins without letting them escape, at least not on a large scale?" Thor asked after pondering for a moment, his gaze turning to Steve. Steve hesitated, then shook his head, unable to come up with a solution. "No, my lord," Steve admitted. "All right, you may go. I need to think." Thor waved Steve away, not expecting him to have a solution. Steve had potential, but he was still lacking in other areas, which was understandable. The initial phase of territorial development required primarily martial prowess, which was why Count Angel Dressrosa had chosen knights with good potential for him. Other talents would likely be selected for him once he became a baron and returned to the family. "Yes, my lord." Steve bowed and left. After Steve's departure, Thor left the room, walking through the territory deep in thought. Territory now resembled a small town, bustling with life. People's faces were filled with vitality and hope. "My lord, lord of the territory, master, master." Voices of respect greeted him as he walked, whether from knights, commoners, or serfs. The contrast to when he first arrived was stark, especially the serfs, whose eyes were filled with fervor. "Have you heard? The lord will pardon more serfs in 3 months. I wonder if I'll be among them. I heard. I hope I am too. Then I can become a free citizen of Eagle Ridge. I don't know if I have a chance." Amidst the chatter, a smile appeared on Thor's face. As his smile spread, a sudden idea struck him. He paused, considering a solution that could ensure victory. His thoughts raced, his gaze falling on the laboring serfs, his smile widening. To secure the iron mine, Thor had considered many options. The simplest method was to return to the Dressrosa family and ask his father for help. A large iron mine is incredibly valuable, capable of enticing even a count. He was confident his father would gladly seize the opportunity to gain the mining rights. However, this thought only lasted for a moment before he dismissed it. It wasn't that he was unwilling to ask for help, there were many reasons for his reluctance. As a pioneering knight, he wasn't allowed to return to his family until he became a baron. Additionally, the family wouldn't provide ongoing support until then. Even though Count Angel Dressrosa might support him for such a valuable mine, this would undoubtedly lower his father's opinion of him. Furthermore, a large iron mine wasn't unattainable for him. The only issue was dealing with thousands of goblins. If he had to rely on his father for such a problem, how could he handle future issues in the territory? Constantly leaning on the family wouldn't make him a competent leader. Count Angel Dressrosa had already provided substantial support, and this time Thor wanted to solve the problem on his own. The main challenge was figuring out how to eliminate or contain the goblins. Cowardly goblins typically flee in large numbers when threatened. Even with his 400-strong knight group, it would be impossible to completely eliminate the thousands of goblins or even contain most of them. If too many escaped, news of the mine would spread. Proximity to Lauren City meant that even low-level orcs or other goblin tribes would cause significant trouble if they discovered the mine. Thor needed a plan to minimize the number of escaping goblins and suppress any leaks about the mine's existence. He pondered over this for a long time but couldn't come up with a good solution until he noticed the enthusiastic serfs. An idea struck him: use the serfs. Cowardly goblins are the weakest of all orcs, often serving as food for other goblins. An average adult male could handle 2 or 3 with a weapon. Given the goblins' numbers, why not mobilize enough serfs? With thousands of serfs and 400 knights, they could potentially eradicate the goblins completely. He estimated that 30 serfs would suffice, costing only 300 gold coins, a manageable expense given his remaining thousands of gold coins, despite recent expenditures on supplies and territory construction. With this plan in mind, Thor summoned Steve and also called for Ryan. Lord, they both greeted respectfully. Ryan, prepare a few official knights and bring all the apprentice knights. We're heading to Lauren City to procure supplies. You will accompany me, Thor instructed. Steve, you'll oversee the territory's construction in my absence. Both nodded and accepted their tasks. Also, Steve, go to Anna and get the items in the second cabinet of my room. I expect you to become a grand knight by the time I return, Thor added. Yes, Lord, thank you, Lord. I won't let you down, Steve replied, clearly excited. Steve wasn't sure what the item was, but knew it would help him progress significantly. It was a divine wood fruit Thor had obtained 10 days earlier, which had a high probability of helping Steve break through to a grand knight. If Steve could achieve this, their chances of success would increase. Anna, a recently trusted maid, had also proven herself. Thor intended to keep her close, confident she would soon be wholly loyal to him. With these thoughts, Thor dismissed the 2 men to prepare for their tasks. Half an hour later, the group gathered. Thor, Ryan, and over 100 knights set off grandly for Lauren City. This time, the journey took only 5 days, faster than the previous 10 days since they weren't slowed down by 500 serfs and large amounts of supplies. If they had hurried, they could have made it in 3 days, but there was no need for such haste. On the 6th day, they entered Lauren City, which seemed busier than a month ago, possibly due to an increase in pioneering knights or other reasons. Thor's entrance drew more attention than before. Under the setting sun, many eyes turned their way. Oh my, isn't that the Dressrosa family crest? Yes, I recognize the eagle emblem. No wonder, a Count's pioneering knight group with so many knights. Amidst the murmurs of admiration were also expressions of indifference and even hostility. The Tulip Kingdom is home to countless nobles, though most are only barons or viscounts. Achieving the rank of earl is considered high nobility within the kingdom. The Dressrosa family, as a newly established earldom, naturally has many adversaries. However, these adversaries are of little concern to Thor. In the Frost Moon province, he might need to consider them more carefully. But in the chaotic northern province, with his current strength, he only needs to avoid conflict with the Marquis of the region. He has no worries about antagonizing other nobles. With nearly 40 official knights and over 100 apprentice knights, Thor's force might not sweep the entire northern province, but it surpasses 70% of the local lords. If Steve breaks through to become a Grand Knight, Thor's power will exceed 90% of the pioneering lords. Even some titled nobles might not compare. Moreover, his territory houses an unconscious figure who is at least at the pinnacle of Earth Knight, possibly even a Sky Knight. Therefore, he has no cause for concern. Ignoring the voices around him, Thor led his knight brigade into Lauren City, quickly locating the place where they had previously settled and setting up camp again. As dusk fell and night approached, it became clear that neither purchasing serfs nor buying supplies could be done that day. Those tasks would have to wait until tomorrow. Thor wasn't in a hurry and settled in for the night. As midnight arrived, the daily information system updated as usual. Buzz, daily information updated. 1. In your territory, within 50 miles, there is a timid goblin settlement that controls a large iron mine. 2. 7 days later, a herd of unicorns will pass upstream of the main valley, led by a second-tier peak unicorn. 3 miles to the left of Eagle Ridge, there is a goblin settlement. For 100 miles to the right, an spectral dragon has left its nest, now occupied by a group of earth dragons, holding its treasures. 5. 1,000 miles from Lauren City. 6. Tomorrow, on the west side of Lauren City, an old man will be selling a treasure map, which is actually a trap set by hurricane bandits. 7. Rachos Assad is secretly smuggling a batch of flammable oil from the southern Moon province in his shop. To avoid detection, he is seeking a buyer. By tomorrow night, he will have found one and will make a significant profit. Scanning through the information, Thor noticed several previously mentioned pieces of information, but was particularly interested in a few new ones. For example, he hadn't expected to find a scam like the treasure map trap in this world. Thor's attention was also drawn to the seventh piece of information. Flammable oil. Muttering to himself, Thor's eyes gleamed. During his journey to the northern province, Thor had learned much about this world. Flammable oil, a crucial strategic material, was something he knew well. This material, extracted safely only in the southern moon province, has a rapid combustion effect, similar to the oil from Thor's previous world but even more flammable. As such, flammable oil is an extremely important strategic resource, difficult for even nobles to obtain. Thor was surprised to find information about flammable oil here and that someone had smuggled it in. This revelation brightened his eyes. With flammable oil, his upcoming plans would proceed much more smoothly. Rachos Assad, the Assad family. Frowning slightly, Thor pondered. He recalled information about the Assad family. Like the Dressrosa family, the Assads were also earls, but their status was somewhat higher. The Assad family had been established for nearly 700 years and had 5 known Earth Knights, compared to the Dressrosa family's 2. Additionally, there was significant tension between the Assad and Dressrosa families, though not to the point of being mortal enemies. Obtaining flammable oil from the Assad family wouldn't be easy, as they might not be willing to sell to him. Ryan, Thor called out. Ryan quickly entered, having stayed close by even during the night. Tomorrow, find out as much as you can about Rachos Assad. I need this information quickly. Thor issued his command. Yes, my lord, Ryan nodded respectfully. Having instructed Ryan, Thor began to train. His talent wasn't exceptional. Despite traveling for quite some time and Ryan having already advanced to knight, Thor remained at the mid-stage apprentice knight level. He hadn't reached the late-stage knight, let alone an official knight. This was understandable given his low innate talent, even with the benefits of life essence and razor fish, which had only slightly improved his abilities. He was far from matching top talents like Ryan. In information reports, Ryan had become a Sky Knight, a talent higher than Thor's father, Count Engel Dressrosa, and possibly significantly so. Some Sky Knights might not have as much talent as Ryan. Thus, Thor had no illusions about his own prowess. This world values martial strength, but with the daily information system, Thor believed his cultivation would eventually catch up. There was no need to rush. Morning sunlight filtered in. At dawn, Ryan set out to gather information on Rachos Assad. By noon, he returned. How did it go? Thor asked as Ryan entered. My lord, I've gathered the information. Rachos Assad is the 9th son of the current head of the Assad family and is not highly regarded. He came to Lauren City for trade and currently runs a small shop. Ryan respectfully conveyed what he had learned. Thor listened intently. After a moment, he exhaled and smiled. Let's pay a visit to Mr. Rachos Assad. Thor's gentle voice prompted action. Yes, Ryan responded promptly. On the western side of Lauren City, in a sizable house, Rachos Assad was pacing back and forth, his face filled with worry. As a descendant of the Assad family, being an illegitimate child meant he did not receive much attention from the family. Even his father, the current head of the Assad family, did not like this son born unexpectedly from a maid. Even though Rachos Assad became an apprentice knight before turning 18, his situation remained unchanged. He didn't get the opportunity to serve the family loyally, nor did he get to be in charge of various Assad caravans like his siblings. He only had a small shop in Lauren City. Good heavens, it was Lauren City. Never mind that it was located in the recently developed and impoverished northern province. Even the shop was pitifully small. Frankly, he was extremely unwilling. But what could he do? He didn't have the courage to become a pioneering knight, so he had no choice but to follow the family's orders and go to Lauren City to take over that small shop. However, upon accepting reality and arriving in Lauren City, he found the situation even more difficult than he had imagined. The entire commerce of Lauren City was almost monopolized by the Habsburg Chamber of Commerce. Selling supplies was nearly impossible for him. In half a year, he had almost exhausted the gold coins he brought, yet the shop's revenue still amounted to only a few dozen silver coins. At this rate, forget about running the business well. Even surviving was going to be a huge problem. Thus, 3 months ago, when he discovered that the entire northern province seemed to lack some special supplies, he had a bold idea, smuggling some special supplies into the northern province to sell, especially military supplies. Given the crisis in the northern province, those items should sell well. Coincidentally, the Assad family was engaged in trade, and even though he was not highly regarded, he was still the son of the current head of the Assad family. Getting some items wasn't too difficult. With the idea in mind, he naturally took action. His first target was flammable oil. Compared to other military supplies, flammable oil wasn't very expensive and was more practical. It could be used in various environments. In his view, 10 pounds of flammable oil cost him about 10 silver coins from the family, and he could sell it for 50 to 100 silver coins in the northern province, at least 10 times the price. More importantly, due to the special nature of flammable oil, it could be mixed with ordinary water, extracted upon arrival in Lauren City, thus avoiding border patrol checkpoints. Indeed, it was as he expected. 7 days ago, the first batch of flammable oil was transported over. 3 days ago, he had already extracted the flammable oil, but at this point a problem arose: finding a suitable buyer. Yes, a suitable buyer. He thought flammable oil would be in high demand, but that was just his assumption. In reality, buyers were hard to find, especially a trustworthy trading partner. An even greater challenge: smuggling supplies, especially such critical ones, was no joke if exposed. Had he been a noble, it would be different. Unfortunately, he wasn't, and he would definitely end up on the gallows. His father likely wouldn't save him either. At this moment, he regretted being too impulsive. His figure continued pacing. The worry on his face remained. After a while, Rachos Assad finally looked at the night attendant beside him. That was one of his few most loyal night attendants. Ram, is that person really trustworthy? He spoke with a hint of concern. My lord, that person is trustworthy. Moreover, he doesn't have a noble title, and his backing is merely a baron. Even if it gets exposed, we can deny it. No one can prove those items are from us, and no one can prove those items are flammable oil, right? Ram spoke respectfully. Indeed, hearing Ram's words and thinking about his own preparations, Ratchus couldn't help but relax a bit. But just as he was relaxing, a servant quickly ran over. Master, Knight Thor Dressrosa requests to meet with you. The servant spoke respectfully and then handed over a note. Thor Dressrosa, from the Dressrosa family. Rachos Assad was taken aback, frowning slightly in confusion. He was well aware of his family's situation. The Dressrosa family was not very friendly with them. The sudden visit from a member of the Dressrosa family puzzled him. Let him in, prepare the room. Rachos Assad frowned for a moment, but eventually nodded. Noble etiquette prevented him from refusing. He was also curious about the purpose of this visit. Soon, Thor and Ryan were ushered into the room by the servant. Honorable Rachos Assad, I apologize for the intrusion. Here is a small gift, please don't mind. Thor spoke with a smile, signaling Ryan to present a wooden box. The servant received it and handed it to Rachos Assad. Knight Thor Dressrosa, you are too kind. Rachos Assad smiled and casually opened the box, intending to close it as usual, but upon seeing the contents, his actions froze. His pupils dilated instantly. Bang, the box fell and he stood up abruptly, his expression shifting as he looked at Thor. You instinctively, he spoke, but words failed him momentarily. Lord Rachos, no need to be nervous. I am here to discuss business, nothing else. Thor's gentle voice sounded, his demeanor still calm and smiling, seeing Thor's smile. Rachos Assad took a deep breath, suppressing his panic and tension. He waved his hand, signaling everyone to leave. Once everyone left the room, he turned his gaze to Thor. Business, Knight Thor Dressrosa, this doesn't look like a way to discuss business. He spoke with a low tone, a hint of coldness, his eyes showing a glimmer of ferocity. No, Lord Rachos, you misunderstood. I mentioned I came for business, and it indeed is business. For instance, I can buy 500 pounds of that item. I can purchase 500 pounds of that material. Thor's voice remained calm, even though he sensed a hint of murderous intent from Rachos Assad. He was unperturbed, confident that a mere disfavored offspring of the Assad family posed no threat. Moreover, Thor trusted that Rachos wouldn't act rashly, and indeed Rachos visibly trembled at Thor's words. What did you say? Rachos blurted out, disbelief coloring his features. You know very well what I said, Lord Rachos, Thor replied, his smile unwavering. Are you serious? Rachos took a deep breath, trying to steady himself before asking again. Here's 50 gold coins, Thor said, placing the coins on the table. Consider it a deposit. Rachos's breathing grew heavy at the sight of the gold, his expression shifting rapidly between hesitation and greed. 500 gold coins were a tempting offer, yet he was wary. Thor was from the Dressrosa family, and Rachos feared a trap. Sensing Rachos's dilemma, Thor smiled and spoke more seriously. Lord Rachos, if I'm not mistaken, you aren't favored by your family. Your coming-of-age gift was merely this small shop in Lauren City. Do you really want to stay here forever? What do you mean? Rachos's face darkened, perceiving an insult. No, you've misunderstood, Thor said, waving his hand. I mean we can cooperate. Cooperate. Rachos's interest was piqued. Yes, cooperate. My lands require many supplies for construction. The Habsburg Chamber of Commerce is bleeding me dry with their prices, which are 10 times the market rate. It's an affront to the goddess of life. Thor's indignation made Rachos's mouth twitch. Lord Thor, it's true they are exploiting us, but you must remember that the Habsburg Chamber of Commerce belongs to Marquis Raymond. Neither you nor I, nor even our families, can contend with a marquis, Rachos said with a sigh. No, you misunderstand again. I don't intend to fight the Habsburg Chamber of Commerce. You give your friend Thor Dressrosa some materials, and as a friend, I give you gold in return. It's a normal exchange between friends, right? Just like this time, my friend Lord Rachos gifted me some precious life essence, and I gave him 50 gold coins. As long as we aren't trading slaves, the Habsburg Chamber of Commerce won't care. Thor's explanation made Rachos understand. His expression turned mocking. Lord Thor, you truly are clever. You want me to smuggle for you while bearing all the risk. If caught, I'll be the one punished, not you. I'm sorry, but I'm not interested in such a partnership. Ram, see Lord Thor out. Rachos stood, signaling the end of the meeting. Goodbye, Lord Rachos, Thor said, turning to leave, but he paused at the door. Oh, one more thing. Lord Rachos, you might not know this, but I am Angel Dressrosa's ninth son. My father has entrusted me with a grand knight, 50 official knights, and hundreds of apprentice knight. I am confident I'll pass the kingdom's examination. I thought you would be eager to partner with a future baron. It seems I was mistaken. Farewell. Thor turned to leave without hesitation. What? Rachos was stunned. A grand knight, 50 official knights, and hundreds of apprentice knight. He understood what that meant. Lord Thor, wait, Rachos called out urgently. If you doubt me, you can visit Eagle Ridge, Thor replied, his smile confident. Seeing Thor's assured demeanor, Rachos' emotions churned, disbelief, suspicion, envy, and jealousy. He envied Thor's position and opportunities, but he quickly suppressed these feelings, knowing what he needed. Exhaling deeply, Rachos forced a smile. You're right, Lord Thor, my friend. This is merely a gift between friends. The life essence you need will be delivered tomorrow. Where should we meet? Rachos' tone was now warm like an old friend. Thank you, my friend. I think the Maple Leaf Estate, 50 miles outside Lauren City, would be perfect, Thor said, relieved. Indeed, it is perfect. Rachos agreed. How about at dusk? Of course, my friend. Inside the room, Rachos dismissed Ram, and after a lengthy discussion that lasted an hour, Thor emerged from Rachos' presence with a satisfied smile. This time, not only had he acquired a large quantity of flammable oil, but he had also secured a cooperation agreement with Rachos Assad. Despite being an overlooked member of the Assad family, Rachos could still mobilize substantial resources due to his family's commercial background. This new avenue would make future acquisitions much easier for Thor. As for the issue of smuggling, the kingdom's laws only punished smugglers, not buyers. In a world ruled by nobles, laws were rarely designed to constrain them, and smuggling was often a trade reserved for the wealthy. The reason Rachos agreed was simple. The promise Thor made was tempting. If Rachos could become a baron within 3 years, the rewards from establishing this trade route would be immense. Even aside from this, addressing his current situation was reason enough for Rachos to agree. The previous hesitation stemmed from the fact that Thor was from the Dressrosa family and Rachos from the Assad family. However, the allure of the deal outweighed such concerns. Ryan, take the gold and 30 knights to the Maple Leaf Estate to retrieve the items, Thor instructed, addressing Rain. Understood, Ryan nodded quickly. After giving the instructions, Thor headed towards the Habsburg Chamber of Commerce. He hadn't forgotten his original purpose for the visit. While the flammable oil was a pleasant surprise and would help refine his plans, he still needed to purchase some slaves to ensure everything was in order. Entering the Habsburg chamber, Thor was greeted by a cheerful attendant. Sir Thor Dressrosa, welcome, the attendant exclaimed, slightly out of breath but eager. Thor had spent 120 gold coins during his last visit, making him a valued customer. Even though the attendant had been promoted, he still remembered Thor well. Oh, what a coincidence, Thor said with a smile. I'm here to purchase more serfs. How many do you have available? Sir Thor, we have plenty of slaves. How many do you need this time? The attendant asked, leading Thor to the lower levels. With the flicker of crystal lights, rows of slaves appeared. This time I need some stronger ones. The slaves you provided last time were too weak. They couldn't even defeat a small green goblin, and 500 of them nearly perished, Thor said with a sigh, showing his frustration. The attendant winced at Thor's criticism, internally cursing the situation. Well, Sir Thor, those were already quite strong, but as a valued guest we will meet your needs. We have a new batch of serfs that are even stronger. They only need some buckwheat daily to survive. They might not handle green goblins well, but they can manage timid goblins. The only issue is the price. The attendant waved his hand and soon new slaves were brought in. Compared to the previous batch, these slaves were visibly stronger. Not bad. How many do you have? Thor asked with satisfaction. 30 silver coins each. If you buy in bulk, we can offer a discount, the attendant replied cautiously. How much of a discount can you offer? My territory has been overrun by pesky green goblins. I need many serfs to clear them out, Thor said with feigned frustration. Hearing this, the attendant's expression brightened. If you purchase 500, we can offer them at 28 silver coins each, he said after some thought. No, you might not have understood me correctly. I don't need 500 or 1,000, I need 3,000, Thor clarified. The attendant's eyes widened in shock, his breathing becoming uneven. 3,000, how much do you want to pay? He stammered. 20 silver coins each. I'll buy 3,000 without further discounts, Thor stated with a calculated hesitation. Please wait, the attendant exclaimed. I need to report this. He quickly left to consult with the Habsburg Chamber's manager. A deal of this size, 3,000 serfs at 20 silver coins each, totaling 600 gold coins, was significant even for the Habsburg chamber. The attendant hurriedly reported the news to the manager, who was equally shocked. The manager soon arrived. "Respected Sir Thor Dressrosa, we accept your terms," the manager said respectfully. "As a valued guest, we will give you a discount. For 3,000 high-quality serfs, you only need to pay 540 gold coins. Thank you very much," Thor replied with a smile, accepting the deal. Saving money was always beneficial, especially when the standard price was 10 times higher. "You are too kind," the manager said. "Do you have any other needs?" "Not at the moment." "I will return if I need anything else," Thor replied with a smile. "By the way, Sir Thor, there will be an auction in Lauren City 3 months from now. Valuable life potions will be auctioned. If you have time, please attend," the manager added, offering an invitation. "An auction in 3 months," Thor said, showing interest. "Thank you for the information. If I'm free, I'll definitely attend." Thor didn't refuse the invitation. With access to a daily information system, attending the auction might present a chance to find something valuable. After purchasing the serfs, which cost 540 gold coins, Thor also acquired a large amount of supplies, particularly food. With the addition of 30 new people, the population of his territory had risen from nearly 10 to close to 40, and the consumption of resources had increased significantly. In fact, the consumption of food was the biggest concern. Each person required 0.4 to 0.5 pounds of food daily. For 30 people, that meant 200 pounds per day or 36 pounds per month. Food prices in the northern provinces had almost tripled. Buckwheat, which cost about 3 copper coins per pound in the Frostmoon province, was priced over 10 copper coins per pound there, and sometimes even soared to 12 copper coins. Wheat was even more expensive. In Frostmoon province, wheat was about 10 copper coins per pound, while in the northern provinces it was 50 copper coins. The monthly cost for 30 people, even for just buckwheat, amounted to at least 360 copper coins, which was over 600 silver coins or 36 gold coins. If wheat was required, the cost would exceed 180 gold coins just for 1 month. Over a year, this would be over 10 gold coins, a sum that even a typical Viscount's family might struggle to support. Most pioneers could not sustain such costs, which is why meeting the kingdom's evaluation standards was so challenging. However, Thor could manage for now. His father, Count Angel Dressrosa, had provided a significant amount of gold, more than 10 coins, enough to cover not just 1 year but even 2 years of expenses. With iron mines available, economic issues would also be less of a concern. In the evening, Ryan returned with several knights. The flammable oil was brought back, and the 30 strong and healthy slaves from the Habsburg chamber were also delivered. The next day, the group set off again, this time with a larger scale compared to their first trip to Eagle's Ridge. They did not encounter any magical beasts along the way. Since the area had already been harvested, there were no new updates from the daily information system. After 10 days, they successfully returned to Eagle's Ridge. The arrival of over 30 people quickly stirred the entire territory. The original 500 inhabitants were understandably nervous. With their numbers expanding 7-fold to 500, it was impossible not to feel the pressure. Thor was unconcerned about their anxiety. Upon returning to the camp, he promptly summoned Steve. When Steve arrived, his expression was one of joy. The fluctuations of life energy around him were significantly stronger, indicating he had made a critical breakthrough. "Steve, you've advanced?" Thor asked with a smile. "Yes, my lord." Steve responded with gratitude and excitement. He had expected to take years or even a decade to reach the level of Grand Knight. To his surprise, following Thor, he achieved this in just a few months, which felt like a dream. "Well done," Thor praised. "It seems you haven't let me down. Spend the next few days stabilizing your advancement. In 3 days, we'll start our operation. Also, make sure to gather more detailed information about the Goblin tribe. I need precise details," Thor added solemnly. "Yes, my lord," Steve quickly agreed. With Steve's breakthrough confirmed, Thor's last bit of concern faded. The remaining task was to prepare for the operation. 3 days passed swiftly. During this time, Steve fully consolidated his advancement to Grand Knight and obtained a clearer understanding of the large, timid goblin tribe. The tribe likely consisted of 50 to 60 goblins, fewer than initially feared but still a substantial number. In the room, Steve and Ryan gathered with Thor. "Let's get ready to move," Thor commanded. "Are all the weapons prepared?" "Yes, my lord, everything is ready." Steve responded respectfully. "Good, then let's set off." Thor nodded, feeling some excitement. This would be his first battle in the expanding territory. If successful, acquiring the iron mine would greatly accelerate the development of the territory and be of immense significance. "Yes, my lord." Steve and Ryan responded eagerly, and they quickly prepared to leave. As they approached, over 30 serfs in Eagle's Ridge were gathered together. News of the territory's expansion had spread, and even the new serfs were filled with excitement and anticipation. The opportunity to possibly gain freedom, though slim, was enough to ignite hope. During these 3 days, the serfs worked with unprecedented diligence. When their lord called upon them, no one dared to be complacent. Each person gathered with hope, curiosity, and nervousness. A little over a month ago, some serfs had been granted freedom, making them hopeful that the same might happen again. Despite the promised freedom still being a month away, the anticipation was palpable. As Thor, the Lord of Eagle's Ridge, approached from afar, the serfs and knights greeted him with reverence and respect. "My lord, master," the voices rang out as knights and serfs bowed respectfully. Thor ascended the platform amidst the collective gaze of anticipation and hope from his people. On the high platform, Thor observed the expressions of the serfs below, and a smile appeared on his face. This was the result he had hoped for. He hadn't acted immediately upon his return, as he needed time to prepare and let the information spread. Mobilizing a group of apathetic people wasn't easy, but once hope was kindled, mobilization became much simpler. "By the grace of the goddess of life, I will give you a chance for a new beginning," Thor announced. "You will once again bask in the light of the goddess of life. Today, I am launching an expansion war against a goblin tribe. I promise that anyone who kills 3 timid goblins in this war will be given the opportunity to shed their serf status. If you kill 10 goblins, not only will I grant you freedom, but I will also allow you to join the reserve trainee knight corps and give you the chance to become a knight. Will you fight alongside me?" Thor's voice, amplified by life energy, resonated in everyone's ears. Instantly, the eyes of all 500 people turned red. This was especially true for the 300 new serfs. Even the original 500 were deeply moved. Although Thor had previously promised that diligent work could lead to freedom, the specifics were unclear. This time, however, he had provided a clear path and attainable goals. 3 timid goblins might be challenging, but it was an achievable target, and the promise of becoming a knight made the prospect even more enticing. The thought of becoming a knight, a genuine possibility for ascending to nobility, was thrilling. Such an offer was enough to drive anyone, even free citizens, to madness. At this moment, Eagle's wrist was abuzz with excitement. "Master, master, we are willing to fight with you." The roar of 500 voices filled the air, and every person's breathing grew heavier with anticipation. "Good, I, the Lord of Eagle's Ridge, have heard your response. May the goddess of life bless you." Thor nodded and waved his hand. Immediately, reserve trainee knights began distributing the weapons Thor had purchased in Lauren City. These weapons had cost a significant amount of gold, but they were necessary for the current situation. As the weapons were handed out, the 500 serfs and the previously freed individuals were filled with excitement. "Let's set off." Thor, inspired by the hopeful and excited gazes, drew his knight's sword and spoke. At this moment, he was full of confidence, envisioning victory. With a grand knight, over 30 official knights, more than 100 apprentice knights, over 200 trainee knights, and 500 serfs, facing only 50 to 60 timid goblins seemed manageable. He was confident that with the aid of flammable oil, they could leave no goblins behind and eliminate future threats. The troops set out in grand formation, heading towards the large goblin tribe. The distance of several dozen miles was covered quickly, and by the next day they were approaching the goblin stronghold. Thor signaled for everyone to halt and quickly issued orders. He commanded 30 men to surround the goblin tribe in a fan shape. His strategy was straightforward. The main Knight Corps would directly assault the goblin tribe, while flammable oil was used to ignite the entire goblin stronghold. After causing chaos, they would then proceed to clean up the remaining goblins. With 400 knights engaging in the slaughter and 500 serfs surrounding them, it was crucial to act swiftly to ensure no goblin could escape. "Ryan, these people are under your command. I will assign 3 knights, 30 apprentice knights, and 100 reserve trainee knights to follow your orders. Don't let me down." Thor looked at Ryan, who nodded with excitement. This was his first time leading the Knight Corps, and with over 30 serfs, it showed Thor's immense trust in him. His nervousness was mixed with enthusiasm. "Steve," Thor then turned to Steve. "Yes, my lord," Steve responded respectfully. "Check the supplies and the flammable oil. We depart in 2 hours." "Understood," Steve quickly agreed. Steve and Ryan swiftly went to work. Ryan led the 30 men to spread out and surround the area while Steve inspected the supplies and equipment. 2 hours later, Thor mounted his warhorse and the more than 200 knights did the same. "Victory is ours." Thor's voice rang out. "Victory, victory." The response from the 200 knights echoed back as they charged like a fierce wind towards the goblin stronghold. The ground trembled violently under the charge of the knights, and the distance of several miles was quickly covered. The commotion soon alerted the timid goblins. In a mine's underground cavern, several larger goblins gathered, more robust than the average timid goblin. In the center, an even larger timid goblin held a staff and was meditating. At that moment, a panicked goblin burst into the cavern. It's terrible, humans are coming." The frightened goblin's words caused a commotion among the goblins. As a lowly race in the world of beasts, goblins were generally seen as mere prey. The mere mention of humans sent them into a state of panic. Even the goblin chief was not immune to the rising anxiety upon hearing about the humans. Run, humans are here. Oh my god, how could there be humans here? Could the human pioneer knights have come here again? What about our iron mine? God of goblins, have you abandoned your people? Oh no, panic spread throughout the cave. Even the goblin chief was running around in circles, filled with panic. For the goblins, while some might not fear humans, the cowardly goblins certainly did. As the lowest rank among goblins, they were at the very bottom. Humans were their nightmare, but amidst their panic, boom, rumble, the ground shook violently. Then, boom. With a loud noise, the entire cave shook violently, and the surroundings began to collapse rapidly. Quick, get out. The goblin chief's voice was filled with even more panic. Then he hurriedly ran out of the cave. The cowardly goblins followed suit, but as they rushed out, a sea of fire filled their vision. The scorching heat spread, and goblins that had just emerged were immediately engulfed by the flames. Terror, chaos, it spread throughout the goblin tribe. Boom, the goblin chief burst out of the flames. But just as he emerged, a sword light shot towards him from afar, slashing down upon him. Boom, the goblin chief was stopped mid-air, and the sword light carried his body, slamming it into the distant sea of flames. Steve emerged from the flames, charging directly at the goblin chief. Outside, over 200 knights also began a large-scale slaughter. As soon as they entered the goblin territory, the killing had begun. Under Thor's command, the over 200 knights were not just slaughtering, but also pouring out burning oil. In less than a quarter of an hour, the entire goblin territory was engulfed in flames. Thousands of goblins were completely thrown into panic and chaos. They ran around like headless flies. Many were directly swallowed by the flames. Even if they escaped, they were immediately faced with the onslaught of over 200 knights. Among these knights, there were not only more than 30 official knights, but also dozens of apprentice knights. Their extraordinary power made killing cowardly goblins as easy as cutting wheat. Even the over 100 reserve trainee knights found it effortless. Thor was also among them. The life force infused into his greatsword made it easy to kill goblins, even if he couldn't send out a single sword light like Steve. In a short time, he had killed more than 10 cowardly goblins. And the others killed even more. In the distance, Steve had killed the second-tier goblin chief with just 3 strikes, and with each subsequent strike, dozens of goblins were slain. The slaughter continued to spread. Against the beastmen, especially the utterly useless cowardly goblins, there was no need for prisoners or slaves. The only task was slaughter. The flames spread across the sky. A large number of goblins were slaughtered. However, this was, after all, a large goblin tribe. In the end, some cowardly goblins scattered in all directions. There were quite a few of them, but that didn't mean they could escape. As they rushed out of the flames, they encountered over 100 knights led by Ryan and more than 3,500 slaves, their eyes red with excitement. Although not as terrifying as Thor's group, their numbers were greater. As soon as the cowardly goblins emerged, the slaves pounced on them like hungry wolves. The slaughter began again, under the cover of flames. Green blood stained the entire land. The intense burning of the oil made the scene visible even from dozens of miles away, but no one paid much attention. In this extraordinary world, anything could happen, and the slaughter lasted an entire day and night. When the burning oil had almost exhausted itself and the fire was dying down, the slaughter of the cowardly goblin tribe finally came to an end. At this moment, the entire area was pitch black, the ground covered in green liquid and the bodies of cowardly goblins scattered everywhere. A day and night of slaughter. In the end, not a single cowardly goblin escaped. All were slaughtered. The green blood turned the land a brown-green color. At the center, Thor's golden armor was also stained green. Around him, the knights were similarly stained. In front of them, some slaves were piling the goblin bodies together and pouring oil over them. Flames began to burn. The goblins were gradually consumed by the fire. Ryan, Steve, take some people to continue the cleanup. Make sure no goblins are left. Also, seal off this area. No one is allowed near. Thor watched the flames and quickly gave his orders. Yes, Steve and Ryan responded quickly. Then the two began to act. After giving orders to Steve and Ryan, Thor rested for a moment, then took a few knights and several slaves skilled in surveying to the location of the large iron mine indicated in the daily reports. The purpose of this war was to secure that large iron mine. He needed to take a good look. The slaves skilled in surveying were purchased during his last trip to Lauren City. The 3 had cost him a total of 30 gold coins, a considerable expense, but it was necessary. They quickly reached the location of the large iron mine. Thor quickly gave the order. The 3 slaves began surveying the surrounding area. Thor waited with anticipation. As night fell, the survey took some time. It wasn't until evening that the 3 slaves returned with exciting news. They also brought a surprising message. The iron mine extended for several miles, with reserves estimated to exceed 50 million pounds, only a preliminary estimate, and the actual amount could be even larger. It was a massive iron mine, potentially even approaching a supermassive iron mine. Generally, a large iron mine had reserves of around 30 million pounds, while 80 million pounds could be considered a supermassive iron mine. This one was almost a supermassive iron mine. Its value was even higher than Thor had anticipated. Even Thor couldn't help but breathe heavily. The value of iron ore is significant in any world, even more so in this extraordinary world. Particularly, a large iron mine holds immense value, not only because iron itself is a form of currency, but also because a large iron mine can yield mithril, a primary material for crafting silver armor. Having control over a large iron mine means the territory can continuously produce silver armor. Compared to black iron and bronze armor, silver armor is a truly extraordinary type, a highly sought-after commodity in the market. The value of black iron armor is relatively low, typically around 10 silver coins per set. Even in the northern province, the price of black iron armor does not exceed 30 silver coins. Bronze armor is slightly more expensive, priced at 2 to 3 gold coins per set. However, silver armor is entirely different. In the Frostmoon province, a set of silver armor can fetch over 100 gold coins, and even more in the northern province. The mithril required for a set of silver armor, even when sold as raw material, can be purchased by the Habsburg Chamber of Commerce for over 80 gold coins. Selling it to other nobles could fetch a price of 100 gold coins or more. If crafted into silver armor, it could sell for over 300 gold coins. With 300 gold coins, one could buy 1,500 of the strongest slaves from the northern province, where a strong slave costs around 20 silver coins. For a large iron mine, even in the worst-case scenario known to Thor, it could produce at least 20 sets of silver armor. With the current mine's capacity, Thor believes it could yield at least 50 sets, perhaps more. Such wealth would be tempting to anyone in the northern province, save perhaps for Marquis Raymond. Thor is no exception. Though his father, Count Angel Dressrosa, provided him with considerable startup funds, no one ever dislikes having more wealth. Especially when it's a fortune worth tens of thousands of gold coins. If word got out, Thor has no doubt that the surrounding nobles and pioneer knights would wage war against him. The northern province is synonymous with chaos, except for Lauren City. Of the more than 50 titled nobles, only about 30 remain. The rest either perished in pioneer wars or were swallowed up by each other in wars of annexation. The slaves in Lauren City are not only imported from other provinces, but also include many from the northern province itself. These matters are rarely discussed, and those who have failed are left to be forgotten, their traces erased over time. Thor does not wish to become one of these forgotten souls. After further confirming the mine's capacity, he began issuing new orders. First, to fence off the entire mine area as part of his domain, then, to send knights and trainee knights to explore the surroundings, ensuring no information leaks out. By the time these tasks were completed, night had fallen and stars adorned the sky. As the night deepened, the familiar system prompt sounded again. Buzz Daily Information Update. One tomorrow at dusk, a herd of unicorns will pass through the upper reaches of the main valley, led by a second-order peak unicorn. 2-3 miles to the left of Eagle Ridge, there is a gathering place for groundhogs. 200 miles to the right, and Spectral Dragon has left its nest, which is now occupied by a group of Earth Dragons, along with the treasure it collected. For 1,000 miles from Lauren City in Leaf Valley, there is a small iron mine guarded by goblins. 5. There seems to be a surprise in the depths of the timid goblin's lair. 6 magic elements are gathering in the large iron mine. In 3 months, a piece of adamantine will be born. 730 miles to the right of the large iron mine, there is a small green goblin settlement in the forest. The familiar daily information system, updated as scheduled, drawing Thor's gaze. His eyes scan the daily information, lingering a little longer on the Spectral Dragon entry. He had been interested in this Spectral Dragon's nest since the dragon left, but it was too far, over 1,000 miles deep into the northern province. Given his current strength, it was too dangerous to venture there. Upon arriving at the main valley, the distance shortened to 100 miles, making it reachable within a day or two. However, it was soon occupied by a group of Earth Dragons, and even the Spectral Dragon's egg disappeared. Thor had to abandon the idea. Yet the daily information updates kept his interest alive, even if only as a possibility. After a brief pause, Thor shifted his attention to the rest of the information. When he reached the 5th and 6th entries, he couldn't help but breathe heavily. Adamantine, a higher-level magical material different from mithril, is primarily used to craft golden armor. While mithril's price is already exorbitant, adamantine's price is astronomical. One piece of adamantine, sufficient for crafting a golden armor, is as valuable as a bottle of intermediate life potion, valued at over 1,000 gold coins. This price is for raw adamantine. Once crafted into armor, its value skyrockets. In the Frostmoon Province auction houses, golden armor can fetch over 5,000 gold coins, a sum that could buy nearly 2 bottles of intermediate life potion, each priced at around 3,000 gold coins at most. This high price is justified, given that an intermediate life potion only offers a small chance, around 10%, for a peak Grand Knight to break through to an Earth Knight. Golden armor, on the other hand, can truly withstand an attack from an Earth Knight, making it incomparable in value. Only advanced life potions, which offer over 50% chance for a peak Earth Knight to break through to Sky Knight, can surpass golden armor in price. The value of mithril is extraordinarily high, and the conditions for its formation are extremely demanding. Generally, only super large iron mines may produce it, and even then, it's not guaranteed. Thor didn't expect that the large iron mine he had just acquired had the potential to produce mithril. After his initial surprise, a smile of joy spread across his face. He was so elated that he didn't even bother to pay attention to the fifth piece of information. However, before he could do anything about it, Steve came running over. "Sir," Steve's respectful voice carried a hint of uncontrollable excitement. "What happened?" Seeing the joy on Steve's face, Thor was puzzled and shifted his gaze away from the daily information. "Sir, we found a group of dwarfs." Steve licked his dry lips, barely able to contain his excitement and joy. "What, are you serious?" Thor, initially unconcerned, jumped up at Steve's words, unable to contain his surprise. "Yes, sir, it's true, come with me." Steve nodded vigorously, speaking urgently. "All right, let's go and see." Thor hurriedly agreed, feeling a surge of excitement. Dwarfs. They were dwarfs after all. Dwarfs are considered the lowest rank among orcs, technically part of the goblin race but different from typical goblins. They were once slaves of giants, forced to mine kaga stones for long periods. Their prolonged contact with these stones made dwarfs exceptionally intelligent. They are renowned worldwide for their engineering and alchemical creations. Human blacksmith developed from what was learned from dwarfs, and even now, human blacksmith cannot match dwarf craftsmanship. Every dwarf is a born craftsman and weaponsmith. Thor never expected that the real gain from today's daily information was not the sixth piece of information, but the fifth, this unexpected surprise. Especially when he reached the depths of the cave and saw those strange blue-skinned creatures that looked very much like goblins, he couldn't hide the smile on his face. The value of a large iron mine is beyond imagination. Even without considering mithril and mithril, the sheer output of the large iron mine itself is highly valuable. Selling raw iron ore and selling crafted black iron armor are entirely different matters. While he and Ratchos Assad had established a trade channel, large-scale raw material transactions often lead to issues. The best solution would be to sell to the Habsburg Chamber of Commerce, but iron ore prices are heavily suppressed by them, making them quite low. Thor had initially considered purchasing blacksmiths from the Habsburg Chamber of Commerce or tinkering with something himself, relying on his memories from his previous life. However, the former option would be costly, as the prices for skilled personnel from the Habsburg Chamber of Commerce are staggering, and the latter option seemed unreliable, given that the fundamental laws of the two worlds are different. He doubted he could create anything useful, but now all these problems were no longer concerns. Dwarfs, there are no more suitable blacksmiths than dwarfs. They could not only forge black iron armor, but also white silver armor. They might even be capable of crafting golden armor. "Honorable knight, we can work for you. Please do not kill us." An elderly dwarf stepped forward, bowing respectfully to Thor, speaking with a mix of fear and hope. The dwarfs had been captured by cowardly goblins and forced to forge weapons. They hadn't expected the cowardly goblins to be killed by humans so soon. They had considered fleeing, but the heavy chains on their feet prevented them from escaping. Now they were trapped in the cave by humans, filled with fear that they would be killed as if they were goblins. After all, they were also part of the goblin race. "All right, I can guarantee your survival, even provide food and a place to live, but you must work for me. How about this? Work for me for 30 years and I will grant you freedom." Thor's mind raced, then he turned to the elderly dwarf and spoke slowly. Unlike ordinary goblins, dwarfs are useful, so Thor intended to keep them. The best approach would be to use a slave contract, but considering the importance of weapon forging, it was better to be somewhat lenient. As for the 30 years, Thor believed that once they experienced life in the Eagle Ridge, the dwarfs would be reluctant to leave such a stable and peaceful environment. The northern lands are chaotic, where dwarfs are often slaves wherever they go. Even cowardly goblins could capture them, not to mention other orcs and ferocious magical beasts. In contrast, falling into the hands of humans is the best outcome for dwarfs. Most dwarfs are willing to work for humans. Upon hearing Thor's offer, the elderly dwarf was elated. "Honorable knight, your mercy will surely be blessed by the god of dwarfs. I, Asak, am willing to work for you." The elderly dwarf quickly bowed, showing his humility. A wise choice, Thor nodded with a smile. For him, this was an unexpected and significant surprise. Although the dwarf numbers were not large, there were a dozen or so of them, enough to meet his initial needs. More importantly, these dwarfs could forge a large amount of iron ore into high-quality black iron armor. Then, selling this high-quality black iron armor through the trade route established with Ratchos Assad would be highly profitable. Thor's territory would have a complete economic industry chain, not just barely getting by. There would even be a considerable income, which could further invest in the territory's development, creating a virtuous cycle. In this moment, Thor realized that even he hadn't anticipated the immense benefits of acquiring this large iron mine. The appearance of the dwarfs brought Thor an unexpected surprise, and the surprises didn't stop there. Thor soon learned that the leader of the dwarf was actually a level 4 blacksmith. Like magical beasts, dwarf blacksmith is also graded, typically into 5 levels. A level 1 blacksmith can craft simple items like black iron armor, while a level 2 blacksmith can create more complex items like brass armor. A level 3 blacksmith can already make magical items, such as silver armor, which falls under this category. As for a level 4 blacksmith, they are essentially considered a master blacksmith, enjoying a high status even in the entire kingdom of Tulip. A level 4 dwarf blacksmith, compared to a human of the same rank, is even more skilled and can potentially craft items that human blacksmiths struggle with, such as magic crystal cannons. Indeed, magic crystal cannons. The value of these is even higher than golden armor. A single magic crystal cannon generally costs over 7,000 gold coins, and in the northern provinces, the price can reach upwards of 10,000 gold coins, or even more. The most important aspect, however, is not the value, but the function of magic crystal cannons. Each cannon has immense power, and just a few are enough to ensure the safety of a territory. Even against large-scale attacks from beastmen tribes, there's a good chance they can hold out. In frontier wars, the role of magic crystal cannons is immeasurable. For example, in the recent assault on the Goblin tribe, just 3 magic crystal cannons could have completely wiped out the large cowardly Goblin tribe, without much need for peasant support. Of course, creating a magic crystal cannon requires not only a level 4 blacksmith, but also a variety of precious materials, which Thor currently lacks. However, lacking these materials now doesn't mean he won't have them in the future. Once he gathers the necessary materials, he can manufacture magic crystal cannons, greatly enhancing his territory's defense. This prospect alone thrilled him. Besides, a level 4 blacksmith can craft not just magic crystal cannons and golden armor, but a variety of alchemical items, all crucial for the development of Thor's territory. This discovery filled a significant gap in his territory's capabilities, leaving him smiling for days. Thor's joy was shared by the peasants. On the day the battle ended, Thor announced the liberation of 273 peasants as per the rules, with 27 joining the reserve trainee knights, an event that brought over 2,000 peasants into a state of celebration. The death of over 100 peasants in the battle seemed insignificant compared to this joy. As for the official knights, apprentice knights, and reserve trainee knights, Thor generously distributed some of the goods obtained, satisfying everyone. For them, following their lord and becoming a pioneering knight was the most significant and fortunate event in their lives. They had gained unimaginable things under Thor's leadership, even seeing rapid growth in their knightly abilities, something unimaginable in Dressrosa Castle. This resulted in an increased devotion and admiration for their lord. In the open field, after arranging everything, Thor prepared to leave. "Steve," Thor called out, looking at Steve. "My lord." Steve quickly stepped forward. "Take care of this place and don't let anything happen to it. I'll assign you 30 official knights, 100 apprentice knights, and 200 reserve trainee knights," Thor said firmly after some contemplation. Compared to his own territory, this iron mine's importance was far greater, so he decided to station the majority of his forces there, believing that with Steve, a grand knight, and 300 knights, security would be ensured. "Yes, my lord." Steve responded with determination, clearly moved by the responsibility. "Do well. I hope you can become like Uncle Michael someday," Thor encouraged Steve, patting him on the shoulder. "I won't disappoint you, my lord," Steve replied, even more excited. Being compared to Knight Captain Michael by his lord was an honor for him. After setting up the iron mine, Thor organized some peasants to begin mining operations. Ideally, the best miners would have been the goblins, as even cowardly goblins are natural miners with no fear of danger. However, without a slave contract, it was too risky to use them, as escape could lead to the iron mine's discovery, causing Thor significant trouble. Hence, he opted to use peasants, hoping to acquire slave contracts later for a safer mining operation. After these arrangements, Thor returned to his territory with Ryan and the newly freed commoners. As before, he allocated land to them, and upon receiving it, the new commoners couldn't contain their excitement. They were truly free, no longer slaves, and had become free citizens, basking in the light of the goddess of life. "May the goddess of life bless you. May the goddess of life bless you. May the goddess of life bless you." The voices of over 200 people rang out, turning them into the most fervent followers and the first real citizens of Eagle Ridge. Though there were a few before, they were only a handful. Now there were over 200. These 200 new citizens added more vitality to the territory, marking the true beginning of Eagle Ridge's proper development. With everything in place and aided by the daily information system, Thor was confident that within 3 years, or maybe even less than a year, Eagle Ridge could surpass some baronies in prosperity. The journey of the pioneer knights is undoubtedly challenging. Those who choose this path are rarely heirs of nobility and have limited resources. Even knights from the households of counts struggle significantly, and only those from marquee territories fare somewhat better. However, Thor is an exception. When he left Frostmoon Province, Count Angel Dressrosa provided him with substantial support. Coupled with memories from his past life in the daily information system, his advantages are unparalleled, even compared to knights from marquee territories. This is evident from the fact that in just 2 months, Thor's territory has already begun to take shape. Even for knights from marquee territories, achieving such development would typically take at least half a year, if not longer. For Thor, everything fell into place seamlessly. Now, with the acquisition of a large iron mine and the presence of numerous dwarfs, the development of his territory has entered an accelerated phase. Even without selling resources, the high-quality iron ore from the large mine and the dwarf smithing skills suffice to meet all the territory's tool requirements. These tools, in turn, have further expedited the territory's construction. In just 2 months, significant changes have taken place. At the center stands a majestic castle, completed half a month ago. Surrounding the castle are numerous buildings forming a small town. Freedmen and serfs work with smiles on their faces in the fields. The wheat is growing exceptionally well, exceeding all expectations. A bountiful harvest is anticipated at the year's end. At this point, Eagle Ridge has truly taken shape. Nearly 300 freedmen and 3,000 serfs form the backbone of the territory. Unlike other territories, both freedmen and serfs in Eagle Ridge have a strong sense of belonging and are fervently loyal to their lord. The chance to be freed from serfdom, the opportunity to learn night-breathing techniques, these are privileges they never dreamed of. Moreover, their lord has even distributed women among them. Yes, women. After acquiring the large iron mine, Thor made another trip to Lauren City, purchasing 500 female slaves. 100 were kept for castle duties, and the rest were rewarded to members of his knight order. Even the serfs who joined the reserve trainee knight order due to their performance in the recent expedition received female slaves. Thor, their lord, has promised that any serf who works for 10 years will be granted the status of a freedman and will be given a female slave. Those who perform exceptionally well will be freed sooner. This promise is even more attractive than the prospect of emancipation, maintaining the serfs' enthusiasm for over a month. For Thor, the cost of some gold coins to win the hearts of his people is a worthwhile investment. It ensures the successful establishment of the territory. After all, building a territory requires more than just slaves and knights. It needs families to sustain a steady supply of citizens, rather than relying solely on purchases. As a transmigrator, Thor understands this better than anyone else and has been planning accordingly from the start. As the night wore on, the end of summer brought a chill to the northern province. Under the star-studded sky, Thor practiced his night-breathing technique. After a while, he exhaled deeply and opened his eyes, shaking his head at the progress of his life force cultivation. His current body's talent was indeed lacking. Despite various advantages, reaching the level of an official knight seemed impossible without 2 to 3 more years of training. Even with the help of life essence fruits, fish with life force, and other life force-rich items recently acquired in the northern province, his progress was slow. But this is the norm. Geniuses are rare, and ordinary talent is common. His talent was merely average. I wonder when the daily information system will provide information on improving cultivation, he muttered, looking at the system. As he focused, the system updated as expected. Daily information has been updated. With the new day came bustling activity throughout Eagle Ridge. Everyone was full of hope and anticipation for the future. Newly formed families were filled with joy and laughter. In yesterday's information update, Thor had planned to investigate the upper reaches of the main river valley, where a group of green goblins had been spotted. He intended to lead the Night Order to clear them out to prevent any impact on the territory's development. However, before he could act, an urgent message from Ryan caused him to pause. "Are you saying that the old man has woken up?" Thor asked, surprised, turning to the hurriedly approaching Ryan. "Yes, my lord," Ryan confirmed. Thor's expression brightened with joy. After all, he had invested a lot in this mysterious old man who had been in a coma for months. There was a real concern that the effort had been wasted, but now the man had finally awakened. "Ryan," Thor called, looking at him thoughtfully. "My lord." Ryan responded quickly. "A group of green goblins has appeared in the upper reaches of the main river valley. You will lead the Night Order to eliminate them. Ensure they don't disrupt the territory," Thor instructed. "Yes," Ryan nodded and left to carry out the order. Meanwhile, Thor turned his attention to the awakened old man, eager to see what he had to offer. Inside the castle, in a spacious room, Neil Morton slowly woke up from his slumber. Didn't I die? Neil Morton's expression was filled with confusion. In his last memory, his body had been invaded by mandrake poison. According to theory, without a high-ranking priest or a significant infusion of life force, he should have been dead by now. Yet at this moment, he seemed to have avoided the embrace of the goddess of life. He could still feel his body and perceive everything around him. He could even sense that he was in a castle. Was I saved? The question arose, and Neil Morton became curious and thoughtful. Just then, as he felt something, his gaze turned towards the door. At that moment, the door creaked open and a figure entered his sight. It was a young knight, seemingly only around 18 or 19 years old, with a tall figure and handsome face exuding a sense of composure. "It seems you've woken up, sir. How are you feeling?" The warm voice of Thor, who entered with a smile, greeted Neil Morton. "Thank you, sir, for saving me. I feel much better now." Neil Morton responded with a slight bow, acknowledging Thor's help. Seeing Thor and the surroundings, Neil Morton quickly grasped the situation. "There's no need to be so formal," Thor replied with a smile. No, without your help, I would have died in the jungle," Neil Morton insisted earnestly. As a Sky Knight, he was well aware of his dire condition at the time. Without Thor's intervention, he would have been doomed. He could also infer that his rescuer must have paid a high price, as his own life seed had been nearly depleted and required substantial life force to reactivate. Neil Morton was not one to forget a debt of gratitude. Seeing Neil Morton's sincere expression, Thor felt relieved. It was clear that this mysterious elder was a man of gratitude, which was a favorable outcome. "Please just call me Thor." "I've had food prepared upon hearing of your awakening," Thor offered, extending an invitation to dine together. "Thank you, Sir Thor," Neil Morton replied, showing gratitude as he accepted the offer. Noticing Thor's lack of noble insignia, he still maintained respect for his savior. Besides, after nearly 2 months without eating, even with life elixirs, Neil Morton felt a strong hunger. "The pleasure is mine," Thor smiled, leading Neil Morton to the dining room. Once they were seated, the dishes were brought out. Thor, tying a napkin around his neck, asked with curiosity, "Where are you from, Sir Neil?" "I'm from the eastern part of the Tulip Kingdom, not from around here. It's a land blooming with beautiful myland flowers," Neil Morton replied with a hint of nostalgia, his thoughts drifting back to his distant homeland and a particular person, bringing a touch of melancholy to his face. "I'm sorry if my question caused any discomfort," Thor quickly apologized, noticing the change in Neil Morton's expression. "No, Sir Thor, you've misunderstood. Your kindness in saving and hosting me is something I should be thanking you for. If there's anything you need help with, I'll do my best to assist," Neil Morton assured, shifting the conversation back to gratitude and offering his help. "Sir Neil, you're too kind. Helping others is a virtue all knights should uphold, isn't it?" Thor responded with a smile. "Indeed," Neil Morton agreed, chuckling softly. The two continued their meal without further probing into the past. After the meal, Thor parted ways with Neil Morton. The elder seemed powerful, possibly a Sky Knight, or at least on par with Thor's father, who was a top-tier Earth Knight. Having such a formidable individual in Eagle Ridge was an opportunity Thor was keen to seize. Territory lacked neither resources nor population. It had ample gold, thanks to his father's support and the newly acquired large iron mine. Moreover, opening trade routes promised continuous growth in wealth and population. However, the greatest shortcoming of Eagle Ridge was high-end combat strength. Despite their growing power, compared to other lords, especially in the northern province, they still faced significant threats, not just from neighboring knights or lords, but also from the province itself. Once an orc domain, the northern province was home to numerous magical beasts and residual orc tribes, including everything from lowly goblins to mighty titans and behemoths. Even though the main orc forces had been purged, it was impossible to know how many remained. These included not only weak creatures, but also powerful ones like high-level magical beasts, which posed real threats to the territory. Currently, the strongest warrior in Eagle Ridge was Steve, a grand knight who could only handle second-tier magical beasts. Even a single third-tier beast would be a challenge, and there were surely such beasts and orcs in the province. Hence, leaving an extraordinary warrior like Neil Morton behind was crucial. Thor hoped to secure his assistance not just out of gratitude, but to leverage his strength for the territory's development. Of course, plans are just plans. Meals must be eaten bite by bite, and roads must be walked step by step. Keeping a powerful individual like Neil Morton isn't easy and can't be achieved overnight. Moreover, Thor needed to understand more about this person to feel at ease. After instructing the maids, Thor left. As a lord, especially a pioneer lord, he had many responsibilities and couldn't stay with this guest all the time. He wasn't worried about any potential threat to the territory. A person at least at the peak of Earth Knight, or even possibly a Sky Knight, wouldn't be interested in anything his small territory had to offer. As for the exposure of his Golden Finger special ability, there was nothing to worry about. His ability was merely an information system who could tell how he obtained it or whether it was due to some unique talent. The continent was full of people with various talents. After Thor left, Neil Morton rested for a while before starting to explore Eagle Ridge. As he walked around, he gained a general understanding of the place. It seemed to be a newly established noble territory, probably less than a year old. The territory wasn't large, likely just a barony. Judging by the absence of a noble badge on the lord, Thor was probably just a pioneer knight. Neil Morton knew about pioneer knights, courageous individuals who established their own territories in wilderness areas. However, they were also impoverished, struggling even to afford a few bottles of basic healing potions. For Neil Morton's condition, advanced healing potions would have been necessary, requiring several bottles. The cost could easily exceed thousands of gold coins, an amount that a lord's annual income might not cover. This made Neil Morton curious. He was sure he had taken something that provided a significant amount of life energy. How could a baron possess such a valuable item, let alone be willing to use it? As he pondered, the sights around the territory further shocked him. He noticed people working cleaning canals, building houses. Initially, he thought they were slaves, but a wave of mental energy revealed faint life energy emanating from them. Startled, he realized these were formally trained knights doing manual labor, something unheard of even in the Empire. The workers seemed happy, not oppressed, with smiles and hopeful expressions, quite unlike what he had seen elsewhere. Neil Morton continued exploring, astonished by the scenes unfolding before him. He saw happy freemen without the usual servile demeanor, farmers spreading manure in fields, and small structures scattered throughout the territory for public sanitation. These were unheard of even in the Empire's capital. It felt like a new world was opening up before him. As Neil Morton absorbed these sights, the atmosphere became lively. People were excited, talking about the return of Knight Ryan, who had apparently gone to hunt green goblins. Neil Morton, curious, followed the crowd to the outskirts of Eagle Ridge. Soon, he saw a young knight leading several dozen others back, carrying game. They distributed the food among the people, each knight smiling warmly, without the arrogance typical of their class. Neil Morton watched quietly as Ryan and the others left, then resumed his exploration of the territory. Thor was aware of Neil Morton's wandering but was unconcerned. The territory had no secrets, and Thor's main focus was on convincing this powerful individual to stay, if not as his guardian knight, then at least as a resident. Finding a way to keep Neil Morton around was a significant challenge. To be honest, Thor couldn't think of a good plan. Neil Morton was as powerful as or even stronger than his father, Count Engel Dressrosa. Such a formidable individual would not be easily swayed, but even Thor hadn't anticipated just how simple it would be to keep Neil Morton. On the third day after Neil Morton woke up, while Ryan was training at the training ground, Neil Morton happened to pass by and stopped in his tracks. He was immediately captivated by Ryan, and a look of astonishment appeared on his face. So much life force, what? Neil Morton murmured in shock. Neil Morton was genuinely stunned at that moment. It wasn't as if he had never seen a genius before. He himself was the brightest star in the Empire, a remarkable talent. He had started practicing the knight's breathing technique at 12, became an apprentice knight at 13, an official knight at 15, a grand knight at 20, and an earth knight by 35. Now at 80, he was a renowned sky knight throughout the Empire, considered the most promising candidate to become a holy knight. There were few in the Empire with greater talent than him, but what did he see before him? The immense life force that surged with each breath the young man took was overwhelming, even to a sky knight like him. "Goddess of life, is this your divine light?" Neil Morton muttered, his body hesitating for a moment before stepping forward. As Neil Morton approached, Ryan had just finished his training. He bowed in knightly respect and greeted Lord Neil. "Knight Ryan, would you be willing to learn from me?" Neil Morton asked excitedly. "I guarantee that in no more than 10 years you will become a knight capable of soaring the skies. You might even reach the realm of the holy knights under the goddess of life. Learn from you." Ryan was taken aback by Neil Morton's words, but he quickly shook his head. "I'm sorry, but I am the Lord's guardian knight. I cannot leave to learn from you." No, Ryan, I can talk to your lord. I'm sure Lord Thor will agree, given that you are blessed by the goddess of life," Neil Morton said urgently, trying to persuade him. Ryan still shook his head. Frustrated by the refusal, Neil Morton decided to approach Thor directly. In the castle, Thor was organizing some territorial affairs when Neil Morton came to see him. "Please come in," Thor said. Anna led Neil Morton in. Thor looked at him with some confusion. "Lord Thor, I'm sorry to interrupt your work," Neil Morton began, his voice filled with excitement. "But I have something very important to discuss." "That's fine. What is it, Lord Neil?" Thor asked curiously. "It's about your guardian knight, Ryan. He is blessed by the goddess of life and destined for greatness. I want to take him as my student," Neil Morton explained, his face flushed with enthusiasm. Thor was surprised at first, then quickly understood what was happening. He was delighted but showed a troubled expression. "Lord Neil, I apologize, but this is difficult. You see, Ryan is my guardian knight. I saved him from his drunken father's abuse. He indeed has great talent, but I can't let him go," Thor said, sounding regretful. No, no, Lord Thor, keeping Ryan here would be an affront to the goddess's blessing. If you agree, I can return to the Empire immediately and even send you a Sky Knight as your guardian. I can also provide you with a higher-level Knight's breathing technique. Your current technique can't break through to the hokey Knight level, but I have one that can, Neil Morton offered, his voice desperate. Thor's eyebrows twitched at the offer. The conditions Neil Morton presented were incredibly tempting, a Sky Knight and a breathing technique capable of reaching the Holy Knight level. If Thor agreed, he could become one of the most powerful figures in the kingdom, possibly even a Viscount, Earl, or Marquis. However, Thor quickly suppressed his excitement. Neil Morton's willingness to offer such a high price indicated that Rickon's value was even greater than Thor had imagined. In such a situation, giving up the future for immediate gain was clearly unwise. More importantly, there was now a way to keep Neil Morton around. I appreciate your generosity, Lord Neil. It's indeed tempting, Thor said calmly. But this isn't my decision to make. It should be up to Ryan, don't you think? Neil Morton was momentarily stunned by Thor's response. The situation seemed to be true. Everything in Thor's territory appeared to be free, even for serfs, let alone his most loyal knight. He was now in a dilemma. Seeing this, Thor appeared to be lost in thought for a moment before speaking again. How about this, Lord Neil? You can stay and teach Ryan for a while. Though my territory is humble, it is adequate for living. I promise that if Ryan wishes to follow you after this time, I will agree, Thor offered. Lord Thor, is what you said true? Upon hearing Thor's words, Neil Morton, who had been troubled, looked up in surprise and spoke with unexpected delight. By the goddess of life, it is indeed true. Thor nodded with a smile. May the goddess of life bless you, Neil Morton said with excitement. May the goddess of life bless you. Thor responded with the same blessing. Then Neil Morton was seen off. After Neil Morton left the room, Thor could no longer contain his smile. Even he hadn't expected the situation to unfold this way. It turned out to be surprisingly easy to keep Neil Morton. Although he agreed to let Ryan go with him if Ryan wished to leave, given the kindness Thor had shown Ryan and his understanding of Ryan, Ryan was unlikely to leave. As long as Ryan stayed, Neil Morton, who was teaching Ryan, would also stay. In this way, it was equivalent to keeping Neil Morton indirectly. Although it was not as effective as keeping him directly, it was sufficient for Thor. After all, as long as Neil Morton stayed, many other things could be easily arranged. This realization kept a smile on Thor's face throughout the day. As his smile spread, it seemed the surprises were not going to stop. In the evening, another pleasant surprise arrived. Lord, the supplies from the iron mine have arrived. Would you like to inspect them? A knight entered with a respectful tone. They've arrived, let's go and take a look. Thor's smile grew even broader and he quickly stood up. Following the knight's lead, Thor arrived at the storage area. Numerous wooden crates were being unloaded by a group of apprentice knights. As Thor arrived, a knight quickly jogged over. My lord, the knight performed a knight's salute and respectfully spoke. How many are there? Thor, looking at the heavy wooden crates, asked the knight curiously. After nearly 2 months, he was curious about the total output of the large iron mine, as it represented his future economic foundation. My lord, this batch includes 100 sets of black iron armor, 1 set of silver armor, and 200 various farming tools. Knight Commander Steve mentioned that starting next month, the output could increase to 200 sets of black iron armor and more silver armor. The knight reported respectfully, presenting the figures. Upon hearing these numbers, Thor's eyes lit up. He hadn't expected such a significant harvest in the first batch. 100 sets of black iron armor, each worth 20 to 30 silver coins, amounted to 2,000 to 3,000 silver coins, not to mention the silver armor, worth 300 gold coins, and the various farming tools. If the output could increase further, his monthly income could reach 300 to 400 gold coins, or even more. Even without relying on other sources, the large iron mine alone could bring him an annual income of over 3,000 gold coins. Such a figure was enough to tempt even a count. While the income of a count was indeed high, well-managed ones could earn tens of thousands of gold coins annually, and even poorly managed ones could earn around 10,000. That was their total income. Now, a single iron mine could bring in a stable 3,000 to 4,000 gold coins annually, which was quite substantial. Of course, without the help of the dwarfs, reaching such figures would have been difficult. After all, raw iron ore, even with mithril iron, did not command high prices. It was thanks to the dwarfs that all this was possible. Counts in inland provinces did not have easy access to dwarfs. Only by being in the northern province and through some luck did Thor acquire these dwarfs. This led to all these advantages. Others might not have such luck. With a smile, Thor ordered the storage of the supplies before leaving the area. However, it seemed these days were truly good ones, as good news kept coming. From Neil Morton's arrival in the morning to the arrival of supplies from the iron mine later, another delightful event occurred the next day. Thor Dressrosa, my friend, it has been 2 months. I apologize for not visiting sooner. You know, I have been extremely busy preparing numerous supplies and fulfilling our agreement. Fortunately, the goddess of life blessed us, and everything went smoothly. So I have decided to visit you at the beginning of next month. Your friend, Rachos Assad. This was a letter sent from Lauren City. The sender was Rachos Assad. Thor had not expected Rachos to come so soon. Thor was undoubtedly looking forward to this visit. After all, this was the most crucial step in building his territory. Especially after acquiring the large iron mine, a merchant like Rachos Assad was more important than many other things. Although he could sell his supplies to the Habsburg Chamber of Commerce in Lauren City, doing so would significantly reduce their value. Even dwarf-made black iron armor would sell for just 10 silver coins, while selling to other noble territories could fetch over 30 silver coins. This was just for black iron armor. The difference for silver armor would be even greater. Selling to the Habsburg Chamber of Commerce wouldn't yield much, but the demand from other lords for silver armor could skyrocket the price. All this equated to gold coins. More importantly, the large iron mine was expected to continuously produce black iron and silver armor. Thor himself couldn't use that much, so he needed to sell them to acquire more gold coins to purchase supplies and develop his territory. Rachos Assad was undoubtedly the best choice. First, being a member of the Assad family, even if not highly regarded, Rachos had access to considerable trading resources. Second, because he wasn't highly regarded, his strength wouldn't be too overwhelming, especially initially, so there was no fear of any ulterior motives. Third, because he wasn't highly regarded, what Thor offered would be very important to him. Things others might not want, Rachos Assad might be willing to take. Especially with controlled substances like flammable oil, Rachos was bold enough to bring them over, making Thor quite hopeful. Thor wasn't just making empty promises, he had the capability to realize these plans. Thor eagerly anticipated the arrival of Rachos Assad. In this state of expectation, time flew by. The month quickly ended, and a new one began. As the new month arrived, a caravan appeared on the road from Lauren City to Eagle's Ridge. Of course, there was no road initially. However, after Thor and his men traveled back and forth a few times, a path gradually formed. Rachos Assad followed this path slowly. At this moment, his entourage was not large, only about 50 people. There were just over a dozen knights, but they carried several heavily laden carts. The deep ruts in the road clearly indicated the weight of their cargo. At the front of the convoy, Rachos Assad rode a snow-white steed. "My lord, we should reach Eagle's Ridge by tomorrow," said Ram respectfully. "I understand. Speed up. Let's try to arrive by noon tomorrow. I believe my friend will give us the best welcome." Rachos Assad spoke with a smile. However, after speaking, a hint of worry and anxiety flickered deep in his eyes. This anxiety was not only for his own situation, but also for the uncertainty surrounding Eagle's Ridge. That day, inspired by a conversation about a brighter future, he had sold flammable oil to Thor Dressrosa. But as time passed, doubts began to creep in regarding Thor's promises. The Dressrosa family was weaker than the Assad family. Could they really provide such substantial support to one of their scions? It involved a grand knight and dozens of official knights. Even for a count, this was considerable strength. From what he knew, his second brother, who also chose to become a pioneer knight and earned their father's favor, had only received 20 or so official knights and over 100 apprentice knights, along with some gold, about 10,000 coins. Thor Dressrosa's words seemed hard to believe. So after some hesitation, Rachos decided to come and see for himself. On the one hand, he wanted to confirm everything. On the other hand, he wanted to see how Thor's territory had developed and if it could indeed fulfill his plans. If not, he would have to consider other options. Maybe I should try other territories, but my strength is still too weak and I don't have many goods that could impress other lords. This would be quite risky. Rachos murmured to himself, lost in thought. Time quickly passed. Before he knew it, a day had gone by. When the midday sun rose, Rachos and his party finally saw the main valley ahead. They also saw fields and buildings. However, when he saw Eagle's Ridge, Rachos couldn't help but widen his eyes and subconsciously rub them. The territory before him defied his expectations. Instead of the imagined chaos, ruin, or wilderness, everything was orderly and unified. Fields of wheat dotted the landscape, and a massive castle stood tall at the center, majestic and imposing. It was utterly unlike a newly established lord's domain. If Rachos hadn't been sure this was Eagle's Ridge, he might have thought he had arrived at a baron's land. My God, he's actually built this place up like this. A castle, there's even a castle. Rachos spoke in disbelief, his heart full of shock. He knew Thor Dressrosa had become a pioneer knight less than 4 months ago. The sight before him seemed impossible, even for a typical pioneer lord after 2 or 3 years. In his shock, a hint of joy crept onto his face. At this moment, several knights rode swiftly from afar. Seeing the newcomers, Rachos' smile grew brighter. He quickly dismounted. The approaching figures also dismounted swiftly. Thor approached quickly. He and Rachos embraced. "Welcome, my friend." Thor's warm voice carried a sincere smile. "I've been looking forward to meeting you, my friend. Honestly, you surprise me. In just 4 months, your territory has grown so much." Rachos marveled. Thanks to the goddess of life, everything has gone smoothly. Come, I've prepared a lavish dinner for you, my friend. You must be hungry. Thor invited with a smile. It's my honor. Rachos smiled and nodded. Thor then led Rachos and his party into the territory. Upon entering, Rachos was even more amazed. The territory was better than he had imagined. Clean, spacious roads and people filled with smiles. Rachos saw no apathy, despair, or lifelessness typical of other territories, only hope, aspiration, and reverence for Thor Dressrosa. It was incredible. He knew these people were slaves just months ago. When had slaves ever been so lively? This realization made him see Thor in a new light. As they approached the castle, his eyes widened again. Knights walked by, many of them official knights. Even though Thor had mentioned having over 40 official knights, seeing them in person was still shocking. These were official knights. With its current scale, Eagle's Ridge was genuinely on par with any barony. In some ways, it might even be better developed than some baronies. It was unimaginable. In his astonishment, Ratchus's smile grew brighter. The better Eagle's Ridge developed, the better it was for him. His earlier anxiety, nervousness, and unease vanished completely. Instead, he felt a sense of expectation, an expectation for the future. With Eagle's Ridge's current scale, he was almost certain Thor would become a baron, and with the support of a barony, his trade could truly flourish. Within the castle, a grand feast was underway. Plates of food were brought to the table, leaving Rachos Assad in awe. The dishes not only included pork from magical beasts, but also meat from various first- and second-tier magical creatures, all exceedingly valuable. Eating this food, Rachos felt like he was consuming gold coins, almost painfully extravagant. Several times he wanted to speak up but held back. However, after the banquet, Rachos couldn't contain himself any longer. My friend, thank you for your hospitality. It's truly an honor, he began. But if I may be so bold, today's feast could have fetched a gold coin or two if sold. For Eagle Ridge, gold coins are the most crucial. No, my friend, Thor responded. Gold coins are important indeed, but hosting friends is even more important, isn't it? Moreover, my friend, I believe there's something even more valuable and suitable for you. Hearing Thor's words, Rachos was initially ready to reply but then stopped, his eyes widening and his breathing growing heavy. Ryan, bring the items, Thor instructed. Yes, Ryan quickly responded, running off. Moments later, knights carried in several wooden crates. What is this? Rachos asked, puzzled by the crates. Open them and show my friend, Thor directed. The knights opened the crates, revealing a glint of black metal. Rachos instinctively walked over and touched the items, his eyes widening further as he recognized their value. These are finely crafted black iron armor forged by dwarf hands. Even in the Frostmoon province, their value exceeds 15 silver coins. Here in the northern province, I believe they could fetch 40 or even 50 silver coins, Thor explained with a smile. What do you think, my friend? Rachos was stunned, his breath catching as he looked at the rows of black iron armor. You're not joking, my friend. Joking. No, I can provide you with 100 sets of this fine black iron armor. Moreover, I also have a set of silver armor, Thor replied. At Thor's gesture, Ryan opened the final crate, revealing a silver gleam that almost made Rachos lose his balance. If the black iron armor was enticing, the silver armor was nearly mind-blowing. Silver armor was true magical equipment, a strategic resource that only appeared at auctions in Lauren City of the northern province. Now it was before him, with Thor saying it was his to take. Ratchus's mind went blank as he processed this. His experienced eye could see the high quality of the armors, whether black iron or silver. Even his Assad family would find it hard to obtain such pieces, let alone transport them to the northern province. So my friend, I promised to help you establish your trade routes. Now it's time to fulfill that promise. With these, the lords will eagerly buy from you, Thor continued, ignoring Ratchus's stunned silence. Gradually regaining his composure, Ratchus's eyes still held a trace of shock. After taking a deep breath, he looked at Thor seriously. Honestly, this is all so surprising. I feel like I'm dreaming. Allow me to confirm once more, these are truly for me. Absolutely, Thor smiled. But you'll need to offer a reasonable price to take them. Excited, Ratchus quickly responded, of course. For the black iron armor, I'll offer 50 silver coins per set. As for the silver armor, how about 500 gold coins? Thor, however, shook his head, stopping Rachos before he could raise his bid. My friend, you're too generous, but these prices are too high. Let's settle at 30 silver coins per black iron set, and 300 gold coins for the silver armor, in line with the prices from the Habsburg Chamber of Commerce. Rachos was momentarily stunned, thinking he had misheard. Lord Thor, we are friends. How could I let a friend overpay? These prices are just right, don't you think? Thor explained with a smile, shaking his head. Thor wasn't foolish, he was thinking long-term. The large iron mine would continuously produce black iron armor. There was no point in a one-time gain when a steady stream of profits was possible. Selling the black iron armor at 30 silver coins per set was lucrative for both parties, and it would help establish a stable trade route through Rachos. The true payoff would come later when a complete trade route was in place. Thank you so much. Indeed, we are friends. Rachos finally responded, his eyes full of gratitude. Rachos Assad was undoubtedly excited. Everything he encountered at Eagle Ridge was completely unexpected. His initial apprehension, nervousness, and hesitation transformed into anticipation and boundless hope under Thor's description. 100 sets of fine black iron armor and 1 set of exquisite silver armor might not be a lot in fact. It was very little, barely enough for 1 or 2 nobles, but having these armors made all the difference. This represented an opportunity to open doors to most of the nobles in the northern province. As long as he could gain access to the noble lords, the subsequent trade would become much smoother. The only problem was that he didn't have enough strength at the moment, but there were always ways to solve these issues. If necessary, he could always cry for help from his family. You are incredibly generous. I don't even know how to express my feelings right now. Rachos Assad sighed deeply. At this moment, his emotions were complex, a feeling he had never experienced before. We're friends, aren't we? One more thing, my friend, perhaps you're not entirely aware. Not to mention the silver armor, I can provide you with black iron armor for trade every month. Thor smiled and shook his head. What he said next made Rachos Assad's body tremble once again. Every month, Rachos' eyes widened, and his words came out stammering. At this moment, he was already fantasizing about the upcoming trade routes, but the surprises weren't over yet. Of course, I told you my father is very generous. Giving away some black iron armor and silver armor is no problem. Thor chuckled and nodded again. Oh, my friend, your father is indeed generous enough to make me a bit envious. What do you need me to do? I, Rachos Assad, am willing to serve my friend. Rachos' heart trembled again, and he finally spoke with a mix of envy and complexity. Envy. At this moment, he could only feel envy. Besides that, he truly didn't know how to express himself in words. My friend, you misunderstand. This is just a transaction. However, I do have a proposal. I wonder if you would be interested. Thor smiled and shook his head, then spoke after a brief contemplation. Please, go ahead, Rachos quickly responded. It's like this, my friend, as you can see, my territory is already under construction. However, the construction requires a lot of materials and resources. The damned vampires of the Habsburg Chamber of Commerce will definitely charge exorbitant prices, which is simply intolerable for me. Rachos, my friend, your Assad family is a trading family. I think we can establish our own trade route in the northern province. I can provide knights, strength, and materials. And you, my friend, can construct the trade route across the entire northern province. The northern province is vast, and if we can communicate with other lords, I believe they will be willing to participate. After all, the Habsburg Chamber of Commerce will not leave Lauren City to come to these wild territories. Thor spoke slowly, revealing his plan. The northern province was vast, almost 10 times the size of the Frostmoon province. It had over 30 nobles with titles, and the number of pioneer lords was beyond counting. Such a vast provincial range possessed unimaginable resources and materials. If the trade routes could be opened, the development of Eagle Ridge would enter a new phase of rapid growth. Moreover, Thor could use the expansion of trade routes to test the scope of daily information coverage. Would it change with his influence? Of course, others didn't know about this. Hearing Thor's words, Rachos' eyes lit up. My friend, did I hear correctly? You are willing to help me establish trade routes? Rachos asked with disbelief. Of course, you're my friend, and the trade routes also concern my territory. How about this? If you're willing, we can form a merchant guild of our own. I can provide materials and personnel, and you can handle the guild's operations. Thor smiled and nodded, then, after a brief thought, proposed something that made Rachos' heart race. A merchant guild? Rachos asked excitedly. Yes, a merchant guild. We can each hold 50%. Thor smiled and confirmed. My friend, I must say this is incredibly tempting. How about this? We're friends, and I don't want to take advantage of you. I'll only take 30%. However, my friend, you need to provide enough knights for the guild's security. Rachos took a deep breath, calmed his emotions, and looked at Thor seriously. Security, of course. 10 official knights, 30 apprentice knights, and 100 reserve trainee knights will be your initial force. If the guild expands, I can add more personnel. Thor contemplated briefly, then nodded and provided the numbers. At this moment, some of the knights in his territory had been transferred to the Iron Mine, but there were still many knights in Eagle Ridge. They could be used right now. As his knights, he didn't need to worry about them being swayed by Rachos. Instead, they could keep an eye on him. Of course, this is more than enough. My friend, with such strength, you are already more powerful than most pioneer lords. Rachos couldn't help but remark. His words weren't flattery. Most pioneer knights typically had only one official knight. Those with 2 or 3 official knights were considered relatively strong pioneer lords, and only lords with titles could usually command more than 10 official knights. But Thor, in one go, provided 10 official knights. Such a grand gesture made Rachos speechless when he thought about his situation before coming here. Of course, despite his speechlessness, soon he was filled with anticipation. After all, this strength would soon be at his disposal. With this power, along with black iron armor and silver armor, he could fully open up a market in the northern province. The guild might truly be established. If he could make significant achievements in the northern province, he would undoubtedly gain the Assad family's favor. One day later, Ratchos Assad left with excitement. Before departing, he left behind the supplies he brought, which included a large quantity of food and materials, clearly prepared for Eagle Ridge. He took with him 100 sets of black iron armor, 1 set of silver armor, and over 100 knights as he began his journey to establish the trade routes. Thor sincerely wished him well, understanding that the success of these trade routes was crucial for the future development of Eagle Ridge. After seeing off Ratchos Assad, Thor focused on waiting for the upcoming auction in Lauren City while planning the construction of his territory. With the daily information system's assistance, the development of Eagle Ridge progressed without any delays. Another month passed quickly. During this month, good news came from Ratchos. The establishment of the trade routes was smoother than expected. Within less than a month, he had already connected 3 pioneering knights' territories. It was expected that by the end of the year, he could establish trade routes with over 30 pioneering lords, and if lucky, even connect with a few titled noble lords. In Eagle Ridge, the basic construction was completely finished within the month. What was once more like a small town had now become a small town, doubling in size and rivaling some baronies in land area. The biggest surprise for Thor was Ryan's rapid progress in training. With Neil Morton's guidance, Ryan's training speed was akin to a rocket. Currently, Ryan was on the verge of breaking through to the mid-stage of an official knight. At this rate, he could reach the peak of official knight within a year and potentially break through to a grand knight within 3 years. Achieving the rank of an earth knight within 10 years was almost certain, and he could even reach sky knight within 30 years. The thought of having a sky knight, one of the kingdom's most elite warriors, was exhilarating. A sky knight in the kingdom would undoubtedly elevate Thor's title to marquis or even duke, given the kingdom's 3 dukes owed their titles to producing a sky knight and significant war achievements. Neil Morton was equally excited, seeing Ryan's potential exceed his expectations. He was now almost certain that Ryan could become a holy knight, a level far beyond a sky knight. Such talent was rare, even in the Empire, making Neil Morton consider taking Ryan to the Empire immediately. However, due to the Empire's current instability, he decided against it for now. Thor, unaware of Neil Morton's thoughts, trusted the daily information to alert him of any issues. Since no warnings had appeared, he had no concerns about Neil Morton. As night fell, a new day brought updated daily information. Daily information updated. 500 miles north of your territory, a group of pig boars will pass by. The leader of the pig boars is about to break through to the 3rd tier. 2 in the western part of your territory, in Barrenwell's domain, a serf accidentally discovered that grafting bracken root onto a fire spirit tree increases its yield. 3 in 7 days, a group of special slaves will be sold at Lauren City's slave market. Among them, a boy named Alan has the talent to bond with all creatures, making him an excellent breeder capable of advancing species. 4. In 7 days, a thunderstone will be auctioned in Lauren City, a key material for crafting a magical crystal cannon. 5. In 7 days, a herd of unicorns will forage in the western part of your territory. 6. Angel Dressrosa seems troubled by his own strength limitations. The new information, particularly about the upcoming auction, was promising. The Thunderstone, originating from the Aegean Sea's Thunder Prison, contained potent thunder energy and was essential for crafting magical crystal cannons. Additionally, the boy with a talent for breeding could help domesticate the unicorns roaming Thor's territory, significantly enhancing his forces if he replaced the knight's warhorses with unicorns. Moreover, there was another new surprise: a talent for bonding with all creatures, the ability to advance species. This immediately turned his attention to the herd of unicorns. He had refrained from capturing the unicorns all this time because he lacked a breeder. Wild magical beasts cannot be domesticated without a breeder, so he had left them alone. But now a boy with the perfect talent for breeding appeared, which was exactly what he needed. Those were unicorns, after all. Generally, unicorns were first-tier peak magical beasts, with their leaders reaching the second-tier peak. If he could replace his knight's warhorses with unicorns, the strength of Eagle Ridge would significantly increase. 3 months ago, the steward of the Habsburg Chamber of Commerce had informed Thor that there would be an auction in Lauren City 3 months later, featuring an extremely precious life elixir. Thor was very interested in this, as auctions always presented opportunities for unexpected gains, especially for someone with Thor's daily information updates. This point was confirmed once again when the daily information was updated. Both the boy named Alan and the Thunderstone excited him, so over the next 2 days, Thor began actively preparing for the auction. 2 days later, he personally set off with Ryan, Neil Morton, 5 official knights and 30 apprentice knights. Due to the division of resources between the mines and the merchant guild, his number of apprentice knights had decreased. However, thanks to his substantial expenditures, the reserve trainee knights had seen 10 more people condense life seeds and break through to become apprentice knights in the past few months. His number of apprentice knights had risen from just over 100 to more than 120, making it easy to deploy 30. Apart from personnel, Thor also took some supplies to Lauren City, such as black iron armor and silver armor. Even though he still had quite a bit of gold, it was uncertain whether it would be enough to purchase the Thunderstone, the boy named Alan, and a large amount of living supplies. He needed to be fully prepared. As for Neil Morton, he had voluntarily requested to accompany them. Thor certainly wouldn't refuse the protection of a super bodyguard. Over the past few months, if he had been uncertain before, he was now sure that Neil Morton was indeed a Sky Knight. In the entire Northland province, there was nothing safer than having a Sky Knight by your side. Even if the orcs launched a massive invasion, they would still be secure. Sky Knights were truly top-tier warriors, standing at the pinnacle of the kingdom. The Tulip Kingdom officially had only 5 Sky Knights. Even if there were hidden ones, the total number of Sky Knights wouldn't exceed 10. Each one was incredibly important and a cornerstone of the kingdom's strength. Having Neil Morton by his side was more reassuring than anything else. The journey from Eagle Ridge to Lauren City went without any danger. To ensure the smooth running of the auction, Lauren City had already dispatched many knights to clean up the surroundings. Even if some dark elements hadn't been completely eradicated, they had to lay low. Thor and his party didn't face any burdens. Even the supplies they carried didn't slow them down. In just 4 days, they arrived at Lauren City. Looking at the city ahead, Neil Morton couldn't help but shake his head. The Lord here is really unqualified, letting the most important city in the province fall into such a state, he remarked. The experience at Eagle Ridge had led him to believe the entire Tulip Kingdom was similar, but now he realized it was just Eagle Ridge. Thor smiled but didn't respond to Neil Morton's comment. Joking aside, he wasn't in a position to evaluate Marquis Raymond. They slowly rode towards the city. Compared to his previous visits, Lauren City was now bustling with activity. The city gate was crowded with people, including various merchants and pioneering lords like him with large retinues. There were also nobles adorned with medals. Not far away, Thor noticed a large group of knights numbering in the hundreds. The high-flying banner indicated their identity. Dalton, he murmured, puzzled. He didn't recall this family's title. However, he didn't dwell on it for long and quickly dismissed it. The Northland province was a wild area, full of opportunities. Not only were there various magical beasts, orcs, and resources, but also ruins from ancient civilizations. Unlike other provinces where ruins had been almost completely excavated, the Northland province had many unexplored sites. Anyone could rise to prominence here. In fact, out of the 56 barons in the kingdom, more than half had risen from being wandering knights rather than from established noble families. This Dalton was likely one of them, which wasn't too surprising. So many people, Ryan exclaimed, looking around with wide eyes. Haha, Ryan, the city of Canaan in the Empire has even more people, and there are beautiful elves there too, Neil Morton joked. Teacher, Ryan looked at his teacher in exasperation. Haha, I'm just saying, Neil Morton replied, somewhat embarrassed. Let's go, our lodging is arranged. We should settle in first. The auction starts tomorrow afternoon, Thor said with a smile, leading the group to the nobles' passage. In this world, social classes were very strict. Commoners and nobles didn't use the same paths. Nobles had their exclusive, wider, and checkpoint-free passage. Thor and his entourage followed Dalton's group into Lauren City. After they entered, the area outside the city remained crowded, but that was no longer Thor's concern. Inside the city, Thor felt the bustling atmosphere even more. Compared to his previous visits, the population of Lauren City had clearly increased tenfold. The streets were full of people. Even the usually impassive residents seemed to have more smiles. Many freemen were selling goods on the streets. Knights patrolled the city, their numbers much higher than before. Thor even saw several nobles wearing medals, some with the distinctive marks of the Northland province. This indicated they were not just nobles, but also titled nobles of the Northland province. These two identities were quite different. A noble medal only indicated one's noble origin, but this status wasn't permanent. If someone left their family, their noble status would be revoked after 3 years unless they earned a title. For example, Thor had 3 years to earn the title of Baron otherwise. The Dressrosa name would be stripped, and he would no longer be a noble. Only by earning a title could he regain the Dressrosa name. Familiar with the place, Thor and his group quickly settled in as the evening sun began to set, marking the end of the day. Daily information system updated. The flashing text announced the arrival of new information. However, none of it particularly excited Thor. Given that this was just an auction held annually in Lauren City, it was already impressive to have the rare find of a boy with an affinity for all things in the Thunder Stone. The likelihood of discovering other exceptional items was slim. Night gradually passed. A new day dawned. With the break of dawn, the Habsburg Chamber of Commerce was already bustling with people. Numerous pioneering knights and nobles had gathered there, each with a look of anticipation and excitement. Have you heard? Heard what? Heh, seems like you don't know. The Habsburg Chamber of Commerce announced a few days ago that this auction will feature 3 bottles of intermediate life elixir and 30 bottles of basic life elixir. Really? Of course, the Habsburg Chamber of Commerce wouldn't lie. My goodness, 3 bottles. Yes, this will be exciting. The noble lords will surely go crazy. Amidst the various conversations, Thor, Ryan, and Neil Morton were also among the crowd. Hearing the discussions, Thor was not too surprised. Life elixirs are highly valuable no matter where you are. Intermediate life elixirs could incite fierce competition even in the Frostmoon province, and even more so in the Northern province. What puzzled him, however, was the lack of mention of the Thunder Stone. Curious but not overly concerned, Thor, Ryan, and Neil Morton followed an attendant into the auction house, ascending to the second floor. Here there were private rooms reserved for counts, count-level families, or territorial nobles like the Dressrosa family. Other pioneering lords had to stay on the first floor. Sir Thor, this is the catalog for today's auction. You may review it at your leisure. If you need anything, please call for me. I will be right outside the door. The attendant respectfully handed Thor a catalog before retreating. Thor smiled in acknowledgement before turning his attention to the catalog. The catalog listed 21 items. As he scanned through, his eyes fixed on the 4th and 16th items. The 4th item was a lot of slaves, the only male slaves being auctioned. 500 robust serfs skilled in farming were up for grabs, with a starting bid of 200 gold coins. The 16th item was the Thunder Stone, with a starting bid of 1,000 gold coins. Seeing this price, Thor sighed in relief. He still had about 5,000 gold coins left, so theoretically there shouldn't be any problems. As he exhaled, the auction began. A blonde girl quickly took the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, the Habsburg Chamber of Commerce's auction is officially starting. Our first item is 10 exquisite female slaves, starting at 3 gold coins with a minimum increment of 1 silver coin. Her pleasant voice rang out as 10 attractive female slaves were brought to the stage. Soon, bids started to fly. 3 gold coins, 4, 5 gold coins. The auction commenced quickly. Thor, however, was not interested in this lot. The first item ultimately sold for 5 gold coins and 20 silver coins. The second lot, another group of female slaves, was more beautiful and larger in number, but Thor remained uninterested. When the 4th item was up for bid, his demeanor changed to one of seriousness. From the Southern Moon province, robust serfs with excellent farming skills. The starting bid is 200 gold coins, with a minimum increment of 1 gold coin. The girl's voice echoed. The hall fell silent for a moment. 500 serfs with excellent farming skills, starting at 200 gold coins, was undoubtedly a high price. Yet skilled farmers were essential for any lord. I bid 200 gold coins. After a brief silence, the bids began. I bid 220 gold coins, 230, 240. I bid 250, 251, 252. The bids continued, but the increments slowed down. 200 gold coins were already a substantial amount. Even with excellent farming skills, recouping the cost in a year or two was challenging. As the bids tapered off, Ryan's voice came from Thor's room. 300 gold coins. The hall fell silent again. Many shook their heads in resignation, while others looked toward the source of the bid, eyes gleaming. Any higher bids? These are very robust slaves with excellent farming skills, essential for any territory. No one responded. 300 gold coins were indeed the limit. The girl tapped the wooden board and started the countdown. 300 gold coins once, 300 gold coins twice, 300 gold coins thrice. Congratulations to the bidder. Now on to our 5th item. The auction continued. The attendant knocked on Thor's door. Thor waved his hand, and Ryan stepped forward to hand over the remaining gold coins to the attendant. The attendant bowed and left. The auction proceeded with various items, including supplies and equipment. Thor even saw some black iron and silver armor for sale. The 7th and 11th items were 20 sets of average quality black iron armor and 3 sets of average quality silver armor. Yet these items sold for 10 gold coins and 1,000 gold coins, respectively. Yes, the 3 average quality silver armors sold for 1,000 gold coins, making Thor envious. It felt like daylight robbery. If such armor fetched over 300 gold coins each, his should sell for at least 400 gold coins. Of course, despite his envy, Thor ultimately suppressed his thoughts. Silver armor was different from black iron armor. An apprentice knight wearing silver armor could even rival an official knight. Unless absolutely necessary, he had no intention of selling it. He brought one piece just in case, not to sell it. At this moment, he didn't lack gold coins and had no need for more. While Thor felt a tinge of envy, the auction's excitement continued to rise. Especially after the silver armor, the appearance of the life potion made the entire auction room filled with heavy breathing. Now for our 13th item, 10 bottles of low-grade life potion. The starting price is 1,000 gold coins, with each increase not less than 10 gold coins. The woman's voice rang out. In the next moment, the auction room exploded. 1,500 gold coins, 1,600, 2,000 gold coins. 2,200 gold coins. In an instant, the price soared from 1,000 to 2,000 gold coins without showing any signs of stopping. Hearing the voices, even Thor couldn't help but marvel. The nobles and pioneering knights of the northern province indeed had money. Though low-grade life potions were expensive in Frost Moon province, one bottle typically cost around 200 gold coins. The price had already exceeded this in an instant. Of course, Thor had no intention of intervening. Low-grade life potions were important but didn't attract him much. Only high-grade life potions could draw his interest. As the bidding continued, the price gradually slowed down at 3,000 gold coins. It eventually sold for 3,110 gold coins. The 14th item, another 10 bottles of low-grade life potions, sold for 2,732 gold coins. The 15th item, again 10 bottles of low-grade life potions, fetched the highest price at 3,510 gold coins. Following these, the 16th item was the Thunderstone that Thor wanted. Now we present our 16th item, a magical stone from the Thunder Prison of the Aegean Sea. It contains rich thunder energy and is a primary material for crafting magic crystal cannons and magic devices. The starting price is 1,000 gold coins, with each increase not less than 10 gold coins. The woman's voice announced, and a few robust knights dragged out a huge stone half the height of a person. The black stone had arcs of electricity flickering on it. The surrounding air seemed to heat up a bit. Thunderstone. This is actually a thunderstone. Oh my god, this thing actually appeared in the northern province. Too bad I don't have a blacksmith, otherwise I must get it. Yes, same here. Exclamations and sighs filled the room. The Thunderstone had many uses, but most couldn't utilize it. It required a blacksmith. As pioneering lords, they had no blacksmiths. Amidst the discussions in the room, Ryan's voice rang out again. 1,200 gold coins. The moment the voice was heard, the surroundings fell silent. 1,200 gold coins, anyone higher? This is a magical stone from the Thunder Prison of the Aegean Sea, containing rich thunder energy and a primary material for crafting magic crystal cannons. The woman's voice continued, but there was still no response. Just as she was about to knock the gavel in disappointment, another voice rang out. 2,000 gold coins, the voice spoke. The moment the voice fell, Thor immediately looked towards a distant room. There, a young man was looking this way with a sneer, even raising his wine glass in a mock salute. 2,500 gold coins. Thor didn't let Ryan speak again and calmly bid another price. 3,000 gold coins. Dear sir from the Dressrosa family, if you wish, I can continue. A gentle voice echoed, carrying an annoying tone. 5,000 gold coins. My Dressrosa family is not like some paupers, even 10,000 gold coins wouldn't matter. Thor spoke calmly. The entire auction room fell silent. No one else spoke. Everyone on the first floor started breathing heavily. People on the second floor began to watch the show. Even the titled nobles looked towards the two rooms with mocking smiles. Who are you calling a pauper? 8,000 gold coins. The voice, tinged with anger, couldn't help but blurt out from the distant young man. However, halfway through, his face changed color. The woman on the stage couldn't help but smile and quickly resumed the auction. 8,000 gold coins once, 8,000 gold coins twice, 8,000 gold coins 3 times, sold. Congratulations to the guest in room number 5 for winning this item. Now for the 17th item. As the voice below continued, Thor was no longer paying attention, his brow slightly furrowed. Even he didn't expect such a turn of events. From the emblem, he recognized the other person immediately. They were from the same Frost Moon province and Count's family. Unlike the Assad family, it was the Emerson family, a mortal enemy of the Dressrosa family. So when the other spoke, Thor knew that winning would come at a high cost, which he didn't want. Thus, he decisively chose to give up. Kid, someone snatched your item. Neil Morton looked at Thor with a teasing smile. Some things are not so easily taken. Thor chuckled, glancing at Ryan. Ryan, find out which territory that idiot from the Emerson family belongs to. Oh, and I also want to know how many men he has. A warm voice sounded, but Thor's eyes held a trace of coldness. Daring to snatch his item, someone was asking for trouble. Meanwhile, on the other side, the young man's face turned sour. He only wanted to raise the price but ended up being stuck with the item, and at 8,000 gold coins. He didn't have 8,000 gold coins. His father, Count Emerson, had only given him 8,000 gold coins for this pioneer mission. Having spent 2,000 on supplies and slaves, he had less than 6,000 gold coins left. Knock, knock, the door was knocked. Hearing the knock, the young man tensed up. Sir Colin, the servant spoke with a smile. Well, The young man stammered, unsure of what to say. Knight Colin, are you joking with me? In the room, the attendant's face suddenly turned cold and his eyes showed hostility. The Thunderstone isn't worth 8,000 gold coins. 3,000 at most, 3,000 gold coins. Colin Emerson spoke, still somewhat guilty. However, halfway through his words, he seemed to regain some confidence and spoke firmly. But just as he finished speaking, swish, an old man appeared in the room. A terrifying aura burst forth. Bang! Colin Emerson's face turned pale, and even the Grand Knight beside him showed a change in expression, instinctively wanting to move but unable to do so. Knight Colin, the Habsburg Chamber of Commerce is not a place where you can cause trouble. Even your father, Count Emerson, does not have the right to make trouble here. Since Knight Colin cannot afford the gold coins, please leave. Your deposit will be forfeited, and additionally, you need to pay 3,000 gold coins as compensation for disrupting the auction. If you have any objections, you can have Count Emerson come over. The old man spoke calmly. No objections. Colin Emerson felt cold sweat continuously dripping. He stuttered as he spoke. Knight Colin, if this happens again, the Habsburg Chamber of Commerce will not welcome you anymore. The old man spoke once more, and then his voice disappeared. After the old man vanished, Colin Emerson collapsed to the ground, with large beads of sweat dripping from his forehead, his face pale. Even the Grand Knight beside him had trembling hands. After a moment, Colin Emerson slowly got up, glaring angrily in the direction of Thor's room, and then quickly left the auction. A moment later, in Thor's room, the door was knocked. The attendant, accompanied by several knights, approached. Seeing the Thunderstone, Thor was slightly stunned. Honorable Knight Thor, I apologize for the unpleasantness. Do you still need this Thunderstone? You can have it for just 3,000 gold coins. The attendant spoke with a smile. Of course I need it. Ryan. Thor thoughtfully glanced in the direction of the other room, then smiled and signaled to Ryan. Ryan quickly stepped forward and paid 3,000 gold coins. My apologies. Here is a platinum card from the Habsburg Chamber of Commerce. You can enjoy a 20% discount on future purchases with us. The attendant nodded with a smile, then handed a brand new platinum card to Thor. Thank you. Thor nodded with a smile. Soon the attendant left. You didn't anticipate this, did you? Neil Morton asked curiously. Thor shook his head with a smile, not offering any explanation. Honestly, he was a bit surprised by this turn of events. However, he largely guessed the situation. 8,000 gold coins aren't something everyone can afford. It was clear that the fool from the Emerson family couldn't come up with it. In this situation, the Habsburg Chamber of Commerce decided to send it over directly. Although he got the item, this matter wasn't over. Stealing from him, what a joke. He holds grudges. His eyes flickered, thoughts intertwining. At this moment, the auction continued. However, Thor lost interest in the remaining items, even though the last 3 lots were 3 bottles of intermediate life potions. They fetched 2, 700, 3, 100, and finally 3, 800 gold coins. He didn't pay much attention. Although intermediate life potions are extremely valuable, each can create a Grand Knight and has a chance to elevate a peak Grand Knight to an Earth Knight. It was irrelevant to him now. His current Knight rank is only an apprentice. Even Ryan is far from becoming an Earth Knight. As for Steve, although he became a Grand Knight, the gap is still significant. More importantly, he was out of money. His 10,000 gold coins had dwindled over the past few months. Especially after spending 300 gold coins on slaves and 3,000 on the Thunderstone, his remaining 5,000 gold coins had shrunk to a little over 1,000. He still needed to purchase supplies to return to his territory. But he didn't have much gold left. Thinking of buying intermediate life potions was wishful thinking. Even low-level life potions were out of his budget now. Let's go, time to head back, Thor said, getting up to leave the room. Ryan and Neil Morton followed beside him. The 3 quickly left. Once Thor left, others began to leave the auction hall as well, in a luxurious residence. Colin Emerson's face was grim. Sir, the situation is clear. The Thunderstone was indeed given to Thor Dressrosa by the Habsburg Chamber of Commerce. A knight reported respectfully. Hearing the report, Colin Emerson's face grew darker. Good, very good. I need to know where that guy's territory is. Colin Emerson's voice was icy. He was extremely furious. As a scion of the Emerson family, cherished by his maternal family, he had never suffered such a loss. Yes, sir. A figure quickly responded, and soon a knight left. The location of territories wasn't a secret. Colin soon obtained the information. The main valley, not far at all. Thor Dressrosa. Colin Emerson murmured, a cold gleam in his eyes. On the other side, Thor also received information from Ryan. Fallen Leaf territory, 130 miles away. 2 Grand Knights, 20 official knights, 100 apprentice knights. Listening to Ryan's information, Thor raised his eyebrows. That fool's strength wasn't weak. Not only did he have 2 Grand Knights, but also 20 official knights and 100 apprentice knights. Clearly, this fool was highly valued by the Emerson family, and not just ordinarily valued. Otherwise, they wouldn't have assigned him Grand Knights. Although the Emerson family is slightly stronger than the Dressrosa family, it's only a bit, not a significant difference like with the Assad family. They have only 3 Earth Knights, and their family history spans just 400 or 500 years. A Grand Knight is very important. Providing 2 Grand Knights shows significant support. Aside from this strength, what Thor was most concerned about was the location of the other's territory. Range was just over 100 miles from his Eagle Ridge, no more than 2 days' journey. At this moment, looking at the map with the location of the fallen leaf territory, Thor's eyes also flashed coldly. Thor's thoughts swirled as he took another look, eventually suppressing the cold glint in his eyes and turning his gaze back to Ryan. Have the slaves been delivered? His words were tinged with anticipation. Compared to dealing with a fool, he was far more interested in the boy with the affinity for all things. They have been delivered. We also found the boy named Alan. Do you wish to see him? Ryan nodded and spoke respectfully. Let him in. Thor pondered for a moment before nodding. Soon a frail-looking boy of about 15 or 16 was brought in. Master. Alan, looking nervous, quickly knelt before the noble young man in the room. Rise. Thor's gentle voice sounded as he looked at the boy. Alan, do you want to become a free man or even a knight? Thor's soft voice seemed to carry an allure. Alan, who was initially anxious, was stunned and his eyes widened. He lifted his gaze to look at the nobleman. You mean it, Master, I can become a free man, a knight. Alan's voice trembled with disbelief. Of course, but it will require your hard work. Thor nodded with a smile. What do I need to do, Master? Alan asked straightforwardly, lying prostrate with a trembling voice. Work for me. I have a herd of unicorns that need to be cared for. If you do well, I will free you and your parents from your contracts, making you free men. And if you do exceptionally well, such as helping the unicorns advance, I might even teach you the knight's breathing technique and have you trained by a proper knight. Thor spoke seriously, his gaze steady on the boy. He had investigated everything about Alan after acquiring the slaves. The batch included Alan and his parents, but no one had noticed Alan's innate talent for affinity with all things. Master. Hearing Thor's words, Alan's body trembled, his eyes filled with shock. Thor's simple words carried a lot of weight. Alan knew his new master might have discovered his secret, a secret even his parents didn't know. He could help creatures advance. Alan was stunned and didn't know how his master had found out or what he wanted. His anxiety grew. Don't worry. In this vast continent, there are always those blessed by the goddess of life. You are not unique. Just do your job well, and I will keep my promise. Thor seemed to sense Alan's unease, chuckling softly before speaking seriously again. Serving you is my honor, Master. Alan, feeling slightly relieved by Thor's words, prostrated himself again, his voice filled with unprecedented respect. Stand up. Do well, and with me you will have a future as grand as an eagle's. Thor nodded with a smile. Yes, Master. Alan stood up quickly, his eyes filled with anticipation. His previous anxiety and nervousness vanished. He had kept his secret buried, fearing it would bring disaster. Finally being able to share it lifted a great weight off his shoulders. For Thor, having Alan's full loyalty was crucial. If Alan continued to hide his power, it would hinder the development of Thor's territory. Now was the perfect time to start preparations for capturing and raising unicorns. The unicorn leader had the potential to advance to Tier 3 magical beast. Although rare, with Alan's talent, the odds were better. If the unicorn advanced to Tier 3 magical beast, it would be comparable to a human Earth Knight. Contracting it would significantly enhance his territory and personal power, establishing a strong presence in the northern province. As for his promises, they weren't empty words. Thor had already established a merit system in Eagle Ridge. As long as Alan earned enough merit, becoming a free man and a knight wouldn't be a problem. With Alan now loyal, Thor began final preparations to leave. There was still some time before the wheat harvest, necessitating the purchase of large quantities of food and other supplies, including materials for magical crystal cannons. Most of these were available in Lauren City, and it took about 2 days to procure everything. On the third day, the group finally left Lauren City. The city's bustle faded as many pioneering knights, lords, and nobles departed. The streets grew quieter. Thor's return journey was slower than his departure. It took them 9 days to reach Eagle Ridge. In the span of days, Eagle Ridge hadn't changed much. Everything continued in an orderly fashion. After settling the 500 serfs, Thor began handling administrative duties and dispatching the Thunderstone to the iron mine. Having secured the primary material, the next step was to craft magical crystal cannons. Both Eagle Ridge and the iron mine needed to be prepared to prevent any unforeseen events. Once everything was in order, Thor's focus shifted to the unicorns. Earlier, he had no means to care for magical beasts. Without the right capabilities, attempting to raise them would be a significant loss. But now, with Alan's help, that was no longer an issue. As for Colin Emerson, there was no rush. Thor had time to let his strength grow before dealing with him. The northern province was chaotic, with frequent orc raids. A territory being worn down wouldn't attract much attention. After all, Thor Dressrosa's possessions weren't easily taken. The operation began quickly. 3 days later, information indicated it was time for the unicorns to come out for food again. At this moment, a large number of knights had gathered at Eagle Ridge, including Steve, who was called back from the mines. After all, among the unicorns, there was a leader at the peak of the second tier. Without Steve, it would be too difficult for just a dozen official knights to capture it. Only with Steve could they be confident of success. At dawn, the group set out in full force. This time they mobilized a Grand Knight, 15 official knights, over 30 apprentice knights, and more than 100 reserve trainee knights. This was almost the majority of Eagle Ridge's forces at the time. Led by Thor, the group soon arrived at the upper reaches of the main valley, where the unicorns were known to graze that day. From a distance, they saw 20 to 30 unicorns grazing on the lush grass. Most unicorns are first-tier magical beasts, with only the leader reaching the second tier. They are very fast. A first-tier unicorn is as fast as a typical second-tier magical beast, and a second-tier unicorn surpasses most third-tier magical beasts in speed. In the northern province, unicorns are among the most common magical beasts. Due to their speed, they are often kept by minotaurs. They are also a favorite among the northern nobility for raising magical beasts. It is rumored that Marquis Raymond has a troop of 300 unicorn knights. Thor had long noticed this group of unicorns. However, without specialized handlers, it's impossible to domesticate magical beasts. Thor had to give up on them until he met Alan, who had the affinity for all things in Lauren City, rekindling his interest. Ryan, have the men pour the flammable oil around. Steve, once the flames rise, capture the unicorn leader first. If we can secure it, the rest will be much easier. Thor quickly gave his orders in a low voice. He had meticulously planned the capture of these unicorns over the past few days. Although unicorns are relatively weak, they are incredibly fast. A first-tier unicorn is faster than a typical second-tier magical beast, and a second-tier unicorn's speed rivals that of third-tier beasts. Such speed means that even 10 Grand Knights might not be enough to capture these unicorns, but this was under normal circumstances. Unicorns have a fatal weakness, or rather untamed unicorns have a fatal weakness. They fear fire. Flames cause unicorns to panic and hesitate. By surrounding them with fire, the unicorns would be unable to escape. With their current strength, capturing these dozens of unicorns wouldn't be too difficult. Thor quickly issued his commands, and Ryan swiftly moved into action. With over 100 reserve trainee knights, they began pouring the flammable oil. There was still plenty left over from the previous frontier war, and Rachos Assad's visit had brought even more. Now it was put to use. A large amount of flammable oil was poured onto the grass. Because there was still some distance, the unicorns didn't pay much attention. Time passed slowly. Soon, half an hour had gone by. A large semicircle of flammable oil surrounded the unicorns, when Ryan raised his hand from afar. "Do it," Thor's voice was low and firm. In the next moment, the flammable oil was ignited. The oil quickly caught fire, spreading around the entire area. On the other side, others also ignited the oil where they were positioned. Boom! A sea of flames erupted, with fire waves reaching 3 to 4 meters high. At that moment, the unicorns sensed something was wrong. Squeal, the unicorn leader, panicked, was about to flee, but the sea of flames caused it extreme anxiety. The other unicorns reacted similarly. Thor waved his hand. Steve and the regular and apprentice knights rushed toward the unicorns. Lassos were thrown. Snap, snap. The sounds of lassos catching echoed, and unicorns were quickly ensnared. Feeling the noose around their necks, the unicorns panicked even more, especially the unicorn leader, which gathered wind elements under its hooves, ready to flee. However, the flames reflected in its eyes caused it to hesitate momentarily. In that moment of hesitation, a lasso also caught around its neck. The unicorn leader struggled fiercely. Steve unleashed his life force, tightening the lasso. As the horses galloped, bursts of life force erupted. Soon, a few first-tier unicorns couldn't hold on and collapsed. Knights quickly moved in to bind the unicorns. Once it started, more unicorns soon fell. Eventually, only the peak second-tier unicorn leader remained. Everyone watched tensely. Even Thor was anxious. The group of unicorns was important, but the unicorn leader was crucial. This was a peak second-tier unicorn leader. If it could advance to the third tier, their safety in the northern province would be assured. How could he not be tense? The unicorn leader, still dragging Steve, continued to run wildly. But with the fire shrinking the area, the leader's panic grew and its movement slowed. Finally, after another half-hour of resistance, boom, the unicorn leader fell to the ground. Steve, exhausted but relieved, quickly bound the leader. All the unicorns had been captured. Thor sighed in relief. With a wave of his hand, the men moved to extinguish the flames. Half an hour later, the fire was out. Smiles spread across everyone's faces. Thor was also relieved. They had captured 23 unicorns, including a peak second-tier leader. This was undoubtedly a great haul. These unicorns could be traded in the future. The thought of riding a unicorn was exhilarating. 23 unicorns, including one at the peak of the second tier. Such a bounty brought a smile to Thor Dressrosa's face. Everyone will receive merit points for this success. 1 point for each reserve trainee knight, 3 points for each apprentice knight, 10 points for each official knight, and 30 points for Steve, Thor announced. The mention of merit points made everyone visibly happier. The concept of merit points was now well known throughout the entire Eagle's Ridge. According to the system devised by their lord, possessing enough merit points was essential for acquiring anything of value. For slaves, 30 merit points were needed to gain freedom and become a freeman. Only freemen could join the reserve trainee knights, and typically, 50 merit points were required for a freeman to qualify for the Reserve Trainee Knights. Once a member of the Reserve Trainee Knights, one could exchange merit points for items from the Lord, with more valuable items available to apprentice and official knights. For example, the eagle breathing method was available to official knights for 300 merit points. Similarly, silver armor could be acquired by Grand Knights for 200 merit points. Over the past few months, this system had been refined and perfected, driven by Thor's consistent gathering of valuable resources, making merit points highly sought after. However, earning merit points wasn't easy. A reserve trainee knight typically earned 1 point per month, apprentice knights 3 points, and official knights 10 points. Freemen earned merit points by assisting in territory development, while slaves received 1 point per year, barring exceptional circumstances like war or significant achievements. Thus, the distribution of merit points for the successful capture of the unicorns, 1 point for reserve trainee knights, 3 for apprentice knights, and 10 for official knights, was significant, equaling about a month's worth of their earnings. Smiles spread across the faces of the knights. "All right, let's return to the city," Thor ordered. They began their journey back to Eagle's Ridge with the captured unicorns. Upon returning, Thor had Steve and his men return to the mines to prevent any unforeseen issues. He then led the unicorns to a prepared stable, where Alan was already waiting anxiously. "Master," Alan prostrated himself before Thor. "Stand up," Thor commanded. "These unicorns are your responsibility now. I'll assign 10 slaves to assist you. You'll receive 3 merit points per month, with bonuses for breeding success, 10 points for each successful breeding, and additional points for tier advancement." "Yes, master." Alan was excited, aware that his monthly merit points were significantly higher than those of other slaves, and the potential for more points could help him and his family escape slavery. "Ryan, arrange for guards here to prevent any incidents," Thor instructed. "Yes, sir." Ryan promptly began organizing the tasks. After settling the unicorns, Thor resumed his administrative duties, noting the increasing complexity of managing Eagle's Ridge as it grew. He realized the need for a steward or administrative officer to handle affairs like food supply, merit point accounting, and resource distribution. After some thought, he decided to seek help from his father, believing it safer and more trustworthy than hiring outsiders. Thor wrote a letter, explaining the situation and asking for assistance in finding a suitable steward. He sent the letter to Lauren City to be mailed. Despite his initial intention to manage independently as a pioneering knight, Thor recognized that some issues required experienced help. As the night deepened, Thor completed his tasks, and at the stroke of midnight, the daily information update arrived. Daily information update. 1. A herd of boar beasts will pass 500 miles north of your territory, led by a boar beast that seems close to advancing to Tier 3. 2. In the western part of your territory, a serf in Baron Wells's domain discovered that grafting root ferns onto fire spirit trees increased the trees' yield. As time passed, everything settled into a steady rhythm upon Thor's return to the territory. Eagle Ridge was entering a high-speed development phase, with vast tracts of farmland being cultivated and all aspects of the territory gradually moving into proper order. At this pace, it was likely that Eagle Ridge would complete its initial development phase within a year. This swift progress was not only due to Thor's father's support, Count Angel Dressrosa, but also the Daily Information System, a resource that gave Thor a significant advantage over others. The night quietly passed, and as Thor busied himself with the affairs of the territory, good news arrived once more. The magic crystal cannon had been successfully forged. Morning. In a large open space, several knights dragged a massive object that bore a resemblance to cannons from Thor's previous life, except it had a pale blue hue. This was the magic crystal cannon. Even the dwarf leader, Asak, followed closely behind it. "Sir, this magic crystal cannon requires magic cores for operation, preferably of the 2nd tier or higher. Its range is within 2 kilometers, Asak reported cautiously to Thor. 2nd tier magic cores, Thor mused, then gestured towards Ryan. Ryan quickly approached and handed over a few 2nd tier magic cores. Eagle Ridge had been continuously clearing magical beasts, so they had a supply of such cores. Asak took the cores and began the operation. Soon a pale blue magical array lit up on the cannon and energy started gathering. Boom! A deafening noise erupted as the magic crystal cannon fired a terrifying blue beam. Boom! Boom! In the distance, dust clouds rose, and the terrifying blue light obliterated everything in its path. When the light dissipated, the distant hill had vanished. Witnessing this, Thor's eyebrows raised in surprise. The cannon's power was far superior to some cannons from his previous world, potentially capable of obliterating even 2nd tier magical beasts and posing a deadly threat to high-level knights. "Not bad," Thor commented. "Asak, how many more of these magic crystal cannons can you forge?" "At most 4 more," Asak responded respectfully after some thought. 4, that will do." Deliver one more to the territory. Also, you've done great work this time. You will receive 100 merit points, and for each additional magic crystal cannon, you'll receive 50 merit points. Thor nodded in satisfaction. Though 4 was a small number, it was enough. 2 could guard the mines, and 2 could protect Eagle Ridge, ensuring absolute security in both locations. Thank you, sir. Asak expressed his gratitude, his face lighting up with joy. Merit points were extremely valuable, as Thor had promised that if they earned enough, he would help establish their own dwarf territory. The thought alone was exciting. After making this promise to Asak, Thor instructed Ryan to properly secure the magic crystal cannon in preparation for any potential future incidents. Indeed, incidents. Thor anticipated that it wouldn't be long before other powers took notice. The sale of black iron armor, a major economic pillar for Eagle Ridge, couldn't stop, and as long as it continued, it would inevitably draw attention. Once noticed, it wouldn't be difficult for others to deduce certain things, such as the existence of a large iron mine or the presence of goblins and blacksmiths. Such speculations would likely prompt some to act. Thor was, in fact, waiting for such a chance. Establishing a stable trade route wasn't easy, and although Ratcho's Assad seemed to be progressing smoothly, it didn't mean there were no challenges ahead. Thor needed to announce his presence to the northern province and demonstrate his strength. Only then could Ratcho's Assad's trade route stabilize, and only then would Eagle Ridge truly be established. I wonder who will come first, Thor muttered to himself, recalling a certain fool from the Emerson family in Lauren City. Considered the Emersons a perfect initial target, given their high status and significant strength. They would serve as an ideal stepping stone to declare his arrival. However, Thor quickly dismissed this thought. He needed to ensure everything was foolproof before making a move. The Emerson family was as noble as his own Dressrosa family, possibly even stronger. In particular, Thor had learned that the fool's backing came largely from his maternal family, a top-tier presence in the Frost Moon province. Though the fool appeared to lack strength, hidden forces could not be ruled out. It was not wise to make them his first target. Thor's attention then turned to a map in his room. Compared to the crude maps before, this one was much more detailed, the result of several months of effort. It not only depicted the surrounding terrain, but also contained information about nearby pioneers and nobles. Around Eagle Ridge, or more precisely the main valley, there were 3 baronial territories and 7 pioneer territories. The baronies belonged to the Lawrence, Valmy, and Grattan families. The Lawrence family, unlike the others who were established pioneers, hailed from a Southern Moon province's noble family, weaker than the Dressrosa family, with only a single early-stage Earth Knight, making it one of the weakest Count families. As Thor's eyes scanned the map, they eventually settled on the Lawrence family. The decision to target the Lawrences was twofold. Firstly, their proximity to the mine, only 20 to 30 miles, meant they were bound to notice something eventually. Secondly, the Lawrences were strong yet weak. Indeed, they were strong because, as one of the 30 remaining barons in the northern province, their power was unquestionable. With 20 years of development, their influence in the main valley was significant. Suppressing the Lawrences would likely ensure dominance over the entire region, including the other 2 noble families. On the other hand, they were weak in that their forces included only about 100 apprentice knights, over 30 knights, and 1 grand knight. This made them an ideal target compared to the Emerson family. With a plan in mind, Thor wasted no time. He quickly summoned Ryan and issued instructions. In the following days, a large shipment of black iron armor was transported to the territory. The amount was significantly more than before. At the end of the month, when Ratcho's Assad arrived, he was stunned by what he saw. "My friend, you can't be serious." Ratcho's Assad gasped, his breathing heavy with excitement. The recent trade route had opened a new world for him, revealing endless business opportunities. Just one trade journey had earned him a profit of over 500 gold coins. Even after giving Thor 70%, the remaining amount thrilled him. But what he saw now was even more surprising. Not only had Thor delivered the promised 100 sets of black iron armor, but there were an additional 100 sets and 3 sets of silver armor. Silver armor. The mere thought of its value made Ratcho's breath quicken. 200 sets of black iron armor and 3 sets of silver armor, Thor announced. "You can sell them, but I have a condition for you. My friend, just say it." Ratcho's responded eagerly. Thor explained his plan to Ratcho's in detail. "My friend, are you serious?" Ratcho's asked, eyes widening with disbelief. Thor wanted him to inform Baron Lawrence about the large iron mine and the dwarfs. It sounded insane, and Ratcho's couldn't fathom the reasoning behind it. Of course, Thor assured him. "Just do as I say," Ratcho's, though bewildered, agreed, suppressing the wild thoughts racing through his mind. The next day, Ratcho's Assad left Eagle Ridge with a large load of goods, heading towards various territories. This time, he refrained from selling the silver armor, only parting with 100 sets of black iron armor, saving the rest for later. Upon reaching the Lawrence barony, "Oh, my friend," exclaimed Pape Lawrence, greeting Ratcho's warmly. Ratcho's returned the embrace. Baron Lawrence, I've brought something you'll love, Ratchos announced excitedly. Oh, could it be the silver armor from the goblins? Pape Lawrence asked, eyes lighting up with anticipation. Yes, Baron Lawrence, 3 sets of genuine silver armor. Life goddess above, other lords offered 400 gold coins, but I saved them for you because we're friends, Ratchos replied. Wonderful, indeed we are friends. Pape Lawrence beamed, inviting Ratchos to a grand dinner. Recently, Pape had been eyeing a group of minotaurs and needed plenty of armor and weapons. The prices in Lawrence City were exorbitant, but a month ago, Ratchos had brought 20 sets of black iron armor, which were not only affordable but of excellent quality. Although he hadn't been able to purchase silver armor then, he had hoped Ratchos might bring more. Now with 200 sets of black iron armor and 3 sets of silver armor, his hopes were more than fulfilled. Silver armor. With 3 sets of silver armor, Pape Lawrence was confident he could conquer the Minotaur territory, even though the losses would still be significant. However, securing the iron mine occupied by the Minotaurs, even if it couldn't produce mithril, would still be worth thousands of gold coins. During the banquet, Pape Lawrence and Ratchos Assad were deep in conversation. As Ratchos grew increasingly tipsy, Pape, with a hint of curiosity, casually inquired, "My friend, if I may ask, how did you manage to bypass the Habsburg Chamber of Commerce's blockade to transport black iron and silver armor to the northern province? It seems quite impossible." "It wasn't brought from elsewhere," Ratchos slurred, clearly intoxicated. "I wouldn't dare defy Marquis Raymond's decree. I acquired these from a friend who controls a group of dwarfs and an iron mine. It's not much." A friend, a large iron mine, dwarf. Pape Lawrence's eyebrows twitched with intrigue and concern. "My friend, may I ask which baron your friend is? I haven't heard of this." But Ratchos was already asleep, sprawled on the table. Lord Ratchos, Pape called softly several times, receiving no response. Frowning, he ordered his men to take Ratchos to rest. "Father," a young man approached as Ratchos was led away. "What have you found out about the things I asked you to investigate?" Pape Lawrence asked his eldest and most favored son. "I've discovered that Ratchos Assad first visited Thor Dressrosa's Eagle Ridge. The first sale of black iron armor also originated from Maine territory after he left Eagle Ridge. The source might be the Emerson family or the Dressrosa family, or possibly from the territories of Orvieto or Crow." Lawrence reported respectfully to his father, who had set him on this investigation after obtaining the black iron armor. Emerson, Dressrosa families. Pape frowned, aware of their power. "What about the cowardly goblin tribe outside our territory? Has there been any progress in investigating the fire there recently?" "Father, it's been confirmed that the area has been occupied by Eagle Ridge. It appears they attacked the cowardly goblins." "Eagle Ridge occupied it." Pape's mind raced. "Wait, you said Ratchos Assad first visited Thor Dressrosa's Eagle Ridge, and the black iron armor was first sold after leaving Maine territory." "Yes, father," Lawrence confirmed, though puzzled. Pape Lawrence hurried to a map, eyes brightening as he examined 2 newly marked red spots. "Cowardly goblin territory, dwarfs, black iron armor, silver armor." "A friend, Lawrence, I have an important task for you. Take a few nights and investigate the goblin area. I need to know what Eagle Ridge is up to," Pape ordered gravely. "Father, do you suspect the black iron and silver armor come from Eagle Ridge?" "But Thor Dressrosa has only recently become a pioneering knight," Lawrence questioned in disbelief. "Nothing is impossible, Lawrence. The Dressrosa family is strong, much stronger than us. This Thor might have significant backing from the Dressrosa count. Also remember, goblins sometimes capture dwarfs to forge weapons. This area was a large goblin settlement, not far from Eagle Ridge. Why would Thor Dressrosa spend so much to capture it? It wasn't a lucrative move for mere dwarfs." Pape's voice was filled with emotion, his excitement growing. A large iron mine and possibly a group of dwarfs. It was a fortune that could allow him to gain a viscountcy through the upcoming Kingdom War. The prospect was exhilarating. As for Thor Dressrosa, Pape was unconcerned. A new frontier lord, even with Dressrosa family ties, wouldn't have limitless support. Pape, with over 20 years in the northern province and more than 15 years as a baron, had power comparable to an inland viscount. Overcoming a new frontier lord seemed trivial, especially given the potential gains. Even the powerful Dressrosa family might not oppose it if the prize were significant enough. "I understand. I'll take care of it immediately, father," Lawrence responded quickly, retreating to carry out the order. As his son left, Pape Lawrence gazed at the moonlit sky with anticipation. "Life goddess above, is this your blessing upon me?" he murmured, eyes filled with hope and expectation. Baron Pape Lawrence, filled with excitement and anticipation, instructed his eldest son to investigate. Meanwhile, the sobered Ratchos Assad completed the transaction with Baron Pape Lawrence, selling silver armor for 500 gold coins per set and black iron armor for 40 silver coins per set. After the transaction, Ratchos Assad left Baron Pape Lawrence's territory. However, he couldn't help but feel anxious. Baron Pape Lawrence was a formidable force, one of the strongest barons in the entire Maine Valley region. While Rachos understood the likely intent behind Thor's instructions, choosing this particular target still made him uneasy. Let's hope nothing goes wrong, he muttered to himself, glancing back at Baron Pape Lawrence's domain before quickly departing. 5 days later, Lawrence finally gathered some information, which was swiftly reported to Baron Pape Lawrence. There are no goblins left there. Lawrence reported. Additionally, over 100 knights are stationed there, including at least 10 official knights. Baron Pape Lawrence's eyes widened in surprise and he stood up abruptly. That many knights and so many official knights, he exclaimed. Lawrence nodded, also shocked by the numbers. Even Baron Pape Lawrence's territory, after many years, only had about 30 official knights. The fact that a newly established pioneer lord could muster 10 official knights was astounding. Hahaha, the goddess of life is blessing us. It seems my hunch was correct, there might indeed be a large iron mine there. Baron Pape Lawrence exclaimed with glee. Lawrence, make preparations. We will act in 7 days. Despite not being entirely certain, the mere suspicion of a large iron mine and possibly in blacksmith workshop was enough to prompt action. Securing such a resource before the kingdom's war could significantly bolster his domain, potentially earning him a viscount title. Yes, father. Lawrence responded eagerly, then set about organizing the forces. The entire domain of Baron Pape Lawrence soon buzzed with activity as knights were mobilized, and more information about the Eagle's Ridge was gathered. Meanwhile, in Thor's territory, the daily information system provided crucial updates. Daily information update. 1. To the north of your territory, 500 miles away, a group of boar beasts is passing through. The leader appears to be on the verge of a breakthrough to the 3rd tier. 2. To the west of your territory, in Baron Wells's domain, a serf accidentally discovered that grafting bracken roots with fire spirit trees increases the yield of the fire spirit tree. 3. In 7 days, due to the leak about the large iron mine, Baron Pape Lawrence plans to attack and seize your iron mine, aiming to destroy your territory. For a minor conflict has arisen between the Rosen and Delin families in the Eagle's Ridge. 5. To the west of the Eagle's Ridge, in the upper reaches of the main valley, a group of earth dragons will pass through. Upon reading the new information, especially the information he had been anticipating, Thor couldn't help but smile. His strategy was to lure the enemy out. As a new lord, he couldn't recklessly initiate conflicts, as that would provoke neighboring lords. However, the iron mine's proximity made discovery by Baron Pape Lawrence almost inevitable. Rather than waiting for an opportunistic strike, it was better to draw him out and defeat him decisively, thus establishing Thor's dominance in the main valley. After all, nothing cements authority like vanquishing a noble lord. With this in mind, Thor began mobilizing for war. He sent more troops to the mine for reinforcement, leaving only a small force behind in the Eagle's Ridge, confident that it would remain secure under the protection of Ryan and Neil Morton. Ryan, the Eagle's Ridge is in your hands. Don't disappoint me, Thor instructed solemnly. Behind him stood over 100 knights and more than 1,000 slaves, nearly all the forces of the Eagle's Ridge. Rest assured, my lord. As long as I live, the Eagle's Ridge will stand firm, Ryan responded with determination. Good, I trust you, Thor nodded, then led his troops towards the mine. Simultaneously, Baron Pape Lawrence's domain was also bustling with preparations as knights and slaves assembled in great numbers. The 2nd day saw Thor's arrival at the mine. Steve had been informed and had already fortified the area. With Thor's reinforcements, the mine's defenses were swiftly bolstered. Meanwhile, Baron Pape Lawrence, keeping a close watch on the mine, received news of Thor's movements. You say that Thor Dressrosa has brought a large force to the mine? Baron Pape Lawrence asked, eyes gleaming with excitement. Yes, over 2,000 people. Lawrence confirmed, looking worried. Father, could it be that our plan has been leaked? It doesn't seem like it, Baron Pape Lawrence mused, shaking his head. He momentarily considered Rachos Assad's involvement, but quickly dismissed the thought. Now was not the time for such concerns, the priority was securing the mine. Surprised, Father, what should we do next? Lawrence looked at his father, asking with confusion. Continue gathering our forces. Don't worry, this is good for us. After all, we can't be certain whether the blacksmiths are at the mine or at Eagle Ridge. Since the enemy has concentrated their forces up front, as long as we break through there, we can quickly take Eagle Ridge as well. That offspring of the Dressrosa seems to be highly valued by their family. If we manage to capture him, the Dressrosa heir will likely be willing to spend a large sum to buy his freedom. Baron Pape Lawrence suppressed his thoughts and spoke with a smile. Yes, father. Lawrence's eyes lit up upon hearing his father's words. The forces of Baron Pape Lawrence's territory were quickly assembled. On the 7th day, they set out in grand procession. Their target, the mine. Baron Pape Lawrence led almost all his forces. 100 apprentice knights, more than 20 official knights, 1 grand knight, and 3,000 slaves. Only 10 official knights and a few dozen apprentice knights remained to guard the barony. If these forces were lost, the barony would be in turmoil. But Baron Pape Lawrence didn't consider the possibility of loss, even if facing the offspring of Dressrosa. After all, the opponent was just a newly established lord. How strong could he be? At most, he might have a grand knight for protection. How many official knights, apprentice knights, and reserve knights could he have? No family would allocate most of its strength to a pioneer knight. The family was too large and had too many people. Not everyone could get enough resources, especially since they had to ensure the next heir to the count title had sufficient strength, which meant even fewer resources for others. Like him, the Lawrence family only supported him with 10 official knights, 50 apprentice knights, and 200 reserve knights. Even if the Dressrosa family was stronger, their support wouldn't be much more. He had enough confidence in this, especially since he had advanced to a Grand Knight, and both his eldest son and his knight captain were peak official knights. With this strength, he wasn't afraid of even established noble lords, let alone a new pioneer lord. Of course, Baron Pape Lawrence didn't know that the support the Dressrosa Count provided to his ninth son was tremendous. Additionally, with daily information updates, Thor's strength as a new lord far exceeded that of typical lords and couldn't be compared to ordinary noble lords. Baron Pape Lawrence's confidence was destined to be a grave mistake, but no one informed him of this. Thousands of people marched toward the mine. Soon, information about the mine's location was obtained. Over 3,000 men. Thor's eyebrows raised slightly upon hearing a knight's report. His eyes took on a serious look. This was over 3,000 men, different from the timid goblins they had faced before. Even if most were slaves, this was still formidable. More importantly, this suggested that Baron Pape Lawrence might have mobilized all his forces. This meant there could be over 30 official knights, more than 100 apprentice knights, and potentially hundreds of reserve knights among these 3,000 men. Even if there was a margin of error, it wouldn't be small. Such strength was already significant in the northern province, strong enough to overrun most territories, but clearly this did not include him. The forces gathered at the mine already exceeded those of Baron Pape Lawrence, with over 3,000 men, including 30 official knights, 100 apprentice knights, and 200 reserve knights. Thanks to daily information, Thor had acquired many life-enhancing items. With enough merits, these could be exchanged. Over the past few months, his strength had grown incomparable to before. This strength was enough to make most noble lords in the northern province take notice. Not to mention, he had 3 magical crystal cannons. With these, the mine's security was assured. 3 magical crystal cannons, baron or not, even if all the lords of the main valley came, he wouldn't be worried. The power of magical crystal cannons was beyond what ordinary barons or even viscounts could possess, typically only counts and above. With this confidence, he dared to lure the enemy, because if mishandled and if many enemies were attracted but couldn't be dealt with, it would be a big problem. Thor would never engage in a completely uncertain endeavor. Morning sunlight spilled. Baron Pape Lawrence's forces rapidly approached, now less than 20 miles from the mine. The entire mine was now in tense mobilization. A large number of people were being gathered. Deployment plans were already laid out. "Sir, everything is arranged." Steve spoke respectfully with a hint of excitement. This was his first true war, different from previous battles with goblins. This was a real fight against a noble lord. For him, it was also a test. Good. Remember, after the Chevaux de Frise stops them, use the magical crystal cannons. After the bombardment, move out immediately and take them all down. Thor spoke solemnly, his expression stern. To minimize losses, he planned to use the magical crystal cannons. However, he didn't intend to reveal them in this battle. No one could predict what might happen afterward. Therefore, Baron Pape Lawrence's forces must be completely wiped out to ensure the secrecy of the magical crystal cannons. "Yes, sir," Steve responded respectfully, eyes gleaming with excitement. At the mine, figures were quickly preparing, while Baron Pape Lawrence led his forces closer and closer to the mine. "Father, should we send a vanguard to scout ahead?" Lawrence asked cautiously, noting the quiet surroundings. "Sure." Baron Pape Lawrence nodded, then turned to a nearby knight. "Rosen." "Yes, sir," the knight responded promptly. "Take your men and scout ahead." "Yes, sir." Rosen quickly obeyed, leading over 20 riders ahead at a swift pace. However, to their surprise, they encountered no enemies, even though they were clearly noticed. It was as if all the knights of Eagle's Ridge had vanished. "Sir, we found no enemies, but there are clear signs of extensive mining," Rosen reported excitedly upon his return. "Ha ha ha, the goddess of life blesses us." Baron Pape Lawrence laughed, his face lighting up with excitement. Any remaining doubts vanished. If there was only a guess before, now we can be certain. "The signs of mining and everything else confirm a large iron mine is here," Lawrence said with a smile. "Our neighbor, Thor Dressrosa, is no fool. He probably retreated upon hearing of your arrival, father," Lawrence added. "Ha, it seems our neighbor, a descendant of the Dressrosa family, is quite sensible. We should thank him. I didn't expect a large iron mine here. Taking this will elevate our Lawrence family to the rank of Viscount." Baron Pape Lawrence laughed, feeling more at ease. He knew the strength of a knight from such a prestigious family and was relieved to avoid direct conflict and potential losses. "Advance at full speed." Baron Pape Lawrence drew his knight's sword and gave the order. As they advanced closer up on the hill, Steve's eyes gleamed with excitement. He had withdrawn all surrounding guards to lure the enemy in. Now, as the forces approached within range, he raised his hand. Boom, boom, boom. 3 magical crystal cannons roared, blue magical formations lighting up. In an instant, 3 terrifying beams of light shot out. Not far away, Baron Pape Lawrence instinctively sensed danger and looked up. His face changed instantly. What is this? His initial confusion turned to unprecedented fear. No, he shouted, leaping to push Lawrence off his horse. But while he reacted in time, most did not. Boom, boom, boom. The terrifying blue light enveloped everything, thunder rumbling all around. The 3-0 strong force was decimated in an instant, dirt, trees, and body parts flying everywhere. The power of the magical crystal cannons, strategic resources of the Tulip Kingdom, was immense, even capable of threatening behemoths. Against ordinary slaves and knights, they were devastating. The 3-0 strong force was torn apart in seconds, thunderous explosions destroying everything. On the hill, Steve drew his knight's sword. The Lord said, 3 points for killing, 5 for capturing. Leave no one alive. With a shout, Steve led thousands charging down the hill. The remaining forces, still reeling from the attack, were quickly surrounded. Slaves dropped their weapons, and knights attempting to resist were swiftly subdued. Baron Pape Lawrence and his son Lawrence lay on the ground, badly scorched. Despite their quick reactions and defensive measures, the magical crystal cannon's blast left them gravely injured. The remaining forces surrendered quickly, overwhelmed by the unexpected and overwhelming assault. In less than 15 minutes, the battle was over. Baron Pape Lawrence, who had believed he was blessed by the goddess of life, found himself a captive. At the mine, Thor received the news. This time he had stayed back, aware that the enemy was not just goblins but a real knight regiment. Despite the magical crystal cannons, he had taken no chances, ensuring his own safety. When Steve returned with the report, Thor's face lit up with joy. Ha ha ha, excellent. Steve, you've done well this time. Your merits are increased by 50 points. Also, get someone to treat Baron Pape Lawrence and his son immediately. I don't want them dead. Thor was delighted by Steve's report. He hadn't expected such a huge gain. Out of over 3,000 men, aside from the hundreds killed by the magic crystal cannons and the dozen knights who resisted and were killed, most were captured. Among them were Baron Pape Lawrence and his eldest son. This was a massive haul. Initially, Thor only intended to establish his authority and eliminate any potential threat from Baron Pape Lawrence. Capturing him hadn't been a primary goal, but now that he had, the possibilities were endless. Baron Pape Lawrence, a long-established baron in the northern province, possessed considerable wealth and resources. Capturing him and his eldest son could yield significant benefits, potentially addressing the current shortage of manpower in Thor's territory. Yes, my lord, Steve responded and swiftly left to handle the post-battle tasks. Although the battle had ended quickly, there was still much to do, especially dealing with over 2,000 prisoners. Arranging their accommodation was a significant challenge, among other tasks. As Steve departed, Thor began to ponder his next steps. His recent actions had proven correct. Having defeated Baron Pape Lawrence and captured him, no noble or pioneering lord in the main river valley could ignore him. If he wished, Thor could expand Ratcho's merchant guild throughout the region without issue, under his banner. His name would become one that no neighboring lord could disregard. However, this was contingent on keeping the large iron mine a secret. If the mine were exposed, it would incite envy and greed among the neighboring lords and nobles. The allure of a large iron mine was too great, and even defeating Baron Pape Lawrence might not deter all their ambitions. Thor saw 2 paths: conceal the mine and continue as planned, or dominate all the nobles and pioneering lords in the main river valley. The latter was riskier but not impossible, given his resources, including the powerful Neil Morton and the magic crystal cannons. Weighing the pros and cons of each option, Thor fell into deep thought. Meanwhile, Baron Pape Lawrence and his son Lawrence were receiving urgent medical attention. Although Thor's territory lacked a priest, there were basic healing scrolls and some fruits containing life energy. Despite their severe injuries, their conditions quickly stabilized, especially the Baron, who recovered faster due to his status as a Grand Knight. 2 hours later, Baron Pape Lawrence regained consciousness. Realizing his predicament, he whispered, defeated. Feeling his body's poor state and understanding his current situation, he was overwhelmed by despair. Moments earlier, he had hoped to capture Thor Dressrosa, but now he was Thor's prisoner along with his eldest son. Such an outcome was hard to accept. After a while, he slumped to the ground in resignation. Defeat in the northern province, where strength dictated the rules, meant his entire territory was at risk. Thor Dressrosa could easily conquer it, especially with 9/10 of its forces now defeated. His regret was profound. He regretted attacking Eagle's Ridge, bringing all his forces and even his eldest son, Lawrence, who had greater potential than himself. If Lawrence had remained behind, the territory might still have hope, but the goddess of life would not grant him such reprieve. His only solace was that Thor Dressrosa had shown mercy by not killing them and even treating their injuries. It was a small comfort in an otherwise bleak situation. As dusk fell and night approached, the battlefield was quickly cleared. The captured knights and many slaves were absorbed into Thor's domain, seen as his property, with Baron Pape Lawrence expected to pay a significant ransom. Thor had thought he had two choices, but in reality there was only one clear path. As night fell, the day drew to a close, and the daily information system activated once more. Daily information update. 500 miles north of your territory, a group of boar beasts will pass by, and their leader appears to be on the verge of breaking through to the third tier. 2. In the western part of your territory, within Baron Well's domain, a serf has accidentally discovered that grafting fern roots onto a fire spirit tree increases its yield. 3. Due to your intent to demand compensation from Baron Pape Lawrence's territory, 15 days later, his second son, Orper Lawrence, feeling the price is too high and aiming to inherit the territory, plans to falsely accuse Eagle's Ridge of possessing a large iron mine. He will then unite other pioneering lords and nobles to attack your territory to prevent his father and brother from returning. 4. A group of groundhogs is about to pass by the right side of your large iron mine, bringing with them a slightly withered fruit of life from a distant land. 5. A group of earth dragons will pass by the upper reaches of the main river valley on the western side of Eagle's Ridge. 6. Line after line of information appeared, and Thor's pupils contracted sharply as his gaze fixed on the third piece of information. Thor hadn't expected such a response just as he was contemplating his options. It was clear that he didn't really have a choice. Even in this world, there were fools beyond his imagination. Demanding compensation was something he would do regardless of his chosen path. Capturing a baron provided a significant opportunity for compensation, potentially more beneficial than outright destroying a barony. In the northern province, strength dictated everything. Destroying the Lawrence territory wouldn't draw much backlash, but he might not gain as much compared to continuous compensation. Moreover, such actions could tarnish his reputation, which wasn't conducive to his future plans. Under normal circumstances, the Lawrence territory would likely be willing to compensate. Paying a high price in gold was preferable to losing lords and elite knights. But in this case, the second son, Orper Lawrence, was not only disregarding his father and brother, but also many other powerful figures. Thor was momentarily speechless, unsure how to describe such stupidity. It seems I need to act decisively now, Thor sighed, dismissing the first option and considering the second. Facing the surrounding lords and nobles didn't worry him much. The Lawrence territory was the strongest in the main river valley, and even if there were other nobles and powerful pioneering lords, their combined strength wasn't significantly greater. With the addition of his magic crystal cannons, he felt confident. Thor's thoughts flowed as night passed and dawn arrived. First, he sought out the groundhogs and obtained the withered fruit of life. Then he summoned Steve. "My lord," Steve greeted respectfully. "Transport the 2 magic crystal cannons from Eagle's Ridge here. Also send a letter to the Lawrence territory informing them of their defeat and our compensation demands. 3. 0 gold coins for Pape Lawrence, 0 for Lawrence, 500 for each knight, 100 for each apprentice knight, and an additional 0 serfs and 0 gold coins as war reparations," Thor instructed. Steve's brows furrowed at the staggering demands, realizing the compensation could exceed 10,000 gold coins, a price the Lawrence territory couldn't possibly pay. "Any issues?" Thor asked, seeing Steve's hesitation. "My lord, the Lawrence family might not." Steve trailed off, his meaning clear. "Just do as I say," Thor dismissed. "Yes, my lord," Steve complied, still full of doubts as he left. Watching Steve go, Thor smiled. He had no real expectation of the Lawrence family paying. The high demands were meant to provoke them into uniting with other lords, making it easier for Thor to deal with them collectively. Thor then prepared to return to Eagle's Ridge to consult with Neil Morton, ensuring all bases were covered. After a day's journey, Thor arrived at Eagle's Ridge. Meanwhile, Steve's letter reached the Lawrence territory, causing immediate chaos. Panic and fear spread rapidly, with Baron Pape Lawrence's wife, Renee Black, particularly distraught. At the Lawrence estate, Renee Black, wife of Baron Pape Lawrence, was in a panic. Her husband had led a large group of elite soldiers to attack Eagle's Ridge but hadn't returned. Initially, she wasn't too worried since their territory was the strongest in the main valley, and she didn't foresee any issues. However, the letter from Eagle's Ridge delivered the following morning shattered her composure. "Fuck my god, this is impossible," Renee exclaimed in disbelief. "Lady Renee, nothing is impossible. Baron Pape Lawrence has indeed been captured. Please gather the ransom promptly or I cannot guarantee his safety," said the knight with a calm smile before turning to leave. The letter from Eagle's Ridge caused an uproar throughout the Lawrence estate. In the castle, Renee was fuming as she read the contents. "They're insane. This is madness. How is this not outright robbery? This can't be," she ranted. Baron Pape Lawrence's ransom was set at 0 gold coins, another one, 0 for Lawrence, 500 for each knight, 100 for each appreciate knight, plus an additional 0 serfs and 0 gold coins in war reparations. The total amount was staggering, likely equating to the entire value of their estate. Mother, this is simply impossible. Eagle's Ridge has no intention of releasing father, said Orper Lawrence, her son, after reading the letter. However, instead of anger, a glimmer of opportunity shone in his eyes. As the second son, Orper had no right to inherit the estate, especially given that his knightly talents were far inferior to his elder brothers. Despite his mother being the current baroness, inheritance would not favor him. But now, with his father and brother potentially out of the picture, he saw a chance. Mother, if father and my brother don't return, the inheritance of the estate will fall to me, he pointed out. Renier was shocked but also intrigued. As a merchant's daughter who married into nobility after Pape Lawrence's first wife's death, she understood the gravity of the situation. If her husband and eldest son didn't return, her second son could inherit the estate, changing their fortunes entirely. No, it's not feasible without your father's strength. Without him and the knights he took, we cannot defend the estate. Other Lawrence family branches might take over, she argued, regaining her composure. Mother, you forget that the Habsburg Chamber of Commerce can provide protection. For 0 gold coins, we can hire a grand knight for a year. Instead of paying Eagle's Ridge, we should pay the guild. This way the lordship won't go to my brother, Orper insisted. Renier's eyes sparkled at the prospect. She had always worried about the inheritance. Should Lawrence inherit, they would likely be cast out with a modest sum, which was unacceptable to her. This situation presented an unprecedented opportunity. Mother, if we claim that Eagle's Ridge holds a large iron ore deposit and leak this information, making sure they know it's from us, Eagle's Ridge will have to deal with other lords, giving us a clear path, Orper suggested. Renier was stunned by her son's audacity. The idea of betraying her husband and son left her speechless. Orper, she began. Mother, this is our only chance. If my brother returns, we lose everything, Orper said, his voice cold and firm. Renier fell silent, weighing the terrible choice before her. After a long pause, she made up her mind. All right, she agreed, inhaling deeply. Although she knew this decision would prevent her husband from ever returning, she chose her son and the estate's future. With his mother's approval, Orper set his plans in motion. His first task was to travel to Lauren City to secure the services of knights from the Habsburg Chamber of Commerce. Only then could the real action begin. Orper began to put his plans into action. Everything seemed perfect in his imagination, but he was unaware that his approach was incredibly foolish. While the Habsburg Chamber of Commerce could indeed hire a grand knight for protection, that was merely for protection and only temporary. It wasn't the same as having a grand knight of their own. The difference was significant. Once the Lawrence territory lost its grand knight, the consequences were almost inevitable. This was different from a pioneering lord. A pioneering lord wouldn't face major issues as long as they didn't possess a lot of wealth and resources. However, a baron's territory, with its vast lands and abundant resources, couldn't be defended without a grand knight and numerous other knights. Hired grand knights wouldn't suffice. Of course, Orper wasn't aware of this yet. He was fully engrossed in the excitement of soon taking over the territory. This was land, his own land. He had nearly given up hope, but then, to his surprise, the goddess of life seemed to have smiled upon him. An unexpected war, and his father and brother couldn't return. He had an opportunity. Faced with this chance, he could hardly contain his joy and even considered sending some gold coins to the Lord of the Eagle Ridge. Of course, this was just a thought. On the surface, he maintained a facade of anger and sorrow. He quickly began to take control of the entire Lawrence territory. Luckily, his father had taken many knights with him, so Orper found it relatively easy to seize control. Once in control, he set off for Lauren City with several knights and a large sum of gold coins. Despite his foolishness, he understood that the territory was extremely vulnerable. If word got out, it would be doomed. After seizing control, he needed to quickly bolster their strength. As planned, he headed to the Habsburg Chamber of Commerce in Lauren City. 3 days later, he arrived swiftly in Lauren City. Without hesitation, Orper spent 2,000 gold coins to hire 1 grand knight and 10 official knights from the Habsburg Chamber of Commerce. 7 days later, Orper returned triumphantly to the territory with his newfound forces. With a grand knight and 10 official knights, Orper's confidence soared. He immediately notified the 2 neighboring baronial lords in his father's name. At the same time, he dispatched a knight to the Eagle Ridge. The purpose, of course, was not to deliver the ransom, but to leak information. 2 days later, Thor received the knight sent by the foolish Orper in the Eagle Ridge. It seems your younger son isn't as smart as you, Baron Pape Lawrence, Thor remarked with a smile, handing the letter to Baron Pape Lawrence. By now, Baron Pape Lawrence had physically recovered, though his life force was suppressed. This was done by Thor with the help of Neil Morton. For Neil Morton, such a minor task was not a big deal. Therefore, when faced with the knight sent by Orper, Thor had the man brought over directly. Upon hearing Thor's words, Baron Pape Lawrence's heart sank. He knew well what kind of person his younger son was, so he quickly took the letter. After reading its contents, bang, idiot, utterly foolish. Even with Baron Pape's disposition, he couldn't help but feel a surge of anger. Then came a wave of sorrow he never expected. He couldn't fathom that his younger son would do such a thing. It was as if he wanted both him and his elder brother to die. Damn it, Lawrence was the future of their family, a person with potential to become a grand knight. The sorrow stemmed from realizing his younger son's sheer stupidity. Without him and Lawrence, the territory couldn't be defended. In the northern province, all lords were like hungry wolves. Without the power to defend the territory, they were merely lambs. Anyone with half a brain wouldn't do such a thing. At the very least, he should have ransomed them back to ensure the territory's survival. Lord Thor, this is a misunderstanding. That fool doesn't represent the decisions of our Lawrence territory. If you release Lawrence, I'm sure he will provide you with satisfactory compensation. As anger and sorrow surged, Baron Pape quickly suppressed them. What mattered now wasn't this. He needed to ensure Thor wouldn't get so angry that he'd kill them all. If that happened, everything would truly be over. Baron Pape, you know that's not possible, but I won't harm you over a fool's actions. For now, enjoy your stay in the Eagle Ridge. Thor chuckled and shook his head. Releasing Lawrence was out of the question. He wasn't a fool, nor did he plan to kill Baron Pape and Lawrence over this. Firstly, there was no need. Secondly, keeping these two alive would be more beneficial. Hearing Thor's words, Baron Pape's expression turned bitter. He could already foresee the fate of his territory, unable to do anything about it. He gave Thor a deep look before remaining silent. Thor fell into deep thought. The situation aligned with his daily information reports. Orper Lawrence indeed wanted his father and brother dead. Given this, it was highly likely that other pioneering lords and nobles would unite to attack his territory. The storm of war was on the horizon. The Eagle Ridge was about to face its most challenging time. He would confront the combined forces of other noble lords. Even though their power was less than that of the Lawrence territory, their combined strength was formidable. But if he could survive this, if he could defeat the coalition of noble lords, the rewards would be unprecedented. He would become the true uncrowned king of the entire Main Valley. No one would dare challenge his authority. If he managed his affairs well, his influence could spread throughout the Main Valley. The development of his territory would reach new heights. Thor's eyes sparkled as he pondered his next steps. Time passed quietly in this state of anticipation. The knights sent by Orper in Baron Pape Lawrence's name also reached the other two noble lords. Upon receiving the letters, the two noble lords were momentarily stunned. The main river valley was among the most fertile areas in the region. Apart from Thor's Eagle Ridge, there were numerous pioneering lords around the valley. Among them, the Lawrence family was the most established, followed by the Valmy and Grattan families. Although the Valmy and Grattan families weren't as powerful as the Lawrence family, they had been barons for over a decade and were not to be underestimated. Following an invitation from the Lawrence family, the lords of the Valmy and Grattan families, accompanied by their retainers, arrived at the Lawrence estate. Upon their arrival, both lords noticed something amiss. Familiar knights were nowhere to be seen, replaced by a number of unfamiliar ones. Lord Valmy, do you sense something unusual here? Lord Valmy, riding beside Lord Grattan, spoke softly. Indeed, it appears these knights are from the Habsburg Chamber of Commerce, not the Lawrence family. Lord Grattan nodded, his expression skeptical. Recognizing the distinctive armbands of the Habsburg mercenary knights, they were perplexed. When did the Lawrence family start hiring mercenaries from the Habsburg Chamber of Commerce, and for what purpose? The cost of hiring such knights was substantial, easily amounting to thousands of gold coins. As they reached the Lawrence castle, both lords were further surprised. Instead of being greeted by Pape or Lawrence, they were met by a mercenary knight from the Habsburg Chamber of Commerce, not an ordinary knight but a grand knight. Exchanging a glance, both lords felt a jolt of unease. Hiring a grand knight was exceptionally costly, indicating significant events were afoot. Esteemed lords, my master has been expecting you. The grand knight from the Habsburg Chamber of Commerce spoke softly, guiding them to the castle. Suppressing their turbulent thoughts, the two lords followed the grand knight into the grand hall, only to find it devoid of Pape and Lawrence. Instead, they saw a figure that made them frown slightly. Orper, where is your father? This is hardly a proper welcome. Lord Grattan couldn't hold back, directing his gaze towards Orper Lawrence, seated at the head of the hall. Lord Valmy remained silent, observing his surroundings carefully. Uncle Valmy, Uncle Grattan, I apologize. My father cannot greet you. Orper Lawrence feigned sorrow as he spoke. Both lords felt their hearts skip a beat. What do you mean? Lord Valmy couldn't help but ask. Uncle Valmy, Uncle Grattan, something tragic has occurred. A few days ago, my father and elder brother perished in battle. Orper Lawrence sighed deeply. What did you say? Both lords were stunned, struggling to process the news. Pape the Baron was dead. Reeling from disbelief, they recalled what they'd seen on their journey, an uneasy realization dawning upon them, filling their eyes with suspicion and thought. A barony like the Lawrence estate, with its significant resources, was an enticing prize. Previously, with Pape's strong presence, they harbored no ambitions. But now, with the news of Pape's death, the power dynamics had shifted, offering them an opportunity. As their thoughts churned, Orper continued, "Indeed, my father and brother are dead. My father discovered a large iron mine downstream of the main river and took many knights to claim it, but they were killed by the local lord. I had no choice but to hire knights from the Habsburg Chamber of Commerce and ask for your help in avenging them." The mention of a large iron mine shocked both lords, making them stand abruptly. Prospect of such a valuable resource, capable of producing mithril and elevating a family's status to viscount, was incredibly tempting. "Is this true? A large iron mine? Orper, who is this local lord? There's no pioneer lord downstream of the main river." The lords questioned urgently, their interest piqued. "Of course it's true. Otherwise, why would my father take the elite forces there? As for the local lord, it's a newly established pioneer, not even half a year old," Orper explained. "A new pioneer lord, less than half a year old." Their eyes gleamed with interest. "Thank you both for your assistance. I, Orper Lawrence, am deeply grateful." Orper Lawrence feigned immense gratitude as he spoke, even personally seeing his guests off outside the castle. "Avenging Baron Pape is our duty. Indeed, rest assured, we will avenge Baron Pape. That damned lord of Eagle Ridge is truly cursed by the goddess of life." Baron Valmy and Baron Grattan spoke resolutely, as if they were genuinely intent on avenging Baron Pape. "Thank you so much." Orper Lawrence responded similarly. After this exchange of cordialities, they parted ways. However, once they had left, Baron Valmy and Baron Grattan quickly dispatched knights to investigate the situation. They were not fools who would take Orper Lawrence's words at face value, despite the tempting news. Some things need verification before they can be trusted. A few days later, the knights they sent out returned with information. There were indeed iron mines in Eagle Ridge. They discovered numerous knights and evidence of extensive ore transportation several miles from Eagle Ridge. This news instantly excited the two barons. Several miles, impossible to joke about. Without a large iron mine, why would a pioneering lord occupy territory several miles away? This undoubtedly confirmed Orper Lawrence's claims. Baron Valmy and Baron Grattan immediately began preparations. 3 days later, at Grattan's territory, in the castle, the situation is confirmed. That pioneering lord is a descendant of the Dressrosa family. Moreover, within several miles of his territory, there are signs of mining, likely the large iron mine discovered by Baron Pape. Baron Grattan spoke in a low tone, his eyes gleaming with excitement. The Dressrosa descendant is not easy to deal with. I've heard that within his territory, he has over 100 apprentice knights, at least 20 official knights, and even a grand knight. This force already rivals our combined strength. Baron Valmy frowned as he spoke. Indeed, the Dressrosa family is worthy of their count status. Pioneering lords are not our equals, but we don't need to fight him head-on. We just need to seize that large iron mine. Baron Grattan, we can do it this way. The two continued to discuss in the castle. Meanwhile, knights from both territories began to gather rapidly. Compared to the Lawrence family's strength, they were indeed weaker, but each territory still had 5 or 6 official knights, themselves as grand knights, and dozens of apprentice knights. With slaves added in, they could muster over 2,000 men. Combined, their forces exceeded 4,000. As the two territories gathered their forces, Thor also quickly got wind of it. In fact, the traces near the mine were deliberately leaked by him. It was to draw the main forces of the two territories to the mine. At this moment, almost 90% of his forces were concentrated at the mine. 5 magical crystal cannons, nearly 30 official knights, over 100 apprentice knights, several hundred reserve knights, and thousands of slaves were there to ensure nothing went wrong. In contrast, Eagle Ridge was almost empty, with only a scant few forces remaining. Moreover, with the recent construction at Eagle Ridge, he didn't want the war to cause damage. Even though he had Neil Morton as a fallback and had already discussed it with him, Thor didn't plan to ask him to intervene unless absolutely necessary. After all, favors used once are gone. A Sky Knight like Neil Morton would have many uses in the future. 3 days ago at the mine, Thor had returned with his men. Over the past few days, he had been arranging deployments and preparing for war. In 3 days, everything was almost ready. All that remained was to wait for the enemy's arrival. "How are the preparations?" In a room, Thor asked Steve, who had just entered. "Master, everything is ready. The remaining 2 magical crystal cannons are also in place." Steve nodded seriously, replying, "Good. If we win this time, everyone will receive double merits." Thor laughed heartily, his expression filled with anticipation. If the first battle was his foothold, this battle would be his rise. If he could take down the 2 noble houses in one go, his presence in the entire main river valley would be unshakable, and he would gain vast resources to further develop his territory. It was of immense importance. "Thank you, Master." Steve nodded excitedly. Meanwhile, tensions rose between the two sides. The atmosphere in the entire main river valley grew tense. Even other pioneering lords vaguely sensed this tension. As the tension mounted, time swiftly passed. The blink of an eye, 5 days had gone by. On the 6th day, forces from Valmy's and Grattan's territories began marching toward the mine. Simultaneously, Orper Lawrence from the Lawrence territory also set out with a large contingent. Under the guise of avenging his father, he naturally dispatched troops. However, unlike the others, he sent only serfs, and they followed at the very end. His intentions were clear. Revenge was out of the question. He only wanted his father and brother to die together. Barons Grattan and Valmy paid little attention to his actions. A Lawrence family without a grand knight, relying on hired knights to survive, posed no threat to them. They believed the family would inevitably decline or disappear in a few years. A joke, how could they sustain thousands of gold coins a year? If they did, the Lawrence family would have no funds to train their own knights. This would lead to a vicious cycle. Moreover, hired knights, unlike family knights, lacked contracts. In such circumstances, anything could happen. Currently, the Lawrence family posed less of a threat than their mutual rivalry. Baron Valmy and Baron Grattan launched a grand military expedition, joined symbolically by forces from Lawrence's barony. This massive mobilization shook the entire main river valley to its core. Pioneer lords all felt a wave of unease. As the valley's de facto rulers, the three noble barons' sudden alliance caused widespread concern among the pioneer lords. "Oh my God, what are they planning? Goddess of life, protect us." Baron Valmy, Baron Grattan, and even forces from the Lawrence barony. "My goddess, can anyone tell me what's happening?" Anxiety spread rapidly among the lords. A few days later, it became clear that the barons' forces were not converging on them but heading west towards a new pioneer lord. This revelation brought a collective sigh of relief. Curiosity replaced fear as the lords speculated about the target who had provoked the valley's three barons. They sent out their knights to investigate. The activity caused a buzz across the valley and even drew attention from nobles outside the main river valley. Yet most people, both inside and outside the valley, remained in the dark about the true situation. Baron Valmy and Baron Grattan had received information, but they naturally kept it secret. As for Orper Lawrence, he was even less likely to reveal the truth. The claim of a large iron mine was merely a pretext to manipulate the two barons. In reality, Orper's goal was to lure the Lord of Eagle's Ridge into attacking, hoping this would ensure his father and brother's deaths, thereby securing his inheritance without opposition. Unbeknownst to Orper, Thor Dressrosa, the Lord of Eagle's Ridge, didn't care about such ploys. Instead, Orper's actions reinforced Thor's resolve. As night fell, tension in the main river valley heightened. 5 days later, Baron Valmy and Baron Grattan's forces were just 30 miles from the mine. One more day and they would arrive. Scouts roamed the area, undoubtedly sent by the two barons. Their efforts, however, were futile. Thor had withdrawn all his knights to the mine, avoiding any road ambushes despite his comparable strength to the combined forces of the two barons, save for lacking one grand knight. Thor knew every ounce of his strength was precious and refused to waste it needlessly. The scouts' reports left Baron Valmy and Baron Grattan hesitant. "Are you sure there are no ambushes around?" Baron Valmy asked his knight incredulously. "Positive. The area is clear of ambushes. They must have retreated to the mine or abandoned it altogether," the knight replied confidently. "Understood," Valmy nodded, though a hint of doubt lingered. Similarly, Baron Grattan, upon receiving the report, shared Valmy's uncertainty. Despite the temptation of the large iron mine, they were no fools. They remained wary of Thor Dressrosa, who had defeated Baron Pape. Even if Thor's forces had suffered losses in the recent battle, caution was paramount. "Baron Valmy, you must have heard the scouts' reports. There's no sign of Eagle's Ridge's knights ahead," Grattan said, frowning. "It doesn't necessarily mean anything," Valmy replied, shaking his head. "Pape's attack likely caused significant damage to Eagle's Ridge. They might have chosen to retreat knowing we were coming. True, but remember, Thor Dressrosa is not just any pioneer knight. He's a Dressrosa scion and their forces are formidable. What if he notified his family? Or if they're preparing a trap?" Grattan pondered. Valmy considered for a moment. "It's unlikely. The Marquis Raymond restricts resource outflows. Compared to him, the Dressrosa family is just in count. Support from them is improbable." "But you're right, we must remain cautious. Let's send 2 knight squads to probe first." Agreed. Grattan's eyes lit up at the suggestion. The barons quickly decided on a reconnaissance mission, aware of the potential dangers. 2 knight squads, mostly reserve knights with a few official and apprentice knights, soon set off. The reconnaissance knights sent by the 2 barons soon arrived at the mining site. Seeing the sparse number of troops, Thor frowned in confusion. "Sir, the troops of Baron Valmy and Baron Grattan have halted 20 miles away and haven't advanced further," Steve reported respectfully with the information he had gathered. "Got it," Thor responded. "Steve, take 3 official knights, 20 apprentice knights, and the enslaved people we've captured to meet them. Hold them off as long as you can. If you can't win, retreat immediately and don't worry about the slaves. Make it look like our mining site is very weak and can be taken over at any time." Thor's eyes sparkled with understanding. The cautious approach of Barons Valmy and Grattan indicated their fear of his previous victory over Baron Pape. He decided to let them test the waters with minimal risk to his forces. "Yes, sir," Steve responded, albeit with some confusion but without question. The troops quickly assembled. Over 1,000 slaves gathered, a chaotic mass barely kept in line by the knights. Steve drew his knight's sword. "Goddess of life, bless us. May victory be ours." He shouted, leading the charge down from the mine. The sight of a large group of people surprised the two scouting knight contingents. However, their surprise turned to amusement upon realizing they faced a disorganized mob of slaves. "Ha, it seems Eagle's Ridge has no real forces left, only slaves." The commander of Grattan's knights laughed. Baron Valmy's commander also smiled. "Attack!" Both commanders drew their swords and their knights charged. Though fewer than 100, they cut through the slave mob like wolves through sheep, scattering them and causing chaos. Steve, wielding a knight's lance, pushed through the crowd, his strength as a grand knight unmatched. However, he soon found himself targeted by 6 official knights from the opposing contingents, who coordinated to hold him back. The battlefield descended into utter chaos with cries, shouts, and the sounds of fleeing slaves. Steve's face darkened and he made a decision: retreat. He shouted after unleashing a powerful burst of life energy that knocked back his attackers. He and the other knights quickly retreated, leaving behind only a few who couldn't escape. Upon returning to the mine, Steve, covered in blood, reported to Thor, "Sir, well done," Thor praised. "That was enough." Meanwhile, Barons Valmy and Grattan were elated by their reconnaissance results. "Are you sure?" Grattan asked his commander, breathless with excitement. "Yes, my lord, but there is a grand knight among them," the commander replied respectfully. "A grand knight indeed. The Dressrosa lineage always has strong members," Valmy chuckled. "But one grand knight can't stop us." Excited by the prospect of easy victory, the barons exchanged cautious glances, each contemplating future moves. Despite their current alliance, they were wary of the formidable Dressrosa lineage. Orders were swiftly issued, and a large force began moving toward the mine. The sheer scale of the approaching troops was visible from afar. On a hillside, Thor watched the advancing army with a smile. "Get ready," Thor commanded. "Steve, take your men to the right. Mark, take the remaining troops to the left. Remember, as before, don't let anyone escape. Surrendering enemies can be spared, fleeing ones must be executed." With his orders clear, his forces prepared for the upcoming battle. Orders were rapidly issued. 30 official knights, over 100 apprentice knights, and several hundred reserve knights were dispatched by Thor, spreading out in all directions. On the high platform of the mine, magical crystal cannons were loaded with magic cores and fully charged, ready to fire. Meanwhile, Baron Valmy and Baron Grattan, filled with high spirits, led their large forces toward the mine. They were already imagining the tremendous gains they would achieve after capturing the mine, a large iron mine which would bring unimaginable benefits to whoever controlled it. As their forces drew closer to the mine, everything around them remained eerily quiet. Previously, when they sent a probing group of knights, they had encountered resistance led by a grand knight. But now, even as they came within 3 miles of the mine, there was no sign of any defenders. "Ha, it looks like they've all fled." Baron Valmy laughed, excitement evident on his face. "Such a pity for the progeny of the Dressrosa family." Baron Grattan agreed, laughing. He sniffed the air and frowned slightly. "Doesn't something smell different here? It must be the scent from the ore processing at the mine." Baron Valmy dismissed the concern with a wave. "The place was previously occupied by goblins, those filthy creatures." "You're probably right," Baron Grattan agreed, not paying further attention. However, as they excitedly advanced, they failed to notice the diminishing sounds around them, or the fact that the strange smell wasn't just filth. This oversight cost them their final chance. When the mine finally came into view, one knight noticed something odd and murmured, "What's that?" His voice went unnoticed, but moments later, blue magical arrays lit up the slopes, their brilliant light piercing the dusk. Even those who had been inattentive now noticed the change. Baron Grattan and Baron Valmy froze in shock, their eyes widening. "This is bad." A massive explosion followed their exclamation. Thunderous booms echoed through the sky as a terrifying sea of lightning engulfed the surrounding 100-meter area, unleashing blistering heat. The strategically placed flammable oil ignited instantly within the lightning firestorm. Thor had prepared ample flammable oil for this occasion, having acquired a large quantity previously. The flammable oil ignited under the lightning's fury, creating an inferno. The scene plunged into chaos as terrified horses neighed, slaves panicked, and knights were stunned. Baron Valmy and Baron Grattan were thrown aside by the blast, though their combat experience allowed them to raise their life force shields in time. However, the sheer power of the firestorm was overwhelming. Their organs quaked within them as they watched their knights turn to charred remains. As grand knights, they survived without mortal wounds, but the same could not be said for the official knights, who struggled against the onslaught. Apprentice knights were incinerated almost instantly. Their accumulated forces, built over more than a decade, were rapidly annihilated before their eyes, a reality they could hardly accept. Damn it, Baron Valmy roared, his life force surging. But just as he moved, another lightning blast erupted nearby, knocking him back and causing him to vomit blood as he crashed down. Amidst the pandemonium, screams for help and cries of despair filled the burning landscape. Thousands of troops were thrown into utter disarray. Taking advantage of the chaos, Steve and Mark led their forces from the flanks, surrounding the enemy. The slaves, motivated by the promise of merit points that could earn them freedom and knighthood, joined the assault with fervor. Thor's forces numbered over 5,000, including 2 Grand Knights, more than a dozen official knights, and over 500 knights in total. The initial volley from the magical crystal cannons had already decimated the enemy, killing 5 official knights and severely wounding 2 Grand Knights, with over a third of the knights perishing in the firestorm. The remaining forces were easily overwhelmed by Steve and Mark's troops. Surrounded and outnumbered, not a single enemy escaped. Unlike the previous battle, this time Thor's side suffered minimal losses, with only a few dozen slaves lost, securing a decisive victory. Thor was further elated to find that, just like before, Barons Valmy and Grattan were captured alive. Though their territories might not be as wealthy as Lawrence's, capturing 2 barons still promised substantial rewards. A new thought dawned on Thor, and he began to ponder its implications. Meanwhile, on the other front, Orper Lawrence's forces, aiming for Eagle's Ridge, were directly routed by Ryan's knights and slave army. Despite hiring a Grand Knight and 10 official knights, Orper brought only a few official knights to the battle, who were no match for Ryan's knights and were swiftly defeated. Orper fled in haste, leaving behind hundreds of slaves and several apprentice knights. Thor received news of this 2 days later, his face lighting up with a smile. The successful defense without needing Neil Morton's intervention was the best outcome. Delighted, Thor sent a message to Ryan, instructing him to return to Lauren City. Time passed quickly. 10 days later, when Ryan returned from Lauren City, Baron Valmy and Baron Grattan had already recovered. Thor also asked Neil Morton to perform a sealing ritual and then placed the 2 men in the same room with Baron Pape. Baron Valmy, Baron Grattan. In the room, Pape Lawrence looked at the 2 men brought in, his expression full of surprise. Baron Pape, you're not dead. Baron Valmy and Baron Grattan were equally taken aback, their expressions showing astonishment. Hearing their words, Pape Lawrence's face darkened. If you 2 were dead, I still wouldn't be. So you were captured by that Thor Dressrosa too? Pape Lawrence said angrily. Baron Pape, it wasn't us who said you were dead, it was your son. Baron Valmy quickly explained. Yeah, your son said that you had been dealt with by the Lord of Eagle Ridge. Baron Grattan added. As the 2 spoke, Pape Lawrence quickly understood what had happened, making his face darken further. He had known that his son had allied with these 2 barons to launch an attack, but he didn't expect his son to declare him dead. Bastard, damn it, Pape Lawrence couldn't help but curse. Seeing Pape Lawrence's anger, Baron Valmy and Baron Grattan couldn't help but smile inwardly. Seeing someone else in a worse situation while they themselves were unlucky was a small comfort. Kriok, it seems that you 3 have recovered well. As the 3 conversed, the door creaked open, and Thor entered the room with a light laugh. Seeing Thor walk in, Baron Valmy and Baron Grattan were somewhat surprised. They couldn't help it, Thor's aura wasn't very strong, or rather it was extremely weak compared to their level as Grand Knights. Judging by his aura, he was clearly just an apprentice knight, but their surprise was only momentary, because soon Pape Lawrence spoke up. Lord Thor, I apologize sincerely. I am willing to sign a soul contract and provide the ransom you require. Please allow me to return to my territory, Pape Lawrence said with a sigh. The defeat and capture of Baron Valmy and Baron Grattan made him understand clearly what he needed to do. If he continued to let his second son manage the Lawrence territory, the entire territory would surely be ruined. So no matter the cost, he had to return. Of course. How about this, Baron Pape Lawrence, see if this is acceptable. If you agree, you can leave at any time. Thor smiled and waved, and Ryan stepped forward to hand a parchment to Pape Lawrence. Pape Lawrence took it and began to read, but as he read, his pupils contracted sharply. You, he exclaimed in anger. Baron Pape Lawrence, what do you think? Thor smiled, not offering any explanation, but this light smile made Pape Lawrence instantly deflate. I agree, he said hoarsely, looking suddenly older. Then let's sign the contract. Thor nodded with a smile. Without further hesitation, Pape Lawrence activated his life force, cut his finger, and let the blood drip onto the parchment. Buzz, as the blood fell, a strange magical array lit up, enveloping Pape Lawrence. Oh, by the way, Lawrence, you'll need to sign a contract as well, Thor said with a smile, looking at Lawrence. Lawrence, Pape Lawrence called out. Lawrence hesitated but eventually stepped forward. When he took the parchment and read its contents, his eyes widened as well. This, father. Lawrence couldn't help but look at his father. Sign it, Pape Lawrence sighed deeply, closing his eyes. Hearing his father's words, Lawrence could only sigh and let his blood fall on the parchment. Buzz, ripples spread, and the contract was formed. Thor raised his hand, and the contract returned to his hand. At this moment, Baron Valmy and Baron Grattan couldn't help but feel nervous. They didn't know what was in the contract, but they knew it couldn't be good. Lord Thor, we apologize for our offense. How much ransom do we need to pay? Baron Valmy asked nervously. Yes, Lord Thor, we are willing to pay ransom. Baron Grattan quickly added, of course. Ryan, give the two barons the ransom rules. Thor smiled and nodded, signaling Ryan. Yes, Ryan nodded with a smile and handed over another parchment. But this time it wasn't a contract, just the ransom rules. No, this is impossible. Baron Valmy quickly looked up, staring at Thor in disbelief. Lord Thor, I apologize, but this is simply impossible. Baron Grattan also spoke up. What a joke. The ransom required was 3,000 gold coins for their own release, 500 gold coins per official knight, 100 gold coins per apprentice knight, and an additional 3,000 serfs and 2,000 gold coins as war reparations. Such expenses were beyond their means. Selling their entire territories might barely suffice. Of course, you don't have to pay the ransom. You can simply sign this contract. Thor smiled, indicating the contract in his hand. Lord Thor, may we see it first? Baron Valmy and Baron Grattan exchanged a glance, and finally Baron Grattan spoke. Of course. Thor nodded with a smile and let the contract float over to them. They exchanged another glance before Baron Grattan took the contract and opened it. As he read, his pupils contracted sharply. What is it? Seeing Baron Grattan's reaction, Baron Valmy couldn't help but ask. Take a look. Baron Grattan handed the contract to Baron Valmy and fell into deep thought. Oh my God, this is impossible. Baron Valmy, upon reading the contract, looked at Thor in disbelief. Gentlemen, I must remind you that you have no choice. Unlike the Lawrence family, your territories are not as wealthy. Without you, your territories would be doomed. Thor smiled calmly. The two barons were stunned, their faces constantly changing. Thor's contract was simple. After signing, they had to obey Thor's commands, send their eldest sons to Eagle Ridge to join his knight order, and pay an annual fee of 10 gold coins, essentially a tax, though worded more gently. This was considerably less than the ransom previously demanded. However, signing the contract would make their lands vassals of Eagle Ridge, an unacceptable outcome for them. Despite this, Baron Pape Lawrence, Baron Valmy, and Baron Grattan had no real choice. The Lawrence territory was indeed strong, but was led by an incompetent heir. Pape knew that if he left his lands to his son, the territory would fall within 2 years. The other two barons were in no better position. Though their heirs were less foolish, their territories were not as strong. Without their leadership and knight forces, their lands would also soon collapse. I agree to sign the contract. Baron Grattan sighed and stepped forward to sign. Baron Grattan, you. Baron Valmy looked at him in disbelief. We have no choice. Baron Grattan shook his head. The first option was financially unfeasible without selling off their entire territories. Thor, you win. Baron Valmy sighed, stepping forward as well. Ripples spread out and a magical formation enveloped them as the contract was sealed, binding them. Thor did not worry about these two as he did about Pape abandoning his territory. These barons' lands would soon crumble without them. A wise choice. You may leave now, Thor smiled. Remember to send your people within 7 days and your seals will be lifted. The three barons sighed and left the room. Outside, the captured knights and apprentice were released, but the slaves remained. The three barons had to send over the slave contracts as well. Though reluctant, they complied since preserving their knightly forces was crucial. Watching them leave, Thor smiled. The contracts, bought for 10 gold coins, were well worth the investment. These barons' lands were now his vassals, solidifying his dominance over the main valley. Full annexation was unnecessary and impractical at this stage. Integrating them as vassals was the optimal strategy. This allowed him to utilize their forces while preparing for future expansions. Thor returned to the castle, contemplating his next steps for development. The external threats were resolved. Apart from a foolish baron to the west, the rest were subdued. With thousands of new slaves, he could now execute his plans for development. I still need more talent, he mused, considering the next steps. Meanwhile, the three barons returned to their lands. At the Lawrence estate, Orper Lawrence was shocked to see his father. Father, he stammered. But, bam, Pape's blow sent Orper flying. Don't call me father. I have no son like you. Pape roared in anger, causing everyone in the castle to tremble, even silencing the baroness who looked down in fear. No one had expected Pape to return. Thor knew nothing of the events unfolding in the Lawrence territory, nor did he care. With the external threats to Eagle Ridge stabilized, it was time to focus on internal development. The 2 battles had brought him a large number of slaves, and many who had earned enough merit to become freedmen. After a fortnight of tallying, Thor announced the emancipation of 300 serfs and granted 20 individuals the chance to join the reserve knights. This declaration filled both the freedmen and the serfs of Eagle Ridge with excitement and pride. The promise of rewards for hard work spurred everyone to greater efforts, accelerating the territory's development. 2 weeks later in the stables, Thor observed a remarkably docile unicorn. He was pleasantly surprised Alan had managed to tame the unicorn in just a month. Master, this unicorn should be ready to advance in about 6 months. It's already safe to ride without any issues, Alan reported respectfully. Good, you've done well. Go to Ryan for your merit points. Thor nodded, smiling broadly. He immediately mounted the unicorn, which remained calm under his weight. Thor rode the unicorn around, feeling the wind rush past. His smile grew. With a peak tier 2nd level unicorn, he could even escape from an Earth Knight if needed. Soon, this unicorn would advance to the 3rd level, making Thor formidable against most threats in the northern province. My lord Ratchos has returned. He'll arrive at Eagle Ridge in an hour, a knight reported. Ratchos? Excellent. Let's go meet him. Thor nodded and rode out, followed by his knights. On the road, Ratchos Assad and his entourage were making their way to Eagle Ridge. Deep in thought, Ratchos reflected on his recent profitable trade expeditions. His first trip had yielded over 500 gold coins, and this time he was set to make even more, with a profit exceeding 3,000 gold coins from selling silver and iron armor and other goods. This was his most successful venture in the northern province, and he knew it was just the beginning. Through trade, he had learned of Eagle Ridge's victories over the Lawrence, Valmy, and Grattan territories, making Thor the undisputed ruler of the main valley. Previously, not all frontier lords respected Ratchos, with some even considering robbing him. Thor's knights had saved him from being plundered. Now, with Thor's recent victories, the frontier lords treated Ratchos with utmost respect, offering him better trade deals and ensuring his safety. While profits were important, Ratchos was more impressed by Eagle Ridge's growth under Thor's leadership. Thor's strength and success inspired hope and excitement in Ratchos. Maybe I really can achieve more, Ratchos thought, eyes gleaming with anticipation. As he pondered, Thor approached on his unicorn. My friend, you never cease to amaze. Is that a peak tier 2nd level unicorn? Ratchos exclaimed, eyes fixed on the unicorn. Yes, a recent acquisition, Thor smiled nonchalantly. Welcome back, my friend. Your smile tells me this trip was successful. Indeed, your victories have made trading much easier, Ratchos replied, still amazed. That's excellent news. Come, I've prepared a feast. You must be hungry, Thor invited. Certainly, I haven't eaten in 6 hours, Ratchos laughed, following Thor into Eagle Ridge. In the past 2 months, Eagle Ridge had transformed significantly. Ratchos marveled at the visible changes. He had seen many frontier lords' territories, but none matched the vitality and development of Eagle Ridge. Your land never fails to surprise me, Ratchos commented, deeply impressed. The banquet at Eagle Ridge commenced swiftly. The feast was lavish. Ratchos Assad and Thor recounted their journeys on the trade routes over the past few months. Thor also spoke of the recent outbreak of the Expansion War. With both of them taking turns to speak, the banquet was filled with a lively atmosphere. My friend, congratulations. You are now the true uncrowned king of the main valley. I think naming our trade association, Eagle Trading Company, would be an excellent choice. Ratchos Assad exclaimed in admiration, seemingly struck by a thought, and suddenly suggested, Eagle Trading Company. Indeed, that seems like a good choice. But this trade association is not just mine, it's yours too, Ratchos Assad. How about we call it Ratchos Eagle Trading Company? Thor, noticing Ratchos Assad's slight nervousness, smiled and responded, This, my friend, thank you for your generosity. Hearing Thor's words, Ratchos was visibly delighted and quickly responded, No, as I said, the trade association is mine and yours, isn't it? My friend, Thor smiled. He didn't care too much about the name of the association. What mattered more was solidifying Ratchos' alliance. Ratchos had proven his capabilities through the last 2 trade missions, and Thor was not about to miss out on such a talented individual. Adding a name was no big deal. After all, it wouldn't change the profit distribution. What was most important was binding Ratchos Assad firmly to his cause. Yes, it's ours. My friend, Ratchos Assad nodded with an excited expression. To tomorrow, I believe the Ratchos Eagle Trading Company will have an even brighter future. Thor smiled, raising his glass. To tomorrow, Ratchos also raised his glass. The banquet concluded. 3 days later, Ratchos set out once again. This time there were no silver armors. However, there were over 300 black iron armors and some other items they had acquired recently. Additionally, Neil Morton left with Ratchos Assad. Thor didn't know where they were heading. He only knew that Neil Morton seemed to need to leave for a while. Naturally, Thor didn't try to stop him. Even though he was losing a powerful Sky Knight, his territory was now strong enough that there was no need for concern. After bidding them farewell, Thor refocused his attention on the development of his territory, especially on planning the fertile lands in the main valley. The land here was incredibly fertile, but no one had chosen to develop it due to the frequent flooding. For Eagle Ridge to be stable, this problem had to be solved. However, solving it wasn't easy. Even with some ideas in mind, it would take considerable time to perfect them, while Thor was absorbed in refining his plans, thousands of miles away. In the Frostmoon province on the Dressrosa estate, Count Angel Dressrosa received a letter from his son, Thor Dressrosa, several months later. Honorable father, this is your son, Thor Dressrosa. May the goddess of life bless you. Your son has been somewhat successful in his territorial expansion, but has encountered some minor troubles. Eagle Ridge now has over 3,000 people, with many affairs to manage. Your son feels increasingly weary and hopes to receive your assistance. The words gradually came into view, and Count Angel Dressrosa's expression was one of surprise. Ha ha ha, it seems my son is doing quite well. Count Angel Dressrosa put down the letter with a satisfied look on his face. Thor Dressrosa, his ninth son, hadn't been someone he paid much attention to. First, because his son's knightly talent was only average. Second, because he hadn't shown much information. But unexpectedly, before reaching adulthood, his son had given him a surprise. Not only did he break through to become an apprentice knight before coming of age, but he also won the allegiance of a highly promising guardian knight, and he resolutely chose to become a pioneering knight. Given this, he decided to support him, a substantial gift, second only to what he had given his second son when he became a pioneering lord, and more than what he had given other pioneering lords. It was an investment, one with uncertain outcomes. After all, this was the northern province. In his generation, aside from Thor, 3 other sons had become pioneering lords, but within a few short years, only one remained. Whether Thor would survive was uncertain, even to him. But less than a year later, Thor Dressrosa sent him a letter, asking for assistance with some administrative officers. Although it was just administrative officers he needed, Count Angel Dressrosa could tell that Thor Dressrosa must have completed the basic expansion, perhaps even done an excellent job. Only then would there be a need for many administrative officers. Charlie, after pondering for a moment, Count Angel Dressrosa called softly towards the door. My lord, the butler. Charlie entered, bowing respectfully. Go and summon the administrative officers from the town of Dressrosa. Count Angel Dressrosa ordered. Yes, Charlie nodded and quickly withdrew. In the afternoon, a middle-aged man entered the Dressrosa castle. My lord, the administrative officer greeted respectfully. Olivedo, I need you to gather some administrative officers, ones proficient in handling affairs. How many can you allocate? Count Angel Dressrosa looked at the middle-aged man and asked. Administrative officers. My lord, I should be able to allocate a dozen or so. The middle-aged man pondered for a moment before replying. All right, select 5. I need to send them to my fledgling Thor Dressrosa. Count Angel Dressrosa nodded and gave the order. Yes. The middle-aged man was slightly surprised but quickly agreed. Charlie. After giving the order, Count Angel Dressrosa turned to the butler, Charlie again. Gather some carpenters, stonemasons, and workers. Select 100. Count Angel Dressrosa instructed once more. Yes, butler Charlie promptly responded. Soon, the personnel began to gather quickly. Since Count Angel Dressrosa knew his son had completed the basic expansion, he decided to send a second batch of support. This time, he not only prepared 5 elite administrative officers, but also a large number of craftsmen. At the same time, he added another group of knights. Although this time there weren't as many official knights, only 10 to serve as guards along with over 100 apprentice knights, he did provide a grand knight. This was originally intended to be given after Thor Dressrosa became a baron, but now that Thor's progress was promising, he decided to give it earlier. Thor had no idea that his father had prepared yet another substantial gift for him, including a grand knight as support. After seeing off Ratchasasad, Thor threw himself entirely into the construction of his territory once more. With 2 wars concluded, the external threats, especially from the surrounding pioneering territories, had been thoroughly eliminated. Notably, Baron Valmy and Baron Grattan had each sent their own hostages, ensuring that there were no more issues within the territory. With the external threats resolved, Thor could fully focus on building his domain. The first step in constructing his territory was naturally the clearing of new land. The main valley was vast, housing not only 3 noble lords and 7 pioneering lords, but strictly speaking, including the Emerson family, there were 5 more pioneering lords, though they were somewhat distant from the main valley. The reason why so many pioneering lords had gathered here, and even enough to give rise to 3 noble lords, was primarily due to the vast and empty northern extension of the main valley. The main river had carved out a massive bay area with flat terrain and fertile soil, perfect for large-scale farming. The closer to the river, the more fertile the land became. Over time, sediment deposits had turned this area into a highly suitable plain for farming. If it weren't for the threat of flooding, this region could easily give rise to several more noble lords. To clear large tracts of wasteland, Thor knew he first had to solve the region's water issues. He had long had an idea for this. The best solution was undoubtedly to build a reservoir. Yes, a reservoir. In Thor's previous life, reservoirs were typically water conservancy projects for flood control, water storage, and flow regulation. They could be used for irrigation, power generation, flood control, and fish farming. Though this era didn't have electricity, using a reservoir's capacity to store floodwaters, reduce peak flow in downstream channels, and mitigate flood damage was certainly feasible. Additionally, the reservoir could support some degree of fish farming, creating new economic outputs. Thor hadn't acted on this idea earlier because the upstream territories belonged to Baron Valmy and Baron Grattan, and he hadn't had enough manpower. Now, those were no longer concerns. Thus, Thor soon organized over 1,000 slaves and dozens of knights, while also mobilizing forces from Baron Valmy and Baron Grattan's territories to begin constructing a reservoir upstream in the main valley. A large workforce was gathered, and the grand construction soon commenced. Though Baron Valmy and Baron Grattan were somewhat reluctant, they had no choice but to comply under the terms of their contracts. While the reservoir was being built, large tracts of wasteland downstream, around Eagle Ridge, were also being cleared. There were still more than 6 months until the next flood season. With the power of this extraordinary world, the reservoir could be completed within 6 months at most, ensuring that the area would be safe from floods and allowing land development to proceed without worry. As the land was being cleared, the first batch of grain was harvested. The composting techniques from his previous life had clearly made a significant difference in this world as well. The wheat planted in the initially cleared land yielded a bountiful harvest. The slaves and freemen were all excited as they gazed at the full heads of wheat on their land, unable to contain their joy. Oh my heavens, this is unbelievable. 300 pounds, it's actually 300 pounds. Goddess of life bless us. Our Lord is truly remarkable. In the fields, the slaves and freemen were filled with excitement, their eyes shining with joy. The wheat harvest had far exceeded their expectations. In their memory, a yield of 200 pounds per acre was considered good. But now the yield had reached 300 pounds, nearly double, leaving them in disbelief. Some even felt as though they were dreaming. In the castle, 300 pounds, Thor frowned slightly and sighed. He had done his best to apply some of the techniques from his previous life, but the world was different after all. Without modern fertilizers, wheat yields couldn't reach the levels they did in his previous life. They weren't even close to a tenth of that. In his previous life, wheat yields in northern regions could reach about 100 pounds per acre, while in southern regions they typically ranged from 800 to 10 pounds. Here an acre was nearly twice the size of an acre in his previous world, and a pound was roughly equivalent to a pound there. So the yield per acre here was only about 150 pounds, a pitiful amount. My lord, this is already a very high yield. In the Frostmoon province, our family's yield was only 200 pounds. Sometimes it wasn't even 150 pounds. Ren was still excited, looking at Thor with admiration. All right, go and organize the storage of the grain. Make sure it's dried and stored properly. Thor didn't dwell on it further and quickly gave instructions. With the harvest in, it meant a large stock of grain was available. In the northern province, grain was a precious commodity. Recently, his biggest expense hadn't been slaves. Although slaves had cost him a significant amount of gold, it was nothing compared to the continuous consumption of grain. If this harvest hadn't come in, he would have had to consider purchasing more grain. Even though Racho's trade network provided a steady supply of gold, it might not have been enough to sustain the territory's needs for long. With this harvest, however, there was no longer such urgency. Thor could continue developing at a steady pace. Although he wasn't entirely satisfied with the grain yield, he had cleared a significant amount of land, and more was being cleared. It was foreseeable that there would be a steady stream of produce in the future. The territory could now barely achieve self-sufficiency. It seems I need to find a way to improve grain yields as much as possible. In this world, it seems the elves can achieve that, Thor murmured to himself, recalling some information he had found in his previous readings. Compared to humans, elves were undoubtedly the darlings of nature, possessing the ability to make plants grow rapidly and transform quickly. If he wanted to increase production further, relying on the methods from his previous life clearly wasn't feasible. The world was different, and the current results were already the best he could achieve. To increase yields, he would have to rely on the methods of this world. Thinking of elves, Thor also remembered the half-elf girl. However, he wasn't sure if the half-elf girl possessed this ability. After all, she was only a half-elf, not a full-blooded elf. Moreover, she hadn't fully submitted to him yet. A yield of only 300 pounds per acre was something he couldn't accept, as it would mean locking up a vast amount of his territory's labor force on the land, making the development of his domain a prolonged process. Thor had no intention of taking hundreds or even thousands of years to develop a family. Therefore, the yield of the land had to be increased. As his thoughts churned, Thor quickly came up with an idea. Regardless of whether Anna could help, he could at least try. If it succeeded, the benefits would be enormous. The development of his territory would then truly enter a fast track. Even if it didn't work, he wouldn't lose anything. But before he could act, new information forced him to abandon his upcoming plans and ideas. He didn't even have time to test his thoughts. The stars dotted the sky. The night over Eagle Ridge was exceptionally peaceful. Everything was quiet, and as usual, Thor opened his daily information system. With his increasing reliance on his golden finger, Thor had grown accustomed to checking the daily information as soon as possible at midnight. Today was no exception. Daily information updated. 1. A group of boar beasts will pass 500 miles north of your territory, with their leader seemingly about to break through to Tier 3. 2. In the western part of your territory, within the Wells Barony, A serf has accidentally discovered that grafting the roots of bracken onto the fire spirit tree increases the yield of the fire spirit tree. 3 months from now, due to tribal warfare, a defeated Minotaur tribe will charge into the main valley, greatly impacting the pioneering lords in the area. 4. A slight conflict has arisen between the Rosen family and the Delin family on Eagle Ridge. 5. A group of earth dragons will pass through the upper reaches of the main valley on the west side of Eagle Ridge. 6. As the lines of text appeared, Thor suddenly stood up. His expression immediately changed. Minotaurs, damn it. How could Minotaurs appear in the main valley? And why at this time? He couldn't help but blurt out in surprise. At this moment, Thor couldn't remain calm. The greatest threat in the northern province was undoubtedly the beasts and the orcs, and among them the orcs posed a much greater threat. Compared to beasts, orcs had developed enough civilization and they were extremely powerful. Except for the relatively easy-to-handle goblins, most orc tribes were difficult for pioneering knights to deal with. No, not just difficult, impossible to deal with. Every orc tribe consisted of at least several thousand members, and some numbered in the tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands. Even if they weren't top-tier orcs like behemoths or titans, ordinary minotaurs and werewolves were beyond the ability of most pioneering lords or even barons to handle. Moreover, in an orc tribe, every orc was at least as strong as a novice knight, not to mention that the leaders of these tribes were at least tier 2, if not tier 3. Fortunately, most pioneering lords rarely encountered large-scale orc tribes. Beyond their territories, the kingdom's most elite legions guarded the borders. Orcs rarely managed to get past them. This allowed the pioneering lords to have a space to survive, but now in 3 months he would have to face an orc tribe. Even Thor couldn't help but feel a bit scared. He was strong, but not strong enough to deal with an entire orc tribe. Even if it was a defeated tribe, it was still too much. Especially since half a month ago, Neil Morton had left on some errand, plunging Eagle Ridge into crisis. Damn it, is the Flying Eagle Knight just sitting around doing nothing? Thor couldn't help but curse, his face showing a trace of anxiety. After a year of building, the effort and resources he had invested in Eagle Ridge were beyond imagination. He had already established a foundation here. Abandoning it would mean starting over from scratch, and it was uncertain how long it would take to achieve such an advantage again, if it was even possible. In this situation, giving up on Eagle Ridge was clearly not an option, but the threat of the Minotaurs was very real. No, I must find a way. I can't abandon Eagle Ridge. Thoughts swirled in his mind as he quickly considered his options. Since abandoning Eagle Ridge was out of the question, he had to figure out how to respond. A defeated orc tribe, and only a Minotaur tribe at that, although dangerous, it might not be impossible to deal with. The best course of action was to notify the Flying Eagle Knight. As the kingdom's most elite knight order stationed in the northern province, they were responsible for clearing out orc tribes. However, that was 3 months from now, and Thor had no idea where the Minotaur tribe currently was, so what could he say? Moreover, even though the Flying Eagle Knight was obligated to respond, it was still just an obligation. They might not actually take action. Otherwise, the northern province wouldn't lose so many pioneering lords every year. Besides this, he could also assess the strength of the Minotaur tribe. Currently, his power was not limited to just his own forces. He also had alliances with the Lawrence, Valmy, and Grattan territories. He could unite the strength of all 3 families. If the Minotaur tribe wasn't too strong, perhaps they could deal with it together. At that moment, Thor felt a bit relieved that he hadn't completely wiped out those 3 lords earlier. If he had eliminated them, he would have no choice but to abandon Eagle Ridge during this crisis. At least now there was some hope. After all, the information mentioned only an impact, not total destruction, which indicated that the Minotaur tribe might not be too powerful. I'll wait and see. Hopefully more information will come in soon, Thor muttered to himself, feeling a bit anxious inside. As night gradually passed, the morning sun began to shine. Thor quickly issued orders. He also sent personnel to inform Ratchos-Assad, asking him to scout for any signs of Minotaur activity. Even after all this, Thor still felt uneasy. Whether it was useful or not, he sent a few knights to the Flying Eagle Knight's headquarters. Even though the Flying Eagle Knight was unlikely to take action, it was worth a try. In a crisis like this, even a 1% chance was worth the effort. Of course, this was just a precaution. Thor didn't forget that his main focus should be on himself. He began to intensify the construction of defensive structures. At the same time, he started consuming large amounts of resources to enhance the strength of his subordinates. He even sent personnel to Lauren City to begin large-scale procurement. The large amount of gold coins he had just obtained through trade was quickly spent without hesitation. He wasn't joking. If they made it through this, the gold coins wouldn't be a problem. But if they didn't, those coins would be useless. A large amount of gold was spent, and all the gold that was acquired was used for procurement. Under Thor's careful arrangements, time slowly passed, and in the blink of an eye, a month had gone by. This month, the entire main river valley remained exceptionally quiet, with no disturbances. Since Thor had already subdued the three major noble families, even the other frontier lords in the main river valley didn't dare to harbor any thoughts against Eagle Ridge. As for the three major noble families, they also took no further actions. With the contract firmly established, violating it would bring consequences they simply couldn't bear. The main river valley was relatively calm, but other places were far from peaceful. In the northwest of the main river valley, slaughter was spreading. Huge flames engulfed the entire territory, chaos and cries spreading everywhere. This was clearly the territory of a noble lord. However, the once prosperous land was now ablaze, with people fleeing in all directions. An hour ago, this territory was attacked by a Minotaur tribe. Baron Rothschild, the lord of the land, was killed on the spot, and the territory soon fell to the Minotaurs. A large number of the territory's residents were torn apart by the Minotaurs, while the women were captured. If things go as expected, these women would soon become breeding tools for the Minotaurs. Unlike magical beasts, orcs and elves are not reproductively isolated from humans. Due to their special nature, orcs often capture human women as breeding tools. In fact, orcs use secret methods to drain the life force of human women to continuously reproduce their kind. This Minotaur tribe had fled far after being defeated in a tribal war. Though they had escaped, they had lost many members and were in desperate need of replenishment. They saw this baron's territory as a prime target, and everything went surprisingly smoothly. Blessed by the Titan god, shouted the leading Minotaur, its voice filled with cruelty and excitement under the blazing fire. Meanwhile, screams of pain and agony echoed from the houses, coming from the women within. As the night fell, the entire territory was devoid of any signs of life. Large bonfires blazed, with charred human forms roasting over them, sizzling and dripping with fat. Their innards were discarded carelessly nearby, and drool dripped from the mouths of the Minotaurs. Small Minotaurs began to emerge from the houses, leaving behind the bodies of women who had died horribly. That night was destined to be a celebration for the Minotaurs. By the next day, news of the attack swept through the northern province like a whirlwind. Every noble lord in the northwest became extremely anxious. Some lords even began to evacuate overnight, while others quickly sent letters requesting aid from the Flying Eagle Knights or sent people directly to seek help. However, these efforts were in vain. Letters seemed to disappear into the void, and the messengers never even made it to the Flying Eagle Knights. This situation plunged the entire northwest into chaos. More and more people began to abandon their territories. Although they had spent years and vast amounts of gold building these lands, survival took precedence. After all, lost territories and gold could be regained, but if they lost their lives, everything would be lost. This panic quickly spread from the northwest to even farther regions. Ratchos Assad, who was developing trade routes, soon received this news. Upon learning of it, even Ratchos was startled. It wasn't just the problem of the Minotaurs. What shocked him more was that Thor had warned him about this possibility a month ago. It was as if Thor had known in advance, leaving Ratchos both shocked and awed. Amidst his shock, he did not dare to slack off and immediately began to investigate further. After gathering enough information, he abandoned his trade efforts and returned to Eagle Ridge. Half a month later, Ratchos Assad arrived back at Eagle Ridge and reported the situation to Thor. A Minotaur tribe of only second-tier strength, Thor was surprised and looked at Ratchos Assad. In the orc tribes, there was a strict hierarchy, or rather, humans had given them a strict classification. A tribe with strength equivalent to a Grand Knight was considered second tier, while those comparable to an Earth Knight were third tier. Thor was surprised that this Minotaur tribe was only second tier. Unlike goblins, Minotaurs could grow as powerful as fourth-tier beings. Second-tier Minotaur tribes were rare. Moreover, how could a second-tier Minotaur tribe pose a significant threat to the main river valley or to him? With his current strength, he might struggle against a third-tier orc tribe, but he was confident he could handle a second-tier one. Theoretically, there shouldn't be a crisis. Yes, it's only second tier, but it seems to be a stronger variant, likely a remnant of a defeated third-tier Minotaur tribe. It said there are 7 or 8 second-tier Minotaurs, including 2 peak second-tier Minotaur leaders. Ratchos Assad replied cautiously, still sounding concerned. I see. Thor nodded, a look of understanding crossing his face. A second-tier tribe formed from the remnants of a third-tier one made sense. Even in defeat, a former third-tier tribe would naturally pose a significant threat to the main river valley and Eagle Ridge. Ratchos, my friend, I must ask you to continue monitoring the situation, Thor said gravely, taking a deep breath and speaking earnestly to Ratchos Assad. Of course, I'll do it, Ratchos Assad nodded without hesitation. At this point, he and Thor were allies with shared interests, and he naturally didn't want anything to happen to Eagle Ridge. Ratchos Assad soon left again, while Thor resumed his preparations. The danger was real, but as he had anticipated, it wasn't insurmountable. If he could gather the strength of the main river valley, especially that of the 3 noble families, along with the 5 magical crystal cannons, they might have a good chance of fending off the Minotaur attack. After all, while the Minotaurs had 7 or 8 second-tier warriors and even a second-tier peak leader, the combined forces of the 4 territories already included 4 Grand Knights. Adding Ryan, who was now very close to becoming a Grand Knight, they had 5 powerful warriors. In terms of high-level combat strength, they were not far behind the Minotaurs. While the magical crystal cannon's power was limited by the use of only second-tier magic cores, they would still be quite effective. The news brought back by Ratchos Assad made Thor breathe a sigh of relief. The situation wasn't as dire as he had imagined, so the idea of abandoning the territory was immediately and completely dismissed. All his thoughts now focused on the defense of the territory. Time continued to slip away. In no time, another month had passed, bringing them closer to the Minotaur attack described in the information. More information also came through Ratchos. In less than a month, 2 baronial territories and 7 pioneer lords' territories had been destroyed. The Minotaur tribe had further grown, increasing from about 7 to 800 to over 3,000, with numbers still rising. A large number of noble lords throughout the entire northwest region had begun to flee. Even in neighboring areas, many nobles had started to escape. The main river valley itself was beginning to feel some impact. Luckily, the distance was still considerable, so people were just anxious without taking any action. In the castle, Thor silently studied the map in his hand. Compared to the other lords and nobles of the main river valley, he wasn't so optimistic. The constant stream of information over this period had made it clear to him that the Minotaur's next target was the main river valley. Even though there was still a significant distance between them, the enemy would arrive soon. Given the rapid increase in their numbers, by the time they arrived, the Minotaurs would likely number over 5,000, possibly reaching 6,000 or 7,000. Even though these Minotaurs were created using secret magic and weren't particularly strong, they weren't goblins. Ordinary people couldn't deal with them. At the very least, it would take a squad of knights, even trainee knights, to handle them. Over 5,000 Minotaurs were terrifying. Alice, call Ryan over. Thor called out to the doorway, his gaze shifting from the map. Yes, master. Anna quickly responded and left. Moments later, Ryan walked in. My lord, Ryan greeted respectfully. Take my orders, go to the mine and instruct Steve to stop production. Within 10 days, the magic crystal cannons must be transported to Eagle's Ridge, and all personnel must withdraw. Thor quickly issued his command. The large iron mine was indeed important. By now, it was almost steadily bringing him an income of around 400 to 500 gold coins every month. But in the current situation, if the safety of Eagle's Ridge couldn't be ensured, no amount of gold would matter. It would be better to evacuate the mine first and concentrate all forces on dealing with this crisis. After all, he didn't need to worry about anyone daring to occupy it. Yes, Ryan was somewhat shocked, but he quickly accepted the order without any objections. A day later, Ryan arrived at the mine and relayed the message to Steve. Steve's expression stiffened upon receiving the news. Are you sure this is what the Lord said? Steve asked, looking at Ryan in disbelief. Yes, he told me himself. Ryan nodded, his expression also serious. All right, I understand, I'll get on it immediately. Steve replied without further questioning. Even though he had many doubts in his heart in this situation, he too chose to follow orders unconditionally. Soon, the entire mine began to shut down quickly. 5 days later, all operations at the mine ceased. A large number of slaves and knights gathered. Even the dwarfs were assembled. Led by Steve, they began the journey back to Eagle's Ridge. 2 days later, they arrived at Eagle's Ridge. With this added force, Thor felt a bit more at ease. He began to redeploy, especially focusing on the 5 magic crystal cannons. At the same time, he started arming Steve and the other knights. While Thor was busy, the 3rd month was quickly coming to an end. According to the information, the Minotaur attack on the main River Valley territory was no more than 10 days away. Just as Thor was about to contact other lords, an unexpected surprise arrived. Yes, an unexpected surprise. Outside Eagle's Ridge, a sizable force was approaching in grand fashion. This force was the support sent by Count Angel Dressrosa to his son, Thor Dressrosa. Not only did it include 5 skilled administrators, but also 100 craftsmen, 10 official knights, and over 100 apprentice knights. Additionally, there was a Grand Knight. As a Grand Knight, Pyros naturally led this team. He was unfamiliar with young Master Thor. Unlike Michael, as a member of the Eagle Knights, Pyros had little contact with Count Angel Dressrosa's offspring. He only had 1 or 2 brief memories of Thor. Pyros was somewhat reluctant to follow this order. For him, it was almost like being banished. After all, he was a Grand Knight, and at just over 30 years old, he could achieve much within the Dressrosa family. The resources and training opportunities available to him within the family were beyond what he could find elsewhere. But now he had been ordered to follow young Master Thor to pioneer territory, and he could already imagine the hardships ahead. Nevertheless, despite his reluctance, Pyros dared not voice any objection to Count Angel. He simply had no hope for his future. Let's hope that young Master Thor doesn't have any of those dreadful habits, Pyros sighed. All he could do was hope, as he ordered the team to pick up the pace. They had left Lauren City 7 days ago. If they moved faster, they should be able to reach Eagle's Ridge today. Time passed slowly. Soon, dusk began to fall. We've arrived. It's just ahead. Looking at the map in his hand, Piros heaved a sigh of relief. After nearly 2 months of travel, they were finally almost there. As he relaxed, the forest ahead quickly receded. The scene that unfolded before him left him stunned. The first thing he saw was a towering castle. Then came fields of golden wheat. Damn it, did we go the wrong way? Piros was first taken aback, then cursed under his breath. The prosperous territory before him certainly wasn't Thor Dressrosa's Eagle's Ridge. After all, young Master Thor had only been a pioneer lord for less than a year. How could his territory be so developed? The only explanation for this scene was that they had gone the wrong way. Thor never expected that his simple request for a few administrators would be met with such a generous gift from his father. Not only did he receive the 5 administrators he asked for, each of them was among the most capable in his father's service. More importantly, the reinforcements included over 100 craftsmen of various trades and even a Grand Knight. The former needed no elaboration. Eagle's Ridge was currently in dire need of skilled craftsmen to assist with its development. As for the latter, the importance of a Grand Knight could not be overstated, especially with the impending threat of the Minotaurs. Having a Grand Knight on their side gave Thor greater confidence in handling the situation. While Thor was shocked by this unexpected reinforcement, Piros, the leader of the group, was even more astonished. At first, when he saw the scale of Eagle's Ridge, Piros thought he had arrived at the wrong place. It wasn't until Thor personally came out to greet him and led them into Eagle's Ridge that Piros finally accepted the reality, his mouth agape with disbelief. This was indeed the territory of Lord Thor. But how could this be? In less than a year, how could Lord Thor's territory have developed to such an extent? As a leader within the Eagle Knights, Piros was well aware of the situation in the northern province. Even within the Dressrosa family, many had ventured to the northern province as pioneer knights, but from what Piros knew, it had taken most of them nearly 2 years to establish a firm foothold. One knight still hadn't fully settled after 3 years. Even if Lord Thor had received substantial support from the Count, this progress was simply too rapid, so rapid that it seemed almost unreal. Lord Thor, Piros opened his mouth to speak but found himself at a loss for words halfway through. Piros, you should address him as my lord. Steve frowned, correcting him with a note of disapproval. My lord, oh heavens, forgive my rudeness. I was simply too shocked. You must understand, I thought for a moment that those damned brokers had led us astray. Piros quickly apologized, bowing respectfully to Thor. It's nothing. Steve, take Piros to get settled in and familiarize him with Eagle's Ridge. Also, temporarily hand over command of the apprentice knights to him. Thor smiled and nodded, not taking offense. After a brief moment of thought, he gave his orders. Piros had just arrived, so it wasn't possible to grant him too much authority immediately, but as a Grand Knight, his abilities shouldn't be wasted. The apprentice knights were the perfect responsibility for him at the moment. Yes, my lord, Steve quickly responded. My lord, I shall take my leave. Piros was delighted and hastily expressed his gratitude. He hadn't expected that Thor would assign him command of the apprentice knights right upon his arrival. Now that he had seen Eagle's Ridge for himself, Piros no longer underestimated it in the slightest. After issuing these orders and settling Piros in, Thor turned his attention to organizing the various craftsmen. Eagle's Ridge was in dire need of nearly everything at this point, and the arrival of these craftsmen would fill many critical gaps. Even more importantly, with these craftsmen in place and food supplies now secured, Eagle's Ridge was on the verge of becoming self-sufficient to a certain degree. This was incredibly important in the northern province and also exceedingly difficult to achieve. Throughout the northern province, countless pioneer lords and noble lords struggled, yet few could claim self-sufficiency. If Thor could achieve this, the benefits would be immense. The most obvious benefit was financial. Currently, a significant amount of resources had to be purchased in Lauren City, resulting in considerable expenses each time, not to mention the potential to sell surplus goods, which would bring in a steady stream of gold coins. Thor placed great importance on these considerations. As Thor busied himself with these tasks, the time described in the information for the Minotaurs' attack on the main river valley grew closer and closer. Finally, news of the Minotaurs reached the main river valley. No, it would be more accurate to say that the Minotaurs had already breached the defense line and entered the northern province. Any pioneer lord with access to information had long known this, but until now, most of the pioneer lords in the main river valley hadn't paid much attention. After all, the Minotaur tribe was far from the main river valley, and the valley itself was in a different direction from the defensive line. With the northern glaciers to the north, it was rare for orc tribes to reach the main river valley. This time, however, was different. 3 days ago, the Sunset Territory, just 100 miles from the main river valley, was attacked by a Minotaur tribe. 3 pioneer lords' territories were destroyed. This news hit the main river valley like a bomb, throwing everyone into a panic. Damn it, how could this happen? Aren't those damned orcs supposed to avoid the main river valley? My god, what do we do? Do we have to flee as well? This territory took us years to build with our blood, sweat, and tears. One after another, the pioneer lords were panicking, hesitating, and uncertain. Even the three noble lords couldn't remain calm. Baron Valmy and Baron Grattan were particularly distressed as they were closest to the site of the Minotaur attack. If the Minotaur tribe advanced in their direction, they would be the first to suffer. So as soon as the news reached them, the two barons immediately convened a meeting. Damn it, is the goddess of life playing a joke on me? Can someone explain how those filthy minotaurs ended up in the main river valley? Weren't they supposed to head south? Are we really going to abandon our territories? In Grattan Castle, Baron Valmy spoke in disbelief. This news was almost impossible for him to accept. For over a decade, an entire decade, he had invested so much in this land, and now it seemed he might have to abandon it all. How could he be willing to do that? Those damned minotaurs might not even reach here. Baron Grattan, too, frowned, and after a moment's thought, he spoke with hesitation. Even as the words left his mouth, he found it hard to believe them himself. No, that seems unlikely. The Sunset Territory and its surroundings are near us. There's no way those damned orcs are heading for the northern glaciers. Only titans can survive there. Baron Valmy shook his head with a bitter smile. His words left Baron Grattan in silent contemplation. Castle fell into a deep silence as the two barons, their faces grim, refrained from speaking further. After a long pause, Baron Grattan finally broke the silence with a hoarse voice. Perhaps there's still a chance. The Minotaur tribe is merely the remnant of a failed war. Their strength isn't formidable, and it seems they don't have a third-tier Minotaur among them. His voice, though soft, echoed clearly throughout the castle. However, Baron Valmy shook his head bitterly, interrupting Grattan's words. It's impossible. Even if they are remnants of a defeated tribe, they're still beyond our ability to handle. While it's true that there may not be any third-tier Minotaurs, there are certainly a significant number of second-tier ones. Baron Valmy's voice carried the weight of his experience. Having spent more time in the northern provinces than even Baron Grattan, he understood the formidable power of the beast tribes. As he stated, even a defeated beast tribe is not something they could easily contend with. They might have a grand knight capable of handling a second-tier beast, but the number matters. One or two second-tier beasts, or even 3 or 4, might be manageable, but a Minotaur tribe would have far more than just 3 or 4 second-tier warriors, even a defeated tribe. But we can't just give up, can we? Baron Grattan sighed deeply, his voice filled with despair. If we don't give up, perhaps there's still a chance, Baron Valmy said, his voice tinged with hesitation as though an idea had just occurred to him. A chance, Baron Grattan responded instinctively. Yes, a chance. Do you remember that descendant of the Dressrosa family we encountered earlier? Baron Valmy's voice became more certain as he spoke. I do. Why do you bring him up? Baron Grattan's face darkened at the memory, recalling the humiliation of being forced to sign an agreement under duress. That man is different from us. It's clear he has the full support of the Dressrosa family, including access to magical crystal cannons. He won't want to lose his territory either. If we unite with him and the other pioneer lords, we might really have a chance to resist. Baron Valmy's voice grew more excited as he spoke, his eyes brightening with hope. Hearing Valmy's suggestion, Baron Grattan's initial dark expression gradually softened. He began pacing, deep in thought, while Baron Valmy watched silently, not wanting to interrupt. After a while, Baron Grattan stopped and nodded, his expression resolute. With magical crystal cannons and a grand knight, it's indeed possible. Baron Valmy, let's do it. I have no desire to abandon my territory. Then let's talk to Baron Pape about it and also gather the other pioneer lords. Afterward, we can approach Lord Thor to see if he's willing to join us. If he is, we'll follow his lead. Whatever he asks for, we'll give. Baron Grattan's decision was firm, his words full of determination. Agreed. Let's set out immediately. Baron Valmy nodded, fully committed. To them, nothing was more important than their land. Compared to that, the concessions they might have to make were insignificant. The two quickly set their plan into motion. One day later, Barons Grattan and Valmy arrived at Lawrence Castle. There, they found Baron Pape Lawrence in a state of panic. Despite being stronger than Valmy and Grattan, even he lacked the power to fend off an entire beast tribe, and abandoning his territory was equally unthinkable. When Grattan and Valmy explained their plan, Pape Lawrence's eyes lit up with hope, and he quickly agreed. With the 3 main nobles of the main river valley united, the other pioneer lords were soon gathered. Once the 3 barons laid out their intentions, most of the pioneer lords, save for a hesitant few, decided to join forces. For every pioneer lord, their territory was their most precious possession, the result of years of toil. No one was willing to abandon it unless absolutely necessary. Having secured the support of the pioneer lords, the 3 barons then set out for Eagle Ridge. At Eagle Ridge, Thor was unaware of these developments. After organizing the personnel sent by his father, he began preparing supplies in earnest. Information from Ratchos Assad was arriving regularly, and as the day of the expected Minotaur attack drew closer, Thor's anxiety grew. 3 days ago, a particularly alarming report had arrived, shocking Thor. Compared to Barons Valmy and Grattan, Thor was privy to much more information, thanks to Ratchos's extensive trading network. This intelligence was something others couldn't hope to match, and it left Thor deeply concerned. The Minotaur tribe had grown significantly in numbers, including 10 second-tier Minotaurs, with 3 of them at the peak of the second tier. Such a formidable force was beyond his ability to counter. Even with 5 Grand Knights in the main river valley and a magical crystal cannon, they might fend off 10 second-tier Minotaurs, but handling 13 was out of the question, especially since Thor only had a limited number of second-tier magic crystals. "Damn it, are we really going to have to run?" Thor muttered to himself, his face pale with fear. The situation was worse than he had anticipated. The upcoming assault might not just be a challenge, it could be catastrophic. As Thor fretted, time slipped into the early hours of the morning. Ding, information system updated. "Would you like to open it?" The mechanical voice was as routine as ever. "Open it," Thor replied automatically, suppressing his anxiety. As he spoke, the interface lit up before him. Buzz. Daily information updated. 1,500 miles north of your territory, a group of boar beasts will pass through. 2 in the western part of your territory, in the lands of Barren Wells, a serf accidentally discovered. 7 days later, a defeated Minotaur tribe will invade the main river valley, severely impacting the pioneer lords there. 4 in Eagle Ridge, a slight conflict has arisen between the Rosen and Delin families. 5. 630 miles south of the northern glacier, in the canyon 30 miles from the main river valley, a nature sprite will be born in 5 days. 7. A series of lines appeared. As usual, Thor's gaze swept over them one by one. His mind was still contemplating how to deal with the impending crisis. However, in the midst of his thoughts, the next piece of information that appeared caused his pupils to contract violently. Nature sprite. He muttered to himself, his eyes filled with surprise and disbelief. Elves. In this world, they are undoubtedly synonymous with nobility. Every elf is inherently a master archer and mage. Like Anna, who, despite being only half-elf, possesses an extraordinary magical talent. Thor never expected that so close to his territory, an elf was about to be born, and not just any forest elf, but the even rarer nature sprite. During his time away from the Dressrosa castle, he had read numerous books. He had gained a considerable understanding of the entire world. Elves were no exception. According to the ancient records, elves were also categorized. Aside from the special existence of half-elves, the biggest distinction was between forest elves and nature sprites. Forest elves are generally born from the Tree of Life. They are nurtured by the fruit of the Tree of Life, and from birth, they possess considerable magical talent and a natural affinity with plants. If Alan's universal affinity could cover all living beings, then the forest elves' plant affinity would be maxed out. In terms of plants alone, forest elves are stronger. The nature sprites, on the other hand, are different from forest elves. Though both are elves, they are not exactly the same entity. Nature sprites are incarnations of elements. Each birth is blessed by the goddess of life, granting them the power to control elements and a natural, powerful affinity with them. If forest elves have strong magical talent, then nature sprites are magic itself. Moreover, nature sprites can form a symbiotic contract with forest elves, allowing both to grow rapidly. Initially, nature sprites are fragile, while forest elves are relatively strong and protected by the mother tree of life, providing nature sprites with space to grow. If forest elves obtain a contract with a nature sprite, they can enhance their talents and potential, growing into even more powerful elves. Reading this information and thinking about the half-elf maid, Thor couldn't help but feel a strange expression come over him. There was no tree of life here, nor were there any other elves. This piece of information seemed to be a fortuitous opportunity sent directly to the half-elf girl. Perhaps if he hadn't purchased Anna, she would have been bought by another lord in the northern province, and through a twist of fate, contracted with the nature sprite. As long as the nature sprite contract was established, the higher-level symbiotic contract would completely override the lower-level slave contract, freeing Anna from the shackles of slavery. It truly is the goddess of life's blessing, Thor murmured softly and shook his head. Having lived 2 lives, Thor understood, more than most people in this era, that this world has always had those blessed by the heavens. Ryan was such a person, and so was Anna, and beyond them there would be many more. It's just that in the vast crowd they are often overlooked. This wasn't surprising. His thoughts shifted, and he prepared to continue considering the next steps. However, soon his actions paused. His gaze once again fell upon the information. Perhaps I could give it a try. He muttered to himself, and the thought in his mind could no longer be suppressed. Ideas flashed through his mind rapidly. The night passed gradually. Morning came. Sunlight poured down with the dawn. A new day began again. The entire Eagle Ridge was once more engulfed in busyness. Inside a room in the castle, there was a soft knock on the door. "Come in," a gentle voice sounded. "Kree-eek." The door opened softly, and Anna walked in with a tray of fruit. Master, your fruit, Anna spoke cautiously. Thank you, just leave it here. Also, Alice, stay a moment. Thor nodded, not paying much attention. Anna carefully placed the fruit to the side, looking somewhat puzzled, but she remained cautious and stayed by his side. Thor finished dealing with what was in his hands, waved for the servants around to leave, and then looked at the girl. He didn't speak. The room suddenly fell silent. Anna's heart began to pound. Master, she spoke cautiously, feeling her heart race as she could clearly feel it thumping in her chest. At the moment her words fell, Thor's soft laughter broke the silence. Alice, should I call you Anna or Anna Karenina, young lady from the nature forest, half-elf? His words carried a faint smile. However, to Anna they echoed like thunder. You, Anna looked up abruptly, her eyes wide with disbelief as she stared at Thor. At that moment her delicate face showed a hint of panic, but she quickly suppressed it. Master, what are you talking about? Anna's voice trembled slightly. No, her entire body was trembling. She knew very well what would happen to an elf in the hands of human nobles. The reason she chose to stay here and not try to escape again was because she seemed not to have been exposed here, and it was relatively safe. But now, it seemed that wasn't the case. What am I talking about? Karenina, one of the 3 great ducal families of the kingdom. It said that years ago, the second son of Duke Karenina brought back a beautiful elf from the nature forest. Need I say more? Thor smirked. He wasn't joking. He had done his homework during this time. The name Karenina, combined with the fact that she was an elf, made it incredibly easy to find out something. In fact, he had known from the beginning. He just hadn't mentioned it. You, Anna's eyes filled with fear. But in the next moment, Thor suddenly flung an object toward her. Startled, Anna immediately conjured a wall of fire in front of her, preparing to retreat. However, she quickly froze. Whoosh! The black object collided with the wall of fire, burning instantly. As it was consumed, a glow intertwined around her, and the invisible shackles binding her dissipated at that moment. Anna froze. Her delicate face was full of surprise. She stared blankly at the burning object, unsure how to react or what to do. Initially, she had planned to escape, even if it meant dying under the slave contract. But at this moment, she was completely paralyzed. Not bad, you can now instantly cast a first-tier spell like Fire Wall, Thor remarked with a hint of admiration, breaking the silence in Anna's dazed expression. You, Anna started, still in shock, not knowing what to say. You've done well these past few months. The slave contract has been lifted. After all, some of the serfs have also been freed. It wouldn't be fair to only restrict you, Thor continued calmly. As for who you really are, an elf, a descendant of the Karenina family, it doesn't matter. Here you have only one identity, and that is as one of my people in Eagle Ridge. Thor then added with a light laugh, by the way, I've only freed you from being a slave. I haven't granted you permission to leave. You still owe me a few years of service, or else I'd be taking a loss. Get ready, we're heading out soon, and you're coming along. Anna's eyes welled up with tears, overwhelmed by the turn of events. The fear and trauma she had endured as part of the Karenina family, and during her time on the run, had left her wary and distrustful of others. Eagle Ridge had provided a safe but tense haven for her. Initially, she had wanted to escape, but the relative peace of Eagle Ridge made her hesitant to leave. The sudden exposure of her secret today had thrown her into a panic. Yet to her surprise, Thor hadn't harmed her. He had even released her from her slave contract. This unexpected kindness touched her deeply. Master, Anna began to speak, but Thor interrupted her. Enough, go get ready, he said with a wave of his hand. There's a surprise waiting for you later, if you can grasp it. Yes, Master, Anna replied, still confused but obedient. She left the room with a smile on her face. For the first time in a long while, the anxiety that had plagued her seemed to fade, replaced by a strange sense of security. Thor's image became clearer in her mind as she retreated to her room with a spring in her step. A short while later, outside the castle, Thor had assembled a group of knights. This time he left Ryan behind and instead called upon 10 fully trained knights. Their combined strength was sufficient for the task ahead. Master, Anna appeared, her face slightly flushed, her voice soft. Can you ride a horse? Thor asked, looking at her. Anna shook her head. Despite being a descendant of the Karenina family, she had never been taught how to ride. No one in the family had even known she existed, let alone trained her. Without a word, Thor lifted Anna onto the unicorn, a second-tier peak creature he had brought along. The unicorn had grown even stronger, its aura more intense, indicating it was close to breaking through to a higher level. The other knights also mounted unicorns, though theirs were at a peak first-tier level. As Anna shook her head, indicating her inability to ride, Thor swiftly hoisted her onto the unicorn. Ah, she gasped, suddenly aware of Thor's presence right behind her. Hold on tight, Thor instructed as he grabbed the reins and spurred the unicorn forward. The group set off at once. As the unicorn galloped, Anna felt the rhythm of the ride and the warmth of Thor's body behind her. Her initial panic gave way to a strange sense of calm. Leaning against Thor, she felt the tension in her body gradually ease as they rode on. The sun's rays cast a golden hue as the group swiftly made their way towards their destination. The location described in the intelligence report was not close, situated in the northern part of the main valley, 30 miles from the southern end of the northern glacier gorge, and about 200 miles from Eagle Ridge. Even with peak-tier unicorns, it would take them nearly 2 days to reach their goal. Fortunately, there was still some time before the natural sprite was expected to be born, so there was no need to rush. As night fell, the group continued onward, and by the second day they were well on their way. Meanwhile, back at Eagle Ridge, Baron Grattan, Baron Valmy, and Baron Pape had arrived. "Lord Thor isn't here," they asked, surprised and worried when Ryan informed them. "Do you know where Lord Thor has gone?" "The main valley is truly on the brink of disaster," one of the barons urged Ryan. "Yes, Ryan, please, we need to find Lord Thor quickly," another added, their anxiety growing. As their concern mounted, a figure approached. "Don't worry, my lords," Pierrot spoke, drawing the attention of the three barons. As they turned to him, they noticed something that startled them. Pierrot's had the same aura as them, indicating he was also a Grand Knight. Recalling their previous encounters with a Grand Knight named Steve at Eagle Ridge, the barons were stunned. This meant that Eagle Ridge had not one but possibly multiple Grand Knights. While this revelation might normally be cause for concern, the barons felt a sense of relief. The stronger Eagle Ridge was, the more hope they had for overcoming the impending disaster. "My lord, what is this?" Baron Pape asked cautiously, eyeing the parchment in Pierrot's hand. "Take a look and you'll understand," Pierrot replied, handing the parchment to the baron. As Baron Pape read the contents, he sighed with relief and smiled, passing the parchment to the others. When the other two barons finished reading, they, too, relaxed and smiled. As they prepared for the challenges ahead, the events that had transpired, such as their unexpected encounters and the growing strength of Eagle Ridge, seemed to bode well for their future endeavors. 200 miles north of Eagle Ridge lay a place deep within the northern glaciers. The northern glaciers are said to be the land where frost giants fell during the Mythic Age. Compared to the northern province, this place is even more frigid, perpetually covered in ice and snow. Apart from a few special plants and some forms of life, this area is nearly uninhabitable for any species. Even the southernmost part of the northern glaciers is so cold that the unicorns exhale misty breaths, and Thor feels a biting chill, with even his life energy somewhat suppressed. A ripple spread, and a magic circle rose from Anna, enveloping Thor in a gentle warmth. "Thank you," Thor whispered, knowing that Anna had done this intentionally. "No need to thank me," Anna replied softly. Thor smiled and continued leading the group forward. By dusk, they had reached their destination, a canyon entirely encased in ice. Sparse snowflakes drifted from the sky as Thor instructed a few knights to set up camp. It took them over 2 hours to settle in. "Everyone, stay alert. Report any unusual occurrences immediately," Thor commanded. Although the intelligence provided to him was relatively complete, it was not precise. He knew only that the canyon was their target. The birth of a natural sprite would undoubtedly cause significant elemental disturbances, which they could detect when the time came. Yes, the knights responded in unison before beginning their vigil. Time passed quickly, and Thor did not have to wait long. By the next day, the entire canyon had undergone a noticeable change. The first sign was the sharp drop in temperature, followed by the rapid increase in snowfall, which soon obscured visibility. The intense cold forced the knights to use their life energy, and Anna had to layer 2 fire magic shields on herself and Thor. By the third day, the blizzard intensified, and the temperature plummeted further. Anna and Thor now had 5 layers of fire magic shields, yet even this was barely sufficient, as the cold was overwhelming. Realizing what was happening, Anna's eyes lit up with excitement. She could barely contain her emotions as she glanced at Thor, her lips tightening. A thought surfaced in her mind. "Let's go. It should be at the center of the canyon," Thor said softly, leading the group into the blizzard. "Oh, okay," Anna responded, quickly following Thor. Pushing through the fierce blizzard was extremely difficult. The layers of fire magic shields flickered unsteadily. After advancing just 20 meters, a crack echoed as the outermost magic shield shattered, and ice began to spread over the next one. Another 10 meters and the next shield broke. A ripple spread as Anna began chanting, but Thor shook his head, signaling her to stop. He also halted his steps. Before them, the endless blizzard swirled into a vortex, transforming the world into a realm of ice and snow. Seeing this, Anna could no longer suppress her excitement. If there had been any doubt before, she was now certain this was the birth of a natural sprite, a being of immense importance to the elves. "Master," Anna called out, her voice barely audible through the storm. She was anxious, nervous, and excited, her gaze toward Thor filled with a subtle change. "Go ahead," Thor said, gesturing for Anna to proceed. Anna took a deep breath, suppressing her excitement. She bowed slightly to Thor, cast a prepared spell to ward off the cold, and moved forward. Her magic shield flickered as she advanced, and soon the third shield shattered. Yet she pressed on, filled with anticipation and excitement. In the heart of the canyon, amidst the swirling storm, a small, transparent figure began to materialize. Time seemed to slow as Thor watched, his heart filled with tension. Unlike forest elves, natural sprites, as children of the goddess of life, could not be bound by contracts or captured. They could only form symbiotic contracts of their own accord, usually with forest elves. Thor knew he could not capture or use the sprite, so he decided to invest in Anna instead. But this investment depended on whether the sprite would choose to bond with her. Anna, after all, was not a purebred forest elf, and despite Thor's speculations, no one could predict the outcome. If the sprite refused to bond with Anna, Thor's investment would fail. Time dragged on as Anna's figure moved further away, eventually disappearing into the storm. The blizzard grew more intense and the cold became even more severe. The knights around Thor unleashed their life energy in full force, while Thor struggled to maintain his 3 remaining magic shields. A cracking sound echoed as the 3rd shield shattered, and ice swiftly crept across the 4th shield. At this rate, the 4th shield would break within 10 breaths, forcing Thor to consider retreating. With his current strength as merely an apprentice knight, he wouldn't survive in this harsh environment for long. His body would freeze solid. Time continued to pass as the blizzard raged on. After 10 breaths, the 4th shield shattered, and the cold began seeping through the 5th and 6th shields. Even with these 2 shields, they would last no more than 30 breaths, possibly less. The icy breath continued to spread, as snowflakes began to form a massive storm. The entire world seemed to turn white as the storm expanded, engulfing everything in its path. On the periphery, Thor and his group watched the scene unfold with mounting tension. At the heart of the canyon, in the world now completely made of wind and snow, a gigantic vortex took shape. At its center, a mass of extraordinarily pure, highly condensed water element formed, distinctly different from ordinary water elements. It carried an intense chill, capable of freezing everything it touched. Anna slowly advanced, her protective magic shields having already shattered fourfold, leaving only a faint, fragile layer. Yet she pressed forward, step by step. Crack. A faint sound echoed as the final magical shield shattered. Ice began to spread across her body. Great goddess of life, please hear my call. The summoning of the child of nature, the opportunity for symbiosis with all living things. Despite her lips turning blue with cold, the girl's voice continued to ring out. Her words, though soft, seemed to carry a certain power, cutting through the storm and distance, reaching the vortex. In response, the faint, ethereal figure within the vortex solidified slightly. Yet just as this happened, Anna's body began to freeze, her movements halting as the extreme cold started to encase her from the skin outward. Is it impossible to succeed? This was the final thought in Anna's mind before her consciousness seemed to fade completely. But at that very moment, a ripple suddenly spread out. From the center of the vortex, a light blue magic circle flared to life. Simultaneously, a similar magic circle appeared beneath Anna's feet, enveloping her frozen figure. As these 2 circles lit up, an immense energy gathered, not just water element, but a higher form of ice element. Boom, the storm intensified, and the extreme cold began to converge rather than spread. Everything around them began to freeze solid. Even the life force that sustained them seemed to be losing its efficacy. On the periphery, "My lord, we must leave immediately," one of the knights urged with difficulty. "Yes, my lord, the cold is intensifying and the magical shields are failing," another knight added anxiously. "Wait a bit longer." Thor gritted his teeth, casting a glance at the flickering shield before making his decision. Despite their mounting anxiety, the knights could do nothing but wait. Time continued to pass. Crack, another magic shield gave way, shattering into pieces. Only 1 shield remained, and it was expected to break within a few breaths. But then, unexpectedly, the surrounding wind and snow began to diminish. The extreme cold that had permeated the area seemed to retreat, or rather, it was being drawn inward toward the center. What is happening? Thor quickly noticed the change, a glimmer of hope appearing in his eyes. He wasn't the only one. The others quickly realized what was happening as well, exclamations of surprise echoing around him. Thor, however, paid them no mind, his eyes fixed intently on the center of the storm, as if confirming his thoughts. A ripple spread out, followed by a light blue magic circle expanding across the sky. Then a second magic circle appeared, glowing with a cold, icy light, enveloping the entire sky. The wind and cold disappeared completely in that instant. Anna's body floated into the air, encased in the light blue magic circle. 1 minute later, a small, light blue figure shot out from the other magic circle, darting toward Anna. Buzz. The magic circle seemed to activate, and a massive surge of ice element erupted. The disguise Anna had been wearing faded away, revealing her true form: fair skin, delicate features, pointed ears, and a long, light blue dress adorned with intricate designs. Around her, dense ice elements danced, while above her head, a small, ice-blue figure floated, exuding an aura of joy. The figure resembled a miniature human, with skin that was crystal clear and transparent. It was only the size of a palm, wearing a double-layered, intricately woven crown. Its inner ears, body, and tail were adorned with diamond-shaped dark blue spots, contrasting sharply with its light blue skin. Its small hands and feet were also dark blue, as if it were wearing boots. Behind it fluttered two pairs of light blue wings, which beat softly, making it appear extremely cute. At this moment, the tiny figure joyfully circled around Anna. From now on, we are partners. May I give you a name? Anna opened her eyes, her beautiful face lighting up with excitement. Yes, we are partners, the ice sprite responded, its voice filled with glee. Newly born, it was curious about everything. Then I'll call you Nico. My name is Anna, Anna said with a smile. Nico has a name now. Anna, Anna, the ice sprite repeated joyfully. Anna couldn't help but smile as well. Having signed a symbiotic contract with the ice sprite, she had now fully transformed into an elf, or rather, into something akin to a natural sprite herself, no longer a half-elf. Her magical abilities had been greatly enhanced, and she even felt capable of mastering higher-level magic, and the benefits didn't end there. There were things that even she could not fully comprehend yet. The symbiotic contract, as the highest form of contract, held unimaginable benefits, especially when it was with a natural sprite. Her gaze involuntarily drifted to Thor in the distance. Her heart stirred and she made a decision. Nico, I need to form a symbiotic contract with someone very important to me. Will that be okay? Anna asked, looking at the joyful ice sprite. Of course. If they are important to Anna, they are important to Nico too. The ice sprite responded with a cheerful smile, its trust in Anna unwavering. Anna nodded with a smile, and the next moment, surrounded by ice elements, she began to float toward Thor. Surrounded by icy elements, Anna's figure slowly descended. At that moment, all the official knights, including Thor, couldn't help but be captivated by her. Anna was simply breathtaking. Her delicate features, stunning face, icy blue attire, and pointed ears all were mesmerizing. Master, do I look good? This is the real me. Anna spoke with a gentle smile, radiating an air of joy. Congratulations. Thor snapped out of his daze and smiled, nodding his head. Hee. Thank you so much, Master. Master, Anna has a gift for you too. Anna giggled as she spoke. A gift? Thor looked puzzled and instinctively asked. But just as he finished speaking, a pale blue magic circle lit up beneath Anna's feet. Simultaneously, an identical magic circle appeared under Thor's feet. What is this? As the magic circle lit up, Thor was startled and instinctively tried to react. However, Anna's gentle power began to permeate him, making his body feel as if it were submerged in a warm ocean. Above them, the ice sprite danced, and countless ice elements began to intertwine around them. Thor felt a surge of power continuously flowing out from within him, spreading throughout his entire body. The life force within him began to rapidly increase. He had already reached the peak of an apprentice knight, very close to becoming an official knight. However, to break through to an official knight would likely have taken about a year. But at that moment, as his life force kept increasing, his life seed began to solidify. Encased in a chill, the life seed gradually took form, becoming more substantial. At the same time, an even more immense life force erupted from within him. Boom! The surrounding wind and snow were swept up, and Thor's aura underwent a drastic change. Is this a breakthrough? Lord Thor is breaking through. The dozen or so official knights were initially puzzled, but soon their eyes widened in shock, because Thor's aura had clearly reached the level of an official knight, and it wasn't just a minor breakthrough. As the life force within him surged, Thor's aura continued to rise. The massive life force from the life fruit he had consumed earlier also gushed out at that moment. His aura kept increasing, and his life seed grew stronger. Early stage official knight, mid-stage official knight, late stage official knight, peak official knight. Boom, a more powerful life force surged within him. As it did, the chilling aura also spread around, causing layers of ice to spread from beneath his feet. Anna had signed a symbiotic contract with the ice sprite and then signed another symbiotic contract with Thor. As a result, the ice sprite's power flowed not only into Anna but also into Thor, transforming his body. His innate talent began to undergo a transformation. His aptitude improved continuously. Even his life force began to change. Within the magic circle, countless ice elements intertwined and gradually flowed into Thor's body. Thor's eyes had unknowingly closed. The surrounding official knights instinctively spread out, forming a protective circle around Thor. As night gradually fell and stars began to adorn the sky, Thor slowly opened his eyes. His eyes had changed from their original golden color to icy blue. Countless ice elements surrounded him, just like Anna earlier. His aura was now firmly established at the peak of an official knight, just a step away from becoming a grand knight. More importantly, as previously mentioned, his knightly aptitude had nearly transformed. Now his aptitude was almost comparable to Ryan's. His life force now contained ice elements, and there were countless other unimaginable benefits. For instance, long lifespan. A human's lifespan is usually no more than a century. Unless one can break through to become a holy knight, even a sky knight would find it hard to live beyond 120 years. However, elves have lifespans that can extend for thousands of years. Anna, due to her contract with the nature sprite, even as a half-elf, has a longer lifespan. How long she could live is unknown. Now, after sharing life force, Thor could feel that his lifespan had become extremely long. 1,000 years, 2,000 years, perhaps even longer. This time, Thor had received unimaginable benefits. Even he hadn't anticipated such a result. Aptitude, lifespan, strength, these were precisely what he needed most. There's no need to elaborate on the first. Only with sufficient aptitude can one go far. Lifespan and strength are even more crucial. In the northern province, strength is the most important asset. Especially now with the impending Minotaur invasion, strength is more critical than ever. Thank you. Taking a deep breath, Thor suppressed the surging emotions in his heart, looked at Anna and spoke softly. Master, this is Anna's gift. Anna playfully blinked and smiled. Thor smiled and nodded. He said nothing more. Anna, I'm tired. I want to rest now. The ice sprite, looking exhausted, flew around before diving into Anna's forehead. As it merged into her, a diamond-shaped ice blue crystal appeared on Anna's forehead, and the ice elements around her grew even denser. Let's go, we should head back. Otherwise, the main valley might descend into chaos. Thor spoke softly. Anna nodded. The group then packed up and began their return journey. Meanwhile, in Main Valley, just as Thor had predicted, chaos was almost breaking out. Several days had passed. More information had been pouring into the Main Valley. The most critical news was that the Minotaur tribe was drawing closer to the Main Valley. If anyone had harbored any illusions before, by now, they were certain that the Minotaurs were indeed heading for the Main Valley. Although they had previously considered staying to face the threat, unwilling to abandon their lands, and Thor had given them some confidence, Thor still hadn't returned after several days, while the Minotaurs kept getting closer. Even the noble lords were starting to lose their composure, let alone the pioneering lords. In fact, some pioneering lords had already started fleeing yesterday. Today, even more were leaving, and still, there was no sign of Thor's return. This outcome caused great panic among the three noble lords. In the Lawrence Castle, Baron Grattan and Baron Valmy gathered once again. However, compared to a few days ago, their anxiety had deepened significantly. Baron Pape, has that person not returned yet? And has the Eagle Ridge truly not retreated? Baron Grattan couldn't help but speak first. The Minotaur tribe is now only 200 miles away from the main valley. They'll be here in at most 3 days, Baron Valmy added. Both men were noticeably more worried after the passage of several days. Indeed, he hasn't returned yet, Baron Pape Lawrence replied with a similarly worried expression. But the Eagle Ridge has indeed not shown any signs of retreating. Baron Pape was on edge. If it weren't for the certainty that the Eagle Ridge hadn't changed, he too would have lost patience by now. But with the Minotaurs getting closer, this was no longer just a matter of patience. It was a crisis they would soon have to face. Let's go and see for ourselves. We can't wait any longer. If the Minotaur tribe arrives and we don't have enough strength, we won't be able to hold them off. It's better to start preparing for a retreat now, Baron Grattan suggested after a brief silence. Yes, this situation is beyond what we can handle, Baron Pape Lawrence agreed after a moment of hesitation, with Baron Valmy quickly concurring. The three swiftly headed towards the Eagle Ridge. A day later, they arrived once again at the Eagle Ridge, but the outcome was still unsatisfactory. Has Lord Thor not returned yet? Baron Pape Lawrence couldn't help but ask again. No, Baron Pape, it might still take some time. The Lord said he would definitely be back within 10 days, Ryan replied with a solemn tone. Even he was aware of the impending danger and couldn't help but feel tense. 10 days, but Baron Valmy began to speak, but was quickly stopped by Baron Grattan. Thank you, Knight Ryan, Baron Grattan said, thanking Ryan before they departed. After leaving the Eagle Ridge, Baron Grattan spoke bitterly. 10 days. The Minotaurs will likely arrive in just 3. The other two exchanged frustrated glances but eventually nodded in defeat. The Minotaur tribe wasn't something they could deal with, and they didn't have 10 days to wait. At this point, they had no choice but to abandon their territories and pay the kingdom a redemption fee. It was better than losing everything. However, just as they were about to leave, dust began to rise in the distance and the ground trembled. The entire Eagle Ridge grew tense, but as the figures in the distance approached, the 3 barons were the first to recognize who it was. It's Lord Thor, he's returned, Baron Grattan exclaimed in surprise, with the others quickly sharing in his relief. The guards in the Eagle Ridge also began to relax as the unicorn mounts carrying Thor and his group arrived at the gates. Greetings, Lord Thor. The 3 barons quickly moved forward, bowing in the knightly manner, but as they did, their eyes widened in shock. Why, you've broken through, Lord Thor, Baron Pape Lawrence exclaimed, hardly able to believe what he was sensing. His reaction caught the attention of the other 2, who were equally stunned by the change in Thor's aura. Just a short time ago, he was still a reserve knight, but now he had become an official knight. Apologies for keeping you waiting, Thor said with a smile, unfazed by their reactions. Not at all, Lord Thor, not at all, the 3 quickly replied. Let's skip the formalities. The Minotaurs are about to attack. We should go inside and discuss our plans, Thor suggested as he dismounted, handing his unicorn to a guard and leading the 3 barons into the Eagle Castle. The 3 barons quickly followed, and once inside, Anna went off to prepare while the 4 of them took their seats. Lord Thor, do you know the scale of this Minotaur attack? Baron Grattan couldn't wait to ask once they were seated. Yes, I've learned that the Minotaurs used a secret technique to increase their numbers. There are now about 6 to 7,000 of them, Thor replied thoughtfully. Indeed, even though these numbers mainly consist of ordinary Minotaurs, they're still far stronger than goblins. Ordinary humans cannot withstand them. At least a regiment of reserve knights would be required. But our total number of reserve knights isn't enough, and without a Earth Knight among us, we won't be able to fend them off, Baron Valmy added, his worry deepening. Lord Thor, can we handle this crisis, or should we abandon our territories and pay the redemption fee to the kingdom? Baron Pape Lawrence asked directly, his words reflecting the grim situation. In the Tulip Kingdom, any knight could become a pioneer knight, but they were required to defend their territory. Abandoning it would mean paying a hefty redemption fee to the kingdom to atone for the loss, a cost none of them wished to bear unless absolutely necessary. All three barons turned to Thor, their expressions a mix of anxiety and hope. Thor knew that he needed to reassure them. Without their support, even with his newfound strength, it would be difficult to face this crisis alone. Gentlemen, please listen to me, Thor began, and the room fell silent as the three barons focused intently on his words. Everyone, we definitely have a chance this time. This is just a tribe of Minotaurs that lost a tribal war. Even though their numbers have been restored, the Minotaurs produced by secret techniques are no match for real Minotaurs. With the combined strength of our three houses, we can naturally hold them off. And don't forget, participating in wars against the orcs can earn us military merits and elevate our ranks. Compared to Kingdom War or an Orc War, this is much simpler. If we abandon our lands this time, how will we face the Kingdom War or the next Orc War? Unless the three of you intend to give up your noble status and return to being wandering knights. Thor's voice wasn't loud, but hearing his words left the three barons speechless. The Orc War was unpredictable, but the Kingdom War was different. It erupted every 100 years, determining the size and strength of each kingdom. It was something no noble could avoid. They might walk away this time, but they couldn't escape the Kingdom War. Participation in the Kingdom War was mandatory for nobles. Nobles who lacked the strength to participate would have their titles stripped away. This meant they would lose the baron titles they had worked so hard to obtain. It was a situation they could hardly tolerate. Lord Thor, if we can withstand this disaster, I, Pape Lawrence, will fully obey your commands, Pape Lawrence said earnestly. Lord Thor, my Valmy territory will do the same. Lord Thor, Baron Valmy, and Baron Grattan also stood up and spoke solemnly. Barons, your words are too kind. However, we indeed need to work together to deal with this. How about this? Can the three of you gather all your knights? Seeing their expressions, Thor couldn't help but smile. After a moment of contemplation, he slowly spoke. Upon hearing Thor's words, the three hesitated, but only for a moment. Pape Lawrence still nodded and agreed. Very well, Lord Thor, I will go back and gather all my knights. With these words, Pape Lawrence made up his mind. Even though there was a risk, he had no other choice at this moment, and if Thor had any ill intentions, he could have acted during the previous war. There was no need to wait until now. Seeing Pape Lawrence agree, the other two exchanged glances and also nodded in agreement. Having held out until now, they were naturally unwilling to give up. Even if there was only a glimmer of hope, they wanted to fight for it. With their agreement, further discussions became much easier. The four of them then discussed some additional matters before the three barons quickly took their leave. After watching them depart, Thor began making his final preparations. These final preparations, of course, did not involve contacting other pioneer lords. Compared to the three barons, the other lords had limited strength, and Thor had no doubt that most of the other pioneer lords in Main Valley had likely already fled. Who knew how many were left? There wasn't enough time. Instead, it was better for him to assess his own strength and Anna's. The existence of the symbiotic contract had caused both of their strengths to undergo a transformation. Just as Anna had changed, so had he. At this moment, he was eager to know the extent of his current power and whether he could contend with a Grand Knight. As the three barons took action, Thor sought out Steve and Pyros. One of them would test Anna's strength, while the other would naturally test his. On the training grounds, the two stood facing each other. My lord, Pyros hesitated, feeling both nervous and uncertain. He hadn't expected the lord to suddenly challenge him to a duel, testing his strength. Although shocked by the lord's rapid advancement to an official knight, Pyros was a grand knight, and he couldn't help but worry about facing off against his lord. Don't worry, it's just a test. Thor smiled as he spoke, showing no signs of concern. Though he was only at the peak of an official knight, the augmentation from the ice element life energy made him feel that he was beyond a regular knight. Very well, my lord, be careful. Pyros took a deep breath and finally nodded. Then his life energy surged as he attacked Thor. Thor's eyes glowed with an icy aura, and the life energy within him began to stir. A faint white mist even appeared on his knight's sword. The next moment he moved, charging at Pyros. Boom, the two swords collided in midair. A powerful burst of life energy followed. Pyros' Grand Knight life energy was undeniably overwhelming, almost instantly overpowering Thor's life energy. Thor's body couldn't help but retreat. However, the cold aura spread from Thor's sword, freezing over Piero's sword and even starting to encroach upon his life energy. What is this? Piero's expression changed and he quickly retreated, but the cold continued to spread, layers of ice forming on his body. Even his breath quickly froze, his body became stiff. Not good, Piero's expression shifted. His long battle experience instantly alerted him to the danger. However, as soon as the thought crossed his mind, watch out. Thor's voice rang out with a light laugh. In the next moment he appeared above, bringing his sword down once more. The cold spread. Life energy surged. Pieros tried to dodge, but it was too late. He could only raise his sword to block once more. Boom, the swords clashed again. Life energy collided once more. But this time the result was even more extreme. The cold on Thor's sword instantly turned into ice, spreading from Pieros' sword to his body. Clang, the knight's sword fell to the ground. Pieros staggered back, but a stream of cold landed on his shoulder. You've lost. Thor's light laugh rang out, a hint of joy in his expression. My lord, you, feeling the cold against his neck, Pieros wore a bitter smile mixed with shock. For a moment he didn't know what to say, but just then, boom, a terrifying blast of cold erupted in the distance. In the next moment, layers of ice rapidly spread out, and in the blink of an eye, the area hundreds of meters ahead was completely covered in a dense white mist. In another training ground, the icy breath spread and the surrounding temperature rapidly dropped. The ground had long been covered in a thick layer of frost, extending over 100 meters. At the center, Steve's body was frozen solid. Anna was startled and quickly dispelled the magic. The cold quickly receded, as the cold retreated. Crack, a light sound rang out as the ice on Steve's body shattered, and he emerged, looking rather disheveled. Steve, hahaha, you lost too. At that moment, Pieros' laughter echoed, filled with a bit of schadenfreude. Pieros. Steve's mouth twitched slightly, and he looked at Anna with lingering fear. For a moment, he didn't know what had happened. His body had been completely frozen. If Anna hadn't quickly dispelled the spell, it seemed like his life force would have been drained away. Not bad. Anna, this ice magic can actually freeze a grand knight. Thor, who was watching from the side, couldn't help but smile. Anna's strength seemed to be even greater than he had imagined. The range of her magic extended over 100 meters, and Steve, a grand knight, had no power to resist it. Master, Anna looked slightly embarrassed. Thor smiled and shook his head, then turned his gaze to Steve and Pieros. All right, Steve, Pieros, prepare yourselves. Tomorrow the three barons will bring their nightly orders together, and you'll be responsible for organizing them. And Steve, have you completed the preparations I asked for? Thor's expression became more serious as he spoke. Yes, everything is ready. The west side of the main valley can be opened at any time. Also, the incendiary oil has been fully set up. The two responded quickly, and then Steve spoke solemnly. Good, remember, I hope there won't be any mistakes this time. Thor nodded with satisfaction. Knowing that the Minotaurs were about to invade, Thor naturally made some preparations. For instance, choosing the right battlefield and finding ways to maximize his advantages were the best strategies to deal with the upcoming crisis. Yes, Steve and Pieros responded swiftly. After that, Thor began making his final arrangements and assigning personnel. The day passed quickly. The next day, Pape Lawrence, Baron Valmy, and Baron Grattan all gathered their knights as agreed. The numbers were even greater than Thor had expected. Baron Pape Lawrence brought 13 official knights, more than 70 apprentice knights, and over 300 reserve knights. Baron Valmy brought 7 official knights, over 30 apprentice knights, and 200 reserve knights. Baron Grattan brought 5 official knights, more than 20 apprentice knights, and over 300 reserve knights. It was clear that the three barons had been holding back some of their strength. Now, in response to the crisis, they had mobilized all their forces. Of course, it wasn't just the strength of the three barons that had gathered. Ratchos Assad and the 2 remaining pioneer lords also brought some men. Ratchos had developed a considerable force during this time, and the 2 remaining pioneer lords who dared to stay also had substantial strength. With their addition, the number of official knights in the Eagle Ridge exceeded 70, with 300 apprentice knights and 1,500 reserve knights. In the outside world, such strength would rival that of some powerful viscounts. In the entire northern province, apart from Marquis Raymond and a few of the most elite pioneer lords, their power was nearly unrivaled, almost capable of sweeping through half of the northern province. Despite this, the three barons were still somewhat anxious, especially when they realized that nearly all the other pioneer lords had fled, leaving only 2 families behind. This realization made them even more nervous. Originally, the plan was to gather the full strength of the main valley. Although only a few pioneer lords had fled, it still represented a significant loss of power, making them even more tense and worried. But at this point they had no other choices left, because today the Minotaur tribe was only 20 or 30 miles from the main valley, and they would arrive by tomorrow morning at the latest. It was too late to flee. Moreover, with such a large assembly of knights, even if they wanted to leave, Thor wouldn't let them. Those damned cowards actually ran. Do they think they'll be safe just because they ran? Without their territory, they won't be able to pay the atonement tax and will face the kingdom's punishment. Baron Grattan couldn't help but curse, his expression filled with anger. Now is not the time to worry about that. We need to think about how to face this situation. Let's hope that Lord Thor has a plan. Pape Lawrence sighed, his expression equally filled with worry. Yes, Baron Valmy nodded in agreement. At this moment, they were all filled with tension and concern. Their only hope was Thor and the Eagle Ridge. Time slowly passed. While they were anxious and the Eagle Ridge was making preparations, 30 miles away, thousands of minotaurs gathered, marching swiftly towards the main valley. The Titan God blesses us were finally about to arrive. Atop a mountain, a towering minotaur spoke with fervor, gazing at the white expanse in the distance. Chief, once we cross the main valley ahead, we'll be there. There are still plenty of human territories there, enough for our children to be born. An elderly minotaur spoke with excitement, his gaze filled with the same fervor as he looked at the snowy world in the distance. There lay the gift left by their Titan God. As long as they could obtain it, their minotaur race could become as powerful as the behemoths. The prospect was so alluring that they were willing to risk crossing human territories to get it. Despite their smooth journey so far, it was only because the human stronghold wasn't paying attention to them. That didn't mean they couldn't. Once the humans focused on them, their entire tribe would be wiped out, even at its peak. The moment they stepped into human territory, they were accompanied by the threat of annihilation. They had to pass through human lands as quickly as possible, at least before the humans had time to react. Good, let's move faster. Remember, we need more offspring, only then can we receive the Titan God's gift. The great Titan God will protect us. The Minotaur chief nodded, and the command was quickly passed down. And so, thousands of Minotaurs advanced rapidly towards the main valley. Time slowly passed. A large number of knights gathered at Eagle's Ridge, and more news continued to arrive, making Pape Lawrence, Valmy, and Baron Grattan increasingly anxious. Even the two pioneer lords started to feel uneasy. In this situation, the Minotaurs drew closer. Meanwhile, Thor's preparations were nearing completion. The next day, he set out with 3 barons, 2 pioneer lords, along with Steve and Pieros. Behind them was a knight brigade of thousands. This was the combined force of the entire main river valley. Their target was the lower reaches of the main river valley. Faced with the Minotaur tribe, Thor did not choose a defensive battle. After all, if they opted for defense, the Minotaur tribe could easily disperse and attack other territories, which would be much harder to deal with. So from the beginning, Thor had planned a preemptive strike. 5 magical crystal cannons had already been transported to the front lines. Genel, take the 1st and 2nd brigades and wait for my command in the forest on the right side ahead. Imri, you take the 3rd and 4th brigades and wait for my command in the forest on the left side ahead. Upon arrival, Thor quickly issued orders. Yes, yes, the two responded swiftly, and a significant portion of the Knight Brigade broke off and moved out. As the preparations were completed, a rumbling sound echoed in the distance. Dust clouds billowed. Despite a month of continuous rain, the rare clear days of late had dried the ground somewhat. Minotaurs began to appear in the canyon ahead. When the Minotaurs saw the densely packed Knight Brigade ahead, they were startled. But they soon realized that there were no powerful individuals among the knights. Ha ha ha, those damned humans have come out to fight. The Titan God blesses us. Let's crush them. Excited voices spread among the Minotaurs. Each Minotaur's pupils gradually turned blood red. Facing the mass of Minotaurs, the Knight Brigade grew increasingly tense. On the hillside, Lord Thor Baron Pape Lawrence couldn't help but look at Thor. The others did the same. Don't worry, it's manageable. When the Tier 2 Minotaurs charge, I'll need you all to block them. Thor spoke with a solemn tone. Understood. Pape Lawrence, Valmy, Grattan, and the 2 pioneer lords exchanged glances, then nodded in agreement. This had been discussed earlier, and they naturally had no objections now. However, they couldn't help but worry. So many Minotaurs would not be easy to deal with. But at this point, they had no retreat. As soon as they agreed, Buzz, the 5 magical crystal cannons instantly lit up with a pale blue array. The next moment, boom, 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 a series of explosions resounded, and the 5 magical crystal cannons unleashed their terrifying power. Boom, rumble, a massive thunderstorm descended, covering the densely packed Minotaurs in the distance. Once enveloped, their bodies were obliterated by the thunder. Although Tier 2 magic cores couldn't fully maximize the effect of the magical crystal cannons, they were more than enough for a large-scale slaughter of low-level Minotaurs. Especially these Minotaurs, which had been artificially induced through secret methods, making them even easier to cut down. One Tier 2 Minotaur was caught off guard and severely injured by the thunder. However, after this round, thousands of Minotaurs surged forward, charging fiercely at the Knight Brigade. Their numbers had increased to 13. It was clear that during this time, another Tier 2 Minotaur had emerged. Boom, boom, the magical crystal cannons lit up again. Terrifying explosions reverberated once more. 2 more Tier 2 Minotaurs were caught in the blast. But after this second round of magical cannon fire, The remaining 11 minotaurs broke through the canyon and reached the hillside. If these Tier 2 minotaurs made it into the Knight Brigade, the outcome was predictable. At this point, the number of official knights in the brigade was not very high. "Attack," Thor commanded, and the next moment he charged forward with his knight's sword. Behind him, Steve and Piros followed closely. The 3 barons and the 2 pioneer lords exchanged glances and also charged forward with their knight's swords, 8 against 11. Among them were 3 Tier 2 peak minotaurs. There was almost no chance of victory. However, Thor wasn't too nervous. With the explosive power of his ice life force, he confronted a Tier 2 peak minotaur. Simultaneously, Steve and Piros faced the remaining 2 Tier 2 peak minotaurs. Normally, dealing with a Tier 2 peak minotaur would be extremely difficult, even with Thor's ice life force, as they were still a whole tier apart. The same was true for Steve and Piros, but on them, magical auras glowed. Behind them, Anna's magic elements surged, chants echoed. Free wind, storm of thunder, abyss of 1,000 hands, untouchable hand of darkness, unreflectable celestial archer, path of radiant light, wind that ignites, gather together, do not waver, follow my command, light bullet 8 forms 9 paths, heavenly scripture, quick treasures, great wheel, grey turret, shoot arrows far and disperse. Light emanates, revealing the chaotic emblem, the fierce and wild demeanor, manifesting yet denying. A series of enhancement spells wrapped around the 3, elevating their aura, and the ice life force surged, temporarily matching the 3 Tier 2 peak minotaurs. With the 3 Tier 2 peak minotaurs all held back, the remaining 9 minotaurs were intercepted by the 5 pioneer lords, leaving 2 for the official knights to tackle. However, this was merely a temporary block. Thor and the others couldn't hold out for long. Without the strength of the official knights, it would be impossible to withstand the onslaught of the remaining thousands of minotaurs. Boom! A powerful aura erupted, surrounded by a ring of magical auras with icy breath spreading everywhere, even affecting the Tier 2 peak minotaurs. But Thor paid no mind, continuously exerting his power. He was still waiting. This was not yet the best time. Boom! Rumble! The magical crystal cannons continued to roar. The power of thunder repeatedly struck. Amidst the thunderstorm, flames began to spread. A large amount of flammable oil was ignited. Through daily reports, Thor naturally knew the exact direction of the Minotaur invasion. He had long prepared for this. The surrounding area had already been covered in flammable oil. Now, under the raging thunder, the surroundings turned into a sea of fire as the fire spread. Many minotaurs were engulfed in flames. The charging minotaurs fell into chaos. The sea of flames spread, causing the minotaurs to descend into chaos. These minotaurs were ultimately just artificially accelerated creatures, far inferior to true minotaurs. In some sense, they were more akin to wild beasts rather than proper beast folk, serving only as sacrifices rather than actual members of the race. Now, confronted with the blazing inferno, their beastly instincts kicked in, causing panic. Even the few true minotaurs among them were barely noticeable amidst the chaos of thousands of frenzied creatures. This situation was causing considerable anxiety among the minotaurs at the peak of the second tier. Damn it! One of these peak second-tier minotaurs growled fiercely, and the next moment, a blood-red aura surged from its body. Boom! A powerful aura erupted, and Piros was sent flying backward. Erg. Blood spurted from his mouth, and the magical auras surrounding him wavered on the verge of collapse. After repelling Piros, the Minotaur rushed towards the knights, aiming to destroy the magical crystal cannons. But before it could act, Piros once again threw himself in its path to intercept. Boom! The powerful life force burst forth once more. Gritting his teeth, Piros also began to overdraw his own life force. At the same time, the other peak second-tier minotaurs began to exude the same blood-red energy, their power levels rising. Thor's expression changed. He could no longer hesitate, even though he needed more time. But at this moment, there was no room for delay. "Mark," he shouted, and in the next moment within the knight's ranks, a magical crystal cannon rose into the sky, shooting up into the heavens. Boom. In the sky, the cannon's light burst forth, and thunderbolts filled the sky, detectable even from dozens of miles away. In the distance, upstream of the main river, Ratchosasad was already stationed there with a contingent of troops. Before them stood a massive dam, over 100 meters long and 50 meters high, the result of Thor's leadership in collaboration with the 3 baronial territories over the past period. In this supernatural world, such a colossal project became quite simple to achieve. The moment the thunder appeared in the sky, Ratchosasad did not hesitate. He waved his hand, and the knights threw prepared magical scrolls onto the dam. Boom, 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 boom. A series of massive explosions tore the dam apart instantly. The huge volume of water that Thor had been accumulating surged out violently. At this time, the main river was at its peak flood season, and with a month of continuous rainfall, the dam had gathered an enormous volume of water. As the dam shattered, the water roared downwards, covering everything in its path. The floodwaters surged forward like a stampede of wild horses, with the power to destroy everything in their path. In an instant, hundreds of meters were covered, devastating vast areas and continuing toward Thor's Eagle Ridge and beyond. Back on the battlefield, the sea of flames continued to spread, and the second-tier minotaurs were still in the midst of their rampage. The knights of the main river valley were visibly struggling to hold their ground. Moreover, after a period of chaos, the elite minotaurs began extinguishing the fires. The recent heavy rains had left the air extremely humid, reducing the effectiveness of the incendiary oil. Boom! Another figure was sent flying. Blood trickled from Pierrot's mouth, and his consciousness began to blur. If not for the protection of his silver armor, the Minotaur's strike would have killed him. And it wasn't just him, cracks had appeared in Steve's silver armor as well. This was silver armor, and yet it was starting to fail. Thor's face paled as layers of light from his golden armor flared up, barely holding off the peak second-tier Minotaur's attacks. The magical auras surrounding him had already shattered. Lord Thor, we can't hold out much longer. Not far away, Pape Lawrence was fending off two peak second-tier Minotaurs by himself, looking equally anxious. The others weren't faring much better, especially the two pioneering lords. Though they had indeed reached the rank of Grand Knights, their strength was still rather limited. They were barely able to handle regular second-tier Minotaurs, let alone these that had unleashed their secret techniques. The situation was rapidly deteriorating. If they couldn't hold the line, the 11 peak second-tier Minotaurs would soon break through and overwhelm the entire knightly order. In this supernatural world, individual power was paramount. One peak second-tier Minotaur could easily obliterate a pioneering territory. Likewise, a Grand Knight could effortlessly wipe out a second-tier beastfolk tribe. Thor and his companions were now facing such a challenge. The peak second-tier beastfolk were proving too difficult to resist. If they broke through, it would be a devastating blow to the main river valley's defenses, potentially shattering the knightly order. No matter what, they had to hold the line. Thor and two others were managing to hold back three peak second-tier Minotaurs, but the remaining 9 were still a formidable challenge, especially since these Minotaurs had begun using secret techniques to boost their power. If they couldn't stop them, the knights would suffer heavy losses. This was no longer a situation like before, where a few official knights could hold back Steve because he had just broken through and hadn't gone all out. Now, against the Minotaurs, the outcome was completely different. With only a dozen or so official knights left, they had to fend off two second-tier Minotaurs, and the losses were clearly visible. This had the 3 barons and the 2 pioneering lords worried, but despite their anxiety, Thor remained silent, with no time to respond. His ice life force continued to surge as he held off the peak second-tier Minotaur before him. Though he was steadily retreating, he still managed to resist. Finally, during another clash, Thor suddenly sensed something. A trace of joy crossed his face as he immediately turned his head. His opponent, the peak second-tier Minotaur, also seemed to sense it and paused, turning its gaze in the same direction as Thor. At that very moment, a deafening roar filled their ears, and a massive flood appeared on the horizon, sweeping across the entire battlefield and capturing everyone's attention. The flood surged forward, blotting out the sky and the sun, carrying an unstoppable force that obliterated everything in its path. Its target was the thousands of Minotaurs still trapped in the sea of flames. After a month of continuous rain and the accumulation of water in the dam, the resulting flood was nothing short of terrifying. The torrents, having gathered momentum over a distance, surged with overwhelming force, instantly sweeping over and submerging the thousands of Minotaurs in its path. Everything in its wake, whether forest or structure, was obliterated in an instant. Not even typical Tier 1 or Tier 2 magical beasts could withstand such a force. Boom! In a flash, the sea of flames was engulfed, and thousands of Minotaurs were swept away by the flood. Some Tier 1 Minotaurs tried to resist. But the terrifying flood overwhelmed their strength in an instant, carrying their bodies far away. The area before them transformed into a vast swamp. The thousands of Minotaurs stood no chance. This scene shocked everyone. Even the knights of the main valley couldn't help but widen their eyes in disbelief. But after that initial shock, an unavoidable joy began to spread. Ha ha ha, Pape Lawrence laughed heartily. He no longer cared about the damage to his silver armor, brandishing his knight's sword as he charged forward once more. The others followed suit. In that moment, the heavy weight that had been pressing down on them vanished completely. Although the Minotaurs had been held at bay, everyone had still been tense. They knew full well that the Sea of Flames would only hold the Minotaurs for a while. Once those thousands of Minotaurs broke through, not only would they be in danger, but even their hidden forces would be unable to stop them. But now those worries were gone. The massive flood had swept away the Minotaurs, meaning their threat had been completely eliminated. Dirty Minotaurs, come at us again. Baron Grattan laughed as well. In that moment, the morale of the main valley knights surged. In contrast, the Tier 2 Minotaurs' eyes widened in rage, their breathing growing heavier. Then anger began to spread through their hearts, just as the knights had expected. They had been waiting for the minotaurs to break through so they could tear the hated humans to pieces. But now, after witnessing this scene, how could they not be furious? Damn it. Boom. The aura of the Tier 2 peak minotaur, which Thor had been holding at bay, suddenly exploded and blood-red energy ignited. Its disbelief and fury continued to grow, pushing it into a state of irrational rage. Thousands of minotaurs. They were meant to be sacrifices for the Titan god, and now they were gone just like that. The peak Tier 2 minotaur lost all reason. Its life force began to burn. Its power continued to increase. It was nearing Tier 3. Boom, a resounding crash echoed. Thor's figure was sent flying. Even with the protection of his golden armor, Thor felt his organs struggling to bear the impact. The powerful force nearly penetrated the golden armor. However, Thor wasn't overly concerned. Instead, a smile crept onto his face. This was the result he had been waiting for. Emery, Genel, Thor's voice echoed, amplified by life force reaching far into the distance. In the distance, within the forest, two figures who had been waiting anxiously stood up abruptly. Kill, kill, their voices rang out, and the next moment, dozens of official knights and apprentice knights charged out from the forest. They rushed toward the battlefield. These were the hidden forces, dozens of official knights and numerous apprentice knights. This was the moment Thor had been waiting for. There were too many minotaurs, over 4,000, including 13 peak minotaurs. Even though the main valley forces were strong, it would be difficult to completely hold them off. Even if they managed, the losses would be enormous. So Thor's original plan was to conceal a large portion of his forces, lulling the minotaurs into a false sense of security. Then he would use the floodwaters from the dam to sweep away thousands of minotaurs before unleashing the hidden knights to surround and annihilate the remaining minotaurs. With thousands of ordinary minotaurs gone, the remaining dozen or so Tier 2 minotaurs couldn't withstand the assault, unless a Tier 3 minotaur emerged. But that was nearly impossible. And indeed, despite using secret techniques to temporarily elevate its power to Tier 3, the peak Tier 2 minotaur's strength soon waned. It was soon overwhelmed as Thor pressed his attack. The same fate befell the other minotaurs. In fact, with the addition of a large number of elite knights, the situation, which had been in favor of the 11 remaining Tier 2 minotaurs, was quickly reversed. It was difficult for a few knights to hold off 2 minotaurs, but 70 official knights, 300 apprentice knights, and 1,500 reserve knights were more than enough to annihilate the 11 remaining Tier 2 minotaurs. The gap between a Grand Knight and an Earth Knight was vast, but the gap between a Knight and a Grand Knight was not as significant. Similarly, the difference between Tier 1 and Tier 2 was not insurmountable. Under normal circumstances, 7 or 8 official knights could contend with one Grand Knight. A group of more than 10 could easily overwhelm a Tier 2 orc. At that moment, with 70 official knights, a force of 70 Tier 1s, combined with 8 Grand Knights, it wasn't just the 11 minotaurs that were doomed. Even the previous 13 would have been easily dealt with. Boom, the battle raged on. 2 Tier 2 minotaurs were quickly slain. Next, the remaining Tier 2 minotaurs were targeted. Without support from their tribe, they were doomed. In less than an hour, the final peak Tier 2 minotaur fell. Bright red blood soaked the ground. Everyone was filled with an indescribable joy. We won, Pape Lawrence murmured, still in a slight daze. Yes, we won, Baron Grattan added, his voice full of emotion. Baron Valmy simply smiled. In the beginning, the 3 barons had only hoped to fend off this minotaur attack, but never did they imagine that not only would they hold them off, but they would also emerge victorious. Thousands of minotaurs were left in the main valley, and they had even slain Tier 2 minotaurs with their own hands. Those were Tier 2 minotaurs, each worth 10 merit points. Earning the title of Baron only required 100 points. Now they had 13 Tier 2 minotaurs to their name. With the fall of 11 second-tier minotaurs, the war finally came to an end. Many collapsed on the ground, especially the official knights and pioneering lords who had borne the brunt at the start. No one could truly understand the immense pressure they had faced. Although they knew Thor had laid an ambush, and had even witnessed it with their own eyes, there were still over 4,000 minotaurs remaining. If they had failed to defeat them, these minotaurs could have wiped out everyone, including those lying in ambush. Many had even considered fleeing, but in the end, they persevered. The result was satisfying to all. The Minotaur invasion had not only been repelled, but also decisively resolved. Over 4,000 Minotaurs, including more than a dozen second-tier ones, were all buried in the main valley. Their joy was almost impossible to contain, and the heavy burden weighing on them vanished instantly. Gentlemen, it's time to clean up the battlefield. Thor chuckled lightly, standing up and surveying the battlefield before him. The scene had completely changed. A river over 100 meters wide now flowed in front, its waters calm but filled with sand, trees, broken structures, and the bodies of minotaurs, various magical beasts, and wild animals. The once fertile lowlands were now covered by the river's waters. However, Thor was unconcerned. The main valley's natural environment meant that most of the surrounding land remained suitable for farming, requiring only some time for reclamation. It was not a major issue. Following Thor's words, the pioneering lords nodded with smiles and began tidying up the battlefield. In truth, there wasn't much left to clean up, only the 11 peak second-tier minotaurs. The rest had been swept away by the flood, making the cleanup quite simple. Thor headed towards the area where he had fought the peak second-tier minotaur. The creature's body was soaked in blood, and several official knights from Eagle Ridge were searching it. Thor soon noticed something on the minotaur's waist. What's this? With a hint of doubt, he approached and pulled out a half-exposed scroll of parchment from the minotaur's chest. When he opened it, he found a map with strange markings. Titan script. Thor examined the map and the peculiar text on it. He didn't recognize the Titan script, but after a moment's thought, he tucked the parchment into his coat. Not long after, the area was fully cleared and the group started heading back to Eagle Ridge. The war was over, and it was time to distribute the spoils. Though the battlefield had been mostly destroyed, the bodies of the second-tier minotaurs, particularly the three-peak second-tier ones, still held valuable items. Over 300 second-tier magic cores were found, along with a third-tier core which left Thor stunned. However, considering the Minotaur tribe was a third-tier community, such a large stockpile was unsurprising. Thor wasn't the only one amazed, everyone else was even more so. Many were visibly excited. Those second-tier magic cores weren't as valuable as those from special magical beasts like stinger fish or pig beasts. Each was still worth about 100 gold coins, and there were 300 of them, totaling 30,000 gold coins, not to mention the third-tier core, which alone was worth over 10,000 gold coins. In all, they had accumulated over 40,000 gold coins, a massive fortune for the entire northern province. Even Marquis Raymond would be tempted by such a sum. Beyond the financial reward, there were also merit points. A second-tier Minotaur earned 10 merit points each with 11 slain. They amassed a total of 110 points, enough for a pioneering lord to be promoted to Baron. These were immense rewards. The 5 pioneering lords' eyes were tinged with red, barely containing their greed. If it weren't for Thor's formidable presence in the binding contracts, they might have already made a move. Thor, of course, was aware of their thoughts. In the castle at Eagle Ridge, everyone gathered. Thor, Pape Lawrence, Grattan Valmy, and 2 other pioneering lords, Sacha and Jas Abai, sat in the hall. All eyes were fixed on the glittering pile of magic cores before them. Lord Thor, you led us to victory against the Minotaurs. These should go to you, Jas Abai said earnestly, his gaze lingering on the cores before he turned to Thor. The others hesitated but ultimately remained silent. They knew that without Thor, they couldn't have even held off the Minotaurs, let alone defeated them. Their fervent hearts cooled somewhat. They knew that if Thor claimed all the spoils, they couldn't object. All eyes were on Thor, filled with a mix of emotions. Some flickered with envy, some were uneasy, others tense. Understanding their thoughts, Thor pondered briefly before speaking. Gentlemen, in that case, I won't hold back. I only want the third-tier magic core. The rest of the second-tier cores I don't need, but I want all the Minotaur merits. Is that acceptable? His words left everyone stunned. A few widened their eyes in disbelief, barely concealing their delight. Clearly, Thor's proposal was beyond their expectations. Lord Thor, are you serious? Sacha couldn't help but ask. Lord Thor, you contributed the most to this victory. Just these. Pape Lawrence hesitated but spoke up, gritting his teeth. Yes, Lord Thor, you could take more, added Baron Grattan. Others smiled, some staying silent. Thor glanced at each person, then shook his head and spoke again. Everyone, this is sufficient. You've all contributed significantly, so let's leave it at this. Moreover, isn't the greatest wealth the main valley itself? We are now the sole masters of it. Everyone, this is enough. You've all given plenty this time, so let's leave it at that. And compared to this, isn't the greatest wealth the entire main valley? Now the whole main valley is ours alone. Thor's voice echoed, instantly drawing everyone's thoughts back to the present. A gleam sparked in their eyes. Lord Thor, you. Baron Valmy spoke instinctively, but halfway through his sentence, he paused and bit his lip. The others were similarly conflicted. For pioneering lords, the most critical assets were their territories, citizens, personal power, and influence. If these were to be ranked in importance, the hierarchy would be personal power, then land, followed by citizens and influence. Strength allowed a lord to control more and better territories, which in turn provided enough citizens and influence. And now, what lay before them was the almost entirely emptied main valley. The mass exodus of pioneering lords meant they had lost their territories, lands that had been developed over several years or even more than a decade. This wasn't just one parcel, but multiple lands with various outputs, making their value far beyond that of mere magic cores. This was no untamed wilderness, these were developed territories. Even the 3 barons found themselves breathing heavily at the thought. As the group's excitement grew, Thor gestured for calm. Soon, Ryan entered, unfolding a map on the desk. Come and take a look, everyone, Thor said with a light smile, and the 5 lords eagerly stepped forward. Ryan marked the territories of the pioneering lords who abandoned their lands in the main valley. Thor ordered calmly. Yes, Ryan quickly nodded, picking up a quill and marking off various areas, creating a dense pattern that covered the main valley. The main valley, shaped by the flow of the main river, forms a vast crescent. The terrain is flat, the soil is fertile, making it ideal for large-scale agriculture. In the valley's lower, middle, and upper reaches, as well as the western side, there were originally 21 pioneering lords, including my Eagle Ridge, totaling 22. Now only 6 of us remain. According to the kingdom's laws, lords who abandon their lands are stripped of their titles. Even if they pay a redemption fee, they cannot reclaim their lands. The kingdom will reallocate these lands, and as the pioneering lords who defeated the Minotaurs, we are entitled to them. Thor explained with a serious expression. Listening to his words and seeing the marked territories, the 5 lords' breathing grew heavier, their emotions barely contained. Lord Thor, how should these lands be divided? Baron Valmy asked, his voice betraying his anticipation as he looked at Thor. Gentlemen, my Eagle Ridge is still under construction, and I do not need much. There are 5 mines in the main valley, a medium-sized limestone mine in the south, a medium-sized iron mine in the north, and 3 small iron mines. I won't take part in these mines, but I need this area, as well as these pioneering territories. Baron Grat and Baron Valmy, I need these areas near the water dam and part of your territories. How about that? Thor proposed, marking off the dam and significant portions of Grattan and Valmy's lands. Thor had no intention of leaving the dam under others' control, even with contracts in place. Given his plans for major agricultural development, the dam was essential. Baron Valmy, after some hesitation, agreed first and Baron Grattan soon followed. Although the other lords were tempted, they refrained from objecting, as the overall benefits were substantial and more than met their needs. With Thor's territory outlined, he helped the others divide their lands. The 3 barons gained the most. Baron Valmy secured a medium-sized iron mine and 2 pioneering territories, while Baron Grattan acquired 3 small iron mines and 3 pioneering territories, giving up parts of their southern lands to Thor. Baron Pape received 5 pioneering territories and a medium-sized limestone mine. Sacha and Jas Abai each acquired lands from 3 pioneering lords, while Thor claimed 4 more territories. Thor had no interest in the mines. The limestone mine's value was minimal, and his large iron mine far surpassed the medium and small ones. Additionally, with the dwarfs managing the core of his production chain, the resources would eventually flow back to him. Land was what Thor truly needed. Now, the main valley's central and upper reaches were largely under his control. This not only safeguarded him from potential flooding sabotage, but also allowed him unhindered expansion in the future. His lands were contiguous, offering ample room for growth even if he ascended to baron status. For the next 3 years, he would not need to worry about space. As for the future, he could continue expanding east, north, south, or even west within the northern province. The initial distribution of the territories was just a preliminary arrangement. To officially claim these lands, the recognition of the northern province was still required, and development was essential. The former could be settled by reporting the recent war against the Beastmen accurately, which would naturally grant ownership of these lands. However, the latter was far from simple. Development is always the most challenging task, demanding ample manpower, gold, and resources. Nevertheless, the group was not overly concerned. Having defeated the Minotaur tribe, they had sufficient time to develop slowly. Most of the newly acquired territories had already been developed for several years, if not over a decade, making their further development relatively straightforward. The 5 pioneer lords, even those 2 who were not barons, had accumulated enough resources after years in the northern province. As for Thor, securing the title of baron would undoubtedly allow him to gain additional support from his family, easing his development efforts. It was a win-win situation for all. The celebration was held at Eagle Ridge, where everyone indulged in revelry. Before a massive bonfire, Baron Grattan raised his glass high. "Gentlemen, let's toast to our victory." His voice boomed with laughter. "To victory." Cheers. Voices echoed, and each person raised their glass, draining it in one gulp. After finishing his drink, Thor set his glass down and glanced at the 3 barons and the remaining 2 pioneer lords. "Lord Thor, if you have something to say, just say it." Pape Lawrence sensed Thor's intentions, his voice tinged with curiosity. Following his lead, the others also paused, turning their attention to Thor. "Gentlemen, the northern province offers vast lands and abundant resources. Fighting among ourselves is the most foolish choice. We can work together, just as we did this time. I propose that we form an alliance to confront future frontier wars and even the kingdom's wars that lie ahead." Thor's words hung in the air, drawing mixed reactions. Some frowned, others pondered, while a few eyes sparkled with interest. "Gentlemen, as you know, the next kingdom war is less than 3 years away. If we seize this opportunity, it could elevate us to viscounts or even higher ranks. This is a chance not just for us, but also for our families. The northern province offers vast lands and resources united. We can gain more and build greater capital before the kingdom." Thor's words resonated, and Grattan Baron was the first to respond after a moment of contemplation. "Lord Thor, you're right. We can achieve more by uniting. I support this. I agree. The northern province is vast, and that's where our future lies, echoed Joss Aubai. Ha ha ha, since both of you agree, naturally, Pape Lawrence also agree. I agree, Valmy chimed in. The final gaze turned to Sach. Lord Thor, forgive my boldness, but if we form an alliance, would we be following your commands? Sach hesitated briefly before voicing his concern, though he felt anxious afterward. Of course not, Thor chuckled, shaking his head. The alliance is meant to confront crises and unite externally. There's no need to follow my commands. Then I agree as well. Sach quickly nodded. With all 5 pioneer lords agreeing, the alliance was formed. They then began discussing the alliance's terms. As a relatively loose coalition, the matters requiring deliberation were few, and Thor did not push too hard. After all, progress must be gradual. He was not even a baron yet, and he knew he couldn't expect everyone to instantly follow his lead. The alliance's formation was largely due to the contracts, Thor's success in dealing with the Minotaurs, and the strength Eagle Ridge had shown. Even without binding terms, it was still significant. Those who could become pioneer lords and survive had exceptional talent, strength, and abilities. Many things went unsaid because everyone understood the broader picture. They were willing to take a chance on the future because they saw potential in Thor's leadership. For Thor, this was also his goal. As he continued to demonstrate greater strength and bring more benefits, these lords would naturally align with him. As the night wore on, the 6 pioneer lords, including Thor, spent the next few days discussing the specifics of their alliance. On the 5th day, the terms were finalized. According to the agreement, allied members would aid each other in times of danger, maintain open trade, and share information to some extent. Although the alliance was not strictly binding, it marked the beginning of a unified force in the main valley, something unprecedented in the northern province. Typically, pioneer lords in the northern province were not allies but fierce competitors, often clashing due to conflicting interests during frontier wars. These conflicts bred hatred, making mutual trust nearly impossible, let alone uniting all lords in a single region. Yet in the main valley, this union had been achieved, signaling an inevitable change across the northern province. For now, however, few were aware of these developments. Most areas of the northern province remained chaotic. The Minotaur tribe crossing the Royal Knight's defensive line was no accident and not an isolated event. Many other Beastmen tribes had also breached the northern front lines, causing chaos. While Thor and his allies had managed to deal with the Minotaurs, other regions were not as fortunate, leading to dire consequences. At this moment, the entire northern province was in chaos. Night Order defenses were being breached one after another, and large numbers of orc tribes were flooding into the province, throwing everything into turmoil. Frontier territories were collapsing, and many pioneer lords were fleeing. There was no choice. Compared to the Tier 2 orc tribes, the human pioneer lords, apart from a few powerful ones, simply couldn't compete. As more lords fell or fled, the panic spread, prompting even more lords to escape. Long-established territories might hesitate, but newly established lords fled without a second thought, only deepening the chaos. Especially now, under the watchful eyes of many, the Flying Eagle Knights still chose not to intervene, making things worse. Thor and his companions were unaware of this. The main valley, near the northern glacier and close to the orc tribes, was somewhat isolated from the mainstream pioneer knight territories. Information from the northern region was manageable, but the situation in the farther west was much harder to grasp. After dealing with the Minotaurs and discussing their alliance, they began preparing to report the results of their battle. The northern province, as the frontline against the orcs, allowed for the earning of military merit through battles against the orcs. The 11 Tier 2 Minotaurs alone could yield over 100 merit points, and successfully repelling or defeating an orc tribe would also bring rewards. These reports needed to be submitted to Marquis Raymond. Marquis Raymond would verify the battle results and, upon confirmation, award the corresponding merit. Thor and the other 6 pioneer lords were all deeply invested in this process. Soon after forming their alliance, a battle report, along with the heads of the 11 Tier 2 Minotaurs, was sent by Ryan to Lauren City. Lauren City. Inside the vast and luxurious Marquis Manor, a man who appeared to be in his middle years paced back and forth with a frown. He was the master of this manor, the undisputed ruler of the northern province, and one of the kingdom's most distinguished nobles, Marquis Raymond. Having risen through the ranks of military service, the now 70-year-old Marquis was not particularly pleased with his domain. Given the vast northern province, he would have preferred ruling the Frostmoon or Southmoon province. After decades of warfare, he knew well the horrors of the orc tribes. They weren't something the Tulip Kingdom could handle alone, let alone a newly established marquis. If war with the orcs broke out, the northern province would inevitably suffer greatly, with his lands facing unimaginable losses. However, the kingdom's lands had long been fully divided. Throughout the kingdom, there were no more marquis territories left to allocate, not even a count's territory. No province was willing to let a new marquis like him enter and take a share, leaving him no choice but to reluctantly accept his fate in the northern province, hoping war would not come soon. Yet no one had expected the situation to deteriorate so rapidly this year. A massive influx of orcs had stormed into the northern regions. Even the kingdom's dragon knights had been attacked. As for his flying eagle knights, they had suffered heavy losses in just 3 months. "Sir, do we need to request reinforcements from the kingdom?" The captain of the flying eagle knights hesitantly asked Marquis Raymond. "There's probably no need for that. The dragon knights must have already asked for help." "What's the situation? Is it confirmed that the orcs are preparing for war?" Marquis Raymond paused, looking at his knight captain, and asked with a hint of uncertainty. "It's not confirmed yet. However, it's likely not a war since the behemoth tribe hasn't made any moves. The actions have been limited to minotaurs, werewolves, and some other Tier 2 and Tier 3 orc tribes, but there are just too many of them." Orc tribes have been spotted in the east, west, and south, engaging large portions of the Flying Eagle Knights, leaving no capacity to deal with the Tier 2 orc tribes. The knight captain hesitated briefly before answering. Hearing this, Marquis Raymond finally breathed a sigh of relief. If it were truly a war, his troubles would be monumental this time. But if not, then there were still ways to handle the situation. Marquis Raymond was troubled. The orc tribe's assault on the northern province had led to the collapse of many territories and the flight of many lords, which was not good news for him. The northern province had been developed to the point where the willingness to become a pioneer lord was dwindling, especially among the offspring of major nobles. The mortality rate was too high and the investment too low. Most new pioneer lords were now wandering knights, whose value couldn't compare to the offspring of great nobles or well-established lords. And with this latest assault, it would be even harder to attract major noble families to the northern province. This would mean a significant loss of gold income for him, a troubling prospect. However, he knew that now was not the time to worry about finances. First, he needed to ensure the survival of the Flying Eagle Knights. Understood, don't bother with the other matters for now. For now, let the knights pull back to Autumn Leaf territory to block the orcs. Additionally, dispatch 300 magic crystal cannons, 0 Tier 2 magic cores and 20 Tier 3 magic cores from Lauren City to Autumn Leaf. Marquis Raymond gritted his teeth and made his decision. "Yes, sir." The knight captain, surprised but pleased, promptly saluted. These resources would significantly mitigate the losses of the Knight Order. These fools, attacking human lands without the behemoth tribe leading them, they must be mad, Marquis Raymond muttered to himself. As the two continued their conversation, a figure approached from the distance. "Lord Marquis," the figure bowed respectfully. "What's happened?" Marquis Raymond's eyebrows twitched at the sight of the approaching official. The official responsible for managing Lauren City's affairs seldom reported directly to him due to Raymond's usual hands-off approach. "Lord Marquis, it's a report from Main Valley that requires your personal approval." The official bowed respectfully. "Main Valley. I thought I told them to hold their ground as much as possible." Marquis Raymond's expression darkened. "This isn't a request for aid, Lord Marquis. It's a battle report. They seem to have repelled a Tier 2 Minotaur tribe and need your confirmation." The official quickly clarified, sensing Marquis Raymond's misunderstanding. "What? They repelled a Tier 2 Minotaur tribe?" Marquis Raymond's eyes widened as he turned to the official. "Yes, sir. They've also sent 11 Tier 2 Minotaur heads," the official confirmed. "It seems these pioneer lords aren't all that bad. Let me see it." Marquis Raymond, intrigued, gestured for the official to hand him the report. The official quickly obliged. Marquis Raymond took the report and scanned its contents. Soon, his smile grew broader. The situation was better than he had anticipated. The pioneer lords of Main Valley had proactively united to fight against the orc tribes. Not only that, but they had also successfully defeated a tribe of over 0 Tier 2 Minotaurs, killing every Minotaur. If this report proved accurate, it would be a morale booster for the chaotic northern province. "Ha ha ha. Excellent, excellent. Francis, take the kingdom's inspector and head to Main Valley to verify this. Also, start preparing for a baronial ennoblement ceremony. It seems the northern province is about to gain a new baron." Marquis Raymond chuckled. After months of frustration, he finally felt a hint of relief. If the report turned out to be true, the situation in the northern province might see some improvement. Moreover, it had been over 3 years since the province last saw a new baron. According to the kingdom's regulations, anyone who could develop a town in the northern province with a population of at least 5 could be ennobled as a baron and become a newly established noble. This policy had drawn countless knights to the northern province over the past 2 decades. However, the results hadn't been as promising. Despite the vast size of the northern province, only 56 barons had been ennobled over the past 20 years. In comparison, the Frostmoon province alone had more than 300 viscounts and perhaps as many as 1,000 barons. Meanwhile, the northern province had only 56 barons in total over the same period, and only 36 of them remained. The fate of the others was self-evident. Especially in recent years, with growing unrest in the northern province, it had been over 3 years since anyone had been ennobled as a baron. This was one of the reasons why fewer and fewer great nobles were willing to become pioneer lords in the northern province. If a new baron could emerge under these conditions, it would undoubtedly reignite the nobles' enthusiasm for expansion. This would be good for the kingdom and Marquis Raymond. Yes, sir, the official nodded and quickly departed. Lauren City soon buzzed with activity. The next day, Francis, along with the kingdom's inspector and a large entourage, set out for Main Valley. Main Valley. Thor and the others quickly received the news, causing a wave of excitement to sweep through Eagle Ridge. Every face beamed with joy, especially those of the knights. When they first followed Thor to the northern province to become pioneer knights, they were anxious, nervous, and uncertain. But as Thor led them from one victory to another, their strength and gains continuously grew. This initial unease, anxiety, and tension gradually transformed into anticipation and hope for the future. However, no matter how much they anticipated or hoped, it was just a dream and a longing until Thor was officially granted the title of Baron. Only when Thor was enfeoffed as a Baron and ascended to even higher ranks would it mark the true moment of reward. After all, it signified that they too might have a chance to become nobles. And this is what countless knights dream of. Eagle Ridge was in celebration. Everyone was filled with hope. Even the commoners shared this sentiment. Inside the castle, Thor received the news, and he couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. It had been nearly a year since he arrived in the northern province. Even with the help of his golden finger, only he truly knew the hardships and struggles he had endured over the past year. Now the moment of reward had finally arrived. As long as he passed the inspection by the kingdom's commissioner, he would be enfeoffed as a baron. He would truly attain the status of a noble, rather than the temporary noble status he held now. In this world, the gap between nobles and non-nobles was as vast as the heavens and the earth. Even temporary nobles and true nobles were separated by a significant chasm. The rights and privileges they enjoyed were completely different, to name one example. Previously, if he wanted to conquer other noble territories and take possession of them, he would have to pay the kingdom a fee for territorial purchase rights. Even now, while those territories were practically under his control, they were not officially recognized as his. If he were not a baron, he would still need to pay gold coins, but as a baron, this step could be skipped, and he could directly travel to Lauren City to claim ownership of these lands. There were many other differences in various aspects as well. For instance, temporary nobles were only recognized within the northern province, whereas true nobles were acknowledged across the entire human continent. Although this world was structured as a kingdom, it functioned more as an aristocratic republic. Nobles were the true rulers of this world. Becoming a noble was the most important goal. Outside Eagle Ridge, a large group of troops arrived in a grand procession. Is this Eagle Ridge ahead? It's truly surprising. Looking at the golden rice fields and the orderly, dense buildings in front of him, Frank Corrado was quite taken aback. When he received the order from Marquis Raymond to verify, he was already surprised. He knew well the current chaotic situation in the northern province. During such turmoil, someone achieving the merits to be promoted to Baron was unexpected. When information about Thor Dressrosa was presented to him, his surprise grew even more. This pioneering knight had only been in the northern province for about a year as a pioneer lord. In just 1 year, he had already earned the merits for baronship, something rarely seen in the northern province for a long time. However, knowing Thor was a descendant of the Dressrosa family made things clearer. But even with this understanding, seeing Eagle Ridge's development shocked him again. It didn't look like a territory that had only been developed for a year. This scale was hard even for lords who had been developing their territories for over 3 years. Even as a descendant of Dressrosa, it was still astonishing. Given the current evaluation by the kingdom, Thor's achievements likely met all the necessary requirements. Inside Eagle Ridge, Thor, along with Steve, Piros, and a large entourage, hurried over to greet the newcomers. Inspector Frank Corrado, Secretary Frankie. Welcome to Eagle Ridge. Thor dismounted, smiling as he performed a knight's bow. Lord Thor, you're too kind. We will be bothering you for a few days. Frank Corrado replied with a smile, showing no arrogance despite his noble status and role as a kingdom's inspector. He knew better than to underestimate frontier nobles. After all, 2 of the Grand Dukes of the Tulip Kingdom had risen from pioneer lords, not to mention that Marquis Raymond himself was once a pioneer lord. Inspector, you're too polite. The castle has already prepared a banquet. Thor nodded, guiding the two into Eagle Ridge. Once inside, Frank Corrado could feel the distinctiveness of the territory even more. As an inspector who had spent 5 years in the northern province, he had seen many territories, but none exuded the vitality and vigor that Eagle Ridge did. Along the way, he noticed that everyone, from serfs and knights to freemen, greeted Thor with visible respect and fervor, a loyalty usually seen only in the most devoted guardian knights. Even the typically indifferent serfs showed this reverence, which was simply unimaginable. The banquet commenced. Plates of exquisite food were served, and Frank Corrado engaged Thor in cheerful conversation, both men smiling throughout the night. The next day, Frank Corrado, accompanied by Piros, began verifying the recent battles. The process wasn't complex, especially with the clear evidence of the battle against the Minotaurs, which simplified things further. In less than 3 days, all verifications were complete. In the Eagle Fortress, by the goddess of life, Lord Thor, I must say, your accomplishments are astonishing. Those were thousands of Minotaurs, including 13 second-tier Minotaurs. Even Marquis flying Eagle Knights might struggle with that, yet you actually managed to defeat them. Other cowardly nobles would have run away by now. Frank Corrado spoke with awe. He knew firsthand the severity of what had been achieved. It was nothing short of a miracle that a force of thousands of Minotaurs, capable of overwhelming nearly all noble lords in the northern province, had been defeated. Viscount Frank Corrado, it was just luck. Moreover, this is the kingdom's granted territory. As lords, we have a duty to protect our land and people, and cannot abandon them, no matter the cost. Thor smiled modestly, speaking with sincerity. Well said, Lord Thor, you are indeed a qualified lord, and I am confident you will make a worthy baron. The baronship ceremony will be held 15 days from now in Lauren City. You should arrive 3 days in advance. Frank Corrado spoke with a serious tone, acknowledging Thor's achievements. Thank you, I will certainly arrive on time. Thor nodded, feeling a surge of excitement. It had taken a full year to reach this point, and the anticipation was palpable. Farewell, Lord Thor. Frank Corrado waved before departing Eagle Ridge with his entourage. Thor watched them until they disappeared from view. Lord, sir, Steve, Ryan, and Piero spoke up, their eyes filled with excitement. Prepare everything. Check if Eagle Ridge needs to procure anything. Ryan, delegate your tasks. We depart for Lauren City in 3 days. Steve, you'll reorganize the guard at the iron mines. Pieros, you'll handle Eagle Ridge affairs. If issues arise, contact Baron Pape and the other 2 barons. Thor's heart was pounding with excitement. A year of struggles and efforts had led him to this moment, and he could hardly contain his feelings. Despite his excitement, Thor efficiently made the necessary arrangements. The war was over, and Eagle Ridge had settled its matters in the past few days, so it was time to resume production. Steve was the perfect candidate for managing this. Pieros, as a Grand Knight in charge of the fledgling Eagle Knight Order, would ensure the security of the territory while continuing the Knights' training. Yes, the 3 knights responded promptly, accepting their tasks without hesitation. Despite Steve and Pieros' desire to accompany Thor to Lauren City, they knew that the territory was Thor's most crucial responsibility, and they, as Grand Knights, could not leave. 3 days later, Thor, accompanied by Ryan and 20 knights, set off grandly for Lauren City. 7 days later, Frank Corrado returned to Lauren City and promptly reported to Marquis Raymond. Oh, what a pleasant surprise. The Dressrosa lineage never disappoints. Spread the word. Marquis Raymond instructed a nearby knight. Yes, my lord. The knight responded and swiftly left. Soon, the astonishing news spread throughout Lauren City. After 3 years, Marquis Raymond was personally hosting another baronship ceremony. A new baron was about to emerge in the northern province. The news spread like wildfire, creating a stir. Lauren City was already crowded due to the influx of displaced pioneer lords and the pressing threat of beastmen. The oppressive atmosphere in the city weighed heavily on everyone. This news was like a magical crystal cannon blasting into a calm lake, creating a massive wave. After all, while most had fled and lost their lands, someone was being promoted to baron, an event that sparked disbelief and excitement. Oh my, wasn't the kingdom's evaluation process not even started yet? Goddess of life, am I hearing things? My goddess, this. Could it be due to merits? But to become a baron, you need 100 merit points. Even a second-tier beastman is only worth 10 points. How is this possible? Voices of astonishment and disbelief echoed. The northern province had produced over 50 barons historically, many through merit. However, in recent years, no one had met the requirements, and the kingdom's evaluations had not yielded a single qualified baron. Now, suddenly, a baron appeared. It was shocking. As the commotion grew, more information about the Battle of the Main Valley emerged, leaving many wide-eyed. A second-tier Minotaur. No, it was a second-tier Minotaur tribe, a remnant of a third-tier Minotaur tribe, and it had been defeated by the new Pioneer Lord. How on earth was that even possible? I'd like to know too. Someone tell me how. I know who it is. The Baron-to-be is Thor Dressrosa, a descendant of Dressrosa. Thor Dressrosa, a Dressrosa descendant. These damn upper nobles. They already hold the kingdom's most fertile lands, and now they take away our chances too. Haha, Monty, are you joking? Take away your chance. Your land is still in the hands of those filthy green goblins, isn't it? Ha ha ha, green goblins. Surely no one loses to green goblins, right? PFF ha ha ha, Robert, you're asking for trouble. Haha, come on, I dare you to face me in the duel arena. Oh right, I forgot. Your noble status was revoked this year, you're not qualified. Ha ha ha. The news swept through Lauren City like a whirlwind, causing a commotion. Thor Dressrosa's name echoed throughout the city, an emerging baron after 3 years and a son of Dressrosa. Even the nobility that hadn't fled the northern province were paying attention. Thor Dressrosa, huh? Tono will want to know about this. In a tavern, a middle-aged man chuckled softly. Elsewhere, a young man frowned. Dressrosa, how lucky. Did Marquis Raymond agree to our proposal? The young man asked his attendant knight sternly. Sir, the Marquis has agreed, but you must ensure the complete eradication of all beastmen tribes within 500 miles west of Autumn Leaf territory in the next 3 months. The knight responded respectfully. 500 miles, huh, I understand. Inform Marquis Raymond that we accept. The young man hesitated briefly but nodded. Clearing such a vast area was a challenge, but the baronship opportunity was too enticing to pass up. Yes, sir, the knight responded and quickly departed. The stir in Lauren City continued, filled with awe, envy, and animosity. Amidst this, Marquis Raymond remained focused, considering the turmoil of the northern province as his top priority. In comparison, the current turmoil in the entire northern province was what he needed to focus on. Fortunately, the turmoil in this northern province was merely an orc incursion, rather than a full-scale war. This allowed many pioneer lords, and even noble lords, to see an opportunity to earn military merits, and the situation had not spiraled out of control. After all, compared to an orc war, an orc incursion was not fatal. Usually the kingdom could suppress it, and during this process they could earn a certain amount of military merit. In the kingdom, the only requirement for advancing in rank was military merit. To become a baron required 100 merit points, a viscount required 10, and an earl required 100 merit points. Military merit was immensely tempting, even for a viscount, not to mention for a baron or a pioneer lord. None of the pioneer lords who dared to venture into the northern province and had a certain level of strength would be willing to pass up any opportunity. Some might even actively join in. But while joining the fight to clear out the orcs, they wouldn't mind eliminating a few neighboring pioneer lords as well. As the fervor rose in Lauren City, 10 days later, with 5 days remaining until the ennoblement ceremony, Thor arrived in Lauren City with Ryan and 20 official knights. Compared to his last visit, the city was noticeably more bustling, almost rivaling the atmosphere during the previous auction. However, unlike before, where most pioneering lords wore excited smiles, this time many faces were devoid of joy, replaced by a heavy sense of worry. As time passed, the situation in the northern province hadn't improved much, particularly in the northern regions. Yet another barony had fallen, the third one in 3 months. To put this in perspective, in the past 3 years, such a loss had never occurred at this frequency. But now, in just 3 months, 3 baronies had been wiped out. Moreover, these were just baronies. The number of other pioneering lords' territories that had perished was alarming. Even those not directly affected had begun to worry. It seems the situation is worse than we imagined. Thor sighed softly, observing the expressions of those around him. Before setting out, Rachos Assad had completed another trade mission and brought back some relevant information, so Thor was somewhat aware of the situation. But now it seemed things were even more dire than he had anticipated. Sir, should I go gather more information? Ryan asked Thor in a low voice. All right, go ahead. Thor nodded after a brief hesitation. Understood. Ryan nodded and then rode off, while Thor led the rest of the group into the city. As they entered, the heavy atmosphere became even more palpable to Thor. As he walked through the city, his mind churned with thoughts, and before he knew it, he had arrived at the place where he had previously stayed. This place had long been purchased by him, so settling in was easy. Not long after Thor settled down, Ryan returned. Sir, Ryan greeted respectfully. What's the situation? Thor asked, looking at Ryan, who had returned with a similarly worried expression. Sir, I've gathered the information. It said that the kingdom's dragon knights have been attacked by 5 third-tier orc tribes, and the flying eagle knights are also facing 2 third-tier orc tribes. Currently, there are more than 12 orc tribes in the northern part of the province, and 7 in the west. Although most of them are only 1st or 2nd tier, they've still caused the destruction of many noble territories. Ryan spoke solemnly, relaying the information he had just gathered. Compared to the information Rachos had obtained, what they learned in Lauren City was far more detailed. Even Thor couldn't help but furrow his brows. The Dragon Knights were the kingdom's elite, and the Flying Eagle Knights were the most formidable force under Marquis Raymond. That both groups were under siege and unable to spare forces was a major event. Additionally, the appearance of 12 orc tribes in the north and 7 in the west, totaling 19, was shocking. Even if these orc tribes were mostly low-tier, they could still wreak havoc on human territories. Furthermore, these weren't just first-tier orc tribes, there were also second-tier orc tribes, and possibly even third-tier ones, like the Minotaur tribe they had previously encountered. The crisis was indeed greater than Thor had imagined. This situation could potentially wipe out a large portion of the northern province's nobility. Most pioneering lords, except for a few powerful ones, wouldn't be able to withstand a second-tier orc tribe. This wasn't good news for Thor. he needed a relatively stable environment to develop. Though the northern province was never truly peaceful, it couldn't be this chaotic. Has Marquis Raymond taken any action? Thor asked with a frown. Thor could only hope that the Marquis would step in. Although the Marquis had been somewhat indifferent before, he couldn't possibly ignore something that threatened the stability of his territory. Marquis Raymond has invited several powerful noble lords to help clear out the orc tribes in the northern province. Additionally, he's reportedly dispatched 500 flying eagle knights to Autumn Leaf territory. Beyond that, we don't have more information, Ryan replied. He's invited noble lords to clear out the orc tribes. Thor raised an eyebrow, surprised. He hadn't expected any noble lords to dare take on the orc tribes. Having encountered minotaurs before, Thor understood the strength of orc tribes. Even if most second-tier orc tribes weren't as formidable as minotaurs, they were still beyond the capability of an average baron to handle. A baron typically had at most 2 knights, usually just 1, while a second-tier orc tribe likely had at least 2 second-tier orcs, possibly 3 or more. Moreover, ordinary orcs were also dangerous. While goblins were weak, most other orcs, even those below the first tier, were more than a match for ordinary people. Clearly, some pioneering lords in the northern province were far stronger than Thor had imagined. But after a moment's surprise, Thor quickly understood. The Dressrosa family had only been a count family for 300 years, while some of the oldest noble families in the Tulip Kingdom had histories stretching nearly 1,000 years. Even among counts, there was a vast difference between a family with a history of 700 or 800 years and one with only 300 years, not to mention marquises and dukes who had vast resources. In such a situation, even pioneering lords supported by these noble families would possess resources far beyond the ordinary. Some pioneering lords might even have the strength of a viscount or greater, just like that foolish Emerson family, who had 2 knights in their service. How many more powerful figures were there? The gap between people sometimes began at birth. While there were many paths to success, some people started in Rome, while others, after a lifetime of struggle, barely reached where others began. In this era of relatively rigid class structures, this disparity was all the more apparent. Thor quickly suppressed these thoughts. His immediate concern wasn't this, but completing the ennoblement ceremony. Only after that could he truly call himself a noble. Only then would the name, Thor Dressrosa, truly belong to him. Otherwise, after 3 years, he would only be known as Thor, not Thor Dressrosa. Time continued to pass. 2 days later, the other 2 soon-to-be ennobled barons also arrived in Lauren City, and the preparations for the ennoblement ceremony were declared complete. The Lauren City official personally came to invite them to participate in tomorrow's ceremony. Marquis Raymond would personally bestow the noble medals upon them, declaring them members of the kingdom's nobility under the witness of the goddess of life. This night was destined to be sleepless, not only for Thor but also for the other 2 noble lords, and even other pioneering lords in Lauren City were affected. As the night slowly passed, the dawn's light began to shine. Thor rose early and began quickly preparing his attire, thankful that he had started early, or he might not have finished in time. Once he was ready, it was almost time for the ceremony. Thor mounted his white horse and slowly rode towards the city center. The square in front of the city hall was already crowded with people. Free citizens and pioneering lords alike had gathered there. Bathed in sunlight, the statue of the goddess of life emitted a soft and gentle glow. A large red carpet extended from the base of the statue to the distance. Ennobling a noble was a grand event. Even 3 court counts had come to witness. The 3 counts stood smiling, while Marquis Raymond stood tall on the high steps beneath the statue of the goddess of life. Thor and the other 2 noble lords, dressed in traditional knightly attire and bearing knightly swords, approached slowly from 3 directions. As they walked, flowers were scattered across the ground, and a band played stirring music. The 3 lords' expressions were solemn, their every movement in perfect accord with noble etiquette. When they reached the steps, Marquis Raymond and the 3 court counts turned slightly, and the 3 lords knelt on one knee, facing the goddess of life. As they knelt, one of the court counts opened a holy book. Young knights, do you swear, under the witness of the goddess of life, to uphold the 8 virtues and the 9 principles of knighthood? The soft voice echoed, and the entire square fell silent, the atmosphere turning solemn. In this serious setting, the 3 lords' voices rang out. I, Thor Dressrosa, swear to uphold humility, honesty, compassion, bravery, justice, sacrifice, honor, and spirit. I vow to protect the weak. I vow to bravely confront oppression. I vow to fight against all wrongdoing. I vow to defend the defenseless. I vow to help anyone who seeks my aid. I vow to harm no woman. I vow to support my fellow knights. I vow to be true to my friends. I vow to remain faithful to my love until death. I. Young knights, under the witness of the goddess of life, do you swear to loyally defend your territory, fight for your honor, and fight for the glory of the nobility? I do. I will loyally defend my territory, fight for honor, and fight for the glory of the nobility, the lords responded firmly. There was no dazzling light, only a solemn atmosphere. As the words fell silent, Marquis Raymond stepped forward and handed the 3 noble badges to the 3 lords. From today, you are fledgling eagles of the Tulip Kingdom. Congratulations on becoming barons. May the goddess of life bless you, Marquis Raymond declared. May the goddess of life bless you. The 3 of them also saluted. Then the 3 slowly rose. The enfeoffment ceremony was thus concluded. Compared to the ancient rituals of enfeoffment, the oath-taking had undoubtedly become a mere formality, transforming from a binding contract into something that no longer required the assumption of any real responsibility. But this was only natural. As time passed, the virtues of nobility had dwindled to almost nothing. Forget the 9 codes, even the 8 virtues were upheld by few nobles. To make a covenant with the goddess of life once again would be akin to wishing for an untimely demise. The ancient enfeoffment ceremony concluded. Thor and his companions were now officially the lowest-ranking nobles of the kingdom. From today onward, he would be a baron under the blessing of the goddess of life. The land he had developed would forever belong to him, protected by the laws of the kingdom. Their status was not limited to the northern province alone. Even within the entire kingdom, they would wield noble authority. This development stirred a wave of excitement throughout Loren City. For the first time in 3 years, a pioneer lord had been enfeoffed as a baron, rekindling the passions of many dormant noble lords. Some nobles, especially pioneer lords who believed in their own strength, were particularly motivated. Building a town of 50 people and possessing the power to protect it was no easy feat, but earning 100 merit points didn't seem as challenging, especially in the turbulent northern province. Of course, while many were excited, most pioneer lords had no intention of taking action. Anyone who had survived in the northern province for a while understood the might of the orc tribes. 100 merit points might not seem like much, but they were by no means easy to obtain. A second-tier minotaur was worth only 10 points, and not everyone was confident in taking one down. Many pioneer lords struggled even with second-tier goblins. Nevertheless, the prices of weapons in Loren City began to soar. However, this was not something Thor needed to worry about. No matter how high weapon prices climbed in Loren City, he had no means of transporting them there for sale, unless he had a death wish. As night fell, Thor gently closed the Holy Scriptures. He now had a much deeper understanding of the entire noble class, and he was clearer on the rights and obligations of nobility. As a noble, he would enjoy true privileges, as explicitly recorded in the Holy Scriptures and enshrined in the kingdom's laws. Moreover, the kingdom granted him the right to conquer and govern, but he was also obliged to fight for the kingdom. If previously, as a pioneer lord, he could choose to abandon his territory and avoid participation in wars, such as the kingdom's wars or those against the orcs, now, as a noble, he no longer had a choice. His territory must participate in the kingdom's wars, which occurred every century. As a baron, he wasn't required to pay taxes, but he had to ensure that at least 1 knight and 5 knights-at-arms were drawn from his domain to participate in the kingdom's wars. This was a duty that no noble could escape. Even if he abandoned his territory, he would still have to fight. Kingdom wars, Thor whispered, his gaze heavy. He had some knowledge of the kingdom's wars before, but the detailed descriptions in the Holy Scriptures gave him a clearer understanding of what these wars entailed. These wars were battles for territory, contests between nobles. Although the continent only had 2 empires, there were countless kingdoms. Beneath the 2 great empires, territory and resources were limited, leading to inevitable conflicts. Thus, every 100 years, with the tacit approval of the 2 empires, the kingdoms under them would engage in wars to redivide land, interests, and wealth. For lower-ranking nobles, every kingdom war was undoubtedly an opportunity. If they seized it, they could rise to greatness. However, it could also be a disaster, as lower-ranking nobles often lacked the means to withstand significant risks. A baron might only have 1 knight, and it was uncertain if he could even muster 5 knights-at-arms. If he fell, his family would inevitably decline. However, this did not concern Thor much. He was fully capable of assembling enough forces to participate in the kingdom's wars. Even if there were losses, he could withstand them. Moreover, with his daily information system, he could ensure his safety even in the kingdom's wars and might even gain significant merit from it. His eyes sparkled for a moment before he suppressed his thoughts. There were still 2 years until the kingdom's wars, so there was no need to think about it yet. For now, the development of his territory and the enhancement of his strength were his primary concerns. As he pondered these matters, his mind returned to the 2 others who had been enfeoffed as barons alongside him. Cleansing, Thor whispered, feeling a surge of excitement. The orc tribes were rich in wealth and merit, enough to support the 2 new barons and allow him to expand his gains further. More importantly, he could use the cleansing mission to extend his trade routes further north. Currently, his trade routes only spread around the main valley, and his profits had reached a saturation point. To earn more, he needed to expand further, and this was undoubtedly an opportunity. As thoughts intertwined in his mind, time passed slowly and night fell. The familiar system notification sound rang out once again. Ding, the information system has been updated. Would you like to open it? The mechanical voice echoed as it always did. Open. Thor spoke instinctively, suppressing his inner anxiety. As his words fell, a hum followed. Daily information updated. 1. A herd of boar beasts will pass 1.0 miles north of Lauren City. 2. To the west of your territory. Lord Soch has discovered a small iron mine within his domain, but it is occupied by a timid group of goblins. He is preparing to launch a frontier war. 3. 15 days from now, a group of kobolds will attack a pioneer lord's domain in the northwest of the main valley. The kobolds possess extremely valuable life grass seeds. 4. To the north of Eagle Ridge, a school of tilapia will swim through the main river. 5. 630 miles north of the main valley, near the southern glaciers of the northern province. 7. 300 miles west of Autumn Leaf Territory, a group of tigermen will be pursuing a group of fox women. Line after line of new information appeared. The situation was just as Thor had anticipated. The entire northern province was in a state of relative chaos. Even the daily information reports were filled with information about various orc tribe incursions. Even the northern regions, which had been cleansed once before, were not immune. Given the current situation, it seemed likely that the main valley would soon be affected again. Upon seeing this information, Thor finally made up his mind. At dawn, as the morning sun rose, the light of the goddess of life once again illuminated the earth. Thor used his annual opportunity to meet with Marquis Raymond. As a baron of the northern province, each baron was entitled to one audience with Marquis Raymond per year, just one. After much deliberation, Thor decided to use this opportunity. In the manor, Thor once again met Marquis Raymond, the most legendary figure in the kingdom over the past 30 years. Rising from the offspring of a lowly viscount's family, he had become an idol to countless noble scions. My lord, Thor performed a knight's salute. No need for formalities. What brings you here, Baron Thor? Marquis Raymond asked curiously, looking at Thor. My lord, I have heard of the orc tribe incursions in the north. As a noble of the kingdom, Eagle Ridge is willing to contribute to the kingdom by helping cleanse those wretched orcs. Thor explained his intentions. As mentioned earlier, he was seeking permission to participate in the cleansing missions. The orc tribes presented both a crisis and an opportunity for him, and he was determined not to miss it. Oh, you wish to join the cleansing mission? Marquis Raymond was somewhat surprised. Although he had urged many noble lords to participate, only a few with considerable strength had been willing to do so. While Thor was strong, Raymond considered him weaker than some of the others and saw significant risks in the cleansing missions. Yes, my lord, Thor nodded. Very well. Young noble, you are brave. I look forward to your performance. Frank, give Baron Thor a commission, Marquis Raymond said with a smile, signaling to a knightly attendant nearby. Yes, my lord, the knightly attendant quickly nodded. Thor then took his leave, following the knightly attendant to obtain the commission. Dressrosa family, Marquis Raymond chuckled before returning his thoughts to more pressing matters. For him, this was a minor issue, not something that required much attention. What mattered more was how to solve the current problems. Even though he had sent additional forces to the northern regions, the orc tribe incursions had yet to subside. Even the Eagle Knights had suffered losses, which greatly pained Marquis Raymond. He was not from one of those ancient families with deep foundations. His family had only recently risen from a viscount's house. Their rapid rise had not given them time to accumulate much, and every bit of strength under his command was precious. Every loss was hard to replenish, but he had no choice. Unless an orc war broke out, or the Dragon Knights suffered significant losses, the kingdom would not provide more support. He had to hold on. These thoughts intertwined as Marquis Raymond focused on the northern battlefield. Meanwhile, Thor quickly obtained a commission, a document bearing the seals of Marquis Raymond and the northern province's administration. This document granted him the right to participate in the cleansing of the northern province. Even without this commission, he could still lead his forces to cleanse the orc tribes, but with it, the merit points he could earn would be doubled. The cleansing mission was worth one set of merit points, and killing orcs was worth another. Just like before, if he had a task in hand to eliminate threats, defeating the Minotaur tribe would earn him double the merit points. Of course, he didn't know this before and couldn't take action. Now that he knows, he certainly has to take advantage of it. After receiving the appointment letter, Thor immediately instructed Ryan to purchase the necessary supplies and more slaves. This time, he wasn't just here to receive his enfeoffment, he was also there to buy supplies. Now that the main valley had stabilized, it naturally needed to expand in scale. Population was the most critical factor to consider. The previous population was far from sufficient, he needed more people. Perhaps due to luck, the destruction of many territories led to a continuous increase in weapon prices, but the price of slaves began to drop slightly. Even the Habsburg Chamber of Commerce, which monopolized the slave trade, lowered the prices. As a result, Thor spent less than 200 gold coins to purchase 2,000 slaves, including many female slaves. At the same time, the prices of other supplies also dropped significantly. This time, Thor spent much less gold at the Habsburg Chamber of Commerce. This brought a smile to his face as he left. Morning. As the morning sun gradually rose, Thor set off with a large group of people. When he arrived, he had only 20 people with him, but when he left, he had several thousand people and dozens of carts. Even though they could now produce their own food, he still needed to buy a large number of daily necessities, especially since the population had just increased by another 10 days later. Thor returned to the castle with his people. With Thor's return, Eagle Ridge became lively. Thor had officially become a baron. This also meant that they were now citizens of a baronial territory. This was especially significant for the freemen. Previously, even though Thor had granted them freeman status, it only applied within Eagle Ridge. Once they left, they could easily be sold back into slavery. But now things were different. With Thor becoming a baron, they were now freemen of a baronial territory, and according to the kingdom's laws, they would be recognized as true freemen. In theory, no one could sell them again except themselves. This was immensely significant, not to mention the knights. A knight of a pioneering lord wasn't considered a true knight, but a knight serving a noble lord was a genuine knight. The difference in status was substantial. Lord Baron. Outside the territory, Pyros led a group of people to greet him, unable to suppress his excitement. When he first learned that he was being sent to the pioneering territory to assist young Master Thor, he was filled with despair and felt that his life had taken a dark turn. A pioneering lord had virtually no hope, and there was even a risk to his life. But no one could have imagined that in young Master Thor's territory, he would witness one incredible event after another. In less than a year, young Master Thor, this fledgling eagle of Dressrosa, had already become a baron. It had only been a year, just 1 year, and it was no longer just a miracle, it was a divine act. Pyros was overwhelmed with excitement and anticipation. The other knights who had followed Thor to expand the territory felt the same, especially after having witnessed firsthand the miracles their lord had performed. Their hopes were undeniably growing stronger. The knights were filled with visions of the future, the freemen were reassured, and even the slaves held on to hope. The entire Eagle Ridge was in a state of celebration. Thor then decided to hold a grand feast in the Eagle Ridge, even extending invitations to the other 5 lords of the main alliance. Massive bonfires blazed. Huge chunks of magical beast meat were shared, even the slaves receiving their portion. Thor wore a smile as he conversed with each of the lords from the main valley. The 5 lords took turns congratulating Thor, offering him many gifts. To think in just 1 short year this man has reached such heights. Baron Valmy sighed as he looked at Thor by the distant bonfire, his expression tinged with emotion. Yes, indeed, the offspring of Dressrosa are beyond our reach. I've heard that 2 others were also conferred the title of Baron this time, both from noble families. Baron Grattan's expression also carried a trace of bitterness. As a knight who had clawed his way up from the lowest ranks, only he knew how much effort and how many brushes with death it had taken to get to where he was. But what about Thor and the 2 other nobles who were conferred titles? While they had also faced difficulties, they were nothing compared to what he had endured. As the 2 conversed in another corner, Sacha and Jas Anubai also had complex expressions. At the center of it all, Thor was quietly conversing with Pape Lawrence. Time slowly passed. The grand feast extended into the deep of night before finally coming to an end. However, the lords did not leave. Instead, Thor invited them to his castle. In the castle's meeting room, the maids brought in fruit and drinks before quietly leaving. All eyes turned to Thor. Lord Thor, is there something else? Baron Valmy asked, curiosity in his tone. As Baron Valmy spoke, the other 4 lords also focused their attention on Thor. Gentlemen, a few days ago I met with Marquis Raymond and was tasked with eliminating the surrounding orc tribes. I wonder if any of you are interested, Thor said with a smile as he looked at them. As soon as his words fell, the 5 men's pupils contracted. Oh my goddess, Lord Thor, you're not planning to participate in that campaign, are you? Pape Lawrence asked in surprise, his eyes flickering. Hearing Thor's words, he couldn't help but feel a bit shaken. They were well aware of the mission to eliminate the orc tribes, but knowing was one thing, they had no intention of getting involved. Lord Thor, this. Baron Grattan instinctively began to speak. The others couldn't help but feel a chill, recalling the alliance they had previously formed. A bad thought crossed their minds, especially the 3 barons who had signed a contract. If Thor forced them to participate, they would have no way to resist. Baron Pape, Baron Grattan, Baron Valmy. As I mentioned before, the kingdom's war will last no more than 2 years. If we can gain more merits, it will be crucial, whether to offset the conscription for the kingdom's war or to exchange for kingdom resources. If I'm not mistaken, Baron Grattan, Baron Valmy, your night breathing techniques are still the most basic in the kingdom, correct? They don't allow for breakthroughs to Earth Night, and even now, the life energy your breathing techniques absorb is likely insufficient. With just 500 merit points, you can exchange for a top-tier breathing technique in the kingdom. With 10 points, you can get something comparable to our Dressrosa family's eagle breathing technique. The Northland province is currently under attack, but the tribes that have penetrated it are much weaker, and they often possess considerable wealth. Eliminating them not only brings merit points but also great wealth. This is our opportunity. Don't forget, the kingdom's war is less than 2 years away. Thor's words were calm as he looked at Baron Grattan and Baron Valmy before turning his gaze to Baron Pape. Hearing his words, Baron Grattan and Baron Valmy exchanged glances, their emotions stirring. Even Baron Pape was affected. For Baron Grattan and Baron Valmy, the most crucial thing was their night breathing techniques. As knights who had risen from the lowest ranks, their breathing techniques were extremely basic. Even after earning some merits through their lordship, their breathing techniques were still inadequate. They struggled to maintain their current status, let alone advance further. Although Baron Pape didn't have this particular issue, he was still concerned about the kingdom's war. As the three of them pondered in silence, Thor's gaze turned to the other two pioneering lords. Lord Jas, Lord Sachai, if the vast territories in the main valley are not registered in Lauren City quickly, they might not remain yours. While the upcoming war might secure them, once the kingdom's war breaks out, you'll have to participate unless you're willing to abandon your territories. I assume neither of you would want to abandon your lands, right? His voice broke the silence. Sachai opened his mouth but couldn't find the words to respond. Lord Thor, clearing out the orcs is indeed possible, but there's a significant risk. If we divert too much of our forces from the main valley and our territories are attacked by orc tribes, how would we respond? Baron Pape took a deep breath and couldn't help but voice his concern. His words brought the room to a momentary silence. That's not an issue. We don't need to deploy all our forces. My Eagle Ridge will deploy 1 Grand Knight and 20 official knights. You only need to deploy a third of your forces. As for the threat to our territories, Thor continued with a light smile. Our northern border is protected by the northern glacier, and the orc tribes can only attack from the western downstream of the main valley. I'll position the magical crystal cannon downstream. Besides, don't forget, it's still flood season. Since Thor had decided to participate in this campaign, he had prepared meticulously. If he could drown the Minotaur forces, he could do the same to other orc tribes. Plus, with the magical crystal cannon, as long as they didn't encounter a Minotaur of the previous strength, they would be able to handle it. More importantly, Thor had a daily information system, so he didn't have to worry about his territory being attacked. The daily information system didn't record everything, but it would report anything concerning him or major events in his territory, usually 3 months in advance, giving him plenty of time to prepare. However, he couldn't share this with anyone. The daily information system was his biggest secret. How about this, gentlemen? Take some time to think about it and give me your answer within 10 days. I'm not forcing anyone. Thor smiled as he spoke to the group. Relieved by his words, they all got up and took their leave. As Thor watched them depart, he didn't mind. He was confident they would agree. Those who had become pioneering lords and hadn't fled during the previous turmoil definitely had the resolve required. As for why he invited them, partly because his strength alone wasn't enough, but more importantly, it was an opportunity to further integrate the main alliance. With the Minotaur threat gone, even though the main alliance was formed, the cohesion of such an alliance was negligible without an external threat. Thor hadn't gone through all the trouble of forming the alliance just for the name. It was for the upcoming Kingdom War and to eventually bring them under his control. The stars gradually dotted the sky. Night passed. One by one, the lords left Eagle Ridge with their thoughts. As the morning sun shone down, a new day began once again. The Eagle Ridge awoke under the rising sun. Back in the castle, Thor began handling the affairs of the Eagle Ridge during this time. The first matter was the 2-0 new slaves he had purchased. However, with the administrative officer Angel Dressrosa had sent, it wasn't too cumbersome to manage. The placement was quickly completed. Next was the cultivation of farmland. A year had passed, and spring planting season had arrived. With 2-0 more serfs, new land needed to be cultivated. Additionally, much of the previously cultivated land had been damaged by the flooding that had drowned the Minotaur forces, so Thor needed to organize people to reclaim it. This time, to avoid a repeat of the previous incident, Thor specifically avoided areas that might be flooded. With the previous flood marks as a guide, choosing the right locations was simple. The only challenge was the need for a large workforce, but at this point, manpower was the least of the Eagle Ridge's concerns. With the population of Eagle Ridge, including slaves, now exceeding 8-0, his numbers were already greater than those of the other 2 barons in the main valley's top 3, only slightly behind the Lauren territory. Now was the time for development. Over the next few days, while the 5 lords pondered their decisions, Thor began planning for the territory expansion too. Land reclamation, improving the territory, wilderness exploration, resource utilization. These were the main tasks ahead. Especially after the division of the main alliance, with the area expanding nearly tenfold, fully utilizing it was no small feat. The first step was to build a town. First on the list was the construction of a new town. After careful consideration, Thor decided to build another castle and town upstream on the main river, where the dam was located. This would help divert some of the town's population. Additionally, the construction of the dam created a large area of arable land upstream, which could be used for farming. The dam could also be utilized for aquaculture, providing the territory with a new source of revenue. Furthermore, unicorns could be relocated there since they were native to that area. This would make perfect use of the location. The only problem was that it required significant manpower, but that was no longer an issue. Not only had Thor purchased another 2 zero serfs, but Anna's appearance made it possible to enslave goblins. The northern province had no shortage of goblins. Decades ago, during the Orc War, most of the magical beasts were exterminated, and regular orcs were rare. The only thing the northern province had in abundance was goblins. As the lowest tier of the orc tribes, they did not retreat with the other orcs but remained behind. With their strong reproductive and survival abilities, they thrived despite the expansion of the human knights. Though goblins were not highly intelligent, they made perfect expendable slaves. While they couldn't handle intricate tasks for hard labor, there was no better choice. In the orc tribes, goblins served this very role. Even among the humans, some powerful noble lords employed goblins as expendable mining slaves. Previously, Thor had killed off all the timid goblins in the iron mines, not because he didn't want to use them, but because he couldn't. Hiring a high-level mage to sign slave contracts for thousands of goblins would cost him thousands of gold coins, an absurd expenditure. Slave contracts were high-level magic contracts, not something an apprentice mage could create. At the very least, a third-level mage was required to perform such magic. In the entire northern province, apart from Marquis Raymond, there was probably no other third-level mage, so there was no point in considering it. But this time was different. Anna's transformation made it possible. Though she hadn't reached the third level, she could complete the slave contracts with the power of the ice spirit. With that, all problems were resolved. Thor even planned to replace the mining slaves with goblins, further freeing up productivity. So after finalizing the territory's 2 development plan, and while waiting for responses from the other lords, Thor began to take action. He took the opportunity to clear out the surrounding goblins. Although goblins didn't pose a significant threat to the territory, they were still orcs, and any unexpected problems could lead to potential risks for the territory. Clearing them out would allow for stable development. On the third day, Pieros, following Thor's orders, led Ryan, along with 20 official knights, 100 apprentice knights, and 300 trainee knights, on a grand campaign from the Eagle Ridge Castle to cleanse the surrounding areas. Thor did not personally participate in the extermination of the goblins. As previously mentioned, compared to other orc tribes, goblins were much weaker, and dealing with them wasn't particularly difficult, just tedious. It was an ideal opportunity to train his subordinates. Both Pieros and Ryan would eventually need to handle things on their own. Proper training now would ensure they could keep up with Thor's pace in the future. Thor didn't want his initial followers to lag behind. The morning sunlight gradually spread across the land. In the blink of an eye, 5 days had passed. During these 5 days, the 5 lords still hadn't given any response. However, Thor's goblin extermination campaign was already in full swing. In the eastern part of the Eagle Ridge, deep within a forest, countless green goblins were frantically fleeing. Flames engulfed the surroundings as burning oil spread, throwing the goblins into chaos. Charge! Pieros drew his knight's sword and with 200 men charged directly into the fray. Amidst the fire and slaughter, the sound of hooves and the cries of humans filled the air. Countless green goblins panicked, fleeing in all directions, yet it was futile. The human knight's slaughter spread relentlessly. Only those goblins that prostrated themselves on the ground were spared. Soon, more goblins began to throw themselves to the ground. An hour later, the battle ended. Of the over 2,000 green goblins, more than half were killed, and over 700 were captured. As for the rest, they had managed to escape. Pieros didn't pursue them. With so few men, it was impossible to catch every single goblin in the mountains. They could only let them go for now. Afterward, the knights quickly began extinguishing the flames. Meanwhile, over 100 members of the trainee knights quickly moved forward, skillfully tying up the captured goblins. Their movements were so practiced that it was clear they had done this countless times over the past few days. Map. Pieros called out to his apprentice knight, ignoring the captured goblins. "Yes, sir," the apprentice knight quickly responded, bringing a map to Pieros. Pieros took the map and swiftly focused his attention on it. This was the map Thor had provided before the operation. It not only had detailed topographical information, but also marked various mines and key objectives. Thor's map had been instrumental in Pieros' smooth progress. After a brief moment of study, Pieros turned to the apprentice knight. "Where is Knight Ryan?" he asked with a frown. The two had split up after setting out, each leading a force to sweep the area from opposite directions, one on the east bank of the main river, the other on the west. Pieros was on the east bank, while Ryan was on the west. He wondered if the east bank had already been cleared earlier, as the harvest was less than expected, leaving him somewhat disappointed. Sir Pierrot's knight Ryan has reportedly reached the central section of the main river valley. The apprentice knight responded respectfully. The central section. Pierrot's eyebrows rose. How much have they gained? 3 days ago, they cleared a goblin tribe of 3-0 and captured over 1-0 goblins. With their previous captures, they should have around 3-0 goblins now, the apprentice knight reported cautiously. Hearing this, Pierrot couldn't help but twitch his brow. Over the past few days, he had captured just over 1-0 goblins, and even with today's haul, his total was still under 2-0. His yield was clearly much less than Ryan's. Full speed ahead, we can't fall too far behind, Pierrot ordered, rallying the knights for another push. Their next destination was a small iron mine marked on the map. As for the captured goblins, they would be sent back to the Eagle Ridge by the trainee knights. Day by day, the extermination campaign expanded. Goblin tribes were forced to migrate. Faced with such large-scale extermination, the goblins had no choice but to flee. But as they fled, their living space continued to shrink. The farther south in the northern province, the more lords there were, and the less room there was for goblins. The main river valley had originally been a good habitat for them. Though there were over 20 pioneer lords scattered throughout the valley, the area was vast, and beyond the lords' territories lay large stretches of wilderness, perfect for goblins to live. However, the tranquility was completely shattered as Thor's purge began. Inside a cavern, one by one, the red goblins gathered. At this moment, they were filled with panic. The large-scale human purge had reached even them despite their location in the wilderness. Damn those humans, why are they here again? This. What should we do? What should we do? The humans are coming. In the cavern, chaotic figures were scattered everywhere. Even the red goblin leader at the center wasn't any better off. "O great goblin god, have you abandoned your people?" The red goblin leader spoke with a trembling voice. "Leader, let's run quickly. Those damn humans will kill us all." A red goblin couldn't help but speak up. As soon as he mentioned killing us all, the surrounding red goblins trembled uncontrollably. Since humans had entered the northern province, everything they experienced could only be described as a nightmare. But our ore is still here. The goblin leader hesitated, looking at the chunks of ore embedded in the rock walls, torn between staying and leaving. "Leader, it's bad, the humans are here." While the leader was still hesitating, another red goblin rushed in, shouting in panic. As soon as his voice fell, the entire cavern became even more chaotic. Many goblins immediately turned and fled outside. Soon all the goblins in the cavern were fleeing. In the blink of an eye, the cavern was empty of goblins. The ore. No one cared about the ore anymore. An hour later, Ryan arrived with his men. When he saw the chunks of ore scattered throughout the cavern, Ryan's eyes lit up. "Copper ore, there really is a copper mine here," Ryan murmured to himself, his expression filled with excitement. Copper ore was extremely important to the Eagle Ridge. Even the smallest copper mine held great value. This was because copper ore could be used not only to forge brass armor, but also as a form of currency. Unlike iron coins, copper coins were already considered the lowest denomination currency used by the major nobles, and their value far exceeded that of iron coins. After Ryan secured the area, he continued on his way. Time passed again. 3 days quickly went by. In the following days, with the support of the map, both Pierrot's and Ryan's purges proceeded rapidly. In a short amount of time, they had cleared about half of the designated area. In at most 2 months, the entire Eagle Ridge would be cleared, and during this large-scale purge, the gains were immense. Goblins were being transported to the Eagle Castle in a steady stream. At first, there were only a few hundred, but soon the numbers grew to 1 or 2,000. Gradually, the number of goblins surpassed 5,000, then 8,000. With a large number of goblins gathered, Thor quickly replaced some of the slaves in the mines with goblins. The freed slaves were then assigned to the construction work within the Eagle Ridge. Meanwhile, the remaining goblins were distributed to other recently discovered mines. The rest were sent to aid in the construction of the small town upstream in the main valley. With a substantial number of goblins joining in, both the mining output and construction speed rapidly increased. After all, with slaves, you had to consider life and death, but not with goblins. Given the goblins' reproductive abilities, even if he cleared them out now, in less than 2 years, the surrounding goblin population would recover by 70 to 80%. There was no need to worry about depleting them. At the training ground of Eagle Castle, a dense life force bloomed, and a massive light green magic circle appeared in the air. Below it were several terrified goblins. Their pupils were wide with fear, and they wanted to flee. But an invisible binding force intertwined around them, preventing any escape. Buzz. As the light from the massive magic circle descended, 6 pointed star marks appeared on the foreheads of the goblins, and at the same time a large scroll slowly descended from the magic circle. Anna's face was a bit pale, but she quickly caught the scroll. "Master, the contract is complete." Anna spoke softly. "Thank you for your hard work." Thor spoke gently, his heart aching a little. Anna had been constantly binding contracts, and her magical power had been severely drained. But besides Anna, he had no other options. Finding a third-rank mage wasn't easy. Sighing lightly, he took the scroll from her. "It's okay, master. I'm happy to help," Anna said with a soft smile. "Go rest. There's probably more to come," Thor said softly. Anna nodded lightly, not forcing herself. Binding such contracts took a heavy toll on her. Now nearly drained of energy, she had to seize this time to meditate. This type of exhaustion and meditation was also a form of cultivation for her. Although she had been tired these days, Anna could clearly feel her spiritual power increasing rapidly. At this rate, she would soon reach the peak of the second rank. Anna went off to meditate, while Thor began contemplating his next steps. He anticipated that there would be even more goblins soon. Given the scale of the Eagle Ridge, it would be difficult to utilize so many goblins. Even though he had acquired several more mines, it was still impossible to use all of them. With that in mind, he had to consider how to handle the surplus. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Thor's gaze shifted to the map. He looked toward the locations of the pioneer lords. The 6 lords who remained in the main valley were undoubtedly prosperous, with several of them even obtaining valuable mines. These lords needed enough manpower, especially since the newly expanded territories required even more people for cultivation and development. Labor was in even greater demand, and these goblins would be the perfect supplement. Thor believed the lords would be very willing to buy them. Selling goblins wasn't considered slave trading. As long as it wasn't too public, he was confident that not too many people in Lauren City would take notice. The only issue was how to price them. In Lauren City, slaves were priced at 10 silver coins each. Even the cheapest, scrawniest slaves cost at least 1 silver coin. Naturally, he couldn't price his goblins that high. He needed something more affordable. As his thoughts swirled, Thor made a decision. He sat down at his desk and swiftly wrote with a quill pen. "Someone come," he called out. Soon, a knight entered the room. "My lord," the knight spoke respectfully, "make 4 copies of this letter and send them to the 5 lords." Thor instructed the knight quickly. "Yes, my lord," the knight replied and swiftly exited the room. He immediately began to carry out the task, and as Thor was sending his letters elsewhere, 10 days had nearly passed. The 5 pioneer lords gathered together in Lauren City Castle. All 5 of them were frowning. Even after 7 or 8 days had passed, they were still undecided. The task of clearing out the area and facing the threat of the orcs was no joke. If not handled properly, it could lead to heavy losses. Unless it was absolutely necessary, they were really unwilling to take the risk. However, Thor's words had indeed influenced them. The kingdom's war was drawing near. With their current strength, not to mention rising through the war, it would be difficult just to avoid significant losses. This made them even more conflicted, so much so that they had no choice but to gather together and consider whether they should go or not. Everyone, speak your minds. We have only 10 days left, and we must make a decision. Baron Pape spoke, his gaze sweeping over the others. But despite his words, no one responded. Some wanted to speak, but the words stopped at their lips. "Everyone, Lord Thor is right, this is our opportunity. Therefore, I've decided to follow Lord Thor to the north for the cleansing mission." As Jas Abai spoke, the previously silent crowd couldn't help but shift their gazes toward him. "Jas, you." Sachai looked at Jas Abai with shock, words hanging in the air, unspoken. The 3 barons, however, merely furrowed their brows slightly without saying a word. "Sachai, esteemed barons, this is our chance. As for the brutality of the kingdom's wars, there's no need for others to elaborate. Baron Pape, as a member of the Lawrence family, you should know better than I do. Given the current strength of our territories, if we fail to improve rapidly in the next 2 years, the losses we might face could be unbearable. This mission is dangerous, but not exceedingly so. The kingdom's Dragon Knight Corps and Marquis Raymond's Flying Eagle Knight Corps are our shields. They've taken on the truly powerful orc tribes. The ones we need to face are merely first-tier, at most second-tier orc tribes. 1 territory alone may struggle to handle it, but 6 territories combined can certainly manage." Jas Abai's gaze fell on Pape Lawrence as he spoke again, his words stirring a strange light in the eyes of the others, who all cast a glance at Pape Lawrence. "Huff, I'm also willing to participate. Everyone, Lord Jas is right, the scale of the kingdom's war is beyond imagination. We must seize this opportunity." As everyone looked at him, Pape Lawrence deeply regarded Jas Abai before nodding in agreement. As Jas Abai mentioned, he understood the scale of the kingdom's wars and their brutality. In comparison, while there was some risk now, it was nothing in the grand scheme of things. "Since you both say so, count me in as well." Baron Grattan took a deep breath and nodded. This left only Sacha and Baron Valmy. Everyone's gaze focused on them. "I'll join as well." After a moment of hesitation, Sach also nodded. "Seems like I have no choice then." Baron Valmy smiled bitterly. At this point, with 4 out of 5 agreeing, if he refused, he would essentially be isolating himself. Besides, he wasn't foolish. Jas Abai and Pape Lawrence's words made him clearly aware of the massive danger lurking within the kingdom's war. "Since everyone has made their decision, then we should inform Lord Thor." Pape Lawrence nodded. No one opposed this, but just as they were about to act, the door was knocked. "Come in." Pape Lawrence frowned but still responded. He knew that under such circumstances, his servants wouldn't disturb him unless it was important. A knock now clearly meant something significant had happened. Creak, the wooden door opened. A servant walked in. Master, Baron Thor from the Eagle Ridge has sent a letter, the servant respectfully announced. Lord Thor, Pape Lawrence was momentarily surprised, and the others were curious as well. Curiosity aside, no one spoke. After glancing around, Pape Lawrence wasted no time opening the letter. The others watched curiously. However, only moments later, Pape Lawrence's expression shifted to one of disbelief as he abruptly raised his head. Words escaped his lips as Pape Lawrence couldn't contain the shock within. What happened? Baron Pape, what's going on? Baron Grattan couldn't help but ask, and the others' gazes focused on him as well. Take a look for yourselves. Your territories should have received the same letter. Seeing the confusion in everyone's eyes, Baron Pape hesitated for a moment before handing the letter over. Valmy was the first to take it. His reaction mirrored Pape's. As the letter passed from one leader to the next, none of them could remain calm. Gulp, Baron Pape, you're saying Lord Thor. Baron Grattan felt his throat dry up, unable to help but ask. Could it be that there's a third-level mage involved? Baron Valmy was more direct, I'm not sure. Logically speaking, the Dressrosa family shouldn't have the strength to possess a third-level mage. Pape Lawrence shook his head, looking confused. As a fellow Count family, Pape Lawrence began to wonder if his own family was too weak or if they were simply underestimated. How could the gap be so vast? We'll find out soon enough when we arrive. Jas Abai's eyes flickered as he spoke decisively. Yes, we'll know when we get there. If it's true, we might actually have a chance. Hearing his words, the others' eyes lit up, with Baron Grattan unable to contain his excitement. Quickly, the five of them set off. Their destination, the Eagle Ridge. 1 day later, the five arrived at the Eagle Ridge. Upon arrival, their pupils couldn't help but contract, and their expressions were filled with shock, because in their sight, the Eagle Ridge was indeed home to quite a number of goblins. Some goblins were even transporting heavy items. This scene. The earlier speculations seemed to be turning into reality. You don't suppose Lord Thor has hired a third-level mage from the Habsburg Chamber of Commerce, do you? Sachai muttered to himself.